The first present was a fairly comprehensive beard trimming kit, from Tokin nonetheless. If there was some sort of suggestion being made, Irimi had gone a different route. Instead of something practical, she had a box with what can best be described as interesting and somewhat amusing, including a Best Dad mug and several DVDs. The movies weren't things Trevor had really heard of, all related to Japanese cinema. None of them were Godzilla either, so he had a supply of mystery movies to watch. Yamo just got him a book. The Martial Arts of Physics, a sort of self-study book for general combat. It was appropriate, coming from him. He didn't seem the sort to really do much outside of his work and train. Nishiki, being an avid fan of high-quality instant coffee, had provided just that. Several jars of the stuff, actually. Enough for a few months at the very least, and when coffee was one of the few things a ghoul could ingest, it was something of an important gift. Kuma went with a pair of Top Gun-esque shades. Why on earth, in the middle of winter, he decided that they were the best gift, nobody would know. Idari's gift was, naturally, one from her own supply of drinks as it were. Not unwelcome, but a bit concerning and something that would need to be kept relatively well concealed. Good thing they didn't use the post system. It was Yoshimura's gift that stood out somewhat, because it was incredibly practical. It could best be described as gear designed specifically for ghoul combat. Black vacuum pants in top, the latter with a large cutout along the back and gaps around the shoulders, exposing the areas where different Kakuhou are known to reside, allowing them to burst out freely and without ruining any clothes while they're at it. To go with the sports-like look was some long-running shorts, leading down just past his knee, and for the upper half of his body a strange-looking, almost armored light jacket with a high collar, otherwise black with bits of dense leather giving it some weight. Oh, and Yuta got him a new mask. As in, a kid's mask from a Halloween store. Dracula. To truly top the day off, Banjo returned not with the PlayStation, but with Trevor's coveted Xbox. Hinamai had gone all out, it seemed. All in all, pretty good day. Every individual gift felt as though it breathed new life into Trevor as he opened each box and beheld what was inside. The little things that showed that, yes, as a matter of fact, they did care about him. That he wasn't as alone as he felt much of the time. That he realized he'd been clinging to a sort of bitterness for a while now. The fact that if he'd had held on to hope that they'd save him he would have been long dead was something that constantly had dripped poison into his mind, tainting his views of the people around him. Only Yoshimura knew that their rescue operation would have been far too late if Trevor waited for them any longer. Telling the others would have felt like an insult, or perhaps even worse in Tuka's case. It was neither a subject he wanted to broach nor knew how to in the first place. But now, with these gifts and the effort put into them, Trevor knew he had to be better. So, smiling all the while, he tried them all. Or rather, did himself up like he was trying them all at once. He put on Yoshimura's new suit, the leather and fabric fitting incredibly snug against Trevor's muscular physique. He took out Irimi's Best Dad mug and brewed a fresh cup of Nishiki's instant coffee. He unfurled his kagun, and one of the tendrils wrapped around Idari's bottle, another gingerly holding Yamo's book open, and another proudly displaying Tuka's trimming kit. To complete the picture, he put on Yuta's shitty Dracula mask and then Kuma's big aviators over that. Then, Trevor faced Hinamai, Banjo, Ichimi, Jiro, and Santa like that. Ready to save the world? Trevor asked them all, dressed like a complete hot mess and a dork. Ah. Nightmare aesthetic Wanyan-sama, Jiro said, almost sounding stunned by the image before her. I'll be honest, I've seen goofier looking things. But you're rating pretty highly right now, Ichimi added with nods of agreement from the younger Santa. The clothes are cool. I suppose it makes sense that the manager would have someone he'd be able to get that kinda stuff from, Banjo hummed in general approval of the look. The mask is a bit on the nose, though. Quite literally, Trevor replied, using his fourth and only free kagun to adjust the mask's position on his face. It was in fact really bad quality and couldn't stay put at all. Could someone take a picture? I want to send this to the Antioch people. Jiro whipped out her phone instantly. I want a picture of it too. It'll be a good reminder of how we're starting off here, keep us humble and stupid. She held it up, lining Trevor up. And then Santa photobombed right out of the corner of the picture, giving a peace sign. Got him, the youngest sibling snickered, proud of his last-second picture ruining. Why are you like this? Who did this to you? Where did we go wrong? Jiro asked, her voice deadpan. Life is a cruel mistress, gee. The minor inconvenience of others is all I have left. Gee, and what are we? Ichimi tut disappointedly. To think this is how you'd turn out. If you mean perfectly, then yet. Whatever, I'm sending it to Manager Sensei, Jiro said, evidently done with their little exchange and seeing no reason to get rid of a perfectly good picture just because of her little brother. Whoa. He has a phone? Santa asked, leaning over Jiro's shoulder to verify. Hey, he's a businessman. All businessmen had phones, ya goof. Hey. Learn something new every day. I thought they all just had suits. Santa shrugged, genuinely ignorant to more sophisticated ways. Regardless of the photobomb, Trevor was happy. Watching the siblings bicker reminded him of his own little brother and sister, who'd all eagerly annoy the hell out of each other as proper siblings should. He missed them dearly, but, well, he'd see them again. Somehow. He just had to survive long enough to do so. With the help of these people, and the rest, there was a chance he could do just that. Thanks for doing all this, he quietly told Hinamai as the gas mask crew continued to chatter. It helped. A lot. I wasn't expecting all this. Hinamai twiddled her thumbs, holding back a beaming smile. It's just normal, she said quietly, evidently pleased that her efforts were noticed and appreciated. People deserve to have their birthdays. Trevor looked down at her, using his free kagun to tilt the mask up so he could regard her completely. That they do, he agreed, reaching over and patting her shoulder. Which reminds me. When's your birthday? Oh. May 21st, it's a while away. Don't worry about it, she assured Trevor with a firm nod. It was his day after all, not hers. But I think this was needed. To sort of reset things. Reset, Trevor echoed in a murmur, looking away from her, an expression sobering. His eyes glazed over a bit. Maybe. But I'll be honest, Hinamai. I don't know if I can ever really reset to exactly how I was before, well. His fingers flexed a few times. They were still there. I still don't know how much it really did to me, in the long run. But he took a breath. It was definitely needed. It helps me. These kinds of things always did. Hinamai deflated a little, but she nodded nonetheless. I know. But you being happy now means you can still be happy later. That's all I need. Trevor paused. And then, let out a small chuckle. When you put it like that, it feels so obvious, he admitted, shaking his head with a small smile. I'm not sure if you were always this wise or you just grew up while I wasn't looking. You're good people, Hinamai. One of the best. And he did mean that from the bottom of his heart. She'd played no small part in keeping him from losing himself to bitterness and rage. The girl still had no ability to handle praise. She clammed up, face a deep crimson, nodding rapidly. She was, indeed, the wisest. Dash. The days passed, and events began to turn towards the active. The efforts of Banjo and the siblings had yielded fruit, a meeting with the Orca group. Such is why Trevor now found himself outside a bar with the same name, located just outside of Central Tato and amidst the metropolitan buzz. Fancy joint. What a modern-looking place, Ichimi observed aloud, sounding approving. Even have it named after their group. Neat, and also pretty brave. Says a lot. MMH. Probably left over from when Shachi was leading them. They could afford to be brave. I'd call it silly now, Banjo responded with his own take on the matter. It's a big target on their back, as far as I'm concerned. I can't speak for how strong Gil and the other two are, but they're not Shachi. That'll give people ideas probably already has, considering the demons in control. Trevor hummed, appraising the place. Makes one wonder why he hasn't stamped his boot on them already, if he's so powerful. Maybe he doesn't consider them a threat now that their old leader is gone. He hazarded. An old remnant to remind people of what happens to those who challenge him, maybe. Might just not be in his character. I mean, the neon demon thing comes from the CCG. We just wear our labels with pride, right? So maybe he just doesn't want the trouble of causing trouble in his own ward if there's no need for it. That's how I'd see it, at least. Ichimi reasoned. When I was one of the locals here, there did seem to be a conservative air about everyone. Maybe being so close to CCG headquarters does that. I can imagine, Trevor sighed with a nod. Any last-minute things I need to be aware regarding these people before I step inside? Don't want to accidentally stumble on a taboo or something. Nope. We don't have that many taboos, Trevor-san. Don't worry too much about it. Banjo nodded to the door of the bar. Showtime. The bar was larger than Idari's but not by a large margin. Where hers had a sort of dark yet comfy feeling, Orca was gunning for a more sleek, modern look. Glass tables and studio lights, white bar top and ivory pale sofas. Sat on one of them was a well-built young man with a passively miserable expression, pierced nose and messy black hair. He carried the air of a delinquent about him, his jacket even akin to someone one would wear. Behind him, a relatively tall woman with sunglasses and her hair done up into a beehive, arms crossed beneath her chest and dressed in a tight black leather jacket and similarly fitting black pants, leaving some of her midriff exposed. Behind the bar, an older fellow with slicked back black hair and a mustache, rocking the waistcoat and tie look expected of a high-quality barkeep. Orca's 3 members. The apparent leader stared at the 3 newcomers with disdain that was less for them and more for everything around him. He sat hunched over a glass table. Welcome, he said plainly, blinking slowly. You're Ichimi's boss, huh? He asked Trevor directly, appraising him carefully. I am. Name's Trevor, he answered, offering his hand to the seated ghoul. Nice to meet you. The grumpy ghoul took Trevor's hand, giving it a firm shake. Gil. Take a seat. You're here to ask about Shachi-san, I suppose. That's right, Trevor replied as he sat down. I'm curious about the man's character. I have a lot of hearsay, and I figured you guys would be the ones to paint the clearest picture. Any reason why? He's not exactly a factor right now. If that talk about a breakout is true, then he hasn't shown back up. What do you get out of it, I wonder? Gil asked, making no effort to hide his caution. Trevor leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. A friend, ideally. From what I've gathered, Aojirai Tree probably busted him out of Kaguya looking to add him to their ranks. Issue for them is that, if what I've heard about Shachi-san's demeanor is true, their views are a good deal more violent than his. They'd want to win him over, or make him owe them. A good way to do that would be helping him reclaim this ward. He let out a sigh, leaning back. Frankly, I'm enemies with Aojirai Tree. I don't want them to have what they want. But, Giving your old boss back this ward sounds like a good thing to me, if everything I've heard about him is true. So, I figure, I'd like to beat them to the punch and kick the neon demon off his throne. That way, Shachi-san gets his ward back while not being indebted to people he doesn't want to work with, and Aojirai Tree loses a powerful player. That's what I get out of it. That's a reason. Shachi-san isn't the sort to desire leadership, though. If Moritaka's leader, or if Shachi is leader, he'd only care if Moritaka was a threat to the order. Gil trailed off, narrowing his eyes. But Shachi-san and Moritaka were never friends. So maybe you're onto something, maybe they have something to offer him, if he did join up with them. And do you think he'd take that offer? Trevor asked. Would he consider Moritaka a threat to the order here? I think he'd need a better reason. He could just come back himself and fight Moritaka. He doesn't need low-level Aojirai goons for that. If anything, that would have to be a bonus deal. Shachi-san isn't someone who seeks out conflict if it's not needed. If Moritaka's doing his job, then he's doing his job. Gil didn't sound too certain of that, maybe a little disdainful of the neon demon himself. Trevor hummed. Is he doing his job, though? The man sounds like a bit of a terror, honestly. There can be an order, but not a good one for the overall ward. A world of difference between rule by fear and respect, the latter of which I feel Shachi-san had a great deal more of. It's an order, and it works on some levels. But he can't escape his upbringing and family history. Fucking Yakuza pet family. They're good at making examples of things, which works to stopping other ghouls from playing up, but, tch. Too many news stories. It works with an asterisk. It's different. I don't like it, but it's not about what I like. As it stands, he's the big dog of Tato. Trevor tapped his fingers against his knees. How to persuade? As it stands, he echoed. But it doesn't have to stand like that forever. Things can change, for the better if that's what you want. There has to be a reason Shachi-san hasn't come back yet. Like you said, if he wanted to, he could just leave Aojirai and handle it himself. But he hasn't. And if he didn't come earlier, he probably won't until things change. Do you think you know why that could be? Gil sighed. God knows. Might have something to do with his daughter. Heard she got whacked, but again revenge isn't him. Look, I wouldn't try and push the angle that he'd come back if he had nothing else pressing him. He's a different sort from the rest of us. We followed him because of that, and if he has no interest in coming back, we respect that. Things change. Gotcha. Trevor nodded. The leader of Orca continued to be a strange sort. He honestly wanted to meet the man himself, if he was indeed such a strong, genuinely good person. But he couldn't yet. I'll take that into account. But either way, from what you've told me, you don't sound all that happy with the way Moritaka is running things. How would you handle it, ideally? If Orca was back in charge. If things were back to the way they were, Moritaka would stick to his gig with the night scene. He kept them safe from other ghouls and other groups, and he used them as his feeding ground. Not an issue either. Despite being a nutjob, he's actually pretty conservative when it comes to his eating. Something from when he used to be Yakuza, I'd guess. Don't know him well enough to say. He did a good job keeping that side of Tato in check, no point wasting a good body, Gil assessed evenly, putting his own personal bias aside for a moment. But if it were up to me, I'd just send him somewhere else. A more peaceful look at it. Trevor had been figuring the neon demon would have to be killed in order to be removed from power. But if persuasion was an option, would he be willing to go along with that, though? Trevor asked. I can't imagine someone like him freely giving up power like that without a fight. Moritaka doesn't listen to anyone other than people who command respect. Even then, he won't just start listening without a fight. None of us fit the profile, which is why he decided to take over. That's what Shachi had over him, the air of a boss, the kind of person he was literally raised to be an attack dog for. Gil paused, leaning back a little. You'd have to kill him. No disrespect meant. Ah. Well, he figured that would be the case. None taken. It takes a special sort, he sighed, running a hand through his great hair. Well, you've certainly given me a lot to think about, and I appreciate that. Say I did decide to kill him, and aim to hand the reins back over to Shachi-san or you guys afterward. Would that be something you'd be willing to support? He asked. Not leadingly, he didn't want to kowtow them into a war they didn't want. We'd help, if only to try and set things back to how they were before. The other members of Orca gave affirmative nods. Don't get it twisted because of what I said. Morikawa the Neon Demon is a psycho, but not the usual sort you'll run into. He's the quiet kind, more thoughtful but just as unreasonable. He has his reasons, but they're insane. I don't want him in charge. He'll do something stupid. Internally, Trevor breathed a sigh of relief. Trevor smiled. Wonderful. Just let me know if you guys have any ideas or info that can help out. We were planning on scoping out the nightclub scene soon to get a feel for his territory ourselves. Also which local gangs would be more or less likely to support one side or the other. You against the world, there. Most gangs from when Shachi-san was in charge fell apart, as they do. All kids who grow up and move on, or die doing something stupid. A lot of them have only known Moritaka, and most of them aren't about to risk pissing him off because of some outsider. You get me. Gil laid it out plainly and without any illusion. It was unlikely they'd be getting any other help. It made a lot of sense that a majority of ghoul gangs were impressionable and aggressive youth. It wasn't that much different from humans, only amplified by at least 10. The more legitimate ones tended not to concern themselves with being gangs, and more with being a business, like Orca and Antioku, trying to make their way through life with as little trouble as possible. But the Neon Demon was a different kind. He was apparently a former member of the so-called Extreme Path, a once Yakuza gone solo. The lessons he learned there as a professional carried over, and his idea of a gang was likely closer to that of Aojirai than the children who played at fiefdoms. In short, he was serious about it all. He knew the cost of it, and accepted it and had no illusion that it was meant to be fun. It was how he lived. Trevor nodded seriously at the news. Them against the world. For some reason, that kind of thing didn't sound so daunting as it might have been before he was taken by Aojirai. I get you, he replied. That just means we'll have to be smart about it and give it serious thought before proceeding further. Is there anything else you feel like we need to know before we head out? Nah. I do have a question for you, though. He inclined his head to Trevor. Sure, ask away, Trevor assured him, putting on a more relaxed posture. It was only fair, he'd asked Gil a ton of questions. You think it's a good idea to go to war with Aojirai? It was a simple question. One which questioned Trevor's motivations on the whole. Yes, Trevor answered. Whatever Aojirai says their true goals are, the simple fact is that they're going to keep dragging ghouls like Shachi-san into a war they don't want. Forced conscriptions, tactics that only serve to escalate the battle against the CCG, and for what? Ghoul dominance? What comes after a victory like that? I've seen nothing to indicate they've thought past that point, and that's very telling. All I know is, they're going to keep forcing ghouls into the meat grinder, and get both us and humans slaughtered for ambiguous ends at best. It's violence for the sake of violence. Trevor's hands clenched. And that's something I will not abide. At least you're resolved, Gil said with a shrug, appearing a bit refreshed by Trevor's take on the matter. All right, good enough for me. We'll be in touch. Your group got a name, or we just calling you Trevor's gang? Trevor relaxed, and told him. Christmas Eve. Time had somehow managed to go both quickly and painfully. Supposedly Christmas wasn't a massive deal for ghouls, and that's saying something considering Japan as a whole doesn't really acknowledge the holiday in the same way the US does. That's not to say they didn't appreciate the ambience and mood of it all, but there wasn't a cannibal Saint Nick around with violent Rudolph pulling his presents around. They were also probably ignorant of the Krampus, so Shadow Santa was off the table too. The gifts were less of a focus. Smaller gifts were the norm, tokens of affection and friendship as opposed to things you make a wish list for. It certainly made buying for everyone a lot less stressful, with that in mind. Cheaper too. Trevor was someone who'd grown in a family who placed a great weight on Christmas, a massive affair where both sides of his large family held parties to celebrate. While he'd long ago stopped seeing himself as a proper Christian, it was a time of the year he always looked forward, since he actually got along with his family. There was also a part of him that wanted to grasp at least a little of what he'd lost. He couldn't celebrate Christmas with his family this year, but he could still share some of the sentiment with the people closest to him. So, with his limited budget, he was able to get 3 gifts, and 1 gag gift. Pretty much depleted his last check from Antioku, but his expenses were few and far between. That handled, he began his Christmas Eve, free of any hard scheduling, with Hinamai, the first recipient. Sewer diving wasn't typically how one might start a holiday, but it was her choice. She'd been the one to suggest it, after all, and Trevor found it damn near impossible to ever say no to her. He'd just have to shower thoroughly before seeing the others. It was strangely clean for a sewer. It still stank to high hell, mind, but compared to Trevor's frequent exposure to the scent of what would otherwise be decent cooking, it was something of a step down. Hinamai took the lead on their little underground trek through the expansive pipes beneath Tokyo, dressed head to toe in the appropriate gear, big rain boots and a somewhat ill-fitting raincoat to match. Each step of hers was heavy as she navigated with her eyes shut, a hand resting against the cylindrical wall. Her goal was to practice with her senses, something Irimi had started teaching her in. Like Nico. Hinamai halted, something up ahead. About 100 yards. She said uncertainly, pressing her eyelids together. Indeed, moments after speaking, up ahead was the telltale beam of a flashlight crossing ahead of them, the sound of chatter becoming clearer as they passed. Maintenance workers, and others. CCG it seemed, if the crimson glow coming from the blatant gun was anything to go by. They didn't even bother shooting the light down by Hinamai and Trevor. They passed without issue. Good catch, Trevor praised quietly, still a bit on guard. It wasn't surprising that maintenance workers needed dove protection whenever they had to go into the sewers, such was the reality of living in a world with ghouls. Once they're far enough away, we'll get moving again. He was wearing the outfit Yoshimura had procured for him just in case, of course. You never knew what you might run into down there. MH. She nodded affirmatively, still focusing on the world beyond her sight. According to Irimi, the girl had a talent for it. Something of a rarity among ghouls, but not unheard of. While every ghoul was a murder machine on some level, Trevor had only encountered 2 ghouls who could claim to have senses that entered the realm of superpower instead of merely being better. Hinamai was apparently able to be one of those sorts. Oh, Tadoksuki-sen rescheduled her meet and greet, by the way. Do you still want to go? Hinamai asked quietly, trying to treat it as regular conversation as opposed to something she really wanted to do. Wouldn't miss it for the world, Trevor replied, patting her shoulder. I promised you, after all. The yellow-clad girl beamed into the empty space in front of her. She started walking again, the workers and their guards gone. It was always something of a trope, the vast underground with many secret exits, but in Tokyo it was reality. Trevor had seen some of it in the form of the storm drain Yamo trained him in Toka inside of, but he was getting a better image in his head of how exactly it could be called the 24th Ward. An industrious and slippery ghoul could easily make a comfortable living in the depths of Tokyo, with less to fear than if they were on the surface. Ryuko was down there, somewhere. Something he was always reminded of whenever he looked at Hinamai. Hopefully she was doing okay. Hinamai and Trevor were only scratching the top of it all, evidenced by when Hinamai would stop occasionally, focus harder, and then continue. Something below us, is all she said. Nothing to be concerned about, then. Their goal was to just get an idea for potential escape routes, and with Hinamai's blossoming ability to detect things by sound, it went well. Together they identified several ways in and out of the expansive system that they could possibly use if things got hairy. It helped that each tunnel was visibly marked with a designation, D27 being the one directly beneath their current residence. A couple hours were spent that way, mapping out the area around their apartment. Doing the whole ward would have taken much longer, but that wasn't necessary for what they needed. It was once they were finished and done climbing their way out that Trevor made a point of pulling something from his pocket. A small rectangular box with a tiny green bow on it. Oh, by the way, he started almost conversationally, handing the box to her. Merry Christmas. The girl blinked, taking the box carefully. Her eyes widened once she opened it, staring at the card inside with evident shock. She took it out, looking at it in natural winter light. A library card, such a simple and common thing that opened up a world of reading. This is for taking out books. She guessed, having never really used nor even seen one before in her life. Of course, Trevor said, smiling at her. Any book you could ever want. All you have to do is show them that, and that's it. No more questions asked. When they had met, Hinamai was a girl who struggled to read. Over the months, her comfort level had come to match even his own, with his help and the help of Antioku. But her sample of books had been limited to whatever others brought her. A metaphorical world had opened up to her, giving her more choice than she had ever been privy to. The smile on her face was a slight thing, but the way her eyes relaxed made it appear deeply genuine. Ah, thank you, she stumbled looking up at Trevor with appreciative eyes. I don't have anything to give you, right now. She admitted, ashamed. But I'll be sure to treasure it, and get a lot of new books. That's all the gift I need, Trevor assured her. Just read and learn as much as you can. You've done more than enough for me already. Indeed, she was a major reason he was still functioning, and not a ball of rage and resentment toward everyone and everything. Next on the to-gift list, Kimmy and Kimmy's boyfriend. It was a very different sort of environment from the sewer, student housing, but not by much. The sun had reached its zenith behind snow-laden clouds by the time Trevor got around to them, his early morning sewer diving needing to be rounded off by a purifying shower. Kimmy's surprise when she opened the door to her flat wasn't of the displeased variety, clearly not expecting a visitor on Christmas Eve of all days. The student brushed her long, brown fringe out of the way, ushering Trevor indoors. Come in before my toes freeze off, come on. Trevor stepped inside, setting down the gift bag and a larger gift box down gently while sliding his shoes off. Those particular gifts were for others, Kimmy's was of a more abstract variety, and Nishiki's an explicit joke. How've you been? Trevor asked her as he followed her inside. Nishiki around? Instead of answering him directly, she opened the door to the left of the hall, letting Trevor peer in on the side of a still sleeping Nishiki, sprawled out on his futon and snoring, a foot sticking right out to the side and his arms all over the place, glasses nowhere in sight. When he has days off, he usually sleeps for everyone in the building. I've been all right, better than when we last saw each other. Exams in a few weeks, but they're a lot less stressful than a kidnapping. She joked with a shrug. I'll take what I can get. How about you? Well, if you can joke about it, then that's good to hear, Trevor said. As for me, well, that's part of why I'm here. There's been new developments with my whole ghoul existence. He gave her a serious look. If you're still willing to learn more about how we work, I thought it'd be information you'd be very interested in learning about. I've heard you've been through some business, sure. I don't know the details though, Nishiki was tight-lipped. She moved over to the kitchen area of the flat, looking over her shoulder. Coffee. That'd be nice, thank you, Trevor answered, taking a seat. He glanced back at the bedroom. Not even Nishiki knows everything, but... Well, he sighed. I'll spare you the nasty details, but I had to. A moment of hesitation. I had to eat another ghoul to survive, otherwise I'd be dead right now. That was something he had yet to share with even Irimi, that their rescue operation would have been a failure from the start. Only Yoshimura knew. And according to the manager, that means I'm going to be changing on a biological level, into something a bit more than the average ghoul. Trevor's words progressively got Kimmy to slow down more and more in her instant coffee making, until she finally looked at Trevor with evident curiosity. She wasn't a mad scientist by any stretch, but the fact that he managed to draw her attention with that was somewhat concerning. The Kakuja theory. More of a hypothesis officially, we have so little to go on, but it's a bit of common understanding. Ghouls eating ghouls creates bigger, badder ghouls, she elaborated, walking over to Trevor with a hot mug Ajo for him, moving to sit across from him. The idea of a metamorphosis being induced like that is interesting, to say the least, but frankly I'm not sure where I'd begin when it comes to considering how the process works. Me neither, but I figured I could at least offer you raw data to at least begin the process of understanding it, Trevor explained before taking a sip, thankful that she was already aware of the concept. Tissue, DNA samples, whatever you need that might help. I have a rough idea of the steps it undergoes, but apparently the ending part will be. He winced. Volatile. It'd either make or break me. Obviously at that point I don't think I'd want you near me. But, well, he shrugged, I thought I might at least put the idea on the table for you. Consider it a Christmas gift if you want. I'd need some proper equipment if I was going to start. Start with regular blood samples, then move on to something from your Kakuhou maybe. She pondered aloud, crossing one leg over the other, looking quite proper despite being in her pajamas still. If there's going to be a significant change, it'll be in the Kakuhou nodes. I imagine you know about the different placements of the Kakuhou, and what that entails. The different types of Kagun, yet. Trevor nodded. I'm a Rinkaku, and ate another Rinkaku. Evidently that means my Kagun will change into an armor-like type, though it varies. Something to do with expressing inner trauma. Well, I can't speak for that element. Seems a bit pseudoscience-y to me. But from my understanding, all Kakuja develop into armor. Something to do with turning your entire body into a Kagun, from what I remember. But don't take me for gospel, I'm going by hearsay as opposed to anything observed. That's all in the CCG's hands, and for good reason in this case, she said, sighing. They're supposed to be the most dangerous of you, you know. I know, Trevor murmured, eyes flitting downward. His hands clenched and unclenched. I saw it myself. And I will not let that happen to me. That's why I was hoping you could help me understand it, before it could rule me. I can help you understand the empirical process, but not the psychology of it. You'd need more than just me for that, she pointed out, keeping it honest. And I'd need to get some help. Taking blood samples from ghouls requires either RC suppressant or industrial equipment. I haven't got either. Trevor flinched at the mention of RC suppressant, and reflexively reached for his eye. He took a deep breath, and lowered his trembling hand. I understand, he sighed. If you need me to do anything you can't normally, just let me know. I'm sure I can figure something out. I haven't spent the last few years of university just learning it's about who you know as much as what you know. She gave Trevor a cheeky wink, clearly up to no good when nobody is looking. It's just a matter of figuring a few things on my end, then we can at least take a look at what your RC count is like right now, and then compare it to later. Despite himself, Trevor snorted. Sounds Gucci to me. Is there anything you need from me now? He downed the rest of his drink. I got a few more stops to make before the holiday winds down. Some hair from your head. That's not a normal change, and I'm fairly certain Antoinette syndrome isn't a thing with ghouls, or even a thing in general. Ah. People didn't seem all that surprised when they saw it, so I thought it was normal to them, Trevor replied, fiddling with his hair. He grabbed a lock, then yanked it out. If there was pain, it didn't register. Here you go. Maybe they were just being polite. Not exactly the nicest thing to point out, you know, she herself pointed out. Trevor blinked. Oh. That makes sense. He set the hair on the table, then sat up. Anyway, guess I'll head out. Before I do, he grabbed something from his pocket, then tossed it Kimmy's way. For Nishiki. Use it how you want. She held up the mistletoe with a smirk. He's gonna hate it. That's the idea. Dash. Tuka's apartment still managed to be surprising in its overall quality. It could make one question how much money the manager was investing into the girl, or if he just has good connections. Both options felt as likely as the other. Trevor walked up to her door with no small amount of anxiety. Their last talk had not gone the best it could have, and every time he thought back on it he wished he could have handled it better. Objectively, he knew that he had not been in the best state of mind to handle delicate matters, far from it, but regret wasn't always a rational thing. But that was why he came here anyway. To make amends, and at the very least assure her that he was not, in fact, leaving her life. So, after taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. A familiar eye peeked through the small peephole on the door, stared at Trevor for a few moments before finally covering it back up and unlocking the door. It opened with hesitation, the teenage ghoul dressed in dark-fitting jeans and a black t-shirt. She crossed her arms, looking up at Trevor with her one visible eye, the other obscured by her dark fringe as per usual. A little awkward. Trevor cleared his throat. Hey, Tuka. I just wanted to thank you for the beard kit. Also, he offered the gift bag to her, wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas. Don't thank me. You need it, idiot, she grumbled, taking the gift bag and peeking inside of it. Have you been taking care of Hinamai? She's thriving. Getting more confident by the day, Trevor assured her. I like to think I'm not messing up in that regard. Good. Tell her I said hi. She reached into the bag, taking out the contents. Within a little jewelry box was a silvery necklace, holding on it a decorated hair, an interweaving pattern running down its front as it sat facing forward, the very same pattern repeated in a smaller scale to consist of a fur elsewhere on the little recreation. Tuka lifted the necklace out of the box staring at the hair for a few moments as it dangled in the air. Luckily it's not a rabbit, or it might give away who I am. She put it back inside the box, looking back to Trevor. Thanks. How are you? Not typically one for sentiment. Trevor knew that. But she'd accepted it, which was enough for him. Better than before, he replied, scratching at his grey beard. Got a new place. You should come over sometime. My class is it up for us. I'll try and find the time. Juggling work and school, and I've got exams coming up. Got to score high if I want to get into the university I want, she explained, a tired look in her eye. It's really boring. Sounds about right, Trevor nodded. But oh, what university are you eyeballing? He asked curiously and excitedly. Must be a good one. Kami, maybe to how? Tokyo if I'm lucky, but I'd need to move for that. I'd like to go to Tokyo University, though. I'm thinking English, Japanese literature, or archaeology. Trevor's brows shot up. Archaeology? Wasn't expecting that. What got you on that track? Hey? Is it? She blinked, looking away momentarily. It's just an interest. I like history, is all, but archaeology looks more interesting. It's like history but more hands-on. I like it a lot. Had a couple friends who dabbled in it back in college, went to Greece and Africa over the summer. Maybe one day you'll be discovering ancient biblical relics and punching Nazis while you're at it, he suggested. Why would I be punching Nazis? She asked, taken off guard by the sudden reference to which she had very little knowledge on. Archaeologists don't punch, they dig and brush things. It was an Indiana Jones reference, Trevor sighed, head drooping. And now I feel old even though I'm only 24. Thanks. Ah, those movies. They're really lame, she sighed, shaking her head. I'm not gonna pick up on that. I'm not exactly a hardcore fan, but I guess it's more of an American thing anyway, Trevor shrugged. But really, it's cool to hear that, Tuka. If you decide to pursue the English angle, I can try and help out with that. Actually studied that back in the day. You really are a foreign English teacher, hey. Just without the teaching part. Tuka rubbed her brow. I think I'll go for archaeology. It sounds like the best way to avoid people. So long as you stay in touch with the ones you like, I'll be happy as long as you're happy, Trevor offered, hands on his hips. You do you. Of course I'll stay in touch. It's just if I went the English route I'd probably end up in some corporate setting. She grumbled, clearly not happy with such a prospect. Translating or something. Too many people, too much risk. Yeah, that ain't for everyone, least of all us, Trevor sighed. In another time, a more human time, that might have been something he would have pursued as a corporate paralegal. But that was a distant memory now. It seemed he was destined for a more violent lifestyle. He glanced at the larger gift hoisted on his back and let out a sigh. It's starting to get a bit late, and I got one more stop to make. You Gucci. As much as I can be, weirdo. Get going. And thanks. Again. With that, she began to close the door, not giving him the option of continuing the conversation. Probably for the best. It was only a little bit awkward, after the note they left each other on last. Trevor recognized that. The conversation had been almost entirely devoid of the usual banter and teasing remarks, mostly just catching up and small talk. It was sad, since he wanted to get the old talks back, but he knew the current state of their relationship didn't exactly allow that. Baby steps. He knew he'd have to be the one to extend a hand. And he was invested enough in her to keep doing so. With another sigh, he hefted the box on his back upward and made his way through the snow. Evening had come on Christmas Eve. Which meant there was one more place for him to go. Irimi opened the door to her apartment, much as the others had, only there was no surprise. Just an expectant smirk past loose black hair. Heard you coming. I figured I wouldn't even have to ring the bell, Trevor said without any hint of surprise. The big gift was in his hands. Mind if I join you on this fine Christmas Eve? Well, that depends. You mind joining in with me and a few of the girls? I've had the misfortune of old friends deciding to ambush me too, she said with a jokingly weary tone, making way in the door for Trevor to see and hear inside, where a few other voices conversed to the dim lights of candles as opposed to electrical lights. Unexpected. Looked like he was being more sociable in general today than usual. Not at all, Trevor replied, stepping inside and sliding off his shoes. Sounds like a hoot and a half. Just you wait, she said ominously, chuckling to go along with it. She led Trevor into the living space of the apartment, where the ghouls congregated, 4 in number and sat in various spots. 1 on the couch, 2 on the floor, and another sort of just laying on the coffee table like a savage. It became clear to see that they were friends of Irimi. They all had the same look in their eyes, a mix between genuine hardiness and trickster-like energy. Of them, Irimi looked to be the most normal of them, while the others had their obvious eccentricities, such as mop-like sad blue hair that completely obscured the eyes, or bright-dyed sandy blonde hair with tan skin. Another almost looked like Irimi's sister, if Irimi got no sleep and took less care of her hair. It was then Trevor realized he'd stepped into Wolf's Den. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 5 of them. Ladies. Meet Trevor. He'll be joining us for however long he can tolerate, Irimi introduced, patting Trevor on the back. He's also the one who takes me on dates, yes, before you ask. Oh. The mop-haired one spoke up with a gleeful tone. That's nice hair. Do you dye it like that? Irimi's pseudo-sister gazed at him, before giving him a thumbs up. Nice. The obvious guru appraised him. So this is the guy Imo was training, hey? You got the muscles to show for it, guy. She flexed her arms, letting out a mock growl as if she was some bodybuilder. She herself was well built, but not quite on the level of a bodybuilder as she was imitating. The last of the group remained quiet, a younger, smaller girl with curly fiery hair and a natural dark shade to her skin, merely smiled. An interesting group, to say the least. Trevor set the gift gently down on the counter before responding. No, it's newly natural, he answered in order, pointing at the mop girl. Thanks, I think, he said to the pseudo-sister, and yet, I had them thoroughly beaten into me, he said to the guru. Then he cleared his throat. Anyway, nice to meet y'all. Welcome, to the lair of the Black Dobers. The guru introduced, gesturing to the crew grandly. Or a small percentage of what was us. Probably for the best, the mask and hood look never did my hair any good. I'm Fujiwara, but you can call me Spearhound if you'd like. Torika. Fang Face, Irimi's tired look-alike introduced, moving to lay across the couch, only to get bapped on the head by Irimi as she took her own seat, patting the spot next to her. As the introductions continued, Trevor joined her. Inao. I don't think they ever gave me a mask name, but if they did, it'd probably be Zantetsukin. Omu, the sad blue-haired one declared, nodding self-assuredly, her body obscured by a heavy high-neck sweater. It was honestly hard to make out anything about her other than her hair color. I'm Lisa, the younger-looking one croaked, her voice cracking in slight nervousness. I was called Bloodbath, but prefer Lisa. I think I would too, Trevor offered in understanding, if mildly concerned as to why a small girl like her would be given the title of Bloodbath. I guess if we're doing our other names, mine was Ragboy last I checked. Fujiwara outright snort laughed. Raggy boy. That's adorable. It's very appropriate for the incident, I assure you, Irimi said, smirking all the while. Let me guess, no mask and he had to improvise. Fujiwara supposed, looking right at Trevor with a wolfish grin. That he did, Trevor replied, leaning into his seat. A bit of a now or never situation. Thankfully it ended well enough with only a few dozen Q bullets in my back. They suck. Sting. Torika added, nodding. Luckily they only sting. I got hit with a Yukaka Quinqua once. I wanted to die. Inao exclaimed, her hair flaring up like the quills of some animal at the memory. It's not fair. Yukaka Quinqua are so busted. Yeah, they suck, Trevor said, recalling Ayato with a grimace. A grimace that faded at the fond memory of smashing him through a couple layers of concrete. But not so bad once you get up and close. Then it's easy peasy. Pa. Sure, you can dodge it when he screams higher Mai and fires a laser at your butt, but when you get close he suddenly swaps its mode and goes Angel beat and hits you in the face. It's not that easy, Trevi. Not that easy. I have so many questions, Trevor drolled. Oh, she ran into a special class investigator once. By accident, mind you, Irimi explained, her smirk widening. What was it again? He was getting lunch and you were too. Listen, listen, listen. There was no way I could have known that one of the most dangerous humans on the planet would have hair and a mustache like that. I thought he was a chump. A dupe. A goonling. The supposed Zantetsukin defended. And now you know not to judge a book by its cover. Also to appreciate life, Fujiwara said, clearly feeling no pity for her friend's encounter with a veritable ghoul Grim Reaper. I have always appreciated life. She slithered over and clumped her arms around Fujiwara. I have always appreciated my friends, and the power you all give me. Fight on, Black Dobers. Fujiwara peeled the obscured ghoul away with a powerful hand. PDA, girl. Get that out of here. So loud proud but so shy. See what I mean by tolerance? Irimi asked Trevor, glancing at him amusedly. Not at all, Trevor chuckled. They remind me of my friends back home. Minus the life and death parts, mostly. It makes me nostalgic. While the others talked, Irimi lowered her volume to talk to Trevor. You considered going back? To America, that is. The question sobered him a bit, smile fading somewhat. It was a thought, he admitted. But I don't think I can right now. I'm not even sure if I'll find what I'm looking for, if I go back there. I miss them more than anything, but... A tired sigh. There's a lot I want to see through before I do. He also wasn't sure if he wanted them to see him like this. He wasn't looking forward to his mom's reaction upon seeing him go grey at such a young age. She was always an extremely emotional woman, thanks to that infamous Sicilian blood, and the idea of even beginning to explain to her what happened to him was a repulsive one. It would hurt her. It would hurt them. His reasons were many, not all of which he'd want to go into with Irimi's friends right there. Irimi let out an understanding hum. That's right. You're a dutiful guy, you know that? More than most I've met. I try to be. It's how I was raised, I suppose, Trevor sighed. Grandma told me once that if you cut down a tree, you have to plant a new one in its place. I always liked that metaphor. Helps me through all this, he gestured vaguely at himself, and the world around them. It's good advice. Yeah, super good. Inao butted in, bringing attention to their quiet little conversation. Fujiwara dragged her back down. Anyway. We were planning on watching something tonight, but we couldn't figure out what. Irimi wanted some garbage from 30 years ago, I was thinking more contemporary. You know. Something my dad wouldn't have watched with his girlfriend. Yeah, she definitely sounded like a true friend of Irimi's. Well, What's the selection? I'm mostly an ignorant foreigner when it comes to local stuff, so I'll only be able to chime in with hot takes if you got American stuff in the mix, Trevor said. Die. Hardo. Ineo held the movie up, glaring at Trevor. Right. I mean, it is a Christmas movie, Trevor allowed. Yippee-ki-yay. The next morning, everyone was thoroughly conked out from staying up way too late. The girls didn't even bother finding beds, they sort of just splayed out across the living room like a bunch of tired dogs. Suitable, given the name of their once gang. Irimi was the only one to maintain her early rising schedule, and she took that time to open up her present. That much was clear by the time Trevor woke up to see the woman sat on the floor, pressing over keys to silence, a look of focus on her otherwise placid face. The keyboard had consumed her attention entirely, to the point where she did not even notice Trevor awakening. Despite the absence of power in the keyboard, she still pressed on each key with a sort of learned direction. Trevor wiped the dreariness from his eyes, quietly and contently watching her work. He only moved to adjust his uncomfortable position slightly, otherwise, the moment of peace on Christmas morning, watching someone enjoy a gift he'd gotten for her, was something precious. It was far from the rowdy, boisterous, and laughter-filled Christmas he was used to. But in a way, his current state was more suited to this. He wasn't quite as lively as he used to be. All he could do was go through motions, do things he'd learned made him feel good in the past, and hope that they would. Simply sitting there, watching Irimi, managed to do that for now. The pale ghoul paused in her soundless playing, lips pressing together into a contemplative line. Irimi sighed, brushing some messy bed hair out of the way of her face. Rusty. She said quietly, pressing over the same few keys, rebuilding her worn-down muscle memory. Then she stopped again, and looked to the side at Trevor, blinking blearily. Oh. Good morning, Raggy. Good morning to you too, puppier, Trevor greeted in kind, sliding his way upward to adjust his position again. And Merry Christmas. Merry indeed. She pat the keyboard, smiling at him gently. Of all the things you could have got me. Good choice. That managed to make Trevor's lips curl upward. That's good to hear. I wasn't entirely sure what to get, but I figured you'd like something like this the most. Looking forward to hearing you play proper. Irimi snorted. Not anytime soon, buddy. I'm out of practice, and I barely practiced before. You're going to have to give me a few months, at least. But sure, when I can consider myself a perfect pianist, you can listen, why not? Perfect, hey? I'll give it a couple months, then, Trevor replied, wiping at his eyes and letting out a yawn. Besides, listening to you play, even while messing up, will be a nice break from gang warfare and deposing monsters. Contrast, and all that. Doing a math test sounds like a good contrast to that too, but I don't see you brushing up on your prime numbers, she pointed out, continuing to silently play. Whatever she was hearing in her head, it was working out for her. I always sucked at math anyway, Trevor said dismissively. Same with fighting, if not so much anymore. He let out a sigh, scratching at the itchiness in his beard. He needed a trim again. Tuka had gotten him that trimming kit, right? A shame it didn't come with that beard apron his mom had gotten him ages ago, that would catch. Mom. Dad. They. He blinked, then shook his head. Not something he should be thinking about. Anything planned for today? Trevor asked, eager to think about anything but who he'd normally be spending today with. We don't really do much around Christmas. It's mostly a time to catch up and relax. After the gang broke up, we all went our own ways. Some ways mean that we don't see each other much. What do you usually do on Christmas? Humans and all that. I only see it from the outside, she said, glancing up at him again. Right on back to it. Trevor inhaled. Spend roughly 48 hours with family on both sides, usually, he answered, resting his elbows on his knees. Since my birthday is the day before Christmas Eve, there was a bit of a running joke since I was a little kid, that the 3-day period of my birthday, Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day were collectively Trevorfest. A wistful, tired smile crossed his face. Just a silly thing. Lots of food, and drinking. Christmas Eve with my mom's side, bunch of rowdy and hot-blooded Italians. Then Christmas Day with my dad's side, which was usually calmer since it was the morning, but not by much. He let out a breath, eyes glazing over. That's where I'd be, right now, if I was there. Wearing that ugly Christmas sweater with dinosaurs on it, playing with my cousin's newborn kid, stuff like that. I guess, yeah. That's what I usually do, he finished, blinking several times as the rest of his body was completely still. Rowdy, hot-blooded? You must take after your father then, Irimi verbally jabbed with an amused huff. Sounds like a lot of fun. Makes me wonder why you're sticking around with us sad sacks, she chuckled, finally coming to a stop with her keyboard miming. Ha. Well, it's like you said, Trevor answered, the nostalgic smile turning into a more weary, sober one. Responsibilities. If I sought them out again, my problems would just follow me. And I can't do that to them. He craned his neck, looking up at the ceiling. They're too normal. They don't deserve what I'd carry back with me. MMH. That's fair enough. Got to clean yourself up before buying that return ticket, I suppose. No good going home covered in blood. Irimi set the keyboard down onto the floor, striding over to Trevor and plopping down beside him. You do intend on going back, right? As flattered as I'd be if you said you loved us all too much to leave, you really should be thinking about getting back to your family at the end of all of this. Trevor didn't answer right away. The vision was still clear in his mind of that day, of what he truly wanted. Peace, reunions, laughter. But another part of him wanted something else. Violence, hunting monsters, destroying things. Something that had been stoked in him by Yamurai, a primal hunger for more. It lurked about, waiting for him to get into another fight so that he could test himself again, put down another animal like he had Yamurai. The polar opposite of what he'd tried to be his whole life. Whatever this is, Trevor eventually said after taking a shaky breath. Eventually. I'd like to. It's just difficult, being optimistic again. His fingers twitched, and he grabbed them just to make sure they were still there. Yeesh. And here you were saying you were the sad sacks here, he added with a self-deprecating laugh with little mirth. We're experienced sad sacks. It starts as a dreary sort of nothing matters and evolves into a more energetic nothing matters. Irimi declared, throwing out her arms and pulling Trevor into a tight hug. But I'm more inclined to believe that things do matter, these days. That caught Trevor off guard, the completely unrestrained and physical sign of affection from Irimi being so uncharacteristic up until that point. That said, it was warm. And kind. So he felt tension leave his body, and leaned into it, as much as he could since she'd completely wrapped her arms around him. Hard to properly reciprocate that way. Yet. I think they do, too, Trevor offered. And then, he had an idea in that moment, a goofy, dumb idea that hopefully fit the mood. All sneaky-like, one of his Kagun snaked it way out of his back and poked into his pocket, pulling out a crumbled certain something that had been a leftover from a gag gift. Then, he dangled it right above the two of them. Oh, would you look at that, he said in his best fake surprise voice. Where, did you even get that, she stated more so than asked. She regarded him with a blank expression for a few seconds before finally relenting to a sigh. I can't say I really understand the whole standing under mistletoe thing, but I'm in a good mood. Her nails dug into his back. Warning. Warning. Now pucker up, Buttercup. Why do I feel like I'm about to be assaulted, he wondered, before doing just that. It wasn't an unwarranted concern. Dash. Christmas came and went, spent almost entirely with Irimi. All told, not bad. Steps forward were made, relationship furthered. Another thing that Trevor felt could help keep his grip on reality and his humanity, so to speak. But it passed, and things needed to get done. There was one particular matter that he wanted to confident about, considering life was about to get far more violent and hectic once they began overthrowing the neon demon in earnest. He wouldn't be comfortable bringing Hinamai into a fight until he was sure she could handle it. Which led them to their current situation. The girl wasn't a fighter. By regular metrics, that may mean that she was raised correctly into being a decent young girl. By Ghoul metrics, it just wasn't good enough. She lacked the instinct that even Trevor had, the sort of killer drive that emerges in ghouls at even the slightest hint of contest or danger. But everyone starts somewhere, and for Hinamai it was right from the beginning. He found himself taking up the role of the emo to her fledgling half-ghoul Trevor. The first lesson was how to throw a punch without harming herself, the next, stance. The latter wasn't too important in the sort of fights Trevor got into, but she needed a basic foundation to build off. Hiya. Hinamai threw her fist forward, twisting on the ball of her foot somewhat, hips turning with the blow, drawing it back to join her guard. A proper straight punch, she had been doing them for a few minutes now, alternating between jabs and straights, burning the movement into her muscles. It was a very different look for the girl, dressed in baggy sweatpants and a regular shirt with a big yellow parrot on it, her hair tied back in a fashion he had yet to see her wear it in. But there was a base below what she was working on, one she seemed to also lack, her Kagun. Trevor had never seen it. There hadn't been much reason to broach the topic with her before, after all, why would it come up? She wasn't one for fighting, it was something everyone else did. But now, as much as he didn't like it, that had to change. Hinamai was determined to stand beside him through all this, and the reality was that they'd be getting into a lot of fights with people that would want them dead. After some time had been spent on her punches and stance, Trevor felt like they wouldn't make much more progress until he finally asked. Have you ever used your Kagun before? The girl blinked, taken off guard by his question. She looked down at the glass of water in her hands. No. I've never needed to, she said, as expected. I think I know what it feels like, though. To use it. Oh. Trevor's brow quirked curiously. How would you describe it, then? Sad. That was not what he was expecting. Sad. He echoed, tilting his head to the side. As in, because it's supposed to be used only for hurting people. Kind of. I never saw my mother's Kagun, apart from that one night. She looked sad when she used it, and I think I felt the same way. Hinamai reached back, rubbing a part of her back she could reach. It just didn't come out. Ah. Trevor nodded. Yeah, I can see why she would have felt that way. Because she'd been resigned to death by that point, and only wanted Hinamai to survive. Thankfully, Ryuko had lived past that night, and there was hope mother and daughter would be reunited. But using your Kagun doesn't have to be a sad thing. It's a tool, and what matters is how it's used. It can be used to kill and hurt, but it can also protect when used the right way. He hummed, folding his arms across his chest. I even saw a Kagun that could heal wounds, which I didn't think was possible. Even if yours can't heal, it can still protect and defend you, as well as those you care about. Hinamai nodded along with his words, playing with a braid of her pale brown hair. I think they're unfortunate, Kagun. Even if we can protect with them, we're still using them to hurt. Don't you ever feel like they're too dangerous? Trevor paused to consider that. It was true, they were incredibly dangerous. Even touching one could hurt you badly if you weren't careful. Simply grabbing Ayato's Kagun wings had shredded his hands. They also came from the Kakuhao, what made a ghoul a ghoul. They were arguably extensions of the very source that caused all of this conflict, the need for human flesh. If the Kagun were removed from the equation, ghouls would be much more manageable. But how could one even pull something off like that without killing them all? I do, yeah, Trevor admitted. Though I also haven't had much chance to think too hard on it. If I didn't use my Kagun, I wouldn't be here. He sighed, scratching the back of his neck. The unfortunate truth is that the kind of people we'll be fighting, that want to do horrible things to people, will be using Kagun. And if we don't, we'll lose. It feels like an arms race, and it was, considering he still planned on cannibalizing, but there's not much choice. If using yours is something you really don't want to do, that's ultimately your choice. What I really want is for you to be safe, and to be able to protect yourself when I can't be there. I'd rather not force the killer instinct on you. That's something Yumo would have to do. But there will come a point where very bad people will want you dead, he said with utmost gravity and sincerity, finding the very idea repulsive. And that's something I could never allow. Hinamai bit down on her lower lip and nodded again. She had no response to him, locked in place by the weight of Trevor's sudden change in presence. Instead, she shuffled into stance once more. I'll figure it out, somehow, she promised quietly. Trevor felt awful, forcing her to realize certain things. But he didn't know any other way. How he'd been forced into it, he'd rather die 1,000 times than see that inflicted onto her. At least this way, she'd begin to understand. I know you will, he told her, easing up on the weight he was exuding. Let's move on to the next set, all right. Okay. She resolved with a punch, exhaling with the movement. Will it be kicks? My arms are starting to get heavy. Poor Hinamai. That was the point. Dash. New Year's was getting closer. That meant party season. The 6th Ward had its fair share of nightlife, mostly in the form of high-end bars and the occasional nightclub, almost all of the notable locations centered around Ueno Station, the beating heart of travel in Taito. It was a very different kind of energy from American nightlife, quieter overall but no less incredibly drunk. It felt more organized, with a certain buzz behind it that indicated a need for release, but only once inside the confines of an appropriate establishment. Street stalls were bustling with customers, even as the clock neared midnight, threatening to tip over into New Year's Eve. Food and alcohol, abundant and ready to be served to almost anyone. Were Trevor still a human, the smell would probably be godly. Takoyaki didn't translate well into ghoul. Chukiyama exhaled, spreading his arms out and turning his head to the sky, eyes closed. Ah! What ambience, what mood! This is indeed the energy of revelry. He brought his arms back, brushing down his shirt and adjusting his hair. When not dressing as a sort of bright car salesman, Chukiyama could look downright handsome in more muted clothes. It almost made him stick out more, considering how he looked like a cross between a K-pop boy band lead and something else incredibly rich. But alas, this is not a night for celebration. Come, come. Chukiyama beckoned Trevor, moving onto the bustling sidewalk. Taito is not a ward known for its nightlife, but a city is a city. With that in mind, it's not too unsurprising that this demon has claimed this area to himself. Were this Shibuya, or Akihabara, it would be a different matter. In the latter, he would be one of many. Good to know we'll only be stepping on one set of toes rather than many, I suppose, Trevor sighed. Spending New Year's with Chukiyama wasn't exactly high on his list of fun activities, but work had to be done, and Chukiyama was the man to go to on matters like these. The ghoul was a socialite in a way Trevor would find exhausting even before everything had happened. So what's his usual haunt, then? World's End, Chukiyama said in flawless English. A bar turned club turned lair and also a club. While I hear he drifts about, making sure no trouble occurs in his territory, that location in particular is what he calls his home. We could start there, but... Chukiyama paused, gesturing to an upcoming bar. A rather large man stood at the door, clearly not a native of Japan himself. I suggest we get a feel for the places which owe this neon demon tribute. Work our way up, right? Trevor nodded, seeing the wisdom in that. Showing up at the neon demon's joint right out the gate would likely get undue attention too quickly. Let's start getting to know our new quarry. Lead the way. Chukiyama did so, walking up to the large bouncer, a human, by scent alone. The affluent ghoul cleared his throat, even though he already had the large fellow's attention. Making sure your foreigner doesn't get lost, guy. The guard asked, flicking his eyes to Trevor and then back to Chukiyama. Something like that. He just asked me where he could get some cheap drinks, is all. The way Chukiyama put focus on the words must have been some sort of street code, because the guard just nodded in an understanding manner, stepping aside. Cheapest. Got girls too. Chukiyama looked at Trevor with a smirk. He was good at what he did. The inside was small, but Trevor had come to expect that from Japanese establishments. Somehow they worked with very little space. The bar itself dominated the majority of the dimly lit room, while a seating area was placed off to the side. The aforementioned girls were indeed present, all three of them, dressed in a manner that could be called unfortunate. The overt implication of their circumstances was hard to miss. At the bar, a man with an incredibly smooth and clean face cleaned a glass. An unharmed, pure-looking boy of a man. What followed was several attempts to get Trevor to spend an insane amount of money on alcohol. He had lived in Tokyo long enough to know the prices they were citing were not, in fact, cheap. Tsukiyama for his part just smirked along, sat at the bar with one leg crossed over the other. The girls tried to convince Trevor to use a debit card, and that was when things began to clear. It was clearly a scam aimed at foreigners, and Trevor was their target. All the while, there was something noticeably off about the whole, incredibly sketchy, affair. Trevor felt like he was being watched. Not by the guard, not by the girls, not by the barman but by someone else. If Tsukiyama caught on, he didn't show it. There was nobody else around to see. Doubly strange was the pleasant smell that reached Trevor's nose after a few minutes in the establishment. It wasn't coming from it, but, near it. The smell of actual food. Ghouls lurked about, that much was obvious. A seedy joint, so unlike helter-skelter. If he was being watched, and the smell of human flesh was so strong. Something was going on. For now, Trevor could play it cool, let himself be accosted by scammers. That was nothing new, he'd been harangued by drug dealers, hookers and stranger in Thailand alone. But privately, he steeled himself for a loud exit. Tsukiyama threw back another draft beer. The man held his guts like a champion, not even cringing as the vile booze washed down his throat. Trevor could hold back a few bites of the sandwich but Tsukiyama had truly mastered the art of acting human when he needed to. He gave Trevor a look of confirmation. The gourmet had held back on drawing any attention to the smell that had reached his nose for the sake of acting natural, but it was there. A slither of goodness in a mire of awful stenches. I believe that'll be all for me and my friend, gentlemen, ladies, Tsukiyama said to the put-on noises of disappointment from the three dolled-up women. He slid money across the bar top, moving to stand with a flawless ease to his movements, unhampered by the bubbling foulness in his gut. Next stop? He asked Trevor, brow raised. Sure, Trevor nodded, as though he'd been persuaded, standing up after Tsukiyama. Night is young, after all. The two left without issue, the bouncer giving them both nods. There was something predatory in his eyes, a feeling Trevor had become sensitive to over the past months. It wasn't the same as a ghoul, but it was in the same field. It had to be a scam. Tsukiyama moved his hands to his pockets, strolling along and taking in the pleasant energy of the night. There should be an alley around here which will take us around the back. I don't think it was coming from indoors, the gourmet explained in an inconspicuous tone. His focus was across the street, to another bouncer, one that had no bar to protect. He was just, there, in black, leaning against a wall behind the stalls, looking down at his phone. See that? Trevor eyed the bouncer with seemingly nothing to bounce for, then silently nodded. If I were a wiser man, I'd potentially suggest that our neon friend has his own group of friends keeping the peace. Human, at that, Tsukiyama said, letting out a curious hum. That is if his influence in this area is as notable as we've heard. Interesting, Trevor mused. It'd certainly go a long way to help keeping humans in line, having one of their own watch over them rather than a ghoul. MMH. It's ambitious, to say the least. But he does have the experience of observation, at the very least. Tsukiyama paused in the middle of the road, thumbing across to the tight alley, a pedestrian walkway with several small stores running along it. But in the middle was another break, a second alley within. There. Heading towards the back of the bar lead to the horrid stench of human revelry being filtered through the pleasant experience of the scent of flesh. After a minute of walking, they came out into the darkened lot behind the bar and the series of buildings next to it. There was nothing there. It was a lot at the back of a business. Bins, a couple of cars, shutter doors. But the smell was definitely coming from that area. It was too strong to be anywhere else. What was worse was that Trevor recognized the type of smell. It was meat that had been cut into neat partitions and stored correctly, just like the product inside Antioku, only with a slightly more fresh feel to the aroma. Tsukiyama hummed, looking down to the graveled floor. Nobody has been here in a couple of hours, I'd say, he observed quietly. The scent was too strong to pin down the precise source. Trevor had to fight down the primal urge to salivate, pressing his lips into a thin line. Worth poking around a little bit, he said, moving to inspect the nearest conspicuous object. There's something systematic going on here. Maybe we can find some precise clues as to what. More than likely. As the gourmet joined Trevor in snooping, checking on the first of the trio of cars, Trevor himself found himself in the less than elegant position of staring into a garbage bin. Unsurprisingly, trash still smelled like trash, and there was nothing out of place to be found. The searching went on for 5 minutes, which then turned into 10. What initially drew Trevor's attention to the back of the small truck wasn't the smell, but rather the noise. The slightest, yet consistent drip. Over and over, at intervals of several seconds. It had taken a while for him to pick up on it, but it finally reached him. He followed the sound, already knowing what it was. There was nothing else it could be, but the dripping of blood. The shuttered door of the truck's rear blocked Trevor's way. A locking mechanism sat at the bottom of it, sealing the contents shut. You found something? Tsukiyama asked, looking up and over at him from the other side of a car across the lot. The delivery truck, looks like, Trevor observed, looking the vehicle over. Odd, though. No one here to guard the food. That doesn't feel right. It doesn't. Tsukiyama approached, placing a hand to the door, bringing his nose closer to it and sniffing. It doesn't feel right at all. He nodded down to the lock, and then glanced at Trevor. If it's a trap, we've probably already sprung it just by coming this far, Trevor noted. Might as well see how deep this goes. Mask up. The crescent moon mask went over Jukiyama's face, and the helmet covered Trevor's. The gourmet's hands moved to the mechanism, one gripping the lock and the other to a bolt at its side. The sound of metal snapping was distinct, to say the least. The door rattled violently at the force of Jukiyama's powerful hands shredding the lock and bolt. The gourmet threw the door up, the rapid clinking of each section of the shutter folding away filling the alley with noise. Boy howdy, Jukiyama said quietly, staring at the sight of the contents. Past butcher shop plastic curtains, the grueling vision of a systematic, masterful murder was apparent. The draining of a pig was an apt description, one killed quickly and without any mess. The cleanest of cuts to the throat. The man probably hadn't seen it coming. Or if he had, he would have endured the terror of being measured before being cut. Roughly early 30s, athletic, good diet. Jukiyama observed with a sniff, his skills as an appraiser of food kicking into overdrive. No tattoos, no signs of any other injuries, a bit past the prime, but a good sample nonetheless. This was done no earlier than 5 hours ago, given the rate of drippage. Trevor's hands clenched and unclenched, awash with simultaneous disgust and hunger, the latter of which only stoked the former. He's already dead. You were too late. Move on. Avenge him. He shook his head, as if to dispel the static. That only makes this more dubious, Trevor stated lowly. If this is a good sample, it makes zero sense to simply leave it lying around with only a lock that any ghoul could break to protect it. I can't imagine them being this dumb about it. As if to prove his point, the distinct sound of guns being cocked and checked came from all sides. How did we not notice this? Jukiyama asked incredulously, turning to look down the alley they had come from to see their guests, men in the suits of the bouncers, some not, all with obscured faces. They weren't ghouls, but the red glowing lines on their guns told Trevor all he needed to know. Q bullets were in play. It's a bad trap if it does not surprise, even if you held knowledge of its existence. Came a deep, yet calm voice from the group of roughly 10 at the alley entrance. There were more on the other side of the truck to Trevor and Jukiyama, out of sight. He waded through the crowd, a man with a mask that was best described as the grimacing face of a samurai, only without the kabuto helmet. He wore a long, fur-hooded coat over his shoulders, his exposed and honed upper body covered in the marks of the yakuza. A sarashi covered his gut, and simple black dress pants his legs. He went without shoes. Something rested across his back. You step into the demon dance's territory. Name yourselves, and explain why I should not cut you down, he said in the most formal of tone, hands resting in his pockets. Trevor's kago itched beneath his skin, and he felt his bloodlust surge. He had to force it down. No violence. Not yet. This was meant to be a scouting mission, not a declaration of war. More importantly, this demon dance wasn't a ghoul. He was human. They all were, yet he was casually threatening to kill him and Jukiyama where they stood. Ragboy, Trevor stated, placing a hand on his chest, then tilting his head to Jukiyama. And gourmet. We smelled something nice, so we were curious. But if this is yours, we'll leave it be. Fool. You know who owns this ward, and where he makes his home. Your bravery speaks of intent beyond that of a vulture. Especially you, gourmet. Familiarity. Oh dear. Jukiyama was something of a known element in the wards. An S-rate Kaukaka ghoul need not reduce himself to the pickings of others, especially not one of such a distinguished palate. The man took the thing from his back. A blade within a strange-looking, mechanical scabbard. Explain. It is as my friend says. The new year is coming, after all. Jukiyama pointed out with an unfazed air about him, even letting out a chuckle. And given we were in the middle of our revelry, the scent of a fresh and easy meal was appealing. As for my tastes, your superior clearly has his own refined palate. The cut you are providing him is only a few steps away from ideal. It was painfully convincing. It sounded exactly like something Jukiyama would do. The masked human stared at Jukiyama, his body still, covered blade held in one hand at his side. The men around him became agitated, slight shuffles and gripping of their weapons becoming more and more evident as the heavy seconds passed. Killing you at this time would bring much displeasure from various parties onto the doorstep of the neon demon. Return to your revelry, do not stray from the streets and establishments. The shirtless man raised his fist and circled it in the air just above him. The Q-weapon-armed men lowered their guns. But do not think us above insult, ragboy, gourmet. This is not your ward. He stood to the side, and pointed his arm out to the alley they had entered from. Politely take your leave. That we will, thank you, Trevor said with a nod, doing just that. It was then that he realized that, if Jukiyama hadn't spoke up and his status hadn't seen them through peacefully, he would have been all too eager to get into a fight. There was a part of him that still wanted it. But now was not the time. They were on the neon demon's radar now, but this had been a slap on the wrist. Nothing else to say they were planning on toppling his throne. Not yet. They passed through the crowd of effectively armed men, each watching their movements quietly as they left. Through the alley, back out into the street, masks tucked away. A smart trap for curious people like ourselves, all things considered, Jukiyama muttered as they entered the street, rejoining the flow of people in the late yet bright night, neon signs and lanterns illuminating the world around them. And well equipped. More than any gang should be, at the very least. That many Q-guns can't be easy to access outside of Doves, Trevor agreed quietly, hands in his pockets and now unmasked. Also odd that they even have a trap like that in the first place. That kind of thing would attract only the curious and the desperate, if they know who rules here. Tsukiyama kept his eyes forward, narrowing them. And outsiders, don't forget. It's a census tactic allows them to pick up on anyone entering the ward who may be a bit unknowing, like we were. It tells me that this neon demon fellow is very well entrenched, if he's doing that without contest. A census tactic, Trevor muttered. Bringing Tsukiyama along had been a good call, as much as he hated to admit. Makes sense. We were going to be on his radar eventually, looks like we got his eye now. Not a threat, but a footnote for the time being. Unless your family is known for aggressive expansion. Hardly. We're not involved in this kind of thuggery, but I myself may have had an adventurous youth, it is true. What person has not? Tsukiyama waved off. But yes, we were caught on the wrong foot. But now we learned a lot from that encounter, wouldn't you say? I agree. It ended as well as it could have, short of us not getting caught. We learned about how they trap like-minded people, Trevor began listing off. They have enough resources to field that many Q guns, got a bunch of humans willingly working for them, and they don't want to piss off your family. That's not all, but those were my big takeaways. The latter note was a major reason for why Tsukiyama was still alive, after all. Trevor was inches away from killing him back at the church, until Nishiki brought up the fact that doing so would bring a very rich and very powerful family down on him, hard. The confidence was another thing of note. That man spoke as if he had taken on people like us before, Tsukiyama mused with a hum. And one, at that. Right, Trevor said slowly. Only other humans I can think of like that are investigators. I might ask our shadow broker if she knows anything about that man, maybe get leads. Tsukiyama nodded in agreement. With that part of evening done, they wandered off into the festivities of the night. The gourmet was a very good shot with an air gun, Trevor learned. Dash. Demon dance? Idari asked, spinning on one of her bar stools, one leg crossed over the other. That's not a person, that's a group run out of the 6th ward, the ones running the show, I believe. It's somewhat appropriate, given the name of their leader. What did this guy look like? Big guy, dressed up like a samurai but without the kabuto helmet, Trevor explained from his one seat across the bar top from her. Fur coat, sarashi over his gut, shoeless. He had this big, strange-looking mechanical sword with an odd scabbard. Didn't look like a quinqua to me. I mean, what quinqua have you really seen so far? Idari probed, her spinning come to a halt as she regarded Trevor with a quirked brow. But I can't say I recognize anyone with that description, but given the image. I think it's pretty clear he's a lieutenant, even if he's a human. Must be pretty well trusted. He gave off that kind of vibe, yeah, Trevor agreed, tapping a finger on the table. Especially since he clearly had no issue outright threatening to kill me and Tsukiyama on the spot. Only reason he didn't was because of Tsukiyama's family. MMH. Not too surprising, but Tsukiyama's a guy with a lot of connections outside his family. I'd be more afraid of those. Despite his quirks, Tsukiyama's family is, virtuous? Well-behaved. She searched, looking for the right word. Non-destructive. Constructive. There we are. They're pretty constructive overall. Not something I'm used to hearing, Trevor admitted with a shrug. But that tells me the neon demon isn't looking to poke at other powers outside of his ward. He seems more focused on consolidation, and it looks like that's working well for him. Evidently, he can provide enough Q-guns for a small army of humans. Really now? Idari activated. He had her interest. Then this brings me back to my earlier question. How many quinqua have you seen in person, Trevor? He had to seriously think about it. 2, he eventually answered. A big club baton thing, and a sword tail whip thing. So, yeah. I guess I'm not one to talk when it comes to quinqua experiences. MMH. Then if we assume he was using a quinqua, there are a few avenues of inquiry I can take. He could have been an investigator, once upon a time, or he took it from an investigator himself. Either way, it would go a long way to explain the armaments of his gang, and the fact that he threatened you. Idari leaned forward. You fought one investigator. A strong, yet inexperienced, and green one. I can't press the point enough, that investigators are the biggest threat to a ghoul, more than even the ones you've met in Aojirai Tree. Trevor folded his arms across his chest. So I heard. There has to be something that gives them the edge over a species made to be superior to them, otherwise they'd be dead and gone already. Your tale about the tongue cutter was enough to make that obvious. Exactly. If this man was, or even defeated an investigator, then I would be careful. He either has the martial excellence or the wit to do it, or he contains both. Or he just has a strange-looking sword he ordered online, and I'm overreacting. Who knows? She spun the stool around once more. But watch yourself. The demon dance are hard to get a read on. I don't really know what their game is, compared to say, Aojirai Tree, or any of the other gangs in the 6th ward. Thanks for the warning. I'll be sure to send any clues I find your way, Trevor assured her. Speaking of Aojirai Tree. Any rumblings at all lately? They've been still as the grave, set their roots deep. The most I've heard of is the occasional scrap between some lower-ranking members and investigators who went out of their way to find them, Idari sighed, disappointed with the lack of activity. But it's understandable. They took a costly gamble and succeeded, but there was an entry fee. You killed one of their executives, after all. That on top of the general loss of manpower, and you've got a group that's going to be playing it safe until they can make a big move. Figures. Thought I'd ask anyway. Best bet we got now is the lead involving Orca and the Neon Demon, Trevor muttered, scratching his beard. Oh, by the way, before I forget. Thanks for the birthday bottle. She blinked, running a hand through her hair. Oh, think nothing of it. As long as you don't let Hinamai have any, I'll give you a bottle every now and then. Besides, it let me dodge getting you a Christmas gift. She gave him a double thumbs up and a wink. Well, when you put it that way, I feel significantly less bad about not getting you anything at all, Trevor stated with a small smirk. That's a load off my conscience, thanks. Oh, please. You give me the gift of business. I'm an entrepreneur, through and through. The venture capitalist of the Ghoul world. The mini mogul of misinformation. You being here is gift enough, my lovely little silver blonde. Ever the sweetheart, Trevor drawled, though his smile didn't fade. Happy to help out either way. Is there anything else you got me, mini mogul? Idari paused, her smile sticking in place. I suppose, on the topic of investigators, you're pretty uninformed of the big names. I'll leave you with a little story, a brief one which will tell you all you need to know about a particular man, and why you should avoid him at all cost. Is that all right? A bogeyman story. All right, let's hear it. I love them, you know. Nothing like something very real to scare the living crap out of us. She chuckled, leaning forward onto her palm, smile widening. You remember hearing about the one-eyed owl, correct? Yeah, Mado fought them a long while back, he answered. Big bad ghoul, so I hear. Very, very big and very bad. But they're not around anymore. They attacked the second ward all by themselves, an absolute rampage aimed directly at the CCG. Lured them in, and made short work of their best veterans and young talent. Had it ended there, this would be an optimistic story. Idari sighed again, smile not fading. Then, an investigator stepped over the injured bodies of his companions. 16 years old, fresh out of the academy. He took out his quinqua, and single-handedly defeated the most notorious ghoul in recent decades with an ease that has been called unsettling. He's still around, and I'd say he's the reason the CCG is as powerful as it is. So many trying to follow in his image, so many failing. So many ghouls killed at his hand. He has two names, one humans call him by, and one we call him. The latter, Death. The former, Kishao Nerima. The next morning, they gathered. Banjo and the siblings sat ready, enjoying respective cups of coffee. How the three gas mask-wearing ghouls managed to enjoy their drinks given the obvious obstruction was a mystery. The fact they had never taken them off was odd. Trevor came to the conclusion that they'd gone to the Goblin Slayer School of Eating and Drinking. He might have said that it allowed, but the year was 2012 and way before the series would actually come out. Tsukiyama soon joined them, having tidied himself up before attending any team meeting where the others were still halfway out of bed. Trevor sat in his usual spot next to Hinamai, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. So, he started, giving everyone a look. It's safe to say the Neon Demon knows we're here, especially after last night. But I don't think he sees us as a threat. Not yet, but he will soon enough if we keep skirting around and probing. I know about not being a threat, Ichimi responded, taking up the baton of conversation first without hesitation. We were out and about, and, it looks like he had people on the streets. Not armed or anything, but people. I think he's a bit too much of a control freak to view us as anything but. Then he, at the very least, has no intent on focusing on us first, for a few reasons, Tsukiyama clarified. But the why is unimportant. The fact is that we do not have many options in dealing with this man. It is a matter of determining which route we wish to take, with that in mind. Trevor nodded, rubbing his bearded chin. We don't have the numbers or resources for a protracted gang war, even with our alliance with Orca, he spoke, tapping a finger on his knee. We'd be buried under his army. An option I'm seriously considering is just going straight for the head before he decides for real that he doesn't want us in his ward. I don't disagree, Banjo said, arms folded across his chest. It's risky, but playing the long game won't actually help us here. We've not got much in the way of allies to call on, not ones which would want to involve themselves with a gang squabble in the 6th ward of all places. Banjo hummed to himself, tilting his head a little in thought. For all the man's faults, he had a brain for plans. The only reason his last one didn't work was because of a very particular element he had very little way or knowledge to account for. Then it'd just be a matter of strength, as it is right now. Us and the Orca guys against whatever the Neon Demon has. And even then, what does he have? Banjo concluded with a question. That demon dance gang, if we attack while he's got a lot of them around, Trevor replied. I've asked Idari to look into them more, in particular that one guy we ran into. He inclined his head to Tsukiyama, who gave a very investigator vibe, what with being a human unafraid of challenging two ghouls, even after knowing who you are. A part of me would like to call it a bluff, but the world is rarely so forgiving, Tsukiyama sighed. But yes, he seems to employ humans. And he somehow has the means of equipping them with Q weaponry, a frustrating little twist. While Q bullets do very little to say myself, enough of them can become a problem. So yeah, letting them engage us at range would ultimately be pointless. We'd have to get up close and personal, Trevor shrugged. But the point is try and get him with his pants down anyway, when he's at his most lax. Not the easiest thing, because of the whole control freak deal, but there has to be a place where he hangs his hat. Or mask, he added as though in afterthought. Common knowledge would tell us that, yes. We all have our homes, but there are those who are in that state constantly. Usually not in a place like the 6th ward, mind you. You'd expect them more in the 24th, or the 11th and 13th wards. But I have never had any dealings with a pet family of the Yakuza, Chukiyama admitted, a thumb to his lip. Who knows how they rear them? You guys have any ideas? Trevor asked Banjo and the siblings. It sounds like you might have a better idea of how these types operate from past experiences. Experience is a stretch, but I'll take a compliment where I can get it, the eldest sibling said, scratching at the top of his gas mask. All I really know about Yakuza ghouls is that they're like secret weapons. You'll never see them unless you've really pissed off one of the respective groups, or if you're another ghoul trying to front. Most of them don't even have ratings, as far as I'm aware, because they're never fighting investigators. There's no reason for them to. I'll also add that they're part of the reason why no ghoul actually likes crossing the Yakuza. In certain wards, you've got to be real careful about who you're eating, Banjo said, nodding in agreement with Ichimi's words. I say we go after his main haunt, catch him in his own territory. Switched on or not, I doubt he's expecting a full frontal attack from people he got the jump on. I doubt all his people will be present, too. Lot of territory to look after. Trevor hummed, brows knit in thought. I agree. Our greatest asset right now is the element of surprise, and if we lose that then we'll be on the back step in a bad way, he spoke. Figure out when he's there, then we jump him hard. We won't be able to perfectly predict who will be there or what will happen, but if we can stick to our roles and cut the head of the beast before he can summon all his guys, we'll pull it off. And hopefully make an escape. I don't know about you guys, but if I was a cop or an investigator, and I heard that there was a massive ghoul shootout happening, I'd be down there in a heartbeat, Ichimi pointed out. Which is honestly kind of scarier than taking on this demon guy, really. Definitely. That's something I'd like you to handle, Hinamai, Trevor said, turning to the girl. Using what Irimi taught you, you should be able to find the best escape route in the building while we're fighting. Once the neon demon is down, we'll find each other and all get out together. Also, keeping her on that task would keep her from the worst of the fighting, and the likelier she wouldn't have to square off against Yakuza, the better. The girl nodded firmly, a resolved look on her face. I'll do my best. Then that's something of a guideline for us to work with. There's just the matter of deciding when and how. Chukiyama tapped his foot against the pristine white carpet. A bit of a nightmare to clean, but hey, aesthetic. Naturally, I believe Trevor-san and I should take up the spearhead. Banjo can work with Hinamai, be her eyes while she focuses on everything else. You three can fill the gap, run interference and take out anyone you feel comfortable with, he said, gesturing to each member of the group respectively. Sounds Gucci to me, Trevor nodded along. It was a no-brainer that he and Chukiyama would be the front line, they were both heavy hitters by a wide margin, and the best equipped to take on the neon demon. Having Banjo with Hinamai also gave the girl an extra line of defense, something Banjo specialized in. We'll tell the Orca guys what's going on, bring them in and see where they're best suited. But we're not going to dawdle on this. The whole point is to blitz the guy before he suspects anything, the sooner the better. There was an enthusiastic energy about them, one born from a willingness to commit. Each of them was ready to skip any prelude, and get to the action. Ghouls truly were bad at more delicate matters. The phone call to Orca had been a brief one which could be summarized with "We'll do our thing, you do yours." Likely for the best. They didn't know each other that well or how their groups would work together. Rather than focus on planning, banking on the cooperation of the moment would be more fruitful. Chukiyama and Trevor were the second group to enter the world's end, the siblings having gotten minutes earlier. They'd set themselves up, was the idea. Once Trevor and Chukiyama started the fighting, they'd move as they needed to. Among the line to get into the club was Gil and the lady with the sunglasses. They didn't even acknowledge Trevor and Chukiyama as they moved to the back beyond a flick of the eyes. Once inside, the volume of the music became almost deafening. A deep bass shook the ground and surfaces, vibrating through Trevor's body almost uncomfortably. It nearly confused his senses, amplified as they were. Even Chukiyama had to narrow his eyes to focus them, between the strobe lights, darkness, and sound. A pit of packed bodies, warmth, and noise. It wasn't something even Chukiyama was expecting, far more Western in mood than anywhere else. There was a definite freedom dominating the establishment. It was nostalgic to Trevor. He'd been in his fair share of clubs just like this one, from Chicago to Bangkok, all some variety of disorienting and hedonistic. Never a dull moment, and the memories were mostly fond. But each memory was forcefully dismissed with static and pulsing noise in his head. He couldn't think about that. Not now. Not ever. So he used his old experiences of moving easily and inoffensively through the writhing crowds to do just that with practiced ease. For once, his incredibly mundane previous life came in handy. As per most clubs of its nature, there was a cordoned-off section reserved for those considered more important. If the guard outside it, a man with a fairly solid mask covering the lower half of his face, was anything to go by, then if the neon demon was going to be anywhere, it was there. Gil and his companion were nowhere in sight, but that was unsurprising. It was a club. Trevor made his way in that direction at a rolling pace, pausing with certain groups to maintain the facade as he scoped out the cordoned-off area. The guard stood before a stairway leading up and, if he was right about what was seeing above, to a room that overlooked the entire club. Made sense, gazing upon his works, and all that. But there was only so much to stall for. No sense in putting it off anymore. Besides, Trevor was already feeling it. That bloodlust, that hunger for destruction. Finally. So, once they were very close, he gave Jukiyama a nod. The signal to mask up and get loud. The crescent moon fell over Jukiyama's face without hesitation. The gourmet stepped forward, the lilac, spiral cocoon piercing through his shoulder and winding down his arm. It shot out with a flourish, extending like a spring, to pierce through the guard's core. He was none the wiser, the spiral blade of a claw latching onto his insides and dragging him back to Jukiyama to an awaiting fist, colliding with the guard's masked jaw, sending his head around in a full 180. Naturally, it didn't take long for people to notice the fact that someone had just been killed. The panic kicked in, another second after the entire second it took for Jukiyama to kill someone. In the distance, a strobing light attached to a pale green tail waved above the crowd before descending. Everyone was getting to work. The way was clear, up to the next level of the club. Trevor charged forward, the scorpion helmet covering his face entirely. He sprinted up the stairs, Kagun itching beneath his skin and ready to rip and tear without hesitation. On the other end, an open seating area like a booth overlooking the rest of the club. More men in suits. 6. No ghouls. But that would change very, very soon. Crimson highlighted iron was drawn, pistols with ammunition intended to harm things like Trevor. The deafening sound of gunfire joined the music. Come out, demon. Trevor ignored the bullets, not even registering if they struck him or not. All he had was one goal now, and a smile crossed his face. For some reason, there was a strong urge to crack a knuckle in the heat of the moment. A quirk of Yamarai's rearing its ugly head. Right then, Trevor didn't care. He dove right among the men, all four Kagun lashing out and tearing them apart with contemptuous ease. The tails carved through fabric and flesh, splattering the VIP booth with their blood. Holes dotted Trevor, his own blood joining the messy torrent that began to take up the floor. They hadn't missed at all, they were just unlucky in that Trevor had stopped caring about things like that. At the other end of the section, another door, labeled office. Trevor kicked the door down, sending it launching into the room and following after it without hesitation. The idea of pithy one-liners or cracking jokes came to mind, but it was dismissed in favor of the predator mentality. A drop kick awaited Trevor on the other side of the door, the ball of a bare foot pressing right into his chest, and sending him straight back to the other side of the VIP section. He felt that one, square in the solar plexus. But that didn't matter. Pain didn't matter. So he pushed himself back up, regarding his latest assailant. A tall man stepped out over the shattered door with an almost lethargic pace. Barefoot, and without anything on his upper body other than an unbuttoned white shirt, his skin was littered with all forms of paint and ink. The tattoos of the Yakuza. Glowing paint layered over, illuminated in the dark of the club. It even covered his face, creating the image of a strange, deep-sea creature. A long tail, at least twice the length of any of Trevor's own Kagun, slithered out behind him to join him, slick-looking yet with fierce spikes lining the fins that ran down the top and underside of it, the very end accented with a jagged, predatory-looking blade which ended off the fins where they joined, none too dissimilar from a sword of eel. It glowed a sort of magenta, brighter in different spots than others. The name Neon Demon was an apt one. His exact facial features were hard to determine, but his hair had been cut short on the sides. What do you want? The man grumbled dispassionately, regarding Trevor with vacant eyes. Trevor cracked his knuckles and rolled his shoulders. Loaded question, he replied, easing into his stance. The crimson serpents pointed at the Neon Demon, stock still and poised. But right now? You, out of the picture. The man sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. You must be the newcomer. Fine. He reached into his pocket, looking at his phone. Well, fine. I guess we can play. Takemaru should be here soon, anyway. He put the phone away, rolling his neck. You've got a few friends here, right? Here and there, Trevor stated. Okay, enough of that. He charged the Neon Demon at his maximum speed, launching off the floor with a pump of his legs. Magenta filled Trevor's vision, but it did not hit him. It darted through the air at unusual angles, the jagged spike running through two of his tails in quick succession. The Baikaku's natural advantage was shown as it flung Trevor upwards by his tails, slamming him into the ceiling. The hell was that? The Neon Demon asked. He settled down into a stance, legs wide with his hands before him, one before the other in tight fists. His tail retracting from Trevor's own, eyes gaining a hard edge to them. You stopped thinking. Trevor's tails latched onto the ceiling, keeping him up there. They slowly skittered, moving him while his arms and legs dangled from the ceiling. Beneath his mask, his lips were pressed into a thin line. Yeah, that was sloppy of me, Trevor admitted tonelessly. Let's try that again. He was now aware of the Baikaku's movement patterns, like that of a snake and almost intentionally odd, a perk of an incredibly long tail. His horse stance was that of a martial artist, giving a strong Yamo vibe. He wasn't someone he could fight mindlessly. Obviously, considering his position. Unfortunately, the Neon Demon had all the time in the world. Trevor did not. Gourmet. Trevor shouted from his spot on the ceiling. Showtime. The lilac-loving ghoul emerged from the stairs, his blade of an arm dragging behind him as he darted forward, a wide smile on his untouched features. The demon's focus momentarily changed from Trevor to Jukiyama, the oddly moving Kagun making patterns in the air before darting down towards Jukiyama, catching the blade as it was brought up to parry, only for the jagged spike on the end to fly into Jukiyama's guarded shoulder, cracking the plating the gourmet's Kagun offered. Using that distraction to the fullest, Trevor kicked off the ceiling and descended from behind. Three tails tore at the base of the Baikaku, stabbing and shearing right at the source, while the fourth jabbed right for the Neon Demon's head. The tail's base, also spiked, endured the shearing, wearing down the dangerous-looking spokes and fin, but there was a problem. The neon demon's cocoon was absurdly dense, like a singular giant muscle, wound-tight and honed. While it drew back to defend against Trevor, it was not removed. The painted ghoul's hand caught the fourth cocoon, a splatter of blood coming from the raw stoppage of Trevor's claw scraping against his skin, but it nonetheless held, a stony look on the neon demon's face. Unfazed. The demon's cocoon was perfectly well around. Durable, agile, with the hitting power to make even Jukiyama's defense crack somewhat. And it was coming for Trevor, its movement pattern changing from the odd, vector-like darting to fierce whipping motions, lashing out at the half-ghoul repeatedly. Trevor yanked with the fourth cocoon, pulling himself in far closer to the neon demon in a deliberate reversal of Jukiyama's earlier trick with the guard and bringing up a palm strike right up against his enemy's elbow. While he did that and dodged the baikaku, his three remaining cocoon reprioritized. Break the stance. Cut the tendons and joints of the legs, cause imbalance. Too close. While the grip on Trevor's cocoon weakened, the demon's other fist shot out like a cannon, twisting with his hip, building up force as it moved, and sank deep into Trevor's kidney, flesh warping around the blow to accommodate for it. The injury the demon sustained was returned in kind. He wasn't Yamurai, or Jukiyama, or Nishiki. He wasn't just an experienced fighter with an absurd amount of inherent power. He was a masterful one. The shockwave that rattled Trevor's bones were a testament to that. The legs endured his assault, bleeding but not bending. Great. Another total freak. But still, Trevor was smiling. Cutting loose was something he hadn't been able to do in a long while. He just had to be smarter about it. Jukiyama was still trying to get in. So Trevor would let him in. He disengaged, untangling his cocoon from the neon demon and giving Jukiyama his opening. Then he'd amp up the harassment again. The gourmet engaged like a fencer with a great sword, the cleaver of a cocoon darting in and out as Jukiyama kept his own distance, realizing that the neon demon's sphere of influence extended near and far. The grin on his face was none too dissimilar to the night in the church. The demon responded, his tail lashing and battling away the attempts to pierce his body, the lethal weaponized organs creating sparks with each respective clash. And then his stance changed. Gone was the rooted horse stance, moving to a lighter and more agile sort, one foot rooted while the other bounced on the ball of his foot. Thai boxing. Trevor had seen the exact same in Yumo. It was familiar, which meant he could actually plan around it. The demon moved forward. Not towards Jukiyama. The gourmet slashed downwards, trying to catch his opponent as they neared, but the tail of the demon, ever moving and ever dangerous, darted in, striking Jukiyama in the side, piercing flesh. And then he was upon Trevor. Movement change. Shoulder strike, like a freight train hitting a house at full speed. Trevor was winded by the force. He was dimly aware of the fact that if he were still human, he'd be little more than red paste. But such was not the case, so he was merely sent stumbling back by the neon demon's shoulder tackle. There was space now, between Trevor and Jukiyama, and the neon demon. Face off. Outside, the sounds of battle continued to ring about the heavy din of club music. The demon stared at the two with lidded, nonplussed eyes, flicking casually between them. He was in no rush. He had backup on the way, after all. His singular, long tail slithered back, coiling around his body, poised like a cobra around its owner, the spiked end threateningly waving just above the demon. What do you hope to gain, by doing this? He asked calmly, locking onto Trevor. Stalling again. Trevor narrowed his eyes. Some good, he replied stiffly, before tilting his head to Jukiyama. We can't dally anymore. You take the tail. I'll take the rest. A grin split across Jukiyama's face. Very well. Engard, demon. The gourmet challenged, darting forth with his bladed arm raised horizontally. The demon's tail moved in turn, unfurling and lashing out at Jukiyama, the spikes clashing with the gourmet's blade. A blur of neon colors filled the space between the gourmet and the demon as one attacked and the other defended, their cocoon pulsing with aggressive crimson lights. Jukiyama's approach had changed. From simply relying on his raw strength, he moved as a fencer would, taking on an evident stance and method to his attempts to press forward, step by step. The tail was Trevor's biggest concern, totally countering his cocoon through sheer durability and strength. Of the two of them, Jukiyama was best equipped to handle it. And with it preoccupied. Trevor watched for an opening, and noted that while the demon's tail was dealing with Jukiyama, the demon himself was not facing him directly. There was really only way to move forward. And so Trevor did, 4 red serpents and arms raised. He charged, reaching out to catch the demon's hands with his own in an iron grip. Trevor's grip clamped down around the demon's hands, his posture changed, legs parting and feet grounding into a horse stance, the feel of the muscles within the demon's trunk tensing almost going through his arms as he relied not on his own grip to try and toss Trevor, but Trevor's own. The wall beside them was Trevor's destination. 2 tails lashed out at an arm each, coming down on the demon's elbows from either side, pincering the joints between them like paper between scissors. They fell off with a high-pressure spray of blood over Trevor. If it hurt, the demon made no indication of it. A bare foot stomped Trevor's head into the wall, using it as a bounce pad to back away from the other ghoul. The tail retreated with a ribbon-like flourish, guarding the demon as he created more space, the 2 detached forearms falling within its barrier. Jukiyama pressed, the blade sinking into the flesh of the hefty neon tail, the familiar leak of RC coming from where the gourmet's immense blade began to make a digging cut into the demon's cocoon. And then the cocoon barrier detonated into movement, the sound of air being cut almost deafening in its lethality. The tail lashed out blindly, dangerously. The barrier was gone, but another was created between Trevor and the demon was a veritable death ground of potential decapitation and or worse. At least his arms were out of action. Still holding the demon's bleeding stumps in his hands, Trevor's eyes darted about, searching for openings. It was utterly random, so much so that Trevor was starting to think it was desperate. Buying time until either he regenerated or help came, whatever was first. Neither was acceptable. So Trevor had an absurd idea. One he'd thought of a while ago, about how he might have fought Yumrai better. He lowered his stance into that of a runner's, 4 Kagun twisting around each other in front of him, become a spiraling drill that meshed into itself. Interlaced within the spiral were the demon's arms, placed outwardly as a defensive measure. A momentary pause. And then he pumped his legs, and sprung forth like a crimson drill spearhead. The demon met the spear head on, ignoring the mulching of his own arms, instead lancing through them and into Trevor's Kagun, piercing through and sinking into his chest as he approached. But for that, he created an opening. Chukiyama's blade came down on the demon's neck. He went down to a knee. Even without his Kagun, the demon's body managed to take a direct blow from Chukiyama's sword, and not only did it not bisect the man, it merely cut deep, trapped by the tensing of the demon's muscle. There was blood, but life still flowed in the demon. Take Maru, the demon said simply, looking past Trevor and Chukiyama. Gunshots came from the ground floor. Footsteps from the stairs. Trevor was absolutely done giving this man any more time. The scorpion tail struck down, impaling the neon demon's head and ripping it clean off. The demon slumped over, headless. The light of his Kagun died with him. That makes 8. Chukiyama exhaled, turning about to face the newcomer with his guard up. The masked human from the alley stood between Trevor and the stairwell, the way into the demon's office clear. A window rested on the other end of the room. The masked human, Take Maru, looked to the body of his superior, sword burning with the same light as a Kagun. He stepped towards the 2 ghouls. The confidence of the man was, in and of itself, terrifying. Trevor had no interest in fighting him whatsoever. They'd achieved their objective, which was in and of itself a major achievement. We're done here, Trevor told Chukiyama, going for the window and grabbing the neon demon's corpse as he did. He was also completely unbothered by the horrific chest wound he'd received from his enemy's tail. Deuces. Your arrogance will bring blood unto yours, Take Maru hissed, a fire burning behind those dark eyes. Flee. Tell that to the man in the truck, Trevor spat. And then he was gone, leaping through the window and, very publicly and very loudly, dropped the neon demon's corpse into the middle of the fracas outside. We're done here. He roared to his allies. The sound of escape was a distinct one, somewhat like how the semi crashed through the wall in that one Terminator movie. Their way out was through the underground. Once they were there, they were gone, especially while Hinamai instructed them. Trevor left blood and death behind him. They were not pursued, strangely enough. The 3 members of the Orca crew certainly came out of it looking a bit better than Trevor's own, but they were not without their grazes and bullet wounds. Yet they maintained a firm look, unfazed by their injuries entirely. Sachi had taught them well. Did anyone manage to get the sword freak? Gil asked, looking over the group as they ran down the dark caverns of the Tokyo drainage system. I didn't see him. No, Trevor replied, still coming down from the high of the battle. He felt off. He wasn't sure what he was feeling right then. He showed up right as we killed the demon, then we left. Didn't want to wait around for more reinforcements or doves to show up. Gil grumbled. Shit. Whatever. We got the main one, is what matters. Just watch your backs, that sword guy's probably about as much trouble as the demon himself, he advised, coming to a halt with his gang of 2. We're heading east, down D28. It leads closer to the bar. Behind his mask, Trevor bit his lip. The advice, along with Tekamaru's parting words, only further stoked the growing unpleasantness in his head. We'll be sure to check ourselves, he told Gil. And you guys watch your backs too. Let us know if you think something's up on your end. Stay out of trouble and keep low, ragboy. Gil gave Trevor a 2-finger salute before darting off down a different direction, his and his group's footsteps fading the further they went. All that was left was for Trevor, Chukiyama, and the siblings to get back to their hideout. I can't believe he's just kinda dead. Feels a bit of an anticlimax, don't it? Santa, the youngest, asked. Wasn't his group the one that gave you your scars, bro? Nah. He was Yakuza back then, different deal. Don't even think he was involved beyond being told to teach me a lesson, Ichimi replied, holding a hand over a clear parting of the flesh on his side from the blow of a Kagun. The bleeding had stopped by the time they got back. It didn't take, clearly. That was close. I could hear the gunshots from where we were. I'm surprised you all got out in time, Banjo said, arms folded. The rest had taken seats, all coming down from the collective high of what was, in essence, a gangland execution, but he stood along with Hinamai. Tell that to my ass, Santa hissed, illustrating the point by directing everyone to his butt cheeks and the fact the fabric of his pants had been torn through by bullets. They shot my ass. This keeps happening. Are rear injuries a common part of your lifestyle? Chukiyama asked, removing his mask to reveal a quirked brow. No. I just happen to have a cursed butt which attracts injury. You need to stop presenting your rear, if that's the case, Chukiyama returned, blinking at the youngest of the siblings. He's not wrong, Santa-kun. If it keeps happening, then it's probably on your end. Literally and figuratively, Banjo added. Excuse me while I deep cut this conversation, Jiro interjected. Why'd you leave the body, Trevor-san? Trevor blinked, stirred from his daze of half listening to everything that was going on over by the counter. His hand had been resting on his helmet, and at the mention of his name he turned to face them. More so to announce to everyone there what we did, than anything else, he eventually replied. Since the cavalry was rolling in, I'd figured it'd make a statement. We made plenty of a statement tonight, I'd say. Ichimi said, rubbing the chin of his gas mask. Between the body and all the mess. You and Jukiyama missed it, but the guy had 2 other ghouls working for him. We got one, but the other was just too slippery. Had a weird costume, too. It's what was holding up Gil from coming to help you guys. Trevor frowned. Weird costume. He echoed slowly. What were they like? It was like a bodysuit, had weird body part designs on it. Organs and stuff. You ever read about that Lovecraft stuff? Ichimi asked, clearly no expert on the matter himself given he called it Lovecraft stuff. Kinda made me think of that. Eyes and stuff. Lovecraft makes me think tentacles, Trevor said, brows knitting. He wasn't weird stuff like real PH10, was he? The one I had probably butchered the pronunciation, considering he hadn't even thought about Lovecraftian things in ages. Nah, they were just quiet and weird. It was a pretty sick bodysuit, if I'm gonna be honest. Gonna have to ask Yuta if he made it. Ichimi nodded, leaning back into his seat. So, we've taken down the demon guy. What now? Trevor let out a breath, running a hand through his hair. Immediate future? Make sure that whatever revenge hits are on us are nipped in the bud. Take Maru swore blood for our arrogance, and that's not something I'm going to ignore. He tapped a finger against his helmet. After that, figure out how to get in contact with the orca, and let him know what happened. Make sure Aojirai doesn't move in on this territory, gather up our enemies, and take credit. Then we're looking for any movement from Aojirai then. We might want to keep an eye out for the doves too. Can't imagine this is going to go down well with anyone, actually, Banjo added, tapping a finger against his forearm. Between Aojirai, the doves, and the rest of the demon's crew. Smaller gangs he used to strong-arm might start looking for a peace too. This ward is about to get a lot less peaceful, Trevor agreed, frown deepening. Was this the right choice? How many innocent people are going to get caught in the crossfire? We made a huge impact today, but we can't get comfortable. Like you said, all these factions are going to be mucking about and wanting a go at us, at each other. None of us should be out alone, he cautioned out of concern. We're far from done here. The room went quiet, nods all around. It was Jukiyama who broke the silence. I doubt we'll be done anytime soon. There's a lot of work to be done around here, not to mention elsewhere. We've made a notable step, though. While there will be plenty of conflict, we've made a move towards drawing out Aojirai if they truly are interested in Orca and his skills. It appeared that the gourmet picked up on the potential ramifications of their action, and how it might come across to Trevor. It wasn't all doom and gloom, from his perspective. A gesture that hadn't gone unnoticed by Trevor. A similar extension of an olive branch like earlier, regarding the Ghoul restaurant? Trevor nodded along with his words, even if his concerns were hardly abated. That we have, he told the crew, regarding them all and managing a small smile. Good work, everyone. For now, you all should get some much-deserved rest. We'll face tomorrow's troubles tomorrow. That goes for you too, Trevor-san. Be sure to get some rest. Banjo's hand came down on Trevor's shoulder, giving it a squeeze. Hinamai, for her part, was quiet. Not in a meek manner, but merely as an observer. She was clearly listening, attentively at that, soaking in information. She was still in the moment, as it were. Right, yeah, Trevor told him, surprised by Banjo noticing the omission of himself from his own words, and also the fact that he'd unconsciously done so in the first place. Rest was not something that came easily to Trevor these days. Thanks, man. Really. We gotta look out for each other. We need to try and keep ourselves in good spirits, no point in wallowing in misery if we're trying to make things better, right? Banjo asked, looking to the others. I'm hardly miserable when I'm at my worst, so no need to worry about me, Jukiyama said, running a hand through his hair fabulously. We have an Xbox, I'm pretty miserable all the time, Santa sighed. What a dark time. You'll be fine, Trevor dismissed. Once you stop sucking at Halo, anyway. My meager youthful hands cannot hold such a chunky controller. Your freakish American digits are more suited to clambering over abominations of technology, Santa retorted, pointing right at Trevor's hands as he splayed out across the couch, resting his head on Jiro's knees. You have an advantage. I've never owned a PlayStation in my life, of course I'm going to abuse any advantage I can get, Trevor replied in kind, spreading out his own hands and feeling a sudden urge to crack his fingers. Like he had when the fight started. Like Yamurai had. Don't think about it. Not now. Let them be happy. But at any rate, I think I'll get that rest now, he said, grabbing his helmet and starting to walk to his room. See you guys in the morning. Good night, Hinamai called as he left, the others following her lead. What a messy night. After he washed himself, Trevor sat on his bed, slightly hunched. The Kamen Rider helmet was on his lap, its insectoid eyes staring back at him. His thumb idly ran along its edges, wiping at bloodstains here and there. He was unsettled. A gnawing sensation was eating at his chest, an uncomfortable feeling that at first he didn't quite know how to identify. It was only when he imagined his family seeing him now that he realized the cause of it. He'd killed 8 people now. Yamurai, who he'd eaten gleefully. The 6 thugs, who he'd killed casually. And then the neon demon, someone he'd outright done a gangland hit on. What would his parents say if they knew he'd done that? He didn't know. He didn't want to know. Because the instant he did, he'd be forced to reconcile what he once was with what he had become. Someone who was angry and bitter, who found it difficult to muster a positive emotion even when everyone else around him was happy. It just didn't feel right. Like he wasn't allowed such a thing. It wasn't rational in the slightest. He could at least acknowledge that. He just wished he could see whatever the hell it was that others claimed to when they saw him. Despite Banjo's suggestion, Trevor did not rest that night. Only dwelled on the fact that he felt like he was spiraling downward. You know, I'm not sure why I didn't think to ask you to use your Kagun to draw blood, but now that you've mentioned it I feel pretty silly, Kimi admitted, rubbing her chin. Nishiki pottered about in the kitchen of their apartment, making Trevor the mandatory and polite coffee he was due. It's not like asking someone to bleed themselves is normal. Besides, if I asked you to puncture yourself with your own nails, it'd sound pretty weird, Nishiki reasoned, waggling a spoon in her direction. Actually, scratch that, it sound absolutely nutty. Yeah, don't worry it, I should have thought of it sooner too, Trevor assured her, sitting down with his elbows on the countertop. Do you have anything for me to put it in? Might as well while I'm here. A brief reprieve was allowed, though Trevor still couldn't help but keep his mind focused on business. Sitting at the apartment and playing video games felt wrong for whatever reason, and even trying to sit at a desk and write didn't help him relax. He'd told Irimi he'd try to write a couple months ago, yet every time he made the attempt nothing came to the page. So, he decided to just work on ongoing threads and see others. Kimi was first, for Kakuja reasons. Later, catch Irimi up with what's been going on. If you give me a minute, I can go and check our room for something. Could just use a cup, dear, Nishiki said with a smug look. You can put it in something more sciencey later. Not how it works, Nishiki-kun. Sure thing, Ms. Einstein. I'll leave it to you, he chuckled, waving her off. You're a science student too, you know. She shot back, huffing. Yeah, but mostly just for the degree and job opportunities. I'd have taken up gardening as a subject if it had the promise of good money, he reasoned, walking back over to Trevor with coffee in hand, settling it down in front of him. No pride as an intelligent young man, I swear, she muttered, getting up to scour her room for some appropriate equipment. Nishiki nodded to Trevor. She riles herself up, talking to me. You do tend to have that effect on people, Trevor noted with a small smirk, taking a sip from the coffee. Speaking of riling people up. How'd you like my Christmas gift? It may have been second-hand, but it wasn't broke enough that it didn't do its job. Not that she needs an excuse, little animal, she is, Nishiki said, pushing up his glasses. I'm a blessed man, glasses aside. How about you and Irimi-san? Things holding up despite the distance. Trevor raised his cup in silent approval of the outcome of his mistletoe gift before speaking. I'd say so. We're both busy, but we always make time. Spent Christmas Day with her, which was pretty fun. Another mistletoe that did its job, he added. Also an animal, though we haven't gone all that far in that regard. No rush. No rush, Nishiki echoed, raising up his own mug to Trevor. Cheers. A nice little double entendre between boys thinking they were men. A familiar and comfortable feeling. Kimi returned moments later, looking between them. They must have been letting out a particular energy, because he brow shot up in a most concerned fashion. What were you two talking about? She asked. She proved herself a true and honest nerd by actually having a set of vials on her person. Dumb boy stuff, Trevor answered, rolling up his sleeve and letting one crimson Kagun slowly emerge from his back. How much do you want? She set down the vials, moving to stand beside Trevor. A pair of disposable gloves were snapped on, and a not small amount of towels put down. Until I say stop. The demon Dan stepped off the stage, it seemed. Despite the words of Take Maru, his well-armed gang simply stopped being a presence in the weeks following the death of the Neon Demon, something which was more concerning than comforting. It opened up the 6th Ward to a contest of leadership between the likes of Orca and the other gangs in the ward, a conflict which Orca was undeniably the favored to win given the seniority of Gil and his 2 companions. Yet that did not stop the violence. The younger, more hot-headed gangs of ghouls were far more willing to engage in a protracted, bloody battle in the streets than Orca, where the cool-headed group of ghouls were more inclined to brief, out-of-sight hits. They were night and day in how they operated. This, in turn, forced Mithril Scorpion to act. The ghoul known as Ragboy, also called Ghoul Cayman by others, had no ambition to lead the 6th Ward, but the stability of the ward was of interest to him and his group. Where groups like the vengeful Gasadakuro Divine 22 and the Bloody Bato Boys engaged in what was effectively gang warfare in vacant streets and near empty buildings, the Mithril Scorpion intervened with a stunning effect. Over the course of months, the group of outsiders became a known and semi-legendary element in the 6th Ward and its surrounding constituencies. The Terror 3, fighting as one, led by the mysterious and inexplicably powerful Ragboy of the 20th Ward, carved through the conflict, forcing a sort of understanding onto the younger ghouls. Blind violence would not be tolerated in the 6th Ward, no matter who was in charge. It put a serious hamper on the game of the gangs, as it were. But, it inevitably resulted in the expected outcome. Orca ruled the 6th Ward, and with no sign of Shachi. The Neon Demon's death had done nothing to lure Shachi back, nor had Aojirai made the expected move, a sign that the organization was not as brutish in their planning as their general execution. Although there had been tail ends of the organization, messengers, and recruiters, no effort had been made to start in conflict. A frustrating position to be in for Mithril Scorpion. Their so-called shadow broker, as affectionately coined by Ragboy, kept them well informed of what little movement there was. They had burrowed deep, it seemed. But that still left one avenue of action for them in the Ghoul restaurant. The footsteps of clean and cobbled shoes and bare feet echoed through the winding hall. After doing some thinking, Tsukiyama began, hands in his pockets. The scrappers employed by Madame A are surely a result of some sort of experimentation, bloated and unnaturally powerful. That much we know. But given your own status, as it were, I believe it would be in your interest to question her. That doctor of yours is likely to be involved in that process somewhere along the line, no. Trevor was in the process of being smuggled into one of the many venues of the Ghoul restaurant, which had become something of a routine over the months. Tsukiyama gets him and the triplets in, they wreak havoc and put a stop to all manner of horrible shit, then bug out before the CCG could come storming in. The window between steps 2 and 3 had gradually gotten tighter and tighter, making it painfully clear that Mithril Scorpion was firmly on the Ghoul hunter radar. Whatever they might have thought of a gang of ghouls that never attacked innocent humans and only targeted violent gangs and decadent institutions, Trevor didn't know. What he did know was that until Aojirai finally grew past the roots it had dug deep, this was the way to go. That would make sense, Trevor allowed, covered over in a thick and baggy jacket to hide his features. Damn thing was hot as hell to wear in June. You think she could lead us to Kano? If not to him, then to someone else in the process. Then it's just a matter of going through it all until we get to him, Tsukiyama explained, stopping just before a door. The sound of jolly reveling was on the other side, like a bustling venue on a Friday night. Same as before. They're expecting tonight's menu, but poetically, they will not be eating. Banjo and the others should be in place janitors, tonight. How are you feeling, Trevor-kun? Trevor thought on that. 6 months had passed since the Neon Demon had died, and 9 since he'd become a ghoul. Despite the near-endless conflict, an equilibrium had been reached in his mind, one that gave him at least some measure of peace. The trauma of the past had never fully faded, and the thought of the likes of Kano and Yamurai still made his blood boil. But he was doing something. That alone would be enough normally, but he had friends now. His team, with even Tsukiyama actually proving to be a friend through circumstances that would have been perfect times for betrayal. He had Antioku, distant but close, if that made sense. Hinamai was always there, keeping him from sinking into bad habits. And of course, Irimi. He had no idea how horribly off he'd be without her grounding him, but he knew it would have been unpleasant. So, after due consideration. Gucci, Trevor replied, taking off the jacket and placing the helmet over his smiling face. He rolled his shoulders, preparing for the upcoming slaughter. Very Gucci indeed. That word again. I'll be buying you Gucci products, soon enough. Walk the walk, talk the talk and all that, Tsukiyama sighed, pushing the door open. Light flooded the hall, opening up into an arena none too dissimilar from the first one Trevor encountered in his first outing with Tsukiyama. Only then he had Irimi with him. How things changed. The gourmet stepped out into the lights, spreading his arms wide and taking in the attention of the audience, a natural showman through and through. Madame et Monsieur. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attending this get-together of ours once again. Indeed, the last time this particular group was together, we saw a spectacular showing from our friend Madame A and her favorite scrapper. Tsukiyama paused, bringing a finger up into the air. The food I provided was highly reviewed, yet it was not good enough. To that end, I have arranged an unprecedented feast for tonight's banquet. Tsukiyama stepped to the side, bowing with an arm outstretched in Trevor's direction. Without further ado, allow me to present the subject for the night. Ladies and gentlemen. Trevor stepped into the light. Murmurs and mumbling among the crowd. Understandable, he didn't fit the dress code at all. The same gossip, the same arguments he'd heard several times from the same types of people. Before the chaos could begin, he made sure to locate Madame A, which wasn't difficult. She was a bombshell of a woman in a vivid red dress and glasses, luxurious blonde hair framing a lovely yet perturbed face. She looked about ready to get the hell out of Dodge. Luckily, 4 janitors just so happened to be moving to cover each exit. Nice to meet you all again, Trevor greeted. Last time, I regrettably abstained from partaking in the entertainment. But now. He cracked his fingers, and the scorpion tails unfurled from his back. I'm going to do everything I should have done back then. And without further ado, Trevor began his grisly work. Panic, as Ragboy leapt to the upper levels, Kagun lashing out and tearing through ghouls as he did so. It was second nature at that point, in an environment filled with enemies, to do so with contemptuous ease. Besides, all of his focus was on securing Madame A. He did notice a familiar clown mask in the crowds. Suda, who he could have sworn let out an "oh what the hell," before bugging out. Either way, not important. Right as Trevor was about to reach Madame A, twin black and white blurs moved to cover her. For a brief, thrilling second he thought they might be the Bin brothers, but no, just a pair of themed bodyguards. Madame A, he greeted, stopping right before them in a standoff. Might as well try to have a willing hostage, if nothing else. I'm not here to kill you. I'd like to ask you a few questions, though. After we finish our work here. The 2 guards looked to each other, monochrome striped, one-eyed masks meeting each other in sync before the white-cloaked one turned to Madame A. Get going, old lady. You'd be stupid to trust him. Oh old lady! She hissed, looking like she was about to reprimand her guard. Before making a break for it. Understandable. Trevor couldn't begrudge them that, he'd do the same. Fair enough, Trevor shrugged. Hard to be mad at that decision. Let's go then. He charged, pouncing atop the black guard with a chop of his hand striking at their neck, while the Kagun flared and swiped at the white guard. Trevor's striking tails, mere inches away from striking true, were bound by the coils of another Kagun the same type, the same number of tails, wrapping around and barring further movement towards white. And from black, the same. Her Kagun, 3 tails strong, swiped across as one mass, slamming into Trevor's side at an upwards angle, sending him further into the air and over the arena. He rolled to the ground, catching himself from making an outright, disorienting tumble. However, he didn't follow up with an immediate counterattack like he normally might have, instead just staring at white and black's Kagun. The exact same as his. The same shape, the same color, the same feel. He recalled Yamarai's words. That Kano was making more artificial ghouls like him, from his body. And if that was really the case, were they like him? Okay, hang on, hang on. Trevor shouted as the two approached, waving his hands. Do either of you know a Dr. Kano? Sorry, White said. That's our secret, Black finished. Blades clashed in a flurry as no discussion was to be found. Bodies bounded through the air, scaling walls as insects would, running along them, carving deep into stone with inadvertent parries and missed strikes. The bodyguards hounded Trevor, but did not move in to make any sort of kill. The fact there was 2 of them, exactly the same as Trevor in their method of attack, was trouble enough. He was on the back foot. An attempt to attack would have opened himself up to any one of their tails, and their speed matched Trevor's but not the overall strength and ability behind them. A deficit that was made up for by there being 2 of them, the most overwhelming iteration of a mirror match. Restaurant goers unlucky enough to be caught in their race of a battle were cleaved in twain or pierced through as an apple to an arrow. It was a blur to Trevor of all people, needing to split his mind between the movements of both his opponents, organizing his movements to compensate for the absence the raw number of vectors of defense available to him compared to their many. Trevor dashed across the railing of the upper level, the 2 guards keeping pace with him on the wall across from him, and they pounced once more, their Kagun slashing downwards together. The railing bent beneath Trevor but they relented, bounding away with the force of very same blow to land some distance away from him. That should be enough time, White said, reaching to remove her mask. Black did the same. 2 crimson eyes stared back at Trevor. 2 regular eyes matched them. The monochrome twins, not much older than Hinamai, regarded Trevor with an unnatural level of calmness about them, their eyes void of sensation or emotion, aside from the slightest downturn of White's lips, and an upturn on Black's. We'll see you again, Ani-san. And with that, they were gone, leaving Trevor with the death he had created. He was stunned. They were there, right in front of him. They were real. Others, just like him. Siblings. The mission had failed, but not because of any particular failing on their part. The unexpected should have been expected, but 2 half-ghouls, just like him, was not something that could have reasonably been prepared for in time. It did present a new dilemma though, one which would require a specialist lens. Back to Helter Skelter. Back to Idari. It was kind of messed up that he saw her probably more than his own girlfriend, but that was the nature of work. Trevor. She screamed. Bad start. The information broker's hands were around his neck, shaking him violently but somewhat harmlessly as she yelled. The restaurant thing is you, isn't it? You're killing my treasure house of information. He weathered the strangling without any resistance, head bobbing around limply as she shook him. I believe in your ability to sniff out new spots, Trevor assured her, not even bothering to deny his role in everything these days. You'll be fine. Your smooth-talking ways won't save you. I'll twist your balls. Despite her words, she broke off from Trevor with a huff, resting her cheek on a palm, crossing one leg over the other. She had been kind enough to get Trevor a seat and be seated herself before assaulting him. It looks like you have something for me, anyway. A gift to make up for what you've done. It's always easier to get forgiveness than permission, after all, Trevor told her, sliding over the slip of paper. A peace offering, the definitive names of the ghouls that Aojirai broke out from Cochlea all those months ago. Oh really now? She purred, reaching out to take the papers, giving them a glance over. And where did you get that actually? Don't. Lesson from me to you, keeping your sources secret is important. She set them down, satisfied with their authenticity. And? What do you want in return? What names I should be more concerned about than others, Trevor said, tapping a finger against the bar top. Shachi's on there, so I don't need to hear his deal. It's the other 2 SS ranks on there that I'm wondering about. They ring any bells? Idari hummed, glancing through the papers once more. A clown, and, someone I've never heard of. Interesting. Gypsy's an old name from YAI before our time. They must be in their 60s. 50 or so. Hard to say. There's not much else to say, given how long ago they were active. I'd need to brush up. Trevor's bushy brows shot up. Wow, hard to come by a ghoul that old, he commented. The oldest he knew of was Yoshimura, who was strong, and justifiably so. Very few ghouls reached that kind of age, the lives they led. Must be a tough customer. But as for the other one. He frowned, recalling yet another tidbit Yamurai had dropped. An unsettling running theme of recent events. What do you know about this clown? Oh, sorry. Clowns are a gang. Gypsy was one of them, probably a founding member. They're still around to this day, I hear. It's hard to say though, they've never been ones to take center stage, Idari explained. The door to the bathroom clicked open. A flowery patterned shirt stood out. Woo, much better. Thank you, Idari. Wiping his hands with an equally bright towel was a man Trevor had met before, short of hair and tall in stature. He regarded Trevor with a genuinely surprised smile, wide eyes blinking. Oh. Hey Trevor, Nico said. You were in there forever. Idari grumbled. Trevor blinked, caught completely flat-footed. What the fuck? His mouth opened, then closed. Of all the people to run into again. Eloquence was not meant to be. And then his gaze hardened. Are you still with Aojirai? He asked, pleasantries cast aside for the moment. Cute as always, I see. I was never with Aojirai, you know. I was with Yamurai. They just tolerated me because I cooperated, I suppose, the flamboyant man said with a shrug, leaning on the other end of the bar top casually. I hear you've been pretty busy. With ears like yours, I'm sure you have, Trevor slowly replied, losing some measure of tension. It was hard to forget Nico, both in personality and in abilities, even after all this time. He undoubtedly heard everything Trevor and Idari had just discussed, and privately the one eye was thankful he hadn't brought up the matter of the siblings quite yet. Lots of work to do, after all. What a scary look, Nico commented, taking in Trevor's appearance more accurately, his eyes. It reminds me of him, actually, he sighed wistfully, cupping his cheek. But alas, I am a free agent now. I got bored of wandering about, and decided to come visit an old friend. Idari thumbed to Nico. Don't think I'm in cahoots with Aojirai because I put up with this old guy. He's barely in cahoots with himself, sometimes. Rude. I am more than capable of working for someone, you know. He rounded on Trevor. Not that I'm asking for trust, but I'm no hardliner of that group. If you don't believe me, then I'm willing to offer up some information. An old enemy, if one could call Nico that, appearing out of the blue after 6 months, at the same time and same place as Trevor, right as he was meeting with one of his greatest connections in Tokyo. Yeah, this was calculated. But Trevor wasn't one to instantly shoot down an opportunity with a bit of shade to it. If he was suddenly doing a job interview, then so be it. All right, I'm listening, Trevor allowed, glancing Idari's way briefly. Something on the lighter side, please, he asked. Idari was already on it, gripping a bottle at her side and reaching over for a wine glass, pouring out the mysterious contents within. She pushed it over to Trevor, and from the smell she was completely ignoring his request for something light. It was something of a bit between them at that point, just the nature of their relationship. Nico took a step forward, a hand on his hip. You know the story of Aojirai Tree by now, One-Eye King, wanting to capture Kano and Riz, all that. I don't know the exact reason for why they want Riz, something to do with outing a liar, from Tatara's mouth, but what I lack in knowledge I make up for in observation. He leaned down to Trevor's ear, his voice a whisper. The One-Eye King is in bandages. Banjo hadn't been idle over the months. The man, who was previously just sort of a body to get in the way of things, had been involving himself in training with Trevor to add more value to his presence, meaning he was right alongside Hinamai. The living room didn't have enough space, so they migrated up to a roof on Banjo's suggestion. It was a good one, because it allowed each of them to make better use of the natural abilities of their bodies. Banjo was better off than Hinamai in regards to general working knowledge of combat, but he was incredibly sloppy and without any sort of real discipline. At best, he was a mediocre brawler. It was a convenient arrangement in reality, as it allowed for Trevor to work on his own muscle memory, precision and execution against someone who was a bit more likely to be able to take a hit if he put a bit too much force into it, and that in turn allowed Banjo to help Hinamai with a few things if he felt he had a grasp of them. Yamo had even taught Trevor some things about teaching itself, when he found out. The method he suggested, which was the complete opposite of what he had used with Trevor, was something the Thais did during boxing practice, which was play spars, where each blow was more or less a slap as opposed to a hit, allowing for the participants to work on their form and control without worrying about harm. The reason for that method, he said, was to reduce the strain on the body. Native Muay Thai practitioners were used to fighting hard and often, so rather than having full-on spars they would fill the time between fights with play fighting, reducing the potential for any harm coming from their training. It certainly made things more fun for Hinamai. But Banjo was insistent on getting his ass kicked, so Trevor had to kick his ass a few times just like Yamo did to him more than a few times. A couple of hours of that every other day, first thing in the morning. While his body went through the motions and his mouth gave instructions, Trevor's thoughts were filled with recent revelations, both of great importance. He had sisters, and it was very likely Ito was the one-eyed king. The first matter was somewhat known to his team, as Jukiyama at the very least could see the Kagun the twins had fought with it. Hard for him to miss the same exact Kagun he wanted to eat. But they were working for Madame A, and their vague non-answer confirmed they were at least aware of Dr. Kano's work on them. It made Trevor want to hound Madame A all the more now, and gain every last drop of information he could about the sick bastard that had ruined his life. Idari had told Trevor that Kano once was a CCG medical investigator, one that had decided to leave the organization and inherited the same hospital Trevor woke up in, before disappearing off the grid. Interesting enough, but he needed far more than that. A less vicious part of him also simply wanted to talk with the twins. They'd gone through the same experience, humans twisted into ghouls. He couldn't help but feel a kinship with them, and not just because they all shared Rizkakuhao and blood. A longing and loneliness he'd either hadn't felt before or had long ignored in favor of focusing on the now. And there was Ito. The little mummy girl who may have been king. Trevor wasn't as shocked about that as one might expect. The way she talked and carried herself, how she'd easily tricked him and made him feel at ease, it spoke of charisma, and keen intellect. It certainly put her recruitment pitch to him in a new light, a far more measured and reasonable attempt than Tatara's "you fight for us now" style of recruitment. That all said, Trevor wasn't sure what to do with the information. Blow the whistle, proclaim it the world? Tell his team? He didn't know. He hadn't seen her in over 6 months now, nor anyone else significant from Aojirai. It was like he had two options in the moment. Pursue Kano, or pursue Ito. Either would likely bring answers, and would inevitably bring hardship. On top of that, he'd been hearing rumors of a black rabbit hunting investigators all across Tokyo. He figured it was Ayato, if he was being identified as similar to Tuka, the original rabbit. Might be worth looking into, considering the connection to Aojirai. So much learned and on his plate in the span of a single day. It figured. Well, at the very least, he could tell the others about some of it. After his shower, Trevor stepped out into the living room, wiping his head with a towel and seeing Banjo, Hinamai and Jukiyama there. After the customary greeting of yo, he got their attention. So, something new came up. Jukiyama probably has an idea already, he started, taking a seat on the couch next to Hinamai. Ran into two one-eyes during the restaurant raid yesterday, that had the exact same Kagun as me and Riz. Also, called me big brother before they disappeared mysteriously. Someone's on your turf, Hinamai-chan, Banjo said, glancing down at the girl with a smirk. The quiet girl puffed her cheeks out in defiance. I suppose it's only natural. There's no reason you'd be the only one, is there? Jukiyama put forward, leaning against a wall. He was dressed in lighter clothes, a simple t-shirt and pants as opposed to the full-on tux and suit look he was fond of. But it does bring up the question of where they came from, which I imagine we're all fairly certain what the answer is. That Kano guy Tatara mentioned, back then, Banjo recalled, going back to the very first time Trevor had been dragged before the Chinese ghoul. Were they working for one of the ghouls at the restaurant? Hinamai asked, looking between them. Trevor nodded. They were Madame A's bodyguards, he confirmed. And the only reason she was able to slip past us. Those two were, annoying to fight, he recalled with a grimace. More like a wet noodle slap fest than anything. Not to mention neither of us wanted to actually kill each other, so it was even more of a stalling game. The problem of a mirror match, amplified by 3, Jukiyama said with an amused chuff. Usually there's some difference in Kagun composition which allows for each side to be different enough, but in that case, it was almost a perfect mirror in that regard. Very uncanny. Hinamai put her head down for a moment, and considered. Then, maybe we should go to the 20th ward? To the hospital? She suggested, looking up at the others for their reaction. Maybe there's someone there. It's certainly a lead, Trevor said, scratching his grey beard. I imagine others have already tried poking at it while looking for Kano, but perhaps there's something they missed. His brows furrowed, pulling at distant memories. I remember there being a nurse of his he seemed to rely on, can't remember her name for the life of me, but I'd recognize the face if I saw it. If she's even still there, anyway. It's worth a shot, Banjo shrugged, seeing the merit. Not like we lose much even if nobody's there. In that case, we would best play it careful. But don't worry, I'm perfect for such a thing, Jukiyama bragged, bringing a hand to his chest. But first Trevor-san, we'll need to get you a wig. And a shave. Trevor frowned, rubbing his beard. This day exacts a heavy toll. He bemoaned dramatically. The wig fit, well enough. It was pretty convincing. Jukiyama stepped away from Banjo and Trevor, approaching the reception desk of the hospital with a pleasant, resplendent smile, looking as picture-perfect as he ever did. He directed his weaponized handsomeness at the receptionist. The woman blinked at the sudden appearance of the gazillionaire heir. Excuse me. He started, peering at her sharply. I'm experiencing abdominal pains, he said, as if it was completely normal and without acting as if he was having any so-called abdominal pains. Oh okay, the receptionist said, enthralled with the tall and pretty man before her. Why would he say he has a stomach ache, acting all casual like that? Banjo asked, looking on in mild confusion. I'm more surprised it's actually working, Trevor whispered back. Perks of being beautiful, I guess. The two moved to the seating area while Jukiyama did, whatever he was doing with the receptionist. Banjo sighed, looking about in a relaxed manner, careful not to draw any attention to himself which was difficult, because he was the most virile-looking, masculine manly man for miles around. On reflection, it was like a wandering boy band had decided to pay the hospital a visit, with Trevor being the middle child of them. Just remember, you have a beautiful girlfriend that likes you very much, he had to keep reminding himself amidst all the stares Jukiyama and Banjo were getting. Any sign of Kano? Banjo asked after a few minutes. Trevor shook his head. Nothing, he reported with a sigh. Might require us being a little more proactive about this. Banjo rumbled in agreement, leaning forward on his arms. Reminds me, haven't seen you with dark hair in ages. Even if it's just a wig, he finished with a whisper, elbowing Trevor lightly. You gonna start using dye on it, you reckon? Haven't thought about it, he admitted, grabbing a lock of black hair and fiddling with it. Not really something I've done before. My little sister, my real sister, she dyed hers all the time. I dunno, maybe it might be good to stop the Gandalf look for a bit. MMH. Wizard-san. I think it needs to be a bit longer before we start calling you that. Oh. Is that you, Trevor-kun? A familiar voice called out, approaching the two with a stride, clipboard held to her chest. It's been so long. Have you learned to like fish yet? She asked. It was an assault of a memory, back from when he first awoke in the hospital. A young-looking woman with dark hair, done into a ponytail, dressed in a nurse's uniform. Kind eyes, warm smile. Trevor nearly jumped in his seat in surprise, caught off guard not only by someone calling out to him by name, but by the sheer baggage that certain someone carried with them. She was the first face he'd seen, when he woke up in a foreign land with no memory of how he got there, changed into something not quite human. He blinked, then quickly readjusted. Oh, hi, Taguchi-san, he greeted back with a smile, thankful for her name tag. Fish, a little, but not so much shellfish, he answered. How have you been lately? More importantly, she was a lead. I've been well, thank you. Work is work, but I'm enjoying it. Who's this? He's quite masculine, she asked, nodding to Banjo. The large chunk of muscle bowed his head, cheeks red. Hello. I'm Banjo, friend of Trevor. She nodded in greeting, before turning her attention back to Trevor. You're looking much better, stronger, even. You've not come in for any checkups, though. How are you feeling? She asked, friendly and inviting in her tone. Brushes with death tend to make one want to take better care of themselves, Trevor replied easily enough, smiling right back. I'm feeling a bit better, but like you said, I haven't come in for a while. So I figured I'd swing by, see if the doc was in and let him know how I've been doing. Miss Taguchi's smile turned apologetic. Ah, if you're looking for Dr. Kano, then I'm afraid he's not here. He's away on a business trip currently. I could always have another doctor take a look, if you'd like. Oh, no, that's all right, nothing urgent on my end, Trevor assured her, not surprised but still a touch disappointed. He jerked his head Yukiyama's way, who was still schmoozing the receptionist. Here for a friend, mostly. Thought I'd get 2 birds with 1 stone, but hey, he shrugged. C'est la vie. I'm not sure when exactly he'll be back, unfortunately. It's a conference over in Germany, so he might stay there a while after it's done to catch up with colleagues and share notes, she explained, bowing her head to Trevor. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Trevor-kun. Trevor knew Kano wasn't in Germany. Over the past few months, Trevor had made damn sure to check airports and there was not a single Kano among passenger lists. While the investigations hadn't provided solid leads, it had allowed for certain avenues to be eliminated from consideration. In other words, she was lying. I see, Trevor said slowly, nodding along. Say, Taguchi-san, I'm sure there's some means of communication you have with him, considering where you both work. If it's all possible, could you pass a message on for me? Of course. She replied, sounding eager to try and help Trevor. She looked up again, smiling. What can I do for you? Trevor pulled a notepad out from his clothes, along with a pen. Just let Kano know that I'd like to speak with him sooner than later, he told her, hastily jotting down a series of numbers. And that I've started to run into some family members. I'm sure he'll understand, he said as he handed her the paper. That's my number, if you or he want to reach out at all. She took the number with a nod, tucking it away into her chest pocket. I'll be sure to pass on the message. It was good to see you again, Trevor-kun. I'm glad you're feeling better. All thanks to Kano's good work, Trevor said with a smile. The job was done. They left the hospital shortly after, leaving Yukiyama to clean up his own mess of a situation. Hinami had been brought with them, but she had left on her own to visit Tuka at school. They had agreed to meet up after at a bridge not too far from the school. Banjo leaned back against the railing overlooking the school and the roads beneath, glancing up. Sounded like you learned something important, Banjo pointed out finally, having kept quiet until they were a good distance away from any potential curious ears. The bridge also allowed for them to see if anyone was lurking about. Indeed, Trevor replied, his arms folded across his chest. That Taguchi woman is in on it, to some degree. She was lying about Kano, and I don't doubt she's in touch with him somehow. At the very least, I think she'll report to him that I'm poking around. MMH. I suppose, it depends on how he takes that. You gave them your number, so they could potentially contact you if they feel like it's not a danger. But that's unlikely. We've not exactly been the least violent people around, Banjo pointed out with a sigh. Which is strange, because we're still pretty good by most standards. Messed up world. A very messed up one, yes, Trevor agreed. But that's why we're doing what we do, targeting who we are. Someone's gotta make it a little better for those who can't do it themselves. It feels good to be doing it. Power and responsibility, and all that. Speak for yourself, I still have trouble fighting Hinami-chan, Banjo pointed out with some frustration. It wasn't entirely his fault, Hinami had proven to be an excellent student. I suppose there's just the matter of what we do next. If she does know more than she'd like to let on, then we could question her. We know where she works, which means she has to leave at some point. Trevor hummed, scratching at the bare skin of his chin. Some habits lingered even in the absence of a beard. That could work, he allowed. Cat'll be out of the bag at that point, but it's like you said. We've been kinda loud lately. We'll have to take the initiative. Worked out for us so far, hasn't it? The mithril scorpion loomed over the hospital, a committee of vultures watching for their target. Given her connection to Kano, they had spared no member of their group in their planning. She could have guards, much like Madame A. To that end, the siblings, Jukiyama and Banjo were present. Even Hinamai was chipping in, providing her version of support from afar. And so they waited for their prey. They waited to capture Taguchi. Miss Taguchi. For a woman so deeply involved in Dr. Kano's business, she was rather unprepared for anything happening to her. If that was because of a lack of knowledge or a type of confidence, it was difficult to say. She walked normally, looking as if the weight of a long day was leaving her shoulders more and more with each step she took away from the hospital, exhaling into the humid midsummer air. The cold winter past was contrasted by temperatures of anywhere between 77 and 86 degrees, although the overcast clouds trapped what heat there was, creating an almost choking atmosphere. Adjusting her bag, she continued on her way likely as she did every night away from work and towards what was likely to be a train station. High buildings surrounded her. As did ghouls, unbeknownst to her. The siblings were the first to move, spreading out across the area, keeping an eye on her from different angles, signaling to each other with gestures they could understand. Perhaps the biggest change they'd all undergone was a switching of masks. The gas masks had been switched out, at Trevor's suggestion. Upon hearing the tales growing surrounding the siblings, in particular about they were one that was many, three-headed and all that, Trevor brought forth an idea that suited his deeply seated, but ever-present dorkiness. They each now wore masks in the semblance of King Ghidorah, all golden horns and snarling draconic faces. Something that pleased Trevor's nerdy heart whenever he laid eyes on them. Hinamai sat on her knees, focused on the simple task of listening. 3, 4 sets of feet, she suddenly let out, directing her eyes covered up to Trevor. Her mask was oracle-like, fashioned with several bands of metal, layered like the shutters on a vent, wrapping around the top of her face sharply. I didn't notice them. Down in the street, hardly 200 steps from the hospital, 3 men had already surrounded the nurse, each in a white suit, 2 with masks on. Putting 2 and 2 together, they had likely been there before them. Trevor's eyes narrowed. White suits. That was the name of Yamarai's gang. He didn't know whether or not they still worked for Aojirai Tree, but even if they weren't, they were likely still a threat. And besides, he refused to let anyone grab Taguchi, not when he was so close. If they start to take her, we're moving in, Trevor whispered to Hinamai, Jukiyama, and Banjo. Signal the same to the 3. Take them out as quickly as possible. Got it. Banjo raised a hand up, lowering 2 fingers and making a couple of gestures directed to the scene below. Well, might want to get moving, Jukiyama said with a sigh. Indeed, the smallest of the 3 suited men had grabbed Taguchi's throat, nonchalantly beginning to choke the nurse out. Trevor dived in instantly, Kagun outstretched, intending to chop off the offending arm before it could do any more. A big block of white dived in front of Trevor, soaking the attack. Red fluid seeped over white fabric as one of the 2 large, white-suited ghouls took the blow for the smaller, unmasked ghoul. Although it had been a direct hit, the large ghoul's body was solid, something communicated through the sensation of striking him alone. Pained noises came from behind the mask, but he was otherwise stalwart. And then the other one rounded on Trevor, throwing a running haymaker right for him. Trevor rolled away, disengaging from the white suit that had tanked his blow and slithered his way around the larger ghoul. His objective was to save Taguchi, not get wrapped up in fighting mooks. His friends would be right behind him anyway. The blonde-haired ghoul which gripped Taguchi snapped his head to Trevor as he approached, a foul look encroaching on his youthful expression. Tired, bloodshot eyes turned focused as teeth were bared. You're the asshole that killed Yamarai, he declared, tossing Taguchi aside. And then he dropped to his knees, sobbing. The 2 giant ghouls came to his side, kneeling to pat his back, making affirmative and comforting sounds. Jukiyama, having just showed up, looked to Trevor with a pursed lip, wordlessly asking the obvious question. Trevor would have pinched the bridge of his nose, if it weren't currently covered by his helmet. Someone check on Taguchi, he managed, gesturing to the nurse. In that moment, he felt something coming down on him from above. Without hesitation, he shouted move. And dived for Taguchi, intending to grab and secure her. And then, a man slammed into the ground between Trevor and Taguchi, the force of which outright sending chunks of concrete flying through the air. The most absurd and greatest display of ghoul strength Trevor had ever seen. For the first time in over 6 months, Trevor was sent reeling backward, and he wasn't even physically hit by anything. His feet dug into the ground, halting his forceful retreat, glaring at the latest wrecking ball to cross his path. Leave I'm alone, Shachi. I'm gonna kill I'm. Quiet, Naki. You are slow of mind, far too slow to act, the man barked, glare leveling on Trevor. The air became lead. Trevor's eyes widened into saucers, the name ringing a most unfortunate bell. He looked every bit the indomitable, unbreakable master of combat, bulging muscles that looked as though ready to burst from his iron-clad skin at any moment. A wild mane of black hair blew behind his sharp, angular face, a Fu Manchu mustache starkly framing his mouth. And the eyes alone radiated strength. This was the man the Neon Demon was willingly subservient to. The man Trevor had killed the Neon Demon for in the hope that he would switch sides against Aojirai. A hope that was crumbling into dust before his very eyes. Shachi. Orca. SS rank. He was before Trevor in a blink, a movement that relied not on strength but exceptional agility. His foot shot up, swinging in a direct, perfect arc from his crouched position until he was upright, hands joined together in a sort of counterweight. The high kick. On instincts drilled into him by Imo, Trevor dodged. Even with his personal ridiculous tolerance for pain, he had no interest in getting hit by that. Right when he did, Shachi's hands came down on him hard, smacking Trevor directly across the face. Thinking moves ahead. Trevor was forced on the back foot, and Shachi knew that. Tsukiyama and the siblings had engaged Naki and the white suits behind him. Banjo had tried to fight, but got smacked hard in the face for his trouble and forced back. The man still wasn't all that cut out for fighting, unfortunately. Hopefully, Trevor thought, he'd take advantage of all the distractions and get Taguchi the fuck out of here. The one eye would have outright said as much, but that would clue everyone into his intent. He'd just have to hope Banjo understood the real objective here. In the meantime, Shachi. The man was power stance walking right to Trevor, not content to let him recover. Trevor was pretty sure his jaw was broken, and his helmet fucked up by the blow. No dumb charging like the neon demon. This foe was greater than that, than Yamurai, than the rest. He could read the flow of combat. Fight smart. Trevor didn't know how Shachi fought. He just knew Shachi could and would fight planning in advance. With that in mind, Trevor elected to go on the defensive, taking on a stance similar to Tai Chi as Yamo taught him. Becoming flowing water, a technique that favored the fluid movement of his Kagun. Defense through evasion, following the flow of combat as Shachi did. It'd be easier to adapt and read and fight that way, especially until he knew exactly what he was dealing with. SS rank Ghoul. The pinnacle of threat levels. Any investigators that would have fought him got fucked up real bad. Trevor would not take that threat lightly. Shachi moved again, appearing in front of Trevor. It was a strange thing. His hand was extending out, digits splayed apart, taking up a large portion of Trevor's vision. It was distracting. And that's when the swipe to Trevor's legs came in. Right hand. Left leg. Obscuring feint. Frustrating. But not invincible. Trevor jumped backward, one of his tails sliding outward to slice experimentally at Shachi's Achilles heel. Evidently the complete wrong move, as Shachi's leg immediately reeled back and raised, kicking straight into Trevor's side. The kick was also a feint. It hurt like shit. But it left an opening, at either Shachi's left leg or left side. Trevor chose leg. The barbed layers of the Kagun dug and shred at the SS rank's knee, swiping downwards and drawing away both flesh and blood. Shachi drew his leg back, using the same movement to spin on the ball of his other foot. It was coming. A red tail burst forth from his lower back, a girthy thing, pulsing with violent life. It was shaped at the end like a guillotine? No. It was the tail of a killer whale. With the meager movement of spinning on his heel, he managed to transition into the air, body horizontal, hands gripping his knees as the force dragged his tail along with him, threatening to hit whatever was on the other end. A terminal move. It was Trevor's worst possible matchup. Not only was Shachi a better martial artist, and probably using the first ever ghoul-centric martial art, but he was using an absolute monster of a Baikaku, the Kagun that handily crushed Trevor's own. It was the neon demon all over again, but tenfold. Fuck everything about this. Thankfully, Trevor was no longer quite as driven by bloodlust and suicidal tendencies as he was back then. He knew a fight he couldn't bulldoze his way through when he saw it. Blocking was out of the question. He'd be chopped in half outright. Trevor weaved away from the monstrosity of a martial artist, avoiding the tail and creating distance. His eyes all too briefly flitted to where he remembered Taguchi was. She was unconscious. Banjo was struggling to reach her, but the fight was an absolute nightmare to navigate for someone like him. Trevor had to keep stalling. A bit of a tall order, but there was no choice. Aojirai could not be allowed to get leads on Kano. Whatever their designs were for the man, they couldn't have been good. Shachi landed, crouched low to the ground. And then he vanished. It was the first instance of a ghoul being too fast. And then he was face to face with Trevor. Black eyes glared down at him. Completely past his guard, past his peripherals. A wall loomed over Trevor. No, a mountain. Trevor blinked. And then he was on the ground. His brain stuttered, struggling to compute what just happened. He'd been punched. And then it hit him. His entire body was in total white pain, every breath utter agony through crushed lungs. He couldn't even choke or cry. All he could do was lay there, paralyzed and silent, eyes bulging so hard they were strained beneath his mask. He looked as though he was in a seizure, and he might as well have been. Blood was being hacked out, forced from his jostled insides. Shachi could not be defeated. The truth had been made resoundingly clear with that one punch. The sound of Tsukiyama calling out to him was muffled by the ringing. But Shachi was clear as day in Trevor's ears. He looked down at the defeated man. To think you can stand up to Aojirai tree at your level. The martial artist grumbled, his glare relaxing somewhat. Is utterly laughable. Trevor couldn't reply. He wanted to. But his body wouldn't allow it. Those words stopped the fighting entirely. It all paused, as if to see what would happen next. Shachi then reached into the waist of his martial pants, and pulled out a flip phone. After a moment of tapping buttons, he brought it to his ear. Hey! What am I doing with the half-human? He barked into the phone. MMH. HRM. Shachi opened his mouth to say something, glancing at Trevor with some sort of look to his eye, although unreadable. You certainly are twisted. Fine. He snapped the phone shut, and turned his back on Trevor. He pulled a GI top over his body, not bothering to tie it shut, and picked up Taguchi. We're done here. Let's go. It was just getting fun, Naki whined despite the cuts covering his body and suit. But there was no more protest. Shachi left Trevor scaling up a wall with Taguchi going with him. The others followed. Selfish old bastard. Naki called after Shachi, and then they were gone. Ijimi and Jukiyama approached Trevor's side, checking on him. Trevor, Jukiyama said, trying to get a word out of his boss. Greek. It was not a word, but a mangled growl. The pain was not fading. The feeling of total, crushing defeat hurt far more. With a jerking, weak hand, Trevor took off his helmet, letting the battered object clack to the ground. He started coughing, blood spurting out from his lips. What could he say in reply to what had just happened? Trevor shook, pushing himself to sit up with a strained breath. Need to. He breathed, pressing a trembling hand to his face. Need to think. Need to learn more. Words that delayed how he truly felt. And then. Fuck. Trevor spat, slamming his fist on the ground, the rage of his own impotence filling him once again. Something he'd tried so hard to never feel again. Banjo settled Trevor down onto the couch. Wait here. I'll go get some ice. It wasn't that Trevor particularly needed it. He'd heal in time, but in that moment, soreness and pain. A lot of it. Shachi's blow had messed his insides so badly that it felt like they didn't know how to heal right in that moment. It was unpleasant. Hinamai moves to sit down beside Trevor, or rather, she moved his head and gave his head a lap to rest on. The girl had visibly been shook, after the fight. Seeing Trevor get hit like that, was probably a bit too close of a reminder of what almost happened to her mother, and what did happen to her father. Ichimi swallowed. Man. I thought the stories were tooting Shachi's horn, he admitted, rubbing the back of his King Ghidorah-styled mask. But that. Trevor took in a breath, letting himself sink into the couch, and his head into Hinamai's lap. That was. He started, voice hollow. That was unlike anything I'd ever seen. That was a first for all of us, I think, Santa said, moving to take off his mask. The youngest, for the first time in a long while, revealed himself to prying eyes. A bowl cut of blonde hair, obscuring his eyes. The beginnings of an obvious scar peeked out from beneath a curtain of hair. I mean, I've had my ass kicked before, but if he kicked my ass I'd probably convert my religion and dedicate myself to whatever god would help me get over it. Looks like Hinamai is my new god then, Trevor uttered, blinking slowly. Thinking too hard wasn't something he thought himself capable of right then. Go through the motions of conversation for now. Take respite while he could. There are worse gods to have, Jiro said, shrugging. At least she's cute. Hinamai had very little to say about this, other than to cover her face with her palms. Please don't, she pleaded, her face a crimson lightbulb. I'm not very worshipable. While they talked, Jukiyama seemed to stare off into nothing, rubbing his chin. Shachi and Naki. Deputy of the White Suits, previously held in Cochlea, he observed aloud, considering the confirmed appearance of two dangerous ghouls. Never heard of Naki. He a big deal? Santa asked, tilting his head. He was completely overshadowed by Yamurai, but, that does not mean he is not talented in any regard, Jukiyama conceded, glancing down at his collar, where a clear puncture injury rested, open yet not weeping. It took a lot to actually harm Jukiyama meaningfully. More and more weirdos, hey, Santa sighed, moving to take a seat, throwing his hands behind the back of his head. Those two goons of his were freakishly tough too. Knew how to keep our asses busy, at least. Feels like Aojirai really picked up a troublesome batch. How many more could there be, you reckon? It's hard to say, Banjo said, walking back in with an ice bag. Just because they were freed doesn't mean they shacked up with Aojirai. But considering Shachi just showed up with them, I'm not sure if I'd hold out on that hope. He moved over to Trevor holding out the bag to him. How are you feeling, boss? Trevor grabbed the bag, and just let it fall to the side of his face. His brown eyes were regaining some of their focus. He recalled the few words Shachi had said to him, and what he'd said over the phone. Like Aojirai is toying with us, he eventually replied. Whoever he was talking to over the phone, he called them twisted and then spared us. Maybe it was Tatara, maybe Ito. And then. He pressed his lips into a thin line. His words were almost challenging. Like he, or they, want us to do more. His brows furrowed, then he let out a sigh. My kidneys are also trying to grow in the wrong direction, so I might not be in the clearest of minds right now, he admitted. Banjo nodded, reaching to his pocket. Well, it's not all bad news. I couldn't get to Taguchi without getting my head taken off, but... He removed his hand from his pocket. And it was a phone, one that wasn't Banjo's. I think we can work with this. Trevor blinked at the phone. A smartphone, something that most ghouls wouldn't bother with. Which meant it was Taguchi's. Despite everything, Trevor smiled. You sly dog, he praised. One password bypass later, and they were witness to the raw extent of how much Miss Taguchi knew about Dr. Kano's work. The numbers on the lost phone were unrecognizable, filled with a sizable number of aliases that were clearly not the actual names of the people they referred to, with a clear theme to them too. A title, followed by a letter of some description. The only recognizable one was, of course, Madame A. While Taguchi had initially appeared uninvolved, it was clear that the woman was an accomplice through and through. Unfortunately, texts were entirely cleared. Smart on Taguchi's part, which in turn was frustrating as hell for Trevor for his group. So, that really only left one option, call her up. However, there was a major obstacle to be considered. The singular blow Shachi had dealt Trevor had done so damage to his insides that it would take 3 days to be healed properly. Kidneys were trying to correct themselves, the liver was growing vertically, and his ribs were pointing all sorts of nasty directions. Trevor had developed a good poker face since his time in Tokyo began, due in no small part to his emotions being actually blunted from sheer abuse, but speaking with Madame A while trying to ignore the mind-numbing pain was not something he wanted to deal with. Plus, it would not be optimal in the least if he threw himself into yet another fight while his body was still trying to repair itself. He was lying if he said he didn't feel a bit off after Shachi, and not just physically. The Orca had been a painful reminder of a far weaker, more vulnerable time in Trevor's life, where he was surviving purely on the whims of powerful madmen. It was why Trevor had devoted himself to getting stronger, eating only the strongest ghouls and honing his martial arts skills as much as possible with Yumo. Whenever he'd doubted himself, or gotten tired, he remembered Yamurai in the chair. That was all the incentive he needed. But he might as well have been a child flailing his arms against Shachi. And he was on Aogirai's side. How could he beat them, if he couldn't beat Shachi? Trevor had told the rest of Mithril Scorpion that he was going to use the brief period to heal proper, and mull over their options, asking them to do the same. Once the 3, maybe 2, depending, days were up, they'd give Madame A ring for lack of a better option. For now though, he had a call to make, and a visit. Hello, came the unflappable voice of Yumo, not even questioning the call as one might when answering the phone. The man always picked his phone up quickly. Hey, Yumo, Trevor greeted, wincing slightly as he poured himself a cup of coffee in the kitchen. I had a run-in with Shachi Kami Shiro last night. Best to cut straight to it with a person like his mentor. It went poorly. Shachi-san, hey. Yumo replied after a turn, sounding considerate. Are you in one piece? Technically, yes, he groaned in reply. But my internal organs are an absolute mess and healing wrong. It'll take about 3 days for me to get back to normal. MMH. That's to be expected. A well-placed strike can do as much damage as a Kagun, even more so in some cases, and Shachi-san is that case. How do you feel? He asked, although it was clear he did not mean physically. Trevor had already told him he was fucked up in that regard. Trevor let out a long sigh, slowly walking over to the couch and taking the seat, steaming mug of coffee in his hands. About as weak as when you first started training me, to be honest, he admitted, not sounding pleased about that in the slightest. Continuous encounters with people that feel exponentially more powerful than the last makes me wonder if there even is an upper limit to what ghouls are capable of. It's tiresome, I suppose, he finished. Maybe it will be of some comfort if I told you that Shachi-san is among the strongest in Tokyo and beyond, to my knowledge. Top 3. You are still young, while Shachi has dedicated his life to his art. Don't let a loss cloud your perspective, Yumo instructed. It sounded like he was in a car, from the hum in the back. Bad form, Yumo. Right, Trevor grumbled, running a hand through his grayed hair. Top 3, hey? Who are the other 2? The manager one of them. Correct. Although it has been a while, and he has become softer. The remaining one would be Tatara, but I have never seen him act personally. I have simply heard enough from credible sources to know, he explained casually, there being no real gravitas around the discussion of Tokyo's literal apex predators. When you lived along their type for so long, you really didn't have much choice but to accept such things. Though the prospect of fighting Tatara suddenly just got a lot less enticing. Gotcha. Well, looking forward to eventually dealing with the latter, then, Trevor said after sipping his coffee. Anyway, I wanted to ask if there was a way you could teach me that kind of death punch Shachi hit me with, or at the very least some kind of counter. He disappeared from my sight before he punched me, he was so fast. Describe it. The blow, he instructed, the ticking sound of an indicator following. And so Trevor did, the entire image painfully clear in his mind. Hard to forget the singular moment that he became little more than a twitching clump on the floor. Yumo let out an affirmative noise, taking in the information. There are stories of humans who have attained a level in martial skill that means they no longer require a weapon to kill a ghoul. But, it naturally follows that there are ghouls who could also attain an adjacent level, which would then make them impossible for said human to kill. Mastery of such things is difficult to come by among ghouls, but Shachi is the preeminent example of it, he explained, pausing and letting that image sink in. If, for example, Bruce Lee could exist, then ghoul Bruce Lee could also exist. Shachi-san rather, Matasaka-san was trained by a human. That's why he is as skilled as he is. It's why I decided to learn from them too. Finding out how the weak combat the strong, while being strong yourself, has much value. Only Matasaka-san took it to its absolute extreme. That blow he hit you with only happened because he doesn't fight like a ghoul. His mind is empty, when he fights. There is no instinctual fury, no burning desire, just the movement. His body acts without any mental limit. I cannot teach you that. Trevor went quiet. Yumo spoke with a deep familiarity of not only the concept, but of Shachi himself. Or, rather, Matasaka, evidently the man's real name. That in and of itself was telling. But even more so, Yumo made it clear, if Trevor were to progress to Shachi's level, Yumo couldn't be the one to take him there. It was a journey he'd have to undergo alone. Even though Yumo wouldn't be able to see it, Trevor nodded. I understand, he replied. I'll take your words to heart. A pause. I just have one more question for you. Shachi, or rather, Matasaka. What would it take, for a man like him, to join a group like Aojirai Tree? Yamo went quiet. The unseen car itself became silent too. I don't know. There must be something important driving him. He does not seem the sort to align with their methods or rationality, Yamo admitted, as stumped as Trevor was in the end. He's not a monster. Not a monster. In other words, not someone that would willingly partake in the evils Aojirai Tree committed. Not without very, very good reason, or delusion. It only bothered Trevor more. If that's the case, Trevor said slowly. Then I hope I can talk with him and maybe understand. Whenever I run into him again, and there is no immediate need to fight. Although I'd rather not fight him at all, to be honest, he allowed, rubbing his side. You and me both, Trevor. If I were to face him, I wouldn't do it alone. Nor would I rely on a direct confrontation. How is life treating you, aside from the jostling of your insides? Despite himself, Trevor chuckled. Yamo was a good mentor, and a better friend, even if he didn't outwardly seem so. That conversation helped, safe to say. Once he and Yamo were done catching up, Trevor made his way to a certain girlfriend's apartment. He was Sen's beard, an incredibly rare occurrence, and plus a black wig, an even rarer one. Plus, seeing Irimi simply made him feel better, and while the likes of Hinamai and Yamo were wonderful, they weren't her. So, he headed up to her place, knowing she'd probably hear him regardless of how loud he was or if he even rang the doorbell. The door creaked open. Irimi squinted at him through the crack, dark eyes critical of him. The pale woman was visibly cautious. What on earth happened to you? Are you okay? She asked, the door not yet opening wide. From what he could glance, she had just got home from work, not yet out of her barista uniform. The shaven, black wig sporting half-ghoul couldn't help but smile. I'm actually in constant, incredible pain on the inside, Trevor replied, his voice strained. Unrelated, but I was also thinking of starting a boy band with Banjo and Jukiyama. Oh yeah? Who's supposed to be the pretty one? The door opened completely with that. Come in. You may look strange, but you're still Trevor. For better and worse. As cool as a cucumber, she was. She turned on him, making her way inside her apartment. Close the door behind you, would you? Trevor hummed, doing so as he stepped inside. He also removed the wig, damn thing was itchy as all hell. Each movement was a painful one, jostling organs that didn't want to be where they were, making him wince ever so slightly. It'd been ages since he felt actual pain, and that fact did nothing to help his current predicament. How've things been? Quiet, believe it or not. The girls have been asking after you, for whatever reason. I've told them to watch themselves, naturally. Dove stopped by briefly, but nothing important. The manager talked to one of them, Shinohara or some such. I think you saw him before, the big fellow with the weird kid, she recalled off the top of her head, plopping down onto her couch with a sigh. Feels weird to have things going slowly again. I do miss excitement, but I don't exactly want it in exchange for ruining what I've got. Sit down, before you sprain your ankle or something. At least I'd have some external injury to justify how I'm feeling, Trevor sighed, joining her on the couch and letting out a loud, rather dad-like groan. We seem to be having opposite problems. Things moving real fast, though whether by necessity or not is up for debate. He adjusted his posture, resting his head on the back of the couch. Hence my current state of reoriented organs rebelling against me. Nice dad noise there, Dad. Going to take me to Kyoto to see the temples, Dad. The dad noise was not going Yunan-yord, as was to be expected. And I'm supposed to be the one to reorganize your insides. Hussy. Irimi gave him a gentle elbow. What has happened in the life of Trevor, then? You're clearly messed up. Finally got a solid lead on Kano, he replied, reaching around to rest an arm on her shoulders. Taguchi, his nurse that was there at the beginning, we found her and we're gonna have a conversation. But Aojirai was there too. He paused, rubbing his temple with his free hand. They sent Shachi of all people to nab Taguchi, and we fought. It did not end well. When does it ever? She asked, chuckling. Her head came to rest on his shoulder. I've never met Shachi-san. I don't think I want to, if you're reeling from it. How'd it go other than that? Poorly, Trevor said, finding it hard to keep the bitterness out of his voice. He's on another level entirely. Ran circles around me, and when he wanted to end the fight, he ended it decisively and too quick for me to even process. One punch was all it took, and then I was on the ground, basically having a seizure. He went quiet. Only reason he didn't kill me right and there was because his boss didn't want him to, for twisted reasons, evidently. His voice grew somber, and weary, revealing the bone-deep fear and frustration inside him. His mistake, really. You sound pissed, and when you're pissed you tend to get focused on getting even. The question is how. The woman hummed, looking up at him. Unless you're planning on letting it slide, which I wouldn't blame you for. Sometimes it's best to let a loss be a loss. Shachi isn't quite the one I feel a burning desire to make pay, Trevor told her, meeting her gaze. He kicked my ass, but so have a lot of people. He's not the one being sadistic about it. His brows twitched briefly. He's no Yamurai. A brief flash of something, and then it was gone, and he let out a sigh. But you're right, it was a huge mistake on their part to leave me alive. One of the biggest rules about being an evil overlord, never leave the good guys alive to recover and bounce back for the sake of watching them squirm. It's just basic villainy. They probably don't see themselves as villains, is probably why. But who does? She shrugged gently. Extremists, probably. But it's that whole saying one man's terrorist, another man's freedom fighter. As to how true it is remains up for debate. A debate I'd be interested in having with them, although that's a conversation that would probably turn into a confrontation real quick. Trevor shrugged, or tried to, until his body made its grievances known yet again. Ow. But oh well. That aside, next step is calling up Madame A and pull that thread until Kano shows up. He blinked. Oh yeah, forgot to mention to you, ran into some siblings the other day. Two twin girls around Hinami's age, same exact Kagun as me. Called me big brother in creepy stereo unison, too. Irimi's brow quirked at the revelation. Half ghouls. MHM. One-eyed and everything, Trevor answered, tapping next to his left eye for emphasis. Your life's entering full swing, it seems. Between an encounter with Shachi, meeting other half-ghouls and running your own crew sounds exciting, in both good and bad ways. Would you say it's helped you feel better? Trevor didn't respond right away, reaching up to scratch his beard in thought, only to scowl in disappointment upon being reminded it was no longer there. It's hard to say. It's a good kind of excitement, until it's not and everything goes wrong. I want to be strong enough to never feel as weak as I did in that chair, but this whole life of violence thing is. He trailed off, frowning. It's not how I thought I'd be. It feels right, to fight Aojirai, but I guess I'm just wondering what'll happen if I get there, to the end. He sagged a bit into his seat. Or if I'll be able to face my family at the end of that road. He blinked, then realized something. Wow, I really didn't answer your question, did I? He uttered. No, but it has given me a pretty good idea where you're at right now. If this were a few months ago, you probably wouldn't have even said all that. So I'd say you're feeling a bit better, more able to talk about yourself. Irimi gave him a pat on the cheek. But keep thinking that way. It'll keep you on track, stop you from becoming whatever it is you're afraid of becoming. An insane rage monster that given into its basest desires while in the throes of Kakuja-induced madness, most likely. I'll do my best, Trevor said with a snort. I do hope I can talk to the twins at least a little bit. Never ran into someone else exactly like me before. Hopefully we can work together, or something. We're family, in one of the weirdest ways possible, but still. That's awfully optimistic of you. I don't mean to rain on your parade, but you've not got a good track record of just talking to people, she pointed out, ever cynical. It worked on you, didn't it? Trevor huffed, before considering. Though we've never been on opposing sides, but still. I'm very good at talking when people aren't trying to kill or eat me. Which is the issue. A lot of people want to do a mixture of killing and or eating you. Sure, I may be hungry in some sense, but it's different. I don't count. Whap. She bopped him on the head. What are you talking about? You count more than all the rest, Trevor countered, jostling her slightly in his grip. Why do you think you get the choice cuts that no one else can? He asked teasingly. Oh, wow, that was actually awful. Congratulations. Irimi stared at Trevor with something related to both disgust and awe. Disgusted. Have you been holding on to that one? I wish, but that was purely brought about in my presently agony-filled state, Trevor answered. I'd say I'm at 33% mental capacity at present, the rest is trying to ignore the fact that my heart is digging into my lung. Irimi chuckled, treating his injuries as casually as one might expect a ghoul to. Fucked up Trevor has a weird mind. I respect it, but he should also be focusing on getting some rest. Have you eaten? A little bit back at home, but not a whole lot, he admitted. Even now, eating human flesh wasn't exactly something he actively pursued, or even tried to think about too often. Then we'll start with that. Irimi stood, leaving Trevor's one-armed embrace. Lay down, watch TV, and just relax for a bit. It'll help the recovery. Yes, dear, thank you, dear, Trevor replied, flopping down on the couch and lazily grabbing the remote. What anime even came out in 2012? He murmured, racking his brain over his past, which was now the present. And then his brain really hurt, and he let out a loud groan. Maybe now of all times shouldn't be the time to think about time travel, he groused. What did you say? Irimi asked from the kitchen, poking her head around the corner. Just pondering the existential and nonsensical fuckery that is my entire life, honey, he called back, cheek pressed against the cushion. Oh. Nothing new then? No. Nothing new at all. Stacks of shipping containers surrounded Trevor. Most were in all likelihood perfectly legitimate in their usage, but he knew for a fact that among them were containers used to hide broken men and women, the scrappers of Madame A. The phone Banjo picked up had served its purpose. Although they hadn't managed to get much out of Madame A, Idari had put her own resources to use to divine the location of where the phone had been at the time of the call. Ghouls of all sorts hid in plain sight, it seemed. The affluent ones even more so, from how Madame A smuggled her goods. Once that was discovered, they had devised a plan to corner her. Tsukiyama went in first, scouting ahead and checking on the bodyguard situation. Once he confirmed that much, he would figure out the right time to corner her, maneuvering the situation so that she would inevitably run to where Trevor laid hidden. Then, they'd confront her. The rest of the gang were around, even Hinamai, but they weren't in the immediate vicinity. Rather, they were hanging back either in the event of unforeseen developments, a near inevitability at this point, or securing the deal. The thought of Aojirai tree swooping in yet again was an insidious one, and not unwarranted. They'd snatched Taguchi, and were likely obtaining information from the woman in their own way. Both Aojirai tree and Mithril Scorpion were hunting the same prey, after all, and running into each other was inevitable. Trevor had to admit, he was hoping they didn't send Shachi again. While he'd used his restive period for study and meditation, to at least take the first tentative steps toward this emptiness concept Yamo had illustrated, but he was nowhere near ready. If they fought again, it'd go a similar way. But for now, Madame A. The screech of metal violently tearing reached Trevor's ears. A text came through on his phone, simply reading ink. A bat out of hell burst around the corner of a container, the distinct red glow of a Kagun following it. The familiar asymmetrical eye of the girl before him was hard to dismiss, and so too was the woman making panicked noises, wrapped up the girl's Kagun. Like a deadly burrito. She came to a halt when she laid eyes on Trevor, her bare heels digging into the ground suddenly, black hair filling her face for a moment until she could brush it aside. And then came the rest of the scorpion. Jukiyama and the siblings had her escapes covered. The girl, Black, appraised her situation calmly. She glanced over her shoulder briefly, then up to the top of the towering containers, and then to Trevor. The gears were turning in her head. Trevor stepped forward, though he paused before he got too close to the pair. The other one was missing, he noted. Odd. Something to watch out for, though Hinamai would alert them the instant the second sister showed herself. Hello again, little sister, he said to Black, before turning to Madame A. Now are you willing to have a chat? He asked her. Madame A screamed, kicking her legs about. Don't let them get me. Do something. Black stared at Trevor, blinking a few times. She acted decisively, by dropping Madame A to the ground and onto her front. What are you? Black's posture changed, becoming more relaxed. She swapped her gaze from Trevor to Madame A, something akin to disdain in her eyes. Dad said to give you up if we have to. I can't handle them all by myself, Day. She crouched for all of half of a second, the muscles in her legs tensing as a coiled spring would, before she launched herself to the top of the containers, offering a wave to Madame A and the others below. While they could go after her, what they had come for was just offered to them with almost no fight whatsoever. Secure her, Trevor told the others, before immediately going after his wayward sister. I'll catch up. He hadn't been joking around when he told Irimi he wanted to speak with the sisters badly. There was no hostile intent, but rather an almost desperate curiosity and longing to actually talk with someone that had gone through what he had. It was impossible for him to ignore. I just want to talk. He shouted after the girl as he pursued her. Not fight. Talk. Black looked back at him as she effortlessly moved, bounding from container to container, making her way towards the city beyond the yard. She eventually began to run backwards, looking directly at Trevor. She could have very well had eyes on the back of her head. You're way too persistent. What did you want to say? She called back, expression neutral. I don't know. Trevor stated, genuinely. To see how you're doing, after what happened. What you did to help yourself and your sister go through it. What kind of food you miss. You're the first ones I've found like me. Ha. We're not on the same side right now, you know. We can't have that kind of talk yet. Black gave him an amused smile, genuine from the tense of her eyes. Dad didn't mention how much of a softie you were. Never would have guessed it either. I get that a lot. He admitted. But I don't care. I'd rather talk than not. Can you at least tell me your name? Corona. We're not allowed to talk right now, and I gotta get home. She thumbed over her shoulder, indicating that she had to go. You have a very pretty name, Corona. If it's your bedtime, okay. Trevor came to a stop, oddly satisfied with how this turned out. Thanks for talking as much as you did. See you later. Corona glared at Trevor. Bedtime. She cut herself off, turning her back to Trevor. She said nothing more as she darted off into the distance. Brotherhood established. Trevor let out a breath, allowing himself a small smile beneath his helmet. The fact that she even bothered talking to him while not allowed to was not lost on him, nor was the whole not on the same side right now, and yet bits she sprinkled in. Hopefully, something would come of it. For now, he had a horrid woman to interrogate. Hinamai regarded Trevor with a squint once he rejoined them. What? He asked her. Are you friends with her now? She asked in return. I thought she was an enemy. It's funny how quickly that distinction can change, Trevor replied, inclining his head at Yukiyama for example. Besides, she seemed friendly. Friendlier than pretty much everyone else we fought. She was willing to give us a gift, I suppose. Banjo mumbled, rubbing his jaw. The aforementioned gift, Madame A, cowered on the floor. Yukiyama stood over her, his blade arm hovering just over her neck. That she did. Trevor slowly walked over to their new prisoner, hands behind his back and his posture straightened. He looked down at her, and reminded himself of what he'd seen her do. The scrappers, the butchering of innocent people, and more besides. That knowledge made what he had to do easier. So, Trevor started, voice hardening. You know why we're here. Not a question. I don't. I really don't. She almost pleaded, shuffling back from the blade until she was pressed up against a shipping container. What did you do to the nurse girl? Taguchi is not of your concern right now, Trevor told her, calmly stepping forward for each panicked shuffle backward. Answer my questions, and I'll answer yours. Slowly, his Kagun unfurled, each one raising like scorpion stingers and all too similar to the ones Corona had displayed only minutes ago. These should help you connect the dots. The woman was visibly torn, even past her sunglasses. On one hand, the fear of pain. On the other, something likely worse, should she say too much? She stammered, looking around at the others for some sort of salvation, only to find Yukiyama's vaguely amused, perpetual expression. She knew him by a different name and look. She didn't even know she had functionally been betrayed twice in the same day. Her mouth remained shut. You've been dumped, Madame A, Trevor told her. Corona's dad explicitly told her to leave you behind if things went wrong. Whatever friends you might have had at the restaurant are all dead. And Aojirai Tree is on the hunt, as well. He let that sink in. Way I see it, giving me what I want is your best chance at survival. But that's only if you talk. If you don't. Well, I learned a little bit, from watching your scrappers. Threatening. Intimidation. The very idea of torture. Things he hated beyond belief. Things he was forced to use, because of the monsters. He fought against the powerful instinct to promise protection and peace to her, as well as the powerful instinct to simply rid the world of the evil she committed right then and there. Trevor was painfully aware of the warring hypocrisies and ideals in his head. But how was he supposed to reconcile any of that now? He was far from the man he was when everything had begun. He decided to leave it at that, letting Madame A's imagination do its work. She stared, body shaking from the silence that fell over them. With nothing to fill it, there was only her thoughts, tainted by Trevor's words. As she beheld the man in the helmet, she saw something of what kind of person Trevor was, all from how his Kagun loomed and how his posture stood, the tone of his words and the particular choices of them. She realized a simple truth. The man before her would harm her, even if she wasn't a threat. What exactly he would do, she could not say, but every instinct of hers told her that the man before wasn't just a ghoul, not in the primal, survival-driven sense he was a monster, a freak, like one of Aojirai's many executive powerhouses, or a special class investigator. Madame A went to speak. Instead she broke down into tears. The door to the basement opened with a click, 3 sets of feet heading down the stairs. Trevor-san, we're back. Banjo called out, emerging from the stairwell. Yukiyama followed, dressed casually with his hands in his pockets. Hinamai had joined them along the way, holding a folded towel in her hands. Welcome back, Trevor replied, setting down the book, one of many, on martial arts. Piles of them were stacked around the half-ghoul where he sat on the floor, each one bookmarked or tabbed to varying degrees. Old habits from the college days creeping out again. How are Gil and his crew? Banjo let out a nervous chuckle. Upset, like we expected. Wish he'd try and talk Shachi out of it, instead of getting all flustered, but what can you do? Banjo shrugged, not without empathy for Gil. Hinamai stepped forward, offering a towel out to Trevor. You should take one with you when you go training. You get all sweaty, she said with a good-natured cringe. Always nice to see you looking out for me, and your nose, Trevor replied, grabbing the towel and lazily flopping it on top of his head. And preparations for our upcoming expedition. Madame A did her part, and from what I can tell, there's nothing else in the area of Kano's lab, Banjo began, folding his arms. Just a mansion, surrounded by some wood and a bit off the road. If I'd known about it before, I would have called it suspect from the get-go. Madame A says she's willing to show us where she met him inside, too. Gucci, Trevor said, humming something to himself as he switched some books around. Reorganizing. Once that was done, he stood up with a grunt. Well, might as well hop to it. Aojirai's gonna be heading that way soon enough too, I reckon. Wouldn't be surprised if they showed up again. I'd kill to know how they get their info. Probably not as much busy work as all the stuff we've been through, like, how did they know to go after that nurse? Banjo asked rhetorically, brow furrowed. It's not surprising that they knew, but how is a different matter. It's not like she was certainly going to know anything. Trevor rubbed his chin, brows furrowed. Not to mention it was on the exact same night that we were planning on nabbing her, he mused, before frowning. You think they could be outsourcing some of the digging to us? Maybe. Banjo considered. It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. But then it'd be a question of how and where they're observing us. I don't think you've seen anything, Hinamai-san. She gave an affirmative nod. I don't think they're watching us. If they were, then I think I would have noticed something, right? I suppose so, Trevor allowed. We still know frustratingly little about how Aojirai Tree is doing these days. Shachi was proof of that. Not to mention they have more people than we do, so that means more work can be spread out. He sighed. For now, we assume they'll show up when we least want them to. It's entirely possible this'll turn into a 3-way scrap. Probably for the best, Banjo exhaled, not looking forward to another scrap. Hinamai-san, you okay to hold down the fort? She glanced between Banjo and Trevor, taking a moment to consider before finally nodding. Stay safe. Banjo had a bad feeling. He didn't voice it, but his suggestion to leave Hinamai behind was enough in and of itself. Trevor was inclined to trust Banjo on that front. While Hinamai had stopped being totally sheltered by necessity, there were limits to what anyone was comfortable allowing her to take part in. Even if Banjo wasn't that much of a fighter, he'd been through more than enough to hold his own and understand the flow of horrible situations. Hinamai, not so much. You better, too, Trevor told her, reaching over to ruffle her hair. Something unexpected happens, take no chances. You know the escape routes better than any of us here. She gave Trevor a double thumbs up, something she learned from him. No chances, got it. I'll head to Antioku, if anything happens. Well then, I suppose we should make a move. I'll go collect our most recent partner, Jukiyama said, letting out a hum as he made his way to the stairs. Wunderbar, Trevor said. Time to hopefully meet my own personal Dr. Frankenstein. This place looks almost hilariously haunted, Trevor couldn't help but comment aloud. Indeed, it did. By all outward appearances, the mansion located in the outskirts of Tokyo looked, by all accounts, like a stereotypical haunted house. Overgrown, seemingly abandoned, massive, the whole deal. The kind of appearance that screamed bad things happened here. Hope there's no ghosts inside. Banjo mumbled. Even ghouls were afraid of ghosts. Damn. I'd love to live in a place like this. Without the whole haunted thing, you know, Santa said, leaning forward as he regarded the house behind his golden dragon mask. One day, your boy will make it big. You watch. Then I'll be on cribs. Your rap career is going about as far as Continental Drift, dude, Jiro shot at her brother. Don't make me roast you, he warned his sister, wagging his finger. Couldn't roast chicken. That's it. Ijimi bapped his brother across the back of the head. Stop. Serious faces, please. Madame A stared forward, looking clearly uncomfortable. She looked good at least, dressed as well as always. We'll save the rap battles for later, for now it is indeed serious face time, Trevor stated, stepping forward so that he was next to their new friend. Madame A, would you kindly lead the way? Oh, of course. She said nervously, clearing her throat. She stepped forward, moving in her heels effortlessly. It's been a while since I've been here, but I think I remember the general layout. She opened up the door, unlocked and unsafe. She did not appear surprised by it in the slightest. It opened up to a large foyer, vacant of any furniture or decoration. A large staircase rested right in the middle of it. Yes, this is the place. She recalled, looking about, nodding. A thick layer of dust was a large indicator of long disuse. No clear indication of activity where the dust was less prominent. Not even footsteps. Was it like this when you were here before? Trevor asked her, looking around. It was. I don't know where exactly he would be, but I met him in the parlor at the back of the first floor. Madame A pointed up the stairs. I've not seen the rest of the building. Well, we're in a bit more of an explorative mood today, Trevor said, half turning to the rest. Split off into pairs, start checking out the rooms on the ground floor. Holler if you see anything weird. A pause. Well, relatively weird, he amended. Oh, boy. I love this part, Santa said, throwing an arm around Ijimi. Man. It's sleuth-in time with my big bro. Like an anime. Like Kitaru, or ghost stories. Why are you like this? The two brothers wandered off to the right of the stairs, Jukiyama off to the left by himself, leaving Jiro and Banjo to head directly past the stairs. And then there was Madame A and Trevor. Not the most preferable arrangement, but what could you do? So, Trevor started. What did you and Kano talk about? The answer was to chat. Better than stand in awkward silence while waiting for everyone else to report in. Not like they were going to go upstairs just the two of them. Oh. Business, I suppose. I'm sure you figured it out, but he helped me, she almost stammered. I wouldn't be Madame A without him, I suppose. Trevor hummed. So, what, he does the lion's share of the work making the scrappers? He hazarded. He does, yes. I just make use of them, and look after them. Not that it matters now. They're all dead, she said, some genuine remorse leaking into her voice. Right, Jukiyama had killed all of the ones protecting her. While Trevor could feel pity to some extent, since he seriously doubted the scrappers had a say in actually becoming what they were, the fact was that they still butchered innocent people for blood-craving ghouls. He spared Madame A the sermon. How long have you been working with him? He carried on with the questions. Years, now. I don't think I will be after all this. I don't know what I'll do at all, after this. Maybe look into farming. She thought aloud, clearly wishing she was anywhere but there. The comment made Trevor do a quick double take. It reminded him somewhat of his conversation with Ito all those months ago, about gardens. Used to live around a lot of farms, he found himself saying. Lot of work. Won't be able to rock the heels if you go that route. But, it's good work. Peaceful. Compared to, you know, he gestured vaguely at everything, the current lifestyle. I haven't always dressed like this. I used to be a mess, until I met Kano. But as long as it's peaceful. I think I was in over my head from day one, honestly, she sighed, dipping her head. But apparently I'm good at it. Fake it till you make it seems to work regardless of the job, Trevor shrugged. But a promise is a promise. Once you've done your part here, you're free to go start your own farm somewhere and maybe even get called a Yamayuba. Sometimes, being a mess is better. I don't agree with that. Being comfortable is important for living, not just surviving. Surviving is what I did before, and I don't want to go back to that, she resolved, the first bit of spine Trevor had spotted out of the scrapper owner. Trevor-san. Basement. Came Banjo's voice from deeper into the house. It's huge. Come in. Trevor called back, before turning to Madame A. For the record, I was more referring to appearances when it came to being a mess. I used to live very comfortably before Kano got his hands on me. The bitterness was impossible to hide in his tone. So I get it. The basement, oddly enough, had working lights. Banjo led the way down, taking Trevor further into the labyrinthine basement, although it didn't look odd. There were wine racks and cobwebs, but nothing out of place aside from its raw storage capacity. Soon, they were joined by the others. Tsukiyama in particular looked interested in the space. Familiar. I think I saw this place many years ago, but it had a different owner back then, he revealed. Wine tasting wasn't for me, naturally. For my father. Is that so? Trevor asked curiously. Who owned it back then? It belonged to a man who ran a trading company. Started it using his father's wealth, I believe. Met a fair bit of success, and lived out here with his wife. Comfortable and idyllic. He had 2 daughters too, if I recall correctly, but the parents were killed by a... Hope it's not a ghost. Banjo mumbled. Ghoul, Tsukiyama finished. I don't believe it was ever caught. It probably caught sight of them once, smelled their happiness as it were. Or maybe it was targeting them from long before, I couldn't say. Killed the wife, ate her insides, the husband tried to confront it, died for it. The sad part, though. Tsukiyama looked between the gathered, even Madame A. The daughters watched, and the CCG knew about the ghoul. They were watching him. It was a whole farce in the media. And what happened to the girls? Madame A asked, brow furrowed. Same as all orphans by ghoul, I would imagine. The CCG takes custody, gives them a good upbringing and education, all the while giving them special training before they even enroll in their academy for investigators. They make the best investigators, I am told. They get to kill ghouls with their own hands, and get that bit of justice for what was done to them. It's genius, really. Trevor was quiet. Tsukiyama's words explained a lot, and were likely indication of a regrettably common story. Few things could fuel people like hatred and the death of a loved one. If Trevor had seen someone do that to his parents, or siblings, he was under no illusion to the fact that he would have gleefully dived headlong into the American equivalent of the CCG. The very thought made his stomach curdle. In a way, he was glad that his family was on another continent, and very likely on another world entirely. The facts of Ghoul being non-existent where he came from, as well as apparently going backward in time, were not lost on him. As horrible as it was, he didn't want his family anywhere near any of this. They were too good to be involved. If Aogiri Tree or some other enemy used them as leverage, Trevor would have gone ballistic. He kept such thoughts to himself, and instead focused on the task at hand. Particularly because he felt something off. A vague sense of something around them. Past the walls. Something wasn't as it seemed. So, he walked over to a wall, where he could feel things weren't right. Then he punched through the brick. And then immediately regretted it. He felt something squishy, warm, and alive on the other side, his fingers sinking into pulsing flesh. He instantly pulled back his hand, strands of crimson goop trailing with it. What the fuck? Behind the wall pulsed life, the whole bleeding red ichor. Banjo, Santa, and Ichimi screamed. It's not ghosts. Santa observed, ever astute. Trevor stared at the absolutely nasty and vile thing before them, more stunned that they'd actually discovered something like that than anything else. Tsukiyama's arm warped into a lavender blade, lashing out, dragging it upwards across the bricks, cleaving the mortar and revealing the truth behind it all. A dense, tightly packed barrier of nondescript, fleshy mass. It writhed and moved with the beat of an unseen heart, even parting as Tsukiyama's blade hovered near, creating a gap into the space beyond it. How unexpected, Tsukiyama said, raising a brow. I did not expect to see this here, although I suppose I should have known better. What kind of nasty shit are you up to, Kano? Trevor murmured, narrowing his eyes at the ungodly display. Madame A, you seen anything like this before? The slight gape to her lips told Trevor everything he'd need to know there. And no, this is new to me. It's an RC wall, Tsukiyama revealed, prodding the wall with his weaponized arm, causing the flesh to retract some more. My first time seeing one, but the ghouls of the 24th ward have something similar. A flesh wall made from kagun, which in turn makes it theoretically similar to a quinqua. Tsukiyama hummed, actively pushing apart the flesh, creating a large enough gap for them to walk through. Beyond, a hallway. Pristine, white, flawless. A technology made by ghouls, if you will, one only the 24th ward ghouls really know how to make. Trevor stared down the hallway, feeling his heart rate steadily increase. Kano's lair laid before them. He took a breath. What's the function of an RC wall? He asked, seeking as much information as possible. It didn't seem able to resist you at all. It reacts to kagun, opening and closing if interacted with. It's what makes the 24th ward so difficult for investigators to navigate. But I believe the question is, why is something like this under a mansion? Tsukiyama asked, stepping to the side and allowing the others to pass him. An extra layer of security, I imagine, Trevor mused, stopping right at the entrance. He frowned, considering something, then turned to Madame A. You've fulfilled your part of the deal. At this point, you have a choice, leave now and never look back. We won't entangle you in our affairs any longer. The other option, come with us deeper inside and learn what's going on. We'll do what we can to keep you safe, but we have no idea what we're in for. No guarantees. It's your call. Madame A looked at each member of the group, then behind her. I'll take my chances with you people. I don't think backtracking alone right now is much safer. Trevor nodded. Fair point. She was not much of a fighter, so when things got too dicey, she'd essentially be a non-combatant. Thankfully, at least one member of their party worked far better in a defensive capacity than offensive. Banjo, do what you do best with her, alright. Punching bag duty. Got it. Banjo smiled, punching a fist into his palm. Stick close, lady. If something comes your way, don't be afraid to put me in front of it. That sounds fairly suicidal, she observed, deadpanning the large ghoul. Banjo nodded, not rejecting her assessment. We've all got our talents, some more impressive than others. Kinda wish we'd brought Hinamai. Our noses and ears suck, Jiro sighed, placing her hands behind her head. But whatever. Head first into the unknown we go. Indeed, Trevor said, rolling his shoulders. Bring out your A-game for this one, team. Assume the worst will happen at any moment, he stated, tone becoming harder. The RC wall put him on edge more than he already was at the prospect of meeting Kano again. There was no telling what other horrors awaited. The hall was lit in a clinical manner, with bulbs of pure white lining the ceiling, eliminating any shadow. The facility beneath the mansion had clearly been put in later, as it did not feel all that old compared to the ghost house above. Eventually, they reached grates leading over a gap of wastewater, pipes running alongside the grates, the sound of something pumping within them. The smell of the water itself was chemical, clean, despite the murky appearance of it. Feel like something's gonna jump out at us. Banjo commented with a nervous glance to his sides, hands in his pockets. It's that horror movie you watched, Ichimi said. That was Hinamai's choice. The conversation lulled, attention drawn to the hand which had emerged from the water, gripping the gate. A face emerged from the chemical swamp, a second arm lashing out, freakish, fat digits curling around Banjo's ankle. A conical head, and an absent neck. A completely blank expression without lips, the creature opened its mouth. Banjo. Arg. What the fu. Banjo grappled with the thing, the series of events leading up to it happening in no more than 2 seconds. The large ghoul clenched the monster's wrist in his grip, trying to wrest it away from him, to no avail. One of Trevor's Kagun lashed out, slashing the thing's arm off at the elbow, while another speared outward straight for the monster's head. A squelch silenced the struggle, spattering blood and brain just past Banjo, staining his cheek and shoulder. An ill moan came from what was left of the strange, fatty creature's mouth. It slumped over, laying on its front. Its back ruptured. 3 slicked, thorny tails tore through muscle and skin, opening up its body for all to see. They pulsed a violent crimson, no different from the very blood pouring from the dying body. They reared up. And then struck down, into its own body. Shredding itself apart. Eating itself, blindly lashing out at anything only for anything to be itself. The Kagun kept going, kept slicing and ripping, even after the body was long dead, going until they simply could no longer continue. They flumped over, the colors of life leaving them as soft, grey husks. Trevor's hands clenched into shaking fists at the sight. That was, without a doubt, one of Kano's failures at creating a human-ghoul hybrid. That could have been him, a mindless monster that functioned as little more than a security dog. The simmering rage that Trevor felt for the doctor was back in full force, stirred alive by more and more reminders of his evil work. He took a deep breath. Focus. Sharpen the senses while dulling the heart. Emptiness. He was far from reaching a Shachi-like state, but the lessons from Yamo and the many books at least gave him a means to reach something similar, though lesser. He couldn't afford to give in, not now. Not yet. From now on, Trevor stated slowly but firmly, still staring at the wretched ruin of the body. Assume anything is a threat, even if it's just a corpse. Always communicate. No fucking around. Whatever Kano has in store, it can only be nastier than this. Madame A looked particularly horrified. She didn't know a thing about Kano's work, outside of the benefits. They continued on. The hell is this Kano guy doing down here? Ichimi asked, sounding frustrated more than anything else. The wall, the guy in the water, weren't those two in the restaurant related to it too? He's been using Riz's corpse to create half-ghouls, Trevor replied, senses still peeled for danger. I, along with Corona and her sister, are probably the closest things to success he's had on that front. If I had to guess, knowing the type, he's either trying to create some new hybrid superspecies for some insane ideal of his, or he's just doing it for the sake of seeing if he can. Maybe both. Superspecies? That's some sci-fi shit, Santa breathed, not quite buying it entirely. I mean, one eyes are a thing, but trying to create them like this? Nutty. Absolutely nutty. I know we're not exactly equipped to be going into weird science conspiracies, but try to keep your cool, Jiro reprimanded her brother, elbowing him gently. Another fight, same as any other. Don't sweat the details, that's for the boss to worry about. Actually, I think we should all be a little bit worried about the details of half-ghoul creating mad scientists, Banjo added. When it comes down to it, we're gonna be fighting sometime. Best to focus on that first, right? Jiro replied with a shrug. Clear your mind, be water, all that kinda stuff. Wish I could clear my goddamn mind. We put our bets on Ghost and got something worse, Santa mumbled. Chukiyama raised his hand. He looked to Trevor, nodding ahead. An opening into a vast, empty room. 2 up ahead. Indeed, it was a massive, industrial-looking room, fit for a warehouse rather than a secret laboratory. Off to the side, by the door leading out, were the 2 people Trevor had expected to run into sooner or later. His new little sisters. Banjo grunted. Ah. Speak of the devil. Madame A cleared her throat, looking back over her shoulder. To the 3 siblings. Why are you behind me, again? It was worth a shot, Ichimi said, passing his casual bit of cowardice off as a joke. No quibbling, Jiro said, ever the reasonable one. Kurona and Nashiro interrupted them, their vacant gazes focused on Madame A. So you told them about this place, Nashiro, formerly known as White, said, sounding both bored and disappointed with Madame A. Because you left me. What did you expect? Madame A barked in return, none too pleased with their expectations. It doesn't particularly matter, Kurona interjected, shifting so her right side was behind her, front-facing Nashiro while her gaze remained on Madame A. 2 tendrils of a familiar Kagun slithered out from beneath her robe. Nashiro mirrored Kurona's stance. You're dead meat, anyway. Tsukiyama smiled. A suggestion, if I may. He asked to Trevor, looking at him from the corner of his eyes, head facing the imminent danger. Trevor sighed. By all means, he allowed. He figured the 2 girls would go straight to fighting. Go ahead, we'll keep them busy. We're not here for them, correct? So there's no need for you to focus on them. That's true, Trevor noted, appraising his team and then the girls. Tsukiyama had been his sparring partner for months now, and knew how Trevor's Kagun worked. Him with backup was more than adequate to keep Kurona and Nashiro busy. Keep my little sisters from getting too rambunctious, will you? He asked, speaking loud enough so the 2 girls could hear. I have since learned my lesson when it comes to harming members of Trevor-kun's family. I promise, we'll all play gentle, Tsukiyama said in return. The dangerous glint in his eye said otherwise, but the man loved a fight as much as the next ghoul, secretly. He readied his Kagun, purple flesh curling around his arm and solidifying into a broad, sharp blade. After you, Trevor-kun. See you all on the other side, Trevor replied, lowering into a runner's stance, before kicking off the ground and bolting forward at full speed. The 2, flustered from the comments of the 2 strange ghouls, glared at Trevor as he approached, readying to strike. Tsukiyama reached them first, swiping wide at them, forcing their guard up and giving Trevor the time he needed to pass them. Trevor leapt over them, landing into a continued sprint. Tsukiyama's smirk spread into a grin. En garde. Trevor continued on through the structure, which continued to give very strong Umbrella Corp vibes in a most unpleasant way. His trek was without obstacles, no other security measures becoming obviously apparent. He ran through a seemingly endless tunnel, until he reached a ladder leading downward. Being a ghoul, he jumped down rather than doing it the boring way. Eventually, he reached another large, industrial room, but this time with no doors. The hexagonal space was an apparent dead end. And probably a trap. HMF. From above. Trevor already knew he wasn't going to like what he saw, but he looked up anyway. We meet again. Trevor's assumption had been correct. He really didn't like what he saw. Shachi was up there, hanging from the ceiling, arms folded while upside down. For fuck's sake, Trevor uttered, eyes widening. Today was going to hurt. The orca pushed off the ceiling, Kagun unlatching from it, and landed. There was no pause between his landing and the oncoming charge, the space between them vanishing in an instant. Somehow, Shachi's upper body had already escaped the confines of his GI. A 2-pronged attack, a sweep of his foot and an air-cutting chop, aiming to directly strike the side of Trevor's neck. Trevor dipped backward and then to the right, all of his Kagun unfurling and flowing almost like liquid around him. There was no bulldozing Shachi. He had to observe Shachi, all of him, to understand the way the man fought, if he hoped to stand a chance at all. Think 2 moves ahead, be defensive, don't trust obvious openings. He had to ignore how aggravating it was that Aojirai tree was already here, and likely securing Kano as they fought here. He was being put on the back foot, again. Shachi's foot shot up, grazing Trevor but seemingly missing, and then it came down, threatening to crush Trevor beneath it. Not an optimal position. The one eye swerved to the left, then hopped backward, ever aware of the looming tail behind Shachi. The tail was calm, much as Shachi himself. The man wore an intense, weathered expression, yet he remained content to wait for Trevor's move. He stood in stance, staring the foreign man down with a glare that could dissuade a tiger. Trevor narrowed his eyes, crouched slightly. Lol. If that was how Shachi wanted to play it. Why are you with them? Trevor asked the burning question, still at the ready. He couldn't help it. He hated not knowing things, especially of this nature. Fool. Shachi's foot rammed into the floor, kicking up a tile. He spun on his heel, and in the same motion slammed his foot into the airborne tile, sending it rocketing towards Trevor. This is not one of your childish cartoons. Shachi moved under the visual cover of the approaching tile. He wasn't having it. Fine. Be that way. Trevor felt only disappointment as he backed up, all 4 of his Kagun stabbing into the wall behind him. And then, like a spider, he used them to crawl straight upward and gain height while still facing Shachi. He already had an idea of how to actually match Shachi's Kagun, but how he employed it would depend on his opponent's reaction to his latest move. Shachi moved without hesitation as if he had seen it before. He threw himself to the opposing wall, clearing enough height in a single leap to match Trevor, fingers digging into the plates on the wall. There was a visible tense from Shachi, radiating from his core and heading downwards. The martial artist pressed off the wall with his feet, shooting towards Trevor, spinning through the air, his tail following him like a guillotine, threatening to slice Trevor in two. Trevor mirrored the motion, entire body tensing as he leapt forward to meet Shachi head-on. All four of his Kagun warped and twisted into each other, meshing into one meaty tail meant purely for extreme blunt force. It was a sacrifice of versatility for strength, but one he had to see if it could bear fruit. The combined claw of Kagun met Shachi's axe of a tail, the latter carving into the mass of four, bleeding RC cells from them, but unable to attain its goal of truly harming Trevor. A brief look of surprise crossed Shachi's face. And then Trevor's foot snapped out, prepared for the very instant Shachi's advance was halted, colliding with Shachi's solar plexus, sending him downwards at an angle. He briefly felt how Shachi's body warped around his foot as it forced its way past muscle and organ. And then the orca smashed through the wall, first through metal, and then the unnerving squelch of an RC wall followed. Pure, nasty RC hidden away, just out of sight. Trevor landed, feeling a burning sensation in his left eye. That was new, and unwelcome. It did not bode well, but what could he do about it? His thoughts went to Shachi. He was holding back, far more than their earlier confrontation. The phone call came to mind, telling Shachi to keep Trevor alive for twisted reasons. What the hell was everyone playing at? It was hard to suppress his growl as he stepped forward, wearily moving for the hole in the wall. Shachi was sitting there, quite literally, taking a moment. And then Trevor froze. He looked down at his hand, eyes wide. His right hand had been raised, about to crack his fingers. He'd begun to do so without even thinking. Like Yamurai. What? He murmured, taking a step back. What? No. No. That's not. He gritted his teeth. That's not me. Are you talking to yourself, now? Shachi asked, slowly getting back onto his feet, rolling his neck about. Trevor shook his head. Clear the mind. Don't think about it. Enemy is here. But dear lord, was it hard? Something inside him was being awakened, thirsting for violence and bloodshed. He was better than that, he had to be, he wasn't that bastard. But an insidious voice whispered in his mind. Eat Shachi. You will become stronger than him, stronger than everyone else. You will never be in that chair ever again. All you have to do is eat him. Trevor stared at his hand. They told you to go easy on me, didn't they? He found himself asking Shachi, voice distant. The whispers continued, fraying his mind. Shachi neither confirmed nor denied Trevor. He simply stared at the young man before him, his expression neutral. He reached up, wiping some loose RC wall flesh off of his shoulder, tail slithering behind him, the axe of it scraping against the floor. He was taking Trevor lightly. Mocking him. Looking down on him for his weakness. Trevor could see it so clearly in his mind. The mocking laughter of ghouls, blood dripping from their mouths as they feasted on his flesh. Yamurai, that drooling beast, cutting away at Trevor and taking everything that had once been good from him. Because he was weak, always at the whims of others. Even now, he was being toyed with. The sound of a cracking finger echoed through the room. Never again. Fury filled Trevor, at Shachi, at Yamurai, at Kano, at everything that had brought him here to this disgusting, wretched, evil place. The former human charged, every ounce of his being devoted to the fight, screaming towards one goal. Kill Shachi. Despite the chaos in his mind, the body responded perfectly. Every desire his shattered psyche demanded, it executed without fail. Strength beyond strength, speed beyond speed, it felt as if a barrier had been shattered. His own Kagun moved faster than his ability to recognize them. Blades into flesh from four angles. Lashing and lashing. Yamurai Shachi bled. The tail of a scorpion, rapidly stinging his face, he remembered. The tail of a scorpion, piercing Shachi's body. He wouldn't let it happen again. Anybody who stood in his way had to be nipped at the bud. Blood dripped and splashed from his tails, watering the garden of RC flesh. Words left Trevor's mouth. They were his own, yet uncontrolled, the words of something primal. The stronger they are, the better. Shachi sat slumped up against a squishy, bleeding wall, his own body carved up. Let me have your food. The hunger drove Trevor closer and closer, kneeling down, mouth opening and eyes glistening with a desperate delight. And then reality came crashing back into the room with Shachi's hand snapping out, gripping Trevor by his face. Shachi stood, lifting Trevor with him. Are you finished? The man, a mutilated corpse, said without so much of a wheeze. Unfazed. His wiry, black hair covered his face. One thing you do well is sidestep. It's annoying. The hair parted. No. He wasn't a corpse. He wasn't hurt. He was perfectly fine. Stop scurrying around, you. Shachi raised his arm, drawing Trevor up and back with it stink in the muscles in his arms tensed, and then moved with an explosion of force, throwing Trevor right for the ground. The floor beneath him fell away, and Trevor went through it completely. Rat. Down, down, down did Trevor fall. The sense had been beaten into him, all of the pain and force firmly hitting Trevor's head. Through pain, clarity came back, the haze of bloodlust and rage parting ways to leave Trevor alone with the knowledge of what he'd sunk to. Shachi landed not 5 meters away from Trevor in a crouch, arms resting on his legs. He shook off his head, getting rid of the blood on his body to reveal a completely unharmed physique. The man asserted once more that he was on another level. Around them, a circular room. Metallic coffins lined the outskirts. In the center, a sort of support pillar with an observation deck just above the rest of the room. At the base of elevated level, a window. Inside, a person. Bound by all limbs, head down and dark hair pooling around their face. "I'm over here," came a voice from the deck, footsteps following. Shachi's head turned to face the source of the voice, letting out a grunt. A man in a white coat and a pleasant look about him, pristine and professional. He hadn't changed in the slightest in the past 8 months since Trevor last laid eyes on him. Dr. Kano gave Trevor a warm smile. "I was hoping we could talk. Have you been taking your medication, Trevor-kun?" Trevor stared. How many sleepless nights had he spent, thinking of this man? Of what he would say to him, do to him, when they finally met again. How often did he recall the memory of Dr. Kano, smiling and kind, the first person Trevor had spoken to when the nightmare had begun. The man who had turned him into something else, into a monster. There were no sarcastic or pithy remarks to be found in Trevor's mind when he looked at the doctor now. There was only static, white noise, a buzzing and churning that swirled around Kano. Nothing else existed. Nothing but the man who had taken everything from him. Rage didn't even begin to describe it. Slowly, Trevor reached up and removed his helmet. He wanted to hide his face, but to this man? For some reason, he felt the need to be unmasked. For Kano to see him, truly. Of course, the bastard continued to smile. Trevor looked up at Kano, 1,000 emotions and thoughts warring inside him. All that managed to come out was a near-desperate question. "Why?" he asked. "As good a place to start as any," Kano said positively, smiling still. Shachi, for his part, looked between the two but made no move to disrupt. "I'm sure that you've noticed in your time that things aren't particularly right in this world. Or, they don't feel it, at least. I think, on that, we can agree. Correct?" Trevor's jaws clenched, fingers curling and uncurling unpleasantly. "Correct," he managed in a stilted voice, as though it were painful. Kano nodded, eyes crinkling in the manner of a pleased grandfather. "I'm glad. Then, if something isn't right, then it is surely wrong. How would you, personally, describe this wrongness we've felt?" "Don't," Trevor snapped, rage spiking. He had to take a deep breath. "Don't lump you and me together like that," he hissed, shoulders shaking. "If you actually cared about my opinion, you wouldn't have turned me into this. I asked about you." Trevor's entire body was trembling, overwhelmed by the same ugly hatred and fury that had driven him to devour Yamurai. It was all he could to stand there, and not tear everything apart with his bare hands. An old wound had been reopened, made raw again. Kano stared at the young man for a few moments, expression unreadable. He nodded, and then continued. "I'm of the habit of describing it as a bird cage. A warped one, springing up around our very conception of normality. It serves its function, stopping the birds from flying freely, kept in a state the owners consider ideal. But then comes the question of who owns this bird cage we call a world? Who do we chirp for?" Kano almost seemed to look past Trevor, as if seeing something beyond him. "The why is simple, I want to destroy that cage. To do so, I need the most powerful means. In other words." He gestured down to Trevor with an open hand. "Yourself. Ghouls." He drew his hand back, looking over to Shachi for a couple of seconds, and then back to Trevor. "I synthetically induced heterosis in the creation of one-eyed ghouls, taking the best traits available to both parent specimen, and then exceeding them. It is the reason you stand here today. Your rapid development as a ghoul stems from that. While I expect nothing short of moral condemnation for such an act, one cannot deny the result, especially with yourself as an example. I believe that one-eyed ghouls, synthetic half-ghouls, are the tool that can break open this cage. It need not be yourself, mind you." Kano looked off to the side, at his lab and the coffins within. "I sacrificed much, and tried much more to get to this result, but the success rate of my experiments cannot be called hardening by any stretch of the imagination. The RC cell wall you saw is a result of that. So long as it has nutrients, it will regenerate and reproduce. A simple but meaningful success." Trevor went still. "Let that sink in. The wall," he said slowly, eyes widening. "Is it made of the people you used for your experiments?" "In a sense. A worse fate than that awaited a majority of my failures, one even I could not stand to witness. The failure from the water, ripped apart by his own body. That creature that couldn't be described a human or a ghoul, but a beast. The walls, which had pulsed as though alive, and were revealed to actually be so. How many people were used to make it, to live in such a way as little more than an amorphous, bloody mass. Both were fates that Trevor had somehow avoided. But that didn't make Kano any less of a monster. The shock of meeting Kano again had dulled, though the hatred still simmered. It was grounding. "How are synthetic one-eyes supposed to fix everything?" Trevor asked. "All this, cancer," Kano fit under that description, as far as Trevor was concerned, "can't just be fixed by a strong ghoul." "You're right. It cannot be fixed by a strong ghoul, but they can lay the groundwork for work to begin. To break something is not to fix. The role of the one-eyed ghoul, in my conception, is to break," he explained. His smile widened, genuinely. For a moment, he even managed to appear like Yoshimura. "You are, undeniably, my greatest success so far, Trevor. But that doesn't mean you have to feel the need to fix or break anything. The reason I did what I did to you, was also to save your life. For all intents and purposes, you were either going to die, or continue to live a life on the edge of death. I am a doctor, after all. I merely used what tools and knowledge were available to me to ensure your successful recovery and future comfort. Future comfort? Trevor echoed, flabbergasted. Do you have any idea what I've had to go through, just because you put Rizkakuhao inside me? What that's done to me? And you've attained impressive heights, by yourself. All the more proof that you are my masterpiece, and evidence to the fact that we do agree, in terms of our perception of the world. What you've experienced, all the pain, all the trials. Kano stopped, his eyes gaining a dull look. Wasn't unique. Trevor didn't move. He didn't think. He saw static fraying the edges of his vision. The only thing that was clear was the image of Kano. He wasn't unique. A fact that was always obvious from an objective standpoint. What did anyone, or anything, matter in the greater scheme of things? Regardless of what happened to him, or anyone he cared about, the world would continue to spin, to orbit the sun, then eventually waste away into nothingness. That was truth. But when he remembered everything that had happened to him, the good and the bad, the torture, the love of his family and his friends, the crushing of bone and flesh between his teeth, the kind words of those at Antioku, the laughter and jeering of evil creatures, the dreams and the nightmares, everything that made him Trevor. You're wrong, Kano, Trevor said. No one has gone through what I have. I will never go through what else anyone has either. Have you ever had my mom's cooking? Or spent long nights having fun with treasured friends? Or been to the water throwing festival? Or woke up in a hospital bed, in a country you've never truly been to, with no memory of how you got there? Or be tortured to the point of breaking, taking pleasure in feasting on flesh? Or slaughtered monsters for preying on the weak? Tell me one person on this entire planet that has lived the same life as me. He was ranting, but he didn't care. He was furious, but he didn't care. Kano had spat on everything, everything. He might as well have insulted everyone Trevor loved with those two simple words. Kano regarded Trevor with slight disappointment, exhaling through his nose. It is, unfortunate, that you have chosen to miss the point, either intentionally or otherwise. But I do not blame you. It is a haunting reality to have to face. He turned to his side, as if to leave. What I do would be widely regarded as evil. Because of that, I'll soon have nowhere to hide from the likes of those who organize this world. I'm glad that I was able to see you before that happened, because that means my days of being on the run are over. He glanced at Trevor, smile gone. I already have no intention of living in the world of people. He stretched his hand out to Trevor. Would you like to join Aojirai with me? Surely, if you are to live in the world of ghouls as well, you should join hands with fellow ghouls. Outside the fence, they may be your enemy. But from the inside, they are dependable allies. Joe and the others, the strange bandaged girl called Ito, even the manager back when he was packing meat, and to some extent, Tatara, who had seen something in him and spared him cruelty in exchange for an opportunity, even with the knowledge that Trevor may very well leave them. None of whom so much as lifted a finger when Yamurai had taken him. There were others Trevor cared about far more. His team, willingly diving into terrible danger if it meant righting the terrible wrongs of the world, to make the lives of the weak just a little bit easier. Antioku, for as passive as they could be, they were good people, who had done everything they could for a terrified foreigner who knew nothing of their world. What could Aojirai give him from the inside, that they hadn't already? No. I don't care if Ito is the one-eyed king or owl or how powerful any of them are, Trevor answered, eyes fierce. They do horrible things to the people. Someone has to oppose that. I might as well use this body you saved to save others. Otherwise, there's no point to any of this. MMH. Admirable. Then allow me to put it another way, come with me, and I will show you the facts that you currently lack, things that may very well change your perspective on your current goals. There's a side to this world you have yet to see, and I believe you can feel that, deep within yourself. But a feeling is different from knowledge. Knowledge changes much more than feelings. For example, did you know that a ghoul named Yoshimura was responsible for the formation of Aojirai tree? Trevor blinked. Then narrowed his eyes, and thought heavily about that. The easiest thing to assume was that he was referring to the manager. That he was somehow the mastermind behind all of this. A nice way to loop everything back, to make Trevor doubt who the true good guys were and weaken him. But, he remembered a distant conversation with the manager. About the older man's past. About how he'd fallen in love with a human woman, and had a child. A one-eyed child that he had to leave behind. And the only one eye he knew for certain was part of Aojirai tree. Dots connected. His eyes widened. Ito. Yoshimura. Trevor breathed in realization. She's his daughter. And so it starts to come together, does it not? Kano asked, his smile returned. Trevor's brows furrowed. That doesn't mean the two are working together. If there's a point you're driving at, just get to it. That's not enough to make me reconsider my choice. Kano's smile faltered, blinking at Trevor. Oh. I thought you were aware of a few other elements at play. The doctor rubbed the back of his head, chuckling. My bad. It has only been a few months for you. While I believe you reference the elder Yoshimura, that is not what I am talking about. A blur of movement and the shattering of glass and twisting metal interrupted Kano, from the space beneath the doctor, where the woman was being held. Debris filled the air, obscuring the cause. What was that? The doctor called out, running to the rail and trying to look over it. Riz. The woman was free. tucked beneath the arm of another. A drab green raincoat, and the mask of a plague doctor. Trevor. A hand moved up to the mask, removing it. You're walking your own path, now. Walk it, Yamo instructed him. And just like that, after a sort of mutual glance between himself and Shachi, he vanished, bounding off the walls until he had escaped through the hole Shachi had created. Riz. The doctor yelled, panic in his voice. Doves are coming. Yamo called back as he vanished from sight. A warning directed at Trevor. It had happened so fast, Trevor couldn't believe his eyes. Yamo, here? Why was his teacher? No. Yamo was doing the right thing. He always did. Thank you. Trevor shouted after him, putting the mask of the scorpion back on. The presence of a friend, however briefly, had always worked wonders. Looks like our conversation is cut short for now. And then he pumped his legs, and leapt as fast as he could toward Kano. Let's continue it somewhere else. He shouted. For his efforts, an orca tail slammed into his gut. Shachi landed beside Kano, grabbing him by the collar. He did not take his eyes off of Trevor, as he tumbled back from the blow. Trevor. You cannot defeat me as you are. The years of training in the world of humans, elevating them with the body of a ghoul, you speak of your experiences, yours is lacking. Shachi said, voice stone cold. Kid, your heart is too rigid. Sustain it, or break it. Those are your only choices. The martial artist leapt up, following Yamo's example with Kano in hand. The doctor stared down at Trevor, his expression blank. The coffins, one by one, began to open. From them, beasts emerged, shambling and unfortunate looking. Trevor. They are your brothers. They may be incomplete, but even you would have a hard time against that many. I look forward to when we next meet. The initial stumble of their awakening faded quickly. Their number, more than a dozen, maybe double, spurred into action, moving to surround Trevor in a pack-like manner. Deformed bodies, mostly men, some women, bore a passing resemblance to humanity, but the twisted, protruding cocoon, mutated and strange, and the way their bodies deformed in places, defined them as something else. And so they pounced, wolves upon the prey. Trevor was reeling from Shachi's blow, coughing. He looked to the many enemies around him, each of his tails pointed at the nearest ones. My siblings. Trevor murmured. The one he'd killed before in the gutter was his brother too, wasn't it? His crimson scorpion stingers shot outward, each piercing the skulls of the poor creatures as they drew near. I'll make this quick, I promise. They were sloppy, little more than beasts thanks to the horrible work of Kano. Trevor took no pleasure in what ensued. It was dirty, vicious work, but one Trevor had to undergo. They were suffering, reduced. If Kano wouldn't take responsibility for the family he'd created, Trevor would. Someone had to. Even though Trevor was hurting, they were still no match for him. A few lucky blows were all they had to show for it, but he had killed them all to a man. He even ate them, for strength and for a reason he wasn't sure of. To make them part of him? To carry them with him wherever he went? He didn't know. It was only a feeling. Eventually, the grisly work was done. Trevor stood alone amidst the bloody laboratory, breathing raggedly. I'm sorry, he wheezed. I'm sorry. And then, Trevor was not there. Something else took his place. It was both him, but more. All the experience, all the hunger Yamurai, his siblings, the torture, the fights, the want. It all existed at once, conflicting with one another in a mindscape of chaos. The mind had lost control of the beast. And bit by bit, crimson began to bleed from Trevor's back, solidifying over parts of him, forming detailed limbs and even seeping into the helmet he wore, incorporating it into its mass. His body spasmed, falling to its front as the work continued, the once fluid-like muscle of the cocoon becoming something more. It became armor. It became safety. It became home and all the things that made it. Within it, Trevor's mind warred with itself. Outside it, he became something more. Footsteps reached the ears of Trevor. A set of 3. 2 of medium weight. 1 of a larger, stronger build. Meet. Where are we? Words. He couldn't understand them. Don't know. Looks like a lab. Trevor twitched. Bodies? Or what's left of them? Ghouls, looks like. It moved, plates scraping against the floor. Who's there? Trevor stood, tail waving behind it. Are you the boss then? Asked the heavier investigator. No words in return. He could not understand the man. That cocoon, the investigator continued. It's like a scorpion. It snapped around, the colossal, armored stinger originating from its back following, swiping through the air and creating a gust of wind. The helmet had been broken and reconstructed to better fit the armor, which only seemed to cover the back and head, facilitating the tail. Words came gurgling out from the lips of the monster. They were the purest thoughts of the broken thing Trevor had become, torn every possible direction by everything that happened to him. The rawest feeling he could manage. This place. Place. Lab. Tokyo. Entire world. Wrong world. Not his. Evil. Wrong. All, wrong. It hurts. To be audience to your own body. Here he comes. Shouted the lead investigator, a mass of black unfolding and solidifying in his hand, forming a broad, cleaver-like blade. The scorpion skittered across the ground, 6 limbs piercing the tiles, Two more sprouting from its shoulder, forming large, taloned hands at the end. The tail, hooked and glowing at the brutal tip, reared up, almost curling at its back. It leapt towards the lead investigator, the 6 legs pushing it off the ground and catapulting it forward, the pincers lashing out simultaneously, forming an outward arc and then coming in to try and cleave the man in two. The investigator's blade came between the blow and its target, barely holding the creature at bay. Strain visible on the man's strong face, he grit his teeth and twisted, forcing his body out of the way and relenting to the blow, barely avoiding the steel carving claws as he tumbled out of the way. He stood, letting out a huff. The scorpion, confused, tilted its head and blinked. A singular larger eye dominated several smaller ones surrounding it. It turned on its hands and legs, the irregular cocoon limbs momentarily twitching and jabbing about, like a trapped insect. The 2 other investigators joined the lead as he adjusted his coat, still on guard. Well, I'd say you're about a half Kakuja. Right, Mr. Scorpion? No response. The human body of the monster before him moved as strangely as the limbs that armored its back, the lesser eyes snapping about wildly, absorbing the surroundings while the cyclopean eye trained on him exclusively. K. Kakuja. One of the visibly younger investigators said, panic in his eyes. The lead investigator didn't even look scared. Concerned, but not scared. He began to remove his coat. It wasn't you we were after, but, as an investigator he reached into his surcoat, touching something within. The change was instant, as a black carapace began to grow from his back, hugging his clothes with pitch black, shiny plates. His expression was resolved. I cannot turn my back on something like you. They didn't say anything about this. The younger investigator muttered, even as he held his fleshy hand cannon of a quinqua steady. Hold yourself together, man. We've got to give Shinohara-san backup, the other investigator hissed, his spear glaive of a quinqua pointed at the scorpion. Amen, Akira. You think I could get some help? We've run into a nasty one over here, Shinohara said into a microphone on his collar. Monsters, monsters. The scorpion snarled, teeth gnashing. Evil place, monsters, stop. It hurts. Give it back. The creature clawed at its own mask. A viscous crimson fluid dribbled from its mandibles, the human-like mouth beneath gritting its teeth in pain. And then it moved. An arrow, changing vectors until it was finally upon Shinohara once more, its tail raising up and shooting down at him as it approached. The investigator raised his blade, his timing perfect, just about managing to redirect the blow and move himself out of the way once more. The tip had visibly changed shape, turning into a jagged and spiked spear as it passed him, piercing deep into the ground. Lay up! Shinohara yelled, spurring the other 2 investigators into action. The younger investigator took aim, a singular eye shut as he threw himself back to create space from the monster before him, and firing down the sights of his gun gauntlet. Energized, crystal-like slugs tore through the air, slamming into the Kakuja's face, shattering into 1,000 shards upon impact. Another followed, lodging into one of the smaller eyes, bursting it like a bloated pimple. The Kakuja redirected, charging the offending party. A halberd came between it and its new target, the curved edge of the long quinqua digging into one of the skittering legs before it could leap at the young investigator. Holy shit, the offending investigator hissed. The Kakuja looked at him, unfazed and unharmed. The tail shot through his chest, shredding bone and organ alike apart, bursting through the other side effortlessly. Isoima! Shinohara yelled from the Kakuja's other side. Pain shot through its body. Something sliced through it. It span on the spot, swinging the length of its armor body around, the tail following like a barbed wrecking ball. It stopped before it could hit the offending party, caught by Shinohara's plated arms. Although he slid back, strain and exertion visible, he did not allow it to go any further. He raised his blade and brought it down on the connecting tissue between the cruel-looking stinger and the tail itself. The base of the blade lodged itself between 2 plates. Shinohara then drew the blade down and back, severing the stinger. The scorpion howled an ungodly noise, its limbs once more jittering and spasming about, creating a field of pure danger for anything that grew close. 2 of the legs and the tail itself slammed into Shinohara's armored body, clobbering the black plating and sending him back a few steps, dropping him to a knee. It retreated, fleeing up the wall of the lab. Several more shots followed it, each missing and breaking into sharpened shrapnel, barely touching it. I can't hit it. I've never seen movement like this, sir. Shinohara coughed, standing back up after regaining his composure. We'll have to get him while he's close. His limbs are tougher than Isoima gave them credit for. While he's close. Are you sure? The younger investigator yelled over the sound of his quinqua launching shot after electrified shot at the scorpion, forcing it to do a lap around the room, clinging to the wall like the bug it was. Without backup, it's the only time it'll make itself vulnerable. From afar, he's too quick and durable. Anything we do land won't be hard enough to stop it. Shinohara stepped forward. Stop firing. Sir. The younger investigator barked out, ceasing his attacks. The scorpion settled into a spot on the highest point of the surrounding wall, its head facing downwards to the floor, the singular eye still tracked on Shinohara, wide and pulsing with a cold aura of predation. Why? Why am I here? It wondered aloud. I'm. A bitter, wet laugh. Idiot hero. That's what they say. Decent. It trembled, quivering with bubbling rage that ate into its chest. No. No. Stop toying with me. What do you want? It screamed, growing hysterical as its limbs jittered and clawed at nothing. Kano. I'll kill you. I'll kill every monster. You took it from me. Kano. Shinohara's expression turned troubled, yet resolved. He glared up at the creature, bearing his in a ready stance. You are, by far, the most screwed up ghoul I've ever met. The creature dived at him, and their battle began anew. Blade clashed with claw, the Kakuja proving to be a beast of monstrous instinct while Shinohara fought with practiced, expert movements and reactions, successfully fending off the assault. It was a river crashing against a rock. Either the former would calm, or the latter would erode. Kurumatani. A voice groaned, away from them and with the younger investigator. He turned, facing the downed Isoyama, a hole very much going through his body. It wasn't the chest, but he didn't have long. Sir, how? Too loud. Wrap me up, make sure I get back to HQ, the half-dead investigator ordered, a strength still in his fading eyes. He watched the fight between Shinohara and the Kakuja. So, that's what it's like, getting hit by a Kakuja. One touch and you're out. He groaned. See, can Special Investigator Shinohara win? Kurumatani asked, already working to cover the injury with his own white coat, discarding it completely for that task. I've never seen a ghoul that fast. Relax, he ordered again. The fight before him unfolded into a test of reactions and endurance as Shinohara moved to start taking shots at the scorpion, turning into more an even exchange. A full-on, ugly brawl between two things sitting at the summit of their species. He's the indomitable Shinohara. Dove-killer Oni Yamada, Arata the corpse collector, the owl 10 years ago. He's faced the worst of the worst, over and over again. He's not flashy like Arima-san, but he steadily gets results. Isoyama managed a smile, watching his superior work. Using the quinqua of his old enemies, he crushes his new enemies, he wheezed. So don't worry. Shinohara stared the Kakuja down, eye locked against eyes. It rambled in English. It leapt up, bringing its pincers to bear as it fell back down. Recognition flashed in Shinohara's eyes. As the claws descended, his blade rose up. He carved through the connecting tissues, severing the limbs in half with an undeniably perfect strike. More of the blood-like fluid spewed out, a heavy crimson gunk. The scorpion reeled back on its arachnid legs, chittering and hissing words in a foreign language. There. Its guard was open, without arms to protect itself. The investigator closed the gap, and the blade opened flesh. It ran through the scorpion's side and into its back, the pain of something bursting filling its body. A cascade of blood followed, more than what would even be expected for such a blow. It dropped to the ground, cradling its side, crying like a child bereft its family. Shinohara panted, sweat rolling from his brow and hairline, white clothes sodden with the exertion. He looked back, blade still at the ready. Sorry. I still got a wife and kid to look after. Can't be going easy on you, kid. That had to have reached its Kakuho. Isoyama managed, eyes nearly shut. Silence filled the lab, aside from the sobbing of the creature. Mom. Dad. Brett, Miranda. It wept. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your son, your brother. I don't know anything anymore. I can't see you anymore. I haven't seen any of you in so long. It let out a long, wretched wail, its entire body trembling as faded memories and emotions overwhelmed it. I want to be human again. I want to be with you again. And then it stood. The Kagun changed shape. The tail was gone, instead becoming part of the armor wrapped around the torso. The 6 legs raised up at the ready, taking on a more traditional shape in the eyes of Shinohara. It snapped around to look at them. The helmet was barely being held together by parts of the Kagun. One half had fallen apart completely, exposing a distressed, blank-eyed face beneath, while the other half was covered by a malicious glowing eye, the mouth almost seeming to form a grin of sorts. Goodness gracious! What the hell are you? Shinohara asked. His left forearm was bleeding. It had managed to slip into a gap in the armor while he passed. How many damn Kakuho have you got? He blinked and missed it. The Kakuja, its shape smaller and lighter, was already upon him. Another clash of blade, armor, and claw followed as it pressed down on him, glaring down at him with something akin to joy, standing on the blade itself. He huffed and swung his blade, sending the Kakuja back. It flipped through the air, almost elegant in contrast to the way it moved before. It had undergone some sort of metamorphosis mid-fight, discarding unnecessary weight and making its movements more efficient. The scorpion's mind was becoming clearer. It no longer thought of the family and friends it left behind, nor of those it had companionship with in this twisted world it dwelled in. All it saw was things it needed to destroy and kill and eat. Get the goddamned food. Had the scorpion once heard that, from the mask of a clown? It didn't matter. Nothing mattered anymore. I see now, it murmured, the words no longer mangled by raw emotion and pain. Everything is sick. Diseased. It needs to be removed. It looked at Shinohara, this thing that stood in its way. Everything trying to hurt me needs to be removed. Just like he was. It cracked its knuckles. 1000, it sneered, advancing on Shinohara, licking its lips. 993, 986, 979. The scorpion vanished into a blur of movement. Shinohara's eyes darted about, trying to keep track of impossible speeds. Shit. Where's Arima-san when you need him? He crouched as his eyes looked to his side. They were met with the face of the scorpion. It was already too late, he knew. His armor shattered as 3 claws slammed into his side, lifting him off the ground. Investigator Shinohara landed on the ground with a groan. Consciousness faded. The scorpion knelt before him as his eyes shut. Its hands reached out, digging into the gaps in the plates of armor and peeling them back. It brought them to its mouth, and chewed at them, breaking them apart. The taste of rotten fish. Just like Yamurai. The armor was made from a ghoul, just like the weapon. Only it was purer. No metal, just Kagun. The sounds of footsteps from behind it, heavy and furious. Ragboo. A man charged him. His face was red with fury. His weapon, a broad black slap on the end of a metal rod, slammed down into its Kagun as it moved to protect itself. It sent Amin back with relative ease, flinging him through the air. He recovered on landing, moving back in. Set up a cordon. Yelled a woman with blonde hair. SS Raid Tactics. Support Investigator Amin. More investigators. More and more. He moved in once again, swinging for the scorpion with even more force than before. It even made it stagger. I wanted to talk to you, Amin said as they clashed, glaring at it. That night, you talked about justice doing the right thing for your people. Was that? The weapon in his hands changed. It split into 2 blades, slicing through the 3 limbs used to hold Amin at bay. A lie. He demanded from the scorpion, not moving to attack again, staring at the ghoul. The scorpion, Ragboy, Trevor, stared back at Amin. He blinked. This man, he knew this man. Static was in his mind. What was he doing again? What had he been saying? What could he say, to Amin, the man he'd saved when everything else demanded that he not? It hurt to think. It hurt to feel. No, Trevor finally managed to say, chest rising and falling. No, it wasn't. Amin's blades came back together. I wanted to know why a child-eating ghoul like Donato Porpora kept me by his side, like I was his son. I wanted to know why he didn't kill me, but did so many others. I thought you would be able to help me figure out why. Amin swung down at Trevor. All the while, several daggers embedded themselves in his torso and face. A boy with white hair approached them, smiling as if it were a pleasant and sunny day. He had red stitches. He exchanged words with the other investigators, and then leapt to join Amin, a fleshy yet coral-like gauntlet and blade covering his arm. Amin. I came to help. The boy lunged down at Trevor, glee in his eyes. The blade broke into sections, becoming a whip, lashing out at Trevor as he descended. The scorpion reeled back from the blows, blood flowing freely from its wounds, even as they worked to heal themselves. Gimmick, go. The boy called out, aiming his fist at Trevor. A tail shot out from the gauntlet, piercing through Trevor's gut. A Kagun, kept in near-perfect condition. Nasty. Now, how do I undo it? He wondered aloud, noticeably connected to Trevor and vice versa. Amin followed up. His slab of a weapon crushed through the other side of Trevor's Kagun, turning them into stumps. The preserved Kagun drew back. Oh. That's how. Neat. All of it within no more than a few seconds, he had been completely disarmed. Amin pointed his weapon down at the scorpion, the creature torn between 2 minds. Tell me. Are you sure? Are you sure you just want to be just another ghoul? Trevor was shaking as he looked up to Amin. Tears fell down from his eyes, but not from pain. He was being taken back to that chair, that dream, where Yamo stood among the joyous crowds, asking something similar. I want his breath hitched. At the edge of his mind, that small part of him that desperately wished to be better than what he really was. A vision of a little boy, putting on a mask and running around his room. I want to be a hero, Trevor rasped, head bowing, sobbing. Amin's expression sobered. He exhaled, looking down at the crying man before him. Serious thought crossed over his expression. I know. He raised his weapon up. Go. And then he clubbed Trevor hard enough to send him flying. Shock. Wide-eyed, utter shock. And then. Hope. Thank you, he whispered, looking at Amin, his voice soft and weak and faint even as he was sent soaring. And then he did as Amin said, desperately scrambling for the exit and ignoring everything else entirely. Let him go. Secure Investigator Isoyama and Shinohara. We're pulling back. He heard as he left, scurrying away. There was no pursuit. The halls. White. Like a doctor's office. Quiet, like a grave. Bright, like. Trevor shook his head, fumbling around and struggling to keep his mind together. Different elements bit and gnawed at each other, struggling for dominance. There was a room of people screaming at each other in his head whenever he tried to focus. Even taking a step was a battle. Go back. Eat. Kill. Fight. Make them hurt, like you've been hurt. 881, 874, 867. The world will be cruel to you. He grinned his teeth. He knew what happened to him. It was like watching from the outside, seeing his body do things without his input. Becoming a beast purely driven by instinct and trauma. The Kakuja process had truly begun. He had to call the manager. He had to talk to Imo, to Riz, who he still couldn't believe was alive. He had to call Irimi and Tuka and the others at Antioku, he didn't know. To feel like a person again? But right now, first, he had to find his team. Get them out, get back to Hinamai. Leave this cursed place. Let the doves take it, let it burn. But his mind was so frazzled, it wasn't grounded. Voices demanded attention. He needed to calm down, if he was going to face friends again. What did he do, to calm down? Ah, yes. He nodded to himself, and then began to sing lowly in the empty bright hallway. It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday, the regular crowd shuffles in. It'd been a long time since he'd heard that song, but the words came easily through the haze of his mind. It felt far better and warmer than anything else. Hands clamped his shoulders. His hand ran through something warm and soft. Banjo stared back at him, smiling. Come on, he said, ignoring the hand sticking through him. Let's get you home. Trevor blinked. Looked down. Then his eyes widened, and he pulled his hand back. Fuck, sorry, He rattled off. It's been a long night. Come on. Banjo pulled Trevor's hand out of him with bared teeth, managing a grin. It healed remarkably quickly, faster than even anything Trevor could do. A nub of a Kagun stuck out of his shoulder. I think we're all a bit fed up of this aesthetic. Ha. Trevor breathed, sagging slightly. Yet. He looked behind Banjo, and the rest of his team was there. He let out a long sigh of relief. Thank God, you're all alive. His brows furrowed. Someone was missing. Madame A. No clue, dude, Ichimi said, shrugging. "'Kay then." Trevor turned. Let's get the fuck out of here. Thank God, basically everyone said. Trevor woke up in his bed. He vaguely felt like that was odd, as he couldn't remember getting home or talking with anyone. Everything about him was just dull, slowly blinking up at the familiar ceiling. His body and mind were utterly exhausted. The literally insane emotional swings he'd gone through last night were too much, all of that rage and pain manifesting in the worst possible way, turning him into an actual monster. A beast that acted purely off of instinct and hunger. The fundamental qualities of a ghoul. The man was stripped away, leaving behind something that didn't think, or have ethics, or morals. For a few moments, Trevor laid there, paralyzed by that fact. Kano, his siblings, the revelations, it had finally pushed him over the edge into manifesting the Kakuja. He'd hurt a friend, even if Banjo could just shrug the injury off. No one had seen what happened to him, only the aftermath. If Amin hadn't shown up, saying what he did, Trevor would have probably lost himself. He let out a shuddering breath, slowly resting a hand on his head. I'm so fucked up, he said to the empty room. The room didn't give any reply. He sighed, and then stiffly pushed himself off the bed. There were too many questions to ask to simply stay there. He had to speak with his team, with the manager, with Yumo, with Riz. The woman he'd long thought truly dead. He reached over and grabbed his phone, looking through the contacts. He paused at Irimi's name, staring at it for a few moments before moving on. The same happened with Tuka's. How long had it been since he talked with her? With an annoyed groan, he kept going. Until he got to the manager. He sent a text, asking for them to meet up soon sometime today, and that it was important. That done, Trevor left his room to look for his friends. Banjo and Ichimi, in the rare position of being without his mask, the upper half his face obscured by a thick curtain of fluffy black hair, sat on the couch with controllers in hand. The game on the screen was familiar, involving bright lights, aliens, and impractical-looking military jeeps called warthogs. Banjo appeared, well. Better than well, he looked healthier than he was before they left to find Kano's hideout, while Ichimi's slouch spoke of a tiredness. Hate this gun, Ichimi grumbled. It's literally one of the best in the game. Yeah, but I don't like it. Burst don't feel right. MMH, it might be worth getting over your phobia of good things, Banjo said in return, smiling to himself. Ichimi, having no real retort, resorted to an old faithful. Shut the hell up. If you want to be a more mindless ape about it, just go back to the AR, Trevor suggested tiredly, walking to the kitchen to make some coffee. The two stopped, looking away from the television and to Trevor, Banjo's mouth agape. You're awake. He exclaimed, setting down the controller and shooting to his feet. How are you feeling? Do you need anything? He immediately went into caretaker mode, something of a role he slipped into over the months due to his own lack of fighting ability. Just. Trevor rested a hand on the counter, blowing out a breath as he stood there. Just a moment. He rubbed at his temple. I'm really out of it. Tired. Real tired. Yesterday was too much. A lot happened. Ah. Right, Banjo paused, hesitating before steadily moving to sit back down, exhaling. Got it. Just, let us know if you need a hand, all right. Yeah, Trevor said with a stiff nod, beginning to go through the motions to brew coffee. Where are the others? MMH. Chukiyama and Hinamai went shopping, Jiro and Santa are getting some food for us. Figured it'd be for the best, after last night. We spent a lot of energy, both physically and mentally. We all need a day off, Banjo informed him, leaning back into the couch. The game continued. The half-ghoul's brown eyes flitted to Banjo. Wouldn't think it, looking at you, Trevor observed. You look better than you have in ages. Something happened. I got pretty beat up. Ran into Ito-san. She took out my ribs, but didn't kill me. Guess it was her way of getting me out the fight, but I guess it also activated my Kagun, somehow. It's kind of lame looking, but, it fixes me up faster than anything else I've seen. I'm wondering if I can use it to help other people, too, he explained evenly, sounding tired if not looking it. Ito-san is terrifying. At Ito's name, Trevor stopped in his tracks. He very slowly turned to Banjo, brows knitted. Did Ito say anything to you? He asked haltingly. About, anything? No, not really. She kinda just appeared, told me I'd dropped something. Then handed me some of my ribs. All a bit too fast, if you ask me. I think, she took down those two twins, but they didn't actually look hurt. Trevor's mouth opened, then closed. Jesus. He murmured. Well, at least she didn't kill you, and actually gave you a net upgrade, come to think of it. And by took down, what do you mean? He really hoped the sisters hadn't been killed, or even seriously injured. They weren't fighting. They were just, frozen stiff. I dunno. Maybe she told them something, but I didn't see any signs of a fight between them. All I really know is that they made a break when that Naki guy showed up, leaving us to deal with them, Banjo recalled with a scratch of the chin. They must have run into her. Ah. I think I know why they stopped, then, Trevor said sourly. Kano's shacked up with Aojirai. Shachi nabbed him from me, and now the doctor is a willing member. Nashiro and Kurona probably followed suit. Oh. That's bad. I don't think Aojirai tree really needed a mad doctor on top of everything else. A bit overpowered, now that I think about it, Banjo sighed once more. One step forward, a confusing step or two back. I'll be honest, I still have no goddamn clue what happened last night, but at least it wasn't ghosts. It was probably worse, Ichimi said. Worse. Definitely worse. There were very few silver linings, one of them being we all miraculously got out alive, Trevor sighed, taking his cup of coffee to join them in the common area. I don't even know where to start, but I guess with what was probably the only other good thing to happen. He leveled a serious look at Banjo. You might want to pause the game for this. Banjo and Isami glanced at one another. The game paused, and their focus turned to Trevor. He took a breath. Kano still had riz this entire time. Yamo showed up and took her from him. I think she might actually still be alive. The couch physically moved backwards with the force Banjo stood up with, his eyes wide. A blatant tenseness had come over him, teeth tightly pressed together behind pursed lips. Riz. You're serious? She's alive? Did you see her? Trevor had known this was going to be important to Banjo. He had to make sure he had all the facts straight. When I first got into Kano's lab, I saw a woman trapped in a tank with her limbs bound. I didn't recognize her, and Kano was already there being incredibly distracting. But then Yamo showed up and busted the tank open. As he escaped with her, still unconscious, Kano shouted her name in panic and desperation. And then they were gone. He took a breath. That is everything that happened. A cavalcade of emotions formed and vanished on Banjo's face, unable to digest the information in a timely manner. Any reaction he would have otherwise had died, and he fell back onto his rear, sliding into the couch. He brought a hand to his face, running it downwards. I don't know if there's a god, but I'm thankful. At least she's alive, he finally said, his smile slight. Trevor had precious little when it came to knowing Riz as an actual person, going almost purely off the impression of others. In a distant sort of way, he was at least glad the woman wasn't being harvested anymore simply because that was an awful thing. But he did care deeply for Banjo, and seeing his friend happy was enough for him. I thought at the very least, you needed to hear that, Trevor said quietly. I'm going to try and speak with Yamo today to figure out the entire truth. If you want to come with me when I do, he gestured widely, that's your call. I'll stay here. I doubt she'll want to see my ugly mug, after everything she has probably been through, he chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. I wouldn't want to disrupt Yamo-san with my clumsiness, either. Who knows, maybe a gentle soul like yours is what she needs, Trevor replied, features softening. But okay. I'll keep you posted either way. It's the least I can do for you, man. There you go again, always thinking of others, Banjo pointed out. Should worry about yourself some more, boss. Share the weight out a little, if you need to. After yesterday, it's pretty clear that you have a lot on your plate. If we can help with that, it'd be our pleasure. I mean, I like doing things in general. If I can help you out outside of fighting stuff, that's a bonus, Ichimi added with a shrug. Trevor's expression turned strained as he stared down at the swirling black contents of his coffee. A lot on his plate was putting it mildly. The frothing screams and endless tears of the scorpion still rang in his mind, every word it shouted ringing terribly true. He ran his thumb along the lip of the mug. I suppose I became the worst version of myself, last night, Trevor murmured, gaze vacant. Kano, Shachi, everything. He shook his head. I think I truly went insane for a bit there, he said, a bitter, unhappy chuckle on his lips. Had to fight a special investigator while I wasn't even thinking right. I'm still trying to make sense of everything that happened. Again, he shook his head. I wouldn't even be here if someone hadn't saved me, he admitted, exhaustion creeping in again. Special investigator. Ichimi picked up on, leaning forward. Who saved you? I don't think any of us got that far too bogged down by Aojirai and then the investigators. Trevor didn't answer right away. Another deep, shaking breath. It was one of their own, he told them. An investigator. He let me go. He just let me go. His voice was that of disbelief, and still some shock. A life for a life, that practical part of him thought. But he didn't. Amen worked like that. No, Amen let him go because he felt it was the right thing to do. Just as Trevor had felt when their positions were reversed. Unusual, Banjo mumbled. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. You're certain there was no reason for it? Otherwise? I don't know. It's so odd. So deeply antithetical were ghouls and investigators to one another that Banjo couldn't even conceive of a reality where one would let the other go. It just went to show how deep their conflict went, if even a soft man like Banjo had issues perceiving mercy between them. Trevor wiped the side of his face. I've met him before, back when I was new to, well, being a ghoul. Almost 8 or so months ago now. I had to fight him, to keep Tuka safe. I didn't really know what I was doing, he admitted. I just didn't want people to die. And I beat him. Had him at my mercy. He paused. That felt like so long ago. Years. Back when he just fumbled about and didn't quite understand what things were really like. He still felt like that, sometimes. But I didn't want to kill him. Even though I knew he'd kill me, and Tuka if he could, I just didn't want to become a killer, Trevor realized. All I wanted to do was keep people alive. He dipped his head. So that's what I did. I spared him, to his complete shock. It must have affected him more than I thought. It's understandable, then. If an investigator just left me alive, I don't know what I'd do. I'd be confused, I suppose. Feel like I'm living on borrowed time, maybe, Banjo said, trying to deal with what was a difficult subject among the wider community. Would I return the favor? I don't know. But the one you ran into must be a good man, at heart. Yet. Trevor nodded. Yet, I think he is too. Amen Kotaru is his name. I wish I could talk with him. His act of mercy saved me, and not just in the physical sense. It gives faith, I suppose, that things don't have to be as terrible as they are. I'd like him to know that, somehow. Difficult thing to ask, really. If there was a way to talk to investigators, peacefully, I'd have used it to call them dicks. Ichimi shrugged, approaching the situation with a blunt honesty. Part of the reason why we can't really communicate with them, I suppose. Too much to fight over, not enough to talk over. Peace is more than enough, Trevor said tiredly, taking a drink from his coffee for the first time. It had gone lukewarm. But even more difficult to consider. For now, we just keep trying to stop the worst of the lot from making things worse. He pushed himself up from his seat. And to do that, we need information. I'm going to speak with Yoshimura, then Yamo. Banjo nodded, taking the controller back into his hands. Give the manager my regards. It's pretty wet out, boss. Typhoon may be rolling in tonight, so be careful. When am I not? Trevor asked. Yuya, both members of Trevor's crew let out, looking between themselves. Dash. The rain pelted against the windows of Antioku, the winds already strong. It would be Trevor's first time in the typhoon season, and it was looking to be no joke. Just gone noon, the dense clouds and sheets of rain in the sky obscured the light of the summer sun. Comfortable when indoors, but to be out in it was hell. Trevor experienced that firsthand, but luckily public transport was still running as efficiently as ever. The wonders of living in Tokyo. Behind the counter, in a strangely empty Antioku, was Yoshimura. It seemed that nobody else was in. The old gentleman's smile remained as it ever was, pleasant and unfaltering. Hey. Despite everything, Trevor felt the compulsion for something like a typical greeting. You doing well, manager? Very well, thank you. Take a seat, Trevor-kun. I hear that things have been active on your end of things. Can I get you anything? The manager offered, gesturing to one of the stools at the counter. No, thanks, Trevor replied, taking a seat as suggested. He rested his elbows on the counter, looking around. Indeed, it was entirely empty thanks to the typhoon. For now, they were entirely alone. He took a deep breath. He started haltingly. Did you know Ito was your daughter? He asked slowly and quietly. I did, he responded honestly, keeping his hands busy by cleaning cups. And now you do. But it does not change much. Trevor rested his chin on the backs of his hands, regarding Yoshimura. That wasn't terribly surprising. I guess not, from a purely practical standpoint. She's still an enemy. He sighed. But I just wanted to make sure you knew. Family means different things to different people. Do not mistake my awareness for apathy on the matter. I have done all I can to protect my daughter, even now. But there are things even the love of a father cannot abide by, he said, taking on a neutral tone. To the point where I, for some time, was regarded as the one-eyed owl in her place. Trevor blinked. You were. He started, somewhat confused. But you're a full-blooded ghoul. The title can just go to either type. We're both Kakuja, you see. Maybe it is unsurprising, but that manifests similarly in both of us, in terms of appearance. There are differences, but in the moment it would be difficult to tell us apart. That is why I took it upon myself to take the name from her, when she was still young. It was better they hunted me, the one who would not kill them, than my daughter, he explained, putting cups away as he did so. As if it were all routine. I see, Trevor murmured. Then how come she was the one-eyed owl while so young? I thought that was based, actually I don't even know, aside from the one eye part, he admitted. It's hard for me to say. For her safety, I gave her to a man who would protect her within the 24th ward. And then, some decade later, she emerged as a Kakuja. Kashoka Madao, Associate Special Class Investigator, and a few others were her first victims. That is what started the hunt for her, and it only became worse. Her second encounter resulted in the death of a Special Class Investigator in the 3rd ward. The third encounter was a single-handed assault on the 2nd ward branch office of the CCG. Many died, and more would have fallen, were it not for one investigator we all know the name of. It was a formative event in contemporary Ghoul human relations, and it was there she earned the name One-Eye and Owl. The manager paused, staring at a particular cup in the board. It did not stop. She was acting with purpose, and after the first cochlea breakout, she was labeled the first triple-S threat the CCG had ever faced. My daughter was the enemy of this nation, and the number of those who wanted her dead were in numbers greater than any single person could reasonably conceive. I figured that the Ghoul, called the One-Eye, was my daughter the moment I heard the name. And that was when I knew that particular elements would find out about her, a natural-born half-Ghoul. I had to stop that. That is why I attacked the 2nd ward not too long after, to make it seem as if I was that Ghoul. The people I wanted to distract were already aware of my presence, I had worked with them in the past. That way, she was at the very least safe from them. Everything else. He paused, taking the cup out. I would leave to her. I do not think there has ever been a member of Ghoul kind as powerful as her in centuries. What more could I do? He asked himself above all else. Trevor-kun. Would you still be willing to help my daughter? The One-Eye had been completely silent and still as Yoshimura spoke. He'd known Ito was a cut above the rest, even from their only conversation alone. And now with what he knew. Ito Yoshimura, the One-Eyed Owl, the founder of Aojirai Tree, and the manager's daughter. Someone that had committed horrible acts, someone that had caused wanton destruction, someone that had offered for Trevor to join her. The question was difficult to answer. The words did not come easily. Were she my daughter? Trevor began, expression pensive. I'd do everything in my power to help her have a good life. I would always be there for her. He let out a breath. If. It was hard to say. If you believed there was still good in her, that she can be helped. I would. But I could never abide by her methods. I simply can't. I don't disagree. You know the principle of Antiocho. We know what happens when one delves too deeply into the shadow of this world. Irimi-chan, Kuma-kun, Yamo-kun, even myself. An island of peace is what we desire, a place where human and Ghoul can exist side by side. That is why I want my daughter to be saved. Not just from the CCG, not just from V, but from herself. And I do not believe I can do that for her, not after everything that has happened. She has every right to hate me, for doing what I have done. Trevor tilted his head to the side. And you think I could be the one to save her? He asked, brows furrowing. I'm struggling on my own, he admitted. I nearly lost myself entirely last night. MMH. It was a matter of time, no. Indeed, the manager had warned Trevor months ago about the condition of being a Kakuja. Nonetheless, the manager stood before him, a reasonable and calm man despite sharing that particular state of existence with Trevor. Trevor nodded. Yet, it was. I found Kano last night. Between him, and finding my fellow siblings, his victims. His expression grew tired. It pushed me over the edge. I manifested a half-Kakuja, right as a special investigator, and 2 of his fellows found me. Then the process isn't complete yet. But you've taken one of the first and worst steps. The only advice I can give you is, keep going, Trevor-kun. Eventually it all comes together, all the fractures and internal conflict. He turned to face Trevor, smiling still. You emerge a stronger person, with the fruit of your strife at your command. But until then, it is conflict. No shortage of that these days, Trevor replied, though he did manage to find some peace at Yoshimura's words. After all, the manager stood before him, a rational and thinking man rather than a maniacal monster baying for blood. I think I see what you meant by shaped by traumas, too. The Kakuja, it took on the form of a scorpion, which is both the mental image I used to focus my Kagun, and a brief hesitation. And one of the ways Yomurai tortured me. It begs the question of the actual connection between Kakuhao and I dunno, the soul? Mind. The manager hummed in agreement. Is it so surprising? We control our Kagun with both will and instinct. For the Kakuja to take the form of something within that mind, responding to our wants, needs, and flaws, seems only natural. My own is very utilitarian, but I believe that came from the kind of life I was leading at the time. No excess, only the goal. The manager gestured straight forward to make the point. At the time, he was an arrow. And maybe inheritance plays a part, if Ito is anything to go by. But it is a rare enough condition that I cannot truly say what it is, beyond an evolution of our Kagun. I suppose it does require some stars to align, Trevor mused, rubbing his chin. As for Ito, I'm not sure how she can be saved. Preaching peace would likely just get me drowned out by laughter. And probably my own blood, if she's that powerful. Who knows? You talked with her, no? The manager asked. Yeah, I did. She was pitching Aojirai to me, a bit, Trevor replied. And what was your impression of her? Smart, very smart, Trevor said with a hum. She was very good at making me feel comfortable talking with her. We talked about growing plants for a bit. She also commented on my decency. Said it was nice to have a nice ghoul like me around and it'd be a shame if I lost to the world. She also said she'd given up on being nice. He frowned. At the time, it sounded like she was foisting whatever good aspirations she may have once had onto me. A bit of a recurring theme in my life since coming to Tokyo, feels like. Well, she is not wrong. You are a pleasant young man, whether you like it or not. But that aside, my wish for you remains the same, regardless of my wants. I wish for you to live your life, Trevor-kun. Be it in the world of humans, the world of ghouls or somewhere in between, proceed as you desire. All I ask is that you do not make the same mistakes many of us have made. Well, I'll give it the good old college try, I suppose, Trevor sighed. I'll do my best to help Ito, if not as a subordinate. Who knows? He shrugged. Despite how terrible things get, I think there's still hope. An investigator spared my life last night, and out of kindness at that. If that can happen, then perhaps things are already starting to change for the better. The greatest journey begins with a single step, so it goes. One investigator could potentially lead to many, Yoshimura said optimistically, his smile widening. But we will see. I do not doubt you will do great things, Trevor-kun. Just make sure they're what you want. I'll do my best, Trevor replied, standing up from his stool. Thank you, Yoshimura. If I'm honest, the open hand of kindness you and Tuka extended to me on that first day matters more to me than you might know. It was definitely a shaping experience. It showed that even when things seem at their worst, an offered hand is all you need to get through it. I've tried to carry that idea with me going forward, consciously or otherwise. Your words are too kind. Should you ever wish for a respite, you can always return to Antioku. There's a new member of staff now, and I'm sure they'd appreciate a mentor in yourself. But until then, feel free to stay the night, if you wish. It grows harsher outside. Trevor looked outside, and winced at the increasing rage of the storm beyond the windows. As a ghoul, the extremes didn't matter as much anymore, but there was always an instinctual response to bad weather and a desire for warmth. Might take you up on that, if I'm still around after night, Trevor answered. I'd still like to talk to Imo if possible. He was there last night too, and I have some questions for him. In that case, at least allow me to give you some directions. He's a hard man to find, the manager said with a chuckle. Over the next few minutes, he explained to Trevor where the man called Imo lived. It was strangely appropriate. Indeed, the wind and thunder rolled in. Lights cracked across the sky, and the streets steadily emptied apart from a brave few. Despite everything Trevor had been through, it was just another day in Tokyo. Trevor only lingered for some brief small talk, chiefly out of curiosity for Antioku's latest hire. Roma Hoito was her name, a younger girl with a bit of a clumsy streak. Evidently Nishiki frequently scolded her for breaking things, but she was a very good trier with her heart in the right place, so the manager was glad to have her. Satisfied with that, the one-eye departed from Antioku for Yamo's place, telling the manager that if it got too late or the typhoon worsened, he very well might take up his earlier offer to crash at the coffee shop for the night. Yamo's residence was indeed fitting for the man. Way off in the docks, made from unused shipping containers that he'd made into a home of sorts. Very out of the way, hard to reach and hard to find. Thankfully, Yoshimura was good at directions. While it otherwise would have blended into the mass of containers surrounding it, the hint of light at the doors to a quad of containers was the giveaway. To somebody who wasn't looking, it would have gone unnoticed, but between the heavy, rain-laden clouds and Trevor's goal, he spotted it. So, he did the polite thing and knocked on the door. He also shouted, "Hey man, it's Trevor." Just to abate any concerns about more hostile parties being the ones knocking. If he did indeed have his hidden away there, they would be valid concerns. No sound came from within until the recognizable thunk of bolts being undone resonated through the metal door. One side opened with a metallic groan to Imo, dressed as one might expect one to in their home, a casual shirt and featureless pajama bottoms. If he was surprised at Trevor's visit, he didn't show it, urging the foreigner in from the rain with his hand. "Thanks," Trevor said as he gratefully stepped inside, removing his raincoat hood. "Hope I didn't wake you." "You didn't. There's just not much to do, when it's like this." It was, bare bones, as far as homes went. The only lights came in the form of electrical lamps placed in the occasional spot across the several containers, each of the respective areas connected through cleanly cut and framed openings, with ladders leading up to the second level of containers with similar openings. A cushioned chair rested close to the main entrance, with a small television resting on a wooden pallet before it. There had been some work to create storage space, but otherwise it was undecorated and empty. The only thing which really seemed to stand out was the coffee machine, table, and teacups, all resting on a table, by themselves. Everything else was necessity. True enough, Trevor sighed, despite the fact that he was hopping around Tokyo despite the weather. A habit of his, he'd realized, that he kept himself moving after major events. Sitting around came more difficultly than it had in the past. He looked to Imo, wanting to just get right to it. "Is she here?" "Not here. A different container," he explained briefly. "For her own good and for the safety of others." Imo didn't move to take a seat or even offer one, but that was in line with him. He cut through many niceties when interacting with others, much as he had lacked any gentleness when training Trevor. Trevor's bushy brows furrowed. "Her own good?" he echoed. "What's her state?" He hardly expected her to be good, as he couldn't imagine anyone would be after months of experimentation and being harvested by a mad scientist. It'd be best for you to see for yourself, but I am not sure you really want that. It's not nice, Yamo cautioned, blinking slowly and calmly. Do you recall her at all? Trevor shook his head. Even after all this time, he couldn't remember the supposedly fateful day he'd met her, and she tried to eat him. It was part of why he'd tried so hard to learn what he could about her, to at least somewhat understand what had happened and why his entire memory of the event was lost. Yamo's lips, ever so slightly, pressed together. Then it depends on how much you want to know about her. Meeting her would help with that, but, as she is, it won't be what you expect. Not from what you've probably heard about her. It only took Trevor a few moments to mull it over. All the same, I'd rather see for myself than go off of hearsay, he told Yamo. I'm exhausted of not knowing things, Yamo. I need to see her for myself. The quiet man nodded, showing no sign of disagreement with Trevor's choice. He simply moved to unbolt the door once more. Try to keep quiet. She's sensitive to noise, right now. He opened the door to the windy, tempestuous weather outside, and stepped into it, unfazed by the rain soaking his clothes almost instantly. The container he led Trevor to was not but several steps away from Yamo's home, but it was completely dark. There was no light to be spotted at the bottom. Yamo unlatched the door steadily, quietly, trying not to disturb the one within. The dim light of a stormy day leaked inwards from the gap in the door. There, on their knees, was a woman bound by a white jacket. Her dark, almost purple, hair spilled down around her face, her breathing hoarse. With each breath, her body visibly rose itself and lowered. Yamo stood by the door, looking to Trevor. It was up to him what he did. Trevor stared at her. Rizkami Shiro, the woman he never thought he'd see in the flesh. The one he'd heard everyone talk so much about, the posthumous figure that had cast such a large shadow. The donor of his Kakuhou. Slowly, quietly, he stepped inside and approached her. Initially, she didn't seem to react, as though not even aware that Trevor was there. He stopped at a short distance, not wanting to get too close. Something held him back, but he wasn't sure what. He waited a little bit, to see if she would acknowledge him. Riz was clearly hurting, so he'd go at her pace for now. A gust of wind filled the empty container, brushing against the bound ghoul's body. The minor disruption was enough to make her aware, her head snapping up. Aak. Grak. She wheezed, her face a rictus of terror, drool running from her mouth, dark fluid leaking from around her pitch-black, red-vesseled eyes. She struggled against the confines of the white jacket, her white and frightened eyes not even seeming to register Trevor's presence. Whatever she was seeing, it wasn't him. Trevor flinched at the sheer amount of pain and terror that radiated off the woman. His hatred of Kano was only magnified, the bastard's handiwork yet again on clear display. What he'd done to Trevor, Riz, Kurona, Nashiro, and how many others, unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Yet again, he regretted simply not killing the scientist when he had the chance. Better that, than letting him serve Aojirai. I need. The raspy voice began. She curled up, her breathing turning into pained hissing. My stomach. Erratically, her head snapped up once again as she looked past both Trevor and Yamo, to some unknown thing in the distance. I can't take this anymore, let me out of here. She pleaded to nothing, her voice riddled with desperation. Isn't anybody here? Dad, it's dark. She tried to move forward, to get onto her legs, but she simply fell onto her front, chin landing on the floor of the container. Yamo threw something to her, a familiar-looking, hand-sized wrapped package. It landed in front of her face, and she squirmed closer to it, her eyes locking onto it instantly. She peeled the wrapping back, with her mouth and tongue, salivating like a dog. Meat. She near whispered, finding some comfort in the word. The hunk of red flesh was exposed to her. She took it in her mouth, pulling at it bit by bit. For that moment, she had found calm. I only feed her the absolute bare minimum so she won't rip herself out of that straitjacket. She's in an extreme state of starvation, she won't recognize either of us. She doesn't even know who you are, right now, Yamo explained, watching Riz eat with an unreadable expression. I see. Trevor murmured, unable to look away. Yamo had been right, this was nothing like what Trevor had heard, and understandably so. Riz was reduced, little more than a starving animal. He was dimly aware that she had done terrible things in the past, but this wasn't justice. It was torture. In a way, Trevor was glad Banjo hadn't come, his friend would have been in agony seeing her like this. How long, until she comes back, do you think? He asked. Who knows, he admitted with a quiet exhale, shutting his eyes. She was kept alive, but not fed. I can only imagine she was directly given what she was needed to survive, rather than being allowed to undergo the action of eating. I'm not the smartest ghoul, but I can only imagine that could hurt our psyche. I'm sure it would, Trevor agreed with a nod. It's like being denied the most intrinsic part of our nature. Get the goddamn food. He went quiet, lips pursed. Trying to talk with her as she was now would be pointless, and likely just negatively impact her further. He didn't like it, or anything about the situation, really, but he would not be getting that talk he wanted with Riz today. He moved to turn around. Let's leave her be. Don't want to disturb her anymore. MMH. Yamo shut the door behind Trevor, sealing it up once more. He made back for his home, seeking to get out of the rain. I don't think there are any experts who can help her, other than the one who made her like that in the first place. All we can do is try. Ain't that the truth? Trevor sighed as he followed Yumo back to his home. Thinking of Riz and Kano, and of trying to help, got him wondering. Say, at any point last night, did you happen to see two young girls? Twins, one wearing black and the other white. I saw two people escaping. One was carrying another, and they were in black and white respectively. I didn't stop to check, Yumo said as he went about shutting the wind and rain out of his home. Why? Trevor's eyes widened. If they were escaping on their own, had they not joined Aojirai tree with Kano? They're the same as me. One eye's created by Kano from Riz's body. They called me their big brother once. I'm worried about them, he admitted, scratching the back of his neck. Yumo stared at Trevor for a moment. I can't tell you if they're safe, but they did try to leave. If they were going the same way as me, then they likely escaped. That's all I can tell you. If they're out there, then you can always look. Before, Trevor had been somewhat resigned to letting them go, as he'd thought they'd just shack up with Aojirai tree to follow their dad. But now? From what Yumo had said, they were alone. Hurt, most likely, if one was carrying the other. If they took the same path as you, Trevor started, looking directly at Yumo. Where could they have ended up? The decision was obvious. There's no simple answer to that. The facility was very large. Too big for a single person to fund and hide, but I entered through an entrance in the forest, but there were various paths, I learned. Somewhere around the mansion, is all I can say with certainty, Yumo answered evenly, wringing out his shirt. Damp. Trevor nodded. Thank you. Guess I'll go then. Come hell or high water, he couldn't help but add. And, when she's getting better, could you let me know? I'd like to speak with her, when it wouldn't be painful for her to do so. Trevor. Relax. You need a new mask, don't you? Yumo pointed out, as if trying to make a point. You're still coming down from yesterday. Don't overload yourself. The foreigner paused, grinding his teeth. He took a deep breath in and out through his nose. What could he say to that? He knew it was true, Banjo and Ichimi had been shocked to see him up for a reason. Yesterday had ultimately been a disaster, one that brought Trevor lower than he had ever been. A blood-starved beast. But that was why he kept going. There was a part of his mind that was off. To justify what happened, to give himself peace. I won't, he told Yumo. But right now, there's two kids that been hurt by the same man that hurt me and Riz. They're out there, alone, and no one else is looking for them. I won't be able to rest easy until I know they're okay, he said, emotion leaking into his voice. After that, I promise, I'll relax. This is my path, Yumo. It's what feels right to me. Then go for it. Given the time that has passed, they've likely moved on elsewhere. Yumo put up no resistance to Trevor. He wasn't the sort to restrict the foreigner, or tell him he couldn't do something. Right. Thanks, Yumo. I'll see you later, all right. Trevor said as he moved to leave. Probably. Stay safe, Trevor. You too, man. At that, he left out into the storm. The entire area was on lockdown. Police, CCG, even JSDF. Kano's hidden lab had stirred more than just the hornet's nest, instead getting several hives worth of attention. Roads were closed, and patrols were regular. If the two were still there, they would have been found. There was just too much heat for it to be otherwise. Even getting past cordon that had been set up would have required Trevor to fight any number of bureau investigators with the specialized guns on top of actual infantry and, most notably, a tank. Frankly, there was no way inside that could have been called a good idea. The best approach was to not approach at all, and redirect his search. Assuming they had left before the heat got too bad, they would have been heading inwards towards Tokyo proper. The wooded area that rested north of Yokohama City was on the cusp of the border, meaning that they would have ended up in either the 11th or 12th wards. The 11th ward, not exactly good memories associated with that place. The 12th ward was somewhat secure, as far as they went. Supposedly the CCG had another detention center there for suspects in ghoul-related cases, as opposed to confirmed ghouls themselves. Searching both yielded absolutely no results. Kurona and Nashiro were nowhere to be found. It was more likely they'd gone to the 24th ward to hide. If a ghoul wanted to hide in Tokyo, they could with ease. But if they were injured, there was only so much they could travel before having to stop. Fortunately or unfortunately, Trevor's mind was of a different sort than it used to be. He still felt the compulsion to search, at least for a little while longer. Inwardly, he wondered if he would have gone so far if they hadn't called him Big Brother that time. Maybe, maybe not. They were all still Kano's victims, and Trevor had meant it when he decided he'd take responsibility for the family the scientist had left behind. He took out his phone, first checking it for messages. Nothing out of the ordinary. There was a message from Irimi, but it was a joke about Kuma and his relation to monkeys more so than anything serious. It was something of a respite, his phone. For all the weird nonsense he got up to, the texts were still perfectly human. Just regular messages and conversations. He couldn't help but smile at his girlfriend's joke. It made him feel a little guilty about what he was about to do. Trevor dialed her number and gave her a call. 2 rings, and she answered. Don't tell me you're offended on his behalf, because I swear. Despite himself, he chuckled. Someone has to feel bad for the poor guy, he replied. But I'm not calling to berate you. What are you up to? I was taking some time out to touch up my hair, but I can smell a potentially important request coming. What's up? She asked, her light tone offset by her willingness to help. Bless Irimi. She really was too good for him. You remember those twins I mentioned? He started. Last night was a lot, and I promise I'll tell you about it later, but I'm trying to find them now. I think they're hurt, and alone. Could you help me, please? He felt a bit sheepish, especially since it was such a horrible day, and he didn't want to drag others into this. But, well, it was Irimi. She let it hang for a moment, letting out a sigh. I would, but I'll be honest. I can't. Not today. If you were banking on my outstanding nose, then now is the worst time to use it. Wind blowing scents everywhere, rain washing things away. I wouldn't be able to pick up anything. Right, Trevor sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I should have figured. Damn rainy season. Sorry about that, should have remembered. It's fine. Finding a ghoul can be difficult, it's partly why investigators are so scary. They keep their methods to themselves, and somehow they work, even if a ghoul is on the run. I don't think there's many private investigator ghouls out there, but it's a career to consider, I suppose. She mused, sounding like she had something pinched between her teeth as she talked. Wait, are you outside? Yet. Trevor, she said sternly. He made a certain kind of face that always came up when he got caught red-handed for some blunder or minor offense. Lidded eyes, thin lips, repressed emotions. Yet. He sighed. I, really didn't want to be idle, today of all days. Yesterday was. He trailed off. Quite frankly, awful. And you can tell me all about it in a couple of hours, when you navigate the waters to my place, which is, I will remind you, neither inundated with water or wind. Which the outside is. She sounded none too pleased by his ventures in sub-typhoon weather. He really should have seen that coming. Right, Trevor relented in the face of an angry girlfriend. I'm coming. Rarely did Irimi get frustrated with Trevor, in fact, she never had, so it was a first to hear her sound equal parts concerned and annoyed with him. At least she cared. The door was unlocked, in anticipation of Trevor's arrival no doubt. He was also excessively damp, as expected of someone that had initially thought nothing of trudging through a typhoon. Get in the damn shower, Trevor. Came the adoring yell of his girlfriend from within the apartment, ordering him with very little room for argument. Hi, he droned, moving along and doing just that. It was her place, after all, and he didn't want it to get dirted on his account. The shower was a brief moment of peace, absent of everything except himself and warm water. It gave him time to actually reflect on what was going on in his life now, and helped him realize he'd unconsciously kept himself from slowing down. Kano. Riz. The Scorpion. Amen. Ito. The twins. Everything happened at once, in the worst possible way. Reunion, degradation, desperation, hope. He pressed a hand against the shower wall, eyes closed as he took a long, deep yet shaky breath. It was so much. And that wasn't even all of the things that ate away at him, that demanded his attention. It was all coming to him at once, everyone and everything he wanted to do or see or talk to. Too much. A fluffy grey gown awaited him, folded up on the floor just outside of the bathroom. The sound of Japanese television played from the living space, just perceivable from outside the bathroom. Irimi's head of long, pitch-black hair stuck up against the back of her sofa, seemingly laying across it and propping her head up with a hand. The howl of wind and the battering impact of rain mixed in with the overly optimistic noise of commercials. Trevor stood at the doorway, just staring at the peaceful image for a moment and preserving it in his mind. Then, he walked over. I never thought I'd miss American commercials, Trevor couldn't help but comment, watching the high-octane, nonsensical and mascot-laden TV screen before him. You'll get used to it, Irimi grunted as she shifted on the sofa, freeing up space for Trevor to take a seat. All products are meant to be presented with a smile and positive energy, over here. Dunno about America. A bit of same but different, Trevor explained, plopping down in the freshly opened space. Still smiles, but a lot of it tends to focus on perfect nuclear families. Mom, dad, couple kids, and a dog. A little folksy. Sometimes it'll even be a non-white family. American dream and all that. Irimi hummed at that, blinking at the television screen in a momentary thought. Whatever the thought was, Trevor would not know. She moved on quickly. You've got to consider coming back to Antioch, she said, keeping any overt emotion out of her voice. Firm. Trevor blinked. Took another breath. The manager had offered that again, when I saw him earlier today, he admitted. Why do you say that? Irimi nodded, not looking at all surprised that the manager brought it up. Because you're a man going through a breakdown, Trevor. It was bad, a few months ago. Then you found a routine, but it's not helping you up here, not in the long run, she said, tapping the side of her head. You even smell different now. I can only imagine what caused it, given how hard it is to just completely change a scent. You need somewhere to recover, not throw yourself deeper. Deep down, Trevor couldn't disagree. So much about himself was different from the person he was when he first woke up in Tokyo. He was more violent, a killer, someone that was gradually sinking into the quagmire of bloodshed and madness. There was more, so much more, all of these looming things taking up space in his skull. It all came to a head last night, he began, stiffly. He wasn't going to argue against Irimi's points, she was right, even he could see that, but he was going to give her context. He owed her that much. I finally found Kano. Spoke with him. Trevor's head bowed slightly, looking down at his shaking hands. I'm still not sure if that was a good thing or not. And what was said? She asked. One of his shaking hands was taken into hers, and given a reassuring squeeze. She was going to talk him through it, it seemed. He didn't resist. In fact, his hand tightened around hers. I asked him the only question I had, why? Why did you do this to me? Why did you do this to all of those people, those girls? Trevor shook his head. He said it was because the world was wrong. Sick. A birdcage, he called it, that restricts and ruins everything. He made me this way, and did the same to many others, to create one eyes. To break everything, to lay the foundation for something better. A long, shuddering breath. That was how he justified it. How he justified turning dozens of people into little more than shambling monsters, how he justified. He was grinding his teeth. Vile things. All of this, evil, and he was talking like he was fighting the evil of the world. I think he expected me to be grateful. And this is, in part, why you're out in the middle of a typhoon, Irimi stated, looking at him out of the corner of her eyes. I respect that it's a lot, but now is the time to take a step back and digest everything. If you keep rushing forward, you're going to trip and fall. Trevor bit his lip, the ugly truth staring him in the face. I think I already did, he confessed. I lost myself in there, Kaya. It became too much. Talking to him, then discovering Riz was alive this entire time, having to fight his fellow victims, It started. The Kakuja. It came out, right when the investigators found me. She remained quiet, at a loss for words. And what now? She asked simply, linking her fingers with his. Even with all of that, you need to think about what comes next. You've felt what your current path does to you, is it something you want to keep walking? The pale ghoul questioned, perhaps a bit too complex a thought for his current state. It's not something that needs to be answered now. But it is something you need to think about. Trevor didn't reply right away. He simply sat there, eyes staring at something only he could see. I just want to feel like something good came of all this, he eventually said quietly. This endless fighting, all of this shit just being trudged through by the likes of Aojirai, Kano, and the Doves, but more so, out of what's happened to me. I've just been staring at all of this hatefulness for so long. It makes me want to do things how I used to. Just, looking out for people. It's why I tunnel visioned on Kurona and Nashiro, he continued. They went through the same thing I did, and from what I understand they're both alone and probably hurt. I was lucky enough to have run into Tuka and the manager way back then, and to meet you and the rest. They don't have that. He paused. And I know I'm not in the best place to help people. But someone has to. I'd rather be the open hand, rather than the closed fist, he said, his own bitterness and frustration over his violent ways coming out. Irimi nodded. That's good. I don't think anyone would say that it's not, but this isn't about others. This is about you, and how you're taking all this. And all I'm really trying to say is, just take a few days out, alright? Have you taken time to be a tourist at all? No, I haven't, he admitted, the mundanity of the question catching him off guard. Visit some places. You're in the largest city on the planet, and all you've done is work and fight. Take Hinamai some places, Irimi suggested. If you trap yourself in this mental and physical diet of violence and crisis, you will degrade. That's just a fact. It needs to be broken up with other stuff. Trevor blew out a breath. Yeah. I should know that. I did know that, before. He gestured vaguely at everything, you know. And we should go to some places, too. Do some actual couple stuff. It'd be a nice break from you having to talk me through the latest shitshow. I'd rather do something for you, for a change. I have very few needs or wants, I'll have you know. As far as I'm concerned, I've already lived a life that's way too exciting by most standards. I'm content to just do boring things, like sit around in my apartment talking to my boyfriend who keeps managing to get involved in the weirdest things, Irimi said with a shrug, looking over at him and reclining back. Although, I wouldn't mind seeing other parts of the country at some point. I've been in this city my entire life. Never taken a step out of it. Oh, was your Kyoto comment earlier a cry for help, then? Trevor questioned, smiling slightly. I've never been there either, after all. Irimi's foot came up and pressed against Trevor's face. Don't read too deeply into it. But sure, we can go to Kyoto if you really want. Cry for help is heard loud and clear, Trevor nodded, all while her foot was still pressed against his cheek. We'll make it happen. After a moment of consideration, he spoke again. Maybe I should tell the rest of the team to take some time off too. Yesterday was a lot for them too. They're too good, following me of all people around. They need the break. You've got strength and a half-decent personality. People will follow you, Trevor, she pointed out, lightly jabbing the heel of her foot against his cheek. She was having none of it. I'm serious about the Hinamai thing, too. The girl lead a sheltered life, for better or worse, she needs to see things. It's all well and good taking me, the cynical woman, on dates, but she probably needs it more. I can wait. I will, Trevor assured her, turning to regard her directly, which in turn caused her foot to smush his lips. Promise. And then he blew a raspberry right into her heel. Her big toe poked into his eye. Joke was on her, he didn't feel pain nearly as easily anymore. It was a long time coming, really. Hinamai and Trevor were finally about to meet the author of the girl's weird favorite books, which she had made sure to force upon Trevor in their time living under the same roof. Black Goat's Egg. What a title. It was clear that Ms. Takatsuki was a popular sort among a particular crowd. While there were regular-looking folk among the queue, there was a more gothic disposition to some. It wasn't an overwhelming ratio, more half and half, but it was notable. Hinamai squeezed Trevor's hand as they waited. It had been a while since they had been out together, and the girl was clearly just happy to be spending some time with him. Quiet, but glad. At the front of the space set up for Ms. Takatsuki was a desk with a stack of books, and on the wall behind it, 2 posters for her newest work, The Hanged Man's MacGuffin. It was very much in theme with the kind of names she chose for her work. But, she was in fact late. The sound of hurried huffing heralded her coming. A short woman with long, messy, and uncombed dim green hair closer to a grayish moss color really. Her eyes were equally green, although far more vibrant than her hair. There was definitely a hipster-like frumpiness to her manner of dress, wearing a light yellow sweater with a dark blue lengthy blouse over it. A pair of glasses dangled from her neck, shaking as she came to sit down in the chair with a near slide. Oof, ugh, my back's all sore. She muttered as she adjusted herself in her seat, the crowd mumbling at the sight of her. It wasn't negative, but more disbelief that she showed up this early. Many were regulars to her signings, and apparently her tardiness knew no limit. She clapped her hands together, an apologetic and nervous smile on her face. Despite the hurried, almost scraggly nature of the short woman, there was an undeniable prettiness to her, emphasized by her look. She was someone who seemed to live freely and by her own accord. Sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. I may have overslept. She admitted with a shameful dip of her head, going so far as to hit it against the table with a thunk. What an awkward person, was Trevor's thought. More so, he was somewhat blown away by how keenly he was reminded of girls he knew back in college, fellow English majors in particular. Once you reached a certain level, you just accepted the frumpy old person look. But in some way, he wasn't surprised that this was the person who wrote all of that twisted and dark fiction. It was always the ones you least expected to have hidden those kinds of ideas, especially when it came to writers. Better to channel it through creation rather other methods. He certainly saw the appeal to Hinamai, looking at Takatsuki. The girl already looked awestruck at the strange woman, maybe seeing a bit of herself in the way dorky writer managed to attain a level of success despite her haphazard ways. What followed was an exhibition of Takatsuki. From the back of the line, slowly moving forward, Trevor and Hinamai were able to see how she interacted with people. The awkwardness seemed to fade away within a few minutes, and she was chatting and taking pictures with her fans much to her editor's chagrin, as he futilely attempted to control the beast of an author with no success in displaying how much of a character she really was. She had no reservation throwing her arm around a fan's shoulder to give them a squeeze, or to even issue out what looked to be ad hoc life advice. Low filter on that one, a break from the mold of the typical local, and that was likely what drew people to her as much as they were drawn to her work. Of course, it did mean that they had to wait in line for far longer than one would otherwise expect for a book signing of all things. It was a whole experience, not just a brief greeting. And then it was their turn. Okay, next please. Called out her editor, a lanky man in a suit with neat but boring hair. Hinamai was a complicated mix of nervous and happy, so Trevor gently led her forward with a held hand. This was all for her sake, after all. Hello Miss Takatsuki, Trevor greeted the author, all polite smiles. My name's Trevor, nice to finally meet you. There was a troublesome glint in her eyes. She leaned forward slightly, chin resting on her interlinked fingers. Her gaze flicked between the two, an inquiring hum coming from her throat. Oh my, what a cute couple. But there's a scent of danger too. Her slight smirk was difficult to spot to most. The way she leaned forward, sort of an over-exaggerated movement, was telling to the fact she was prodding the two in a light-hearted manner. Hinamai went red nonetheless, a stammer coming over her as she broke her hand away from Trevor's, waving them in front of herself to try and indicate a firm no, it's not that way. Jesus, Trevor groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose as he looked down at the woman, regarding her in a new light. You're more dangerous than you appear, he couldn't help but comment. The pen is mightier than the sword, and I am a passable novice of the pen. Your observation is correct. She declared with a pleased huff. Come now, come now. Enough flustering, young woman. She extended a hand to Hinamai, making a gimme gesture with it. Let me sign your copy. You've got a lot of growing before you can whisk this young man off his feet, but let today mark a new beginning. Despite herself, Hinamai handed over the book. She was smiling nervously, but she seemed to be having fun. Thank you, she said with a bow. None of that. Who am I making it out to? MH. Phew. Hinamai, she corrected herself, not including her family name. Hinami. The author asked, mischievous look returning as she steepled her fingers like some trickster Gendo. And no, Hinamai. The girl declared with a firm nod. No concealment there. Takatsuki spun her pen in her finger before writing down the name on the front page of her newest book. And how old are you, Hinamai? 14. Whoa, really? I think you're the youngest fan I've ever met. That's a cute hairpin by the by, she said rapidly, moving from one topic to another with no hesitation. My mom she used to read your mother. Excellent. And what's her name? She asked, brimming with a positive energy. Ryuko. Hinamai and Ryuko. Good names, good characters. Takatsuki put her head down, tongue poking out the side of her mouth as she focused on her writing. She was going full hog for their sake, writing more than just her own name, but rather a whole paragraph for them. There. And what about you, my wonderful seinen protagonist? Who will I be putting this out to? Her gaze flicked to Trevor, unfaltering. Oddly enough, her eyes were almost perpetually lidded despite the coffee-infused energy she interacted with. Seinen protagonist. Trevor echoed, brows furrowing, until he remembered his hair. He shrugged. Well, if the shoe fits, wear it. Put it out to Trevor, please. Trevor, Trevor. Like William Trevor. Have you read anything of his, I wonder? She asked as she put her head back down to write some more. The name sounds familiar. I think I read a few of his stories for a class back in college, Trevor said, struggling to recall what felt like an entire lifetime ago. Been a while, though. MH. It's difficult to remember every book you read, if you're in the habit of it. And what have you read of mine? Black Goat's Egg, since I wanted to see what all the fuss was about for this one, he said with a playful nudge of his elbow at Hinamai. Dear Kafka and Salt and Opium. Been meaning to pick up Monochrome Rainbow, but time slipped away from me. Hinamai's the fanatic of the two of us. Good. That means I can convert you into an adoring fan yet. Monochrome Rainbow's a bit touch and go, from my perspective, but it challenged my own ability to conceive of new things. I wanted to make a collection of short stories, so I did it with fresh ideas. It even has the prototype to Black Goat's Egg in there. If you like Monochrome, you'll like my work in general. She nodded, content with her own assessment of it being a sort of scattershot of Takatsuki. Oh. Do you dye your hair? She reached out, fiddling with his hair. Zero filter, and filled with a genuine curiosity. No way. It feels natural. Yeah, as natural as it can be, Trevor said slowly, his body forcefully still. Strangers initiating physical contact didn't typically end favorably for him, so he had to keep himself from doing something he'd later regret. He was also reminded of Kimmy's comments, that the kind of trauma he went through shouldn't have caused his hair to go grey so quickly and fully. He should really follow up with her on that. And the Kakuja thing they were supposed to be working on. She pulled back, her burst of curiosity sated. Cool. I get questions like that about my hair. Sen-san, her editor chimed in, bowing slightly with his hands folded across his front. We have people waiting, he lightly urged. She leaned back, blinking a few times. She gave the man a thumbs up. Okay. Got it. She snapped back forward, poking Hinamai's cheek. See you later, Hinamai. You little cutie pie. Be sure to come again, you two. She leaned back, offering them both a wave and a smile. A hurricane of a woman if there ever was one. See you around, Trevor said with a wave as he and Hinamai left. After some distance was made, he leaned closer a little. So, what did you think? She was so cool, and nice, Hinamai said, awestruck with wide eyes. I wasn't expecting her to be so, whoosh, she illustrated a wave of her arms. Trevor nodded. Yes, she's very much a whoosh of a woman, he agreed. The kind of dorky girl he very easily crushed on back in high school and college. The type of a bygone era. Glad we finally got a chance to meet her too, we'll have to keep an ear to the ground for the next time she's around. Maybe you can set up a pen pal thing with her, he suggested. That'd be good. I wouldn't mind becoming a writer. I have ideas, every now and then. But I need to get better at writing, she said, lips pursed. The lack of school did a number on young ghouls. Most that did right learned to do it later, Trevor knew from interacting with the Antioch bunch. It was a sorry state of affairs, the lack of proper education for ghouls. They could only do so much as outcasts from birth. That was part of why Trevor had pondered the idea of starting a school, way back when. Somehow, the notion felt more alien to this world than it had back when he first thought of it. I can help with that, Trevor offered. I wrote a lot back before I came to Tokyo. Might be a little rustier now, but it's an old passion of mine. It'd be good to revisit it for both our sakes, I think. That'd be nice. What did you write about? Hinamai asked, looking up at him as they left the library. Fantasy, usually. I was always interested in that sort of thing, Lord of the Rings and all that, he answered. And the idea of making your own world that you can play with and create stories in is an enticing one. Lets you explore different ways you could live, and discover things about yourself and other people you wouldn't be able to normally. It opens doors, in a way, to new ways of thinking. That's how I see it, anyway. Hinamai looked at Trevor quietly for a few moments before a smile emerged. You looked pretty happy, then. I think you should write. Did I? Trevor wondered. Irimi said the same thing, a while back. He paused, mulling it over. Yeah, maybe I will. Then you and I can compete for the bestseller list, he added teasingly, poking her arm. Something flashed over Hinamai's features. Resolve. There was a hidden competitive streak in her that he may have been awakening with that suggestion. At least it would be a decent motivator. Trevor couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. But until then, he started. Today's a day for just you and me. Anything you've wanted to see in Tokyo before? Or even a little outside the city? He asked. Arcade. A big one. Heck yeah, let's do it. Been a long while since I've been to an arcade. Trevor took her hand, and began their search for the biggest arcade he could find. It was a start to the whole tourist thing. A break was more or less declared by Trevor for the group. Not a breakup, but a let's just chill out a bit kind of move, after the chaotic mess that was the raid on Kano's lab. It had become painfully aware to him thanks to Irimi that he was going a bit too hard, especially after nearly losing himself to Kakuja-induced madness and the stresses of everything else. Aojirai, Kano, Ito, Riz, the doves, it was a lot. More than he'd ever had to deal with before. Trevor needed time to mull things over. Not only his mental state, but the things he wanted to accomplish. What he actually wanted at the end of the day. It was something that he didn't always know, and while he liked to think he was malleable when it came to goals, right now it felt like more of a hindrance. Irimi and Yoshimura's suggestion to return to Antioku, the former less subtle about it than the latter, also made him think. The reasoning was obvious, it was calmer there, easier to feel like a person. Normal life. A good place to heal. He was seriously considering it, as he missed seeing those people all the time. Tuka in particular had become a rare sight, much to his chagrin and internal frustration. Of course, while moving at a slower pace, that didn't mean he wasn't doing anything. He'd paid Idari a visit and, after providing some information about what happened at Kano's lab, asked her to keep an ear out for the twins, Nashiro and Kurona. In downtime and when he wanted to be alone for a bit, he did his own search, poking around places and making inquiries. His concern was genuine, and he wanted to at least know they were doing all right. His investigations yielded signs, but they were as indicative of the twins as they were any number of ghouls. In his time in the world of ghouls, Trevor had acquired something of a knack for sniffing out the hidden parts of the city, likely rooted in his time spent practicing with Hinamai in the underground, and when he focused on securing his territory in the 6th ward. Ghouls were often attracted to similar such places, little alcoves that looked like bars and cafes but were a guise for members of the cannibal species to just escape from the day-to-day pressure of survival. It was in the 12th ward, Setagaya, that Trevor first heard rumblings of an all-black ghoul, skulking and scavenging just out of sight. They had been present for a few days, and never appeared again. Again, it could have been any ghoul, but the 12th ward was one of the wards closest to Kano's manor. It lined up, ever so slightly, but it wasn't much to go on. The investigation would continue. And it had. Trevor was eager to explore the possibility, and so focused his search there. He asked Hinamai to tag along, to both spend more time with her and make use of their shared time exploring the deeper places of Tokyo. Two heads were better than one, especially when one of them had senses beyond the realm of your typical ghoul. It went without saying that she was eager to help, if only to enjoy his company further. The young ghoul had certainly blossomed in regard to her senses, honing herself into a bloodhound of sorts. On top of how she applied herself in the martial arts, Hinamai would grow into something special. The only issue was her Kagun, still absent. Together, they traveled the 12th ward by foot and by bus from dawn until dusk. Their investigation took them through the dense residential areas of the ward, which itself seemed to be made up of them. It was a large section of Tokyo, and no small amount of walking was done throughout the day. Unfortunately, they got a little bit trapped by Shimokitazawa, the entertainment district and market of the 12th ward. It was comparable to Shibuya, particularly Yura Harajuku in its look and feel, seemingly made of densely packed backstreets where vendors and small franchise owners peddled their wares eagerly. It also felt more genuine than some of those places, a bit more out of the way and not truly intended to be a tourist trap. It was there the investigation hit a snag. It seemed as if Kurona and Nashiro had been present, but according to Hinamai it was a distant, washed-out smell. More of a marking than a trail, as if they had stopped there for a few days before vanishing. Caused by the typhoon, no doubt. The damn storm was perfectly timed. It seemed to hamper their efforts at finding the twins. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, neither Trevor nor Hinamai had jobs or anything else to really go back to that demanded their attention, so they pressed on. A marking was better than nothing, and if they could find another similar to it then that would create a trail in its own right. Another day arrived, and it was also spent searching for the twins. Hinamai and Trevor branched out from the 12th ward, trying to catch any sort of trail leading out into wider Tokyo. Again, nothing. It was looking likely that the twins had gone deep, into the 24th ward and out of reach of most forces, be they human or ghoul. One could find ghouls down there, but as to if it would be the ghoul they were looking for was a different matter. Although a refuge for some, the deeper parts also housed their own predators, who occasionally got closer to the surface if they were desperate for a meal. They had yet to encounter any such ghoul, the supposed natives of the 24th ward, but it was a recurring bit of information. It was disheartening. He understood what was happening, and why they'd gone to ground so thoroughly, but the frustrating lack of anything bothered him. Trevor had held on to a bit of hope that they'd meet again under better circumstances, thanks to his and Kurona's exchange while he had pursued Madame A. At the very least, he'd thought he made it clear that he was offering a hand to the twins who had undergone the same surgery he had. While he wouldn't necessarily call himself lonely, he had friends here, good ones, but he felt as if he should reach out to them. Like it was his responsibility to look after what Kano left behind, to make something good out of the mess the scientist made. But it was hard to help someone you couldn't even find. Maybe they'll run into your mother down there, Trevor commented to Hinamai toward the end of their search, when it was finally proving to be fruitless. It was a wish, more than anything, likely pointless, but still one all the same. Maybe. It's a big place, though, Hinamai said. She was not feeling all too optimistic in that regard. She had since come to acknowledge that it was unlikely she was going to meet her mother again. It was a fact that came with those who vanished into the 24th ward. Unless Ryuko emerged, she was an unknown. If they do, they might fight. They fought you. I know. They're both little gremlins like that, Trevor sighed, running a hand through his grey hair. It was starting to curl at the tips, something that always happened when he didn't get it cut for too long. That's just me still trying to be optimistic that something good would come of all this. He gestured vaguely at everything. You're anxious, she said. Are you blaming yourself? For not being able to help? Trevor hummed, not responding right away. Then he nodded. Yet, I think I am. It's probably not rational at all. I know it's pointless to try and help anyone that needs it, but they're just like me, you know? Lab rats, changed into something else. And I don't think anyone else even wants to help them. He put his hands in his pockets, shaking his head. If he won't care about the lives he ruined, I will. That's what I'd like to do, anyway. Hinamai let out an affirmative noise. The girl kept her hands folded across her front. It sounds like that'll be a lot of lives, she pointed out. It was a simple observation, but fairly profound in the weight it was illustrating. There was a question that came with it, not asked by Hinamai and likely not even on her mind. Could he carry it? The lives of Kano's victims, and those affected by the victims. Yoshimura's request to save his daughter Ito, the one-eyed owl, and King Kurona and Nashiro were small, in the scheme of things. Just two tiny, imperceptible fractions of the far greater problem. A big picture, made of millions upon millions of little pictures. Too many to see. Yes, it will, Trevor murmured. He removed a hand from his pocket and looked down at it. The hand was calloused, rough, and had been cut and mangled more times than he could recount. In fact, it wasn't even the same hand he'd had for most of his life, but regenerated. He took a deep breath, and let it fall to his side. But someone has to, he finally said. If I have the power to do something good with this strength I have now. I should, right? To have good come of all this endless tragedy? After all, if I can make people like them have happier lives, at least a little. Another, shakier breath. Then maybe everything I went through wasn't pointless. The futility of finding Kurona and Nashiro was cutting deeper than he'd thought, peeling away the layers and making him acknowledge the ever-present dissonance. It made him feel at odds with the place he inhabited, and the drudgery of it all. He felt like he didn't belong. The young ghoul nodded at his words. She didn't disagree in the slightest. How could she? After all, she was one of the people he had put everything on the line to help. It was only natural that she would move to support him in his goals, no matter the conflict raging in his own head. I think, you should give them time, and space. You've been nice to them, right? Then they'll come to you, if they need anything. At least, that's what I'd do. You're a reliable person. I try, he replied, her words bringing comfort as they usually did. You may be right, he allowed. I'll call it off. Hopefully we'll see them again. Thanks for being with me all this time, Hinamai. You're a reliable person, too. Someone has to make sure you don't get soaked again, she replied, surprisingly dry. Hinamai was growing too powerful. That all said, Trevor started, eager to move away from that topic. Irimi and the manager suggested going back to Antioch for a while. What do you think? She brought a hand to her chin, an expression of thought plastering itself to her face. On the one hand, she had a fairly deep connection with the people at Antioch. On the other, her life with the scorpion was enjoyable too. She learned how to defend herself, the others were funny, and Jukiyama had also become something of an uncle to her. It was rare to see Jukiyama behave in a truly genuine manner, but with Hinamai he was nothing if not an upstanding young man with her interests at heart. I think that'd be good, she finally concluded her thoughts. I miss the manager's coffee, she said meekly, poking two fingers together. Trevor chuckled. What, all that instant coffee from Nishiki not good enough for you? He teased, lightly elbowing her side. It's not the same. She protested, puffing her cheeks out. It tastes cheap. That's because it is, Trevor snorted, shaking his head. All right. It probably would be good. His smile sobered somewhat. It'd be good to see Toka too. I miss her a lot, and I've done a terrible job of trying to keep up with her. She's been busy. With school, Hinamai said, trying to take that particular bit of guilt away from Trevor. I think we would have just dragged her into our stuff, if we kept up with her too much. It'd be like putting more onto her plate. That's a good point. I wouldn't want her involved in that when she's trying to live a peaceful life, Trevor mused. That was what he'd wanted for her anyway, and had said as much when she offered to come with. But for now, I think our stuff is on pause. There's not a whole lot to go on anymore. Everyone's gone to ground. Then it's time for a break, Hinamai said, optimistically hopeful at getting to see Toka again. Yeah, I think it is, Trevor said, Hinamai's optimism infectious. Besides, I hear they just got a new hire. You're gonna be the returning veteran senpai to help guide her along, he added, patting the young girl on the shoulder. The prospect took Hinamai by the back foot, causing her to blink in surprise. I've never been that before. She muttered to herself, eyes flicking to the ground for a few moments before looking back up at Trevor, her eyes filled with steel. I'll do my best. Then she's in good hands, Trevor said with a hearty laugh. Trevor walked alone. Not because he was looking for anything, or trying to get anywhere important. He walked because he could. The couple of days past were behind him, and he started the newest day by living up to the whole break thing by just soaking in the enormity of the city around him. From Ueno, he left the 6th ward of Tato and somehow found himself in Shibuya. In particular, he ended up in a place that seemed a world away from a city. It was a park called Yoyogi, and it was absolutely massive. Despite being in the middle of the day, people still managed to find time to stop and enjoy it during their breaks from work, be that in the form of simply feeding fish, or by cycling their bike through on the designated route. In the heat of summer, the sky clear and the sun beating down, it offered a refuge from the stifling sensation of concrete's warmth. It was strange how the world just seemed to keep spinning despite the existence of ghouls. Work was still work, family was still family. Although they were a largely covered up element, both due to the efforts of the government and their own, people were still aware that ghouls were things which existed among them. Yet the fear didn't seem present, not on the surface at least. You still had to walk to work and school. Still had to get on the bus. Still had to hand over the cash to the lady behind the counter. There was just that underlying level of conflict, that increase in death compared to the world that Trevor recalled, which was the sore thumb. Things appeared well because people were just used to it. It was part of the reason why things were so wrong, from his experience. Could it be said that part of the issue was the fact that people could just go to the park and ignore the problem? It was hard to say. It was an issue that went back far beyond Trevor's life and deep into the cultures and histories of the strange world he had woken up in. But still. Yoyogi Park was lovely. Day slowly turned to night, and Trevor walked still. He couldn't enjoy the smells of vendor food anymore, but it still looked good as he passed, and from how each micro-restaurant seemed filled to capacity, it was safe to say that they were as good as they looked. Neon burned bright in Shibuya. It was a scene from a music video, or a movie depicting the future. The pyres of modernity lined the stone towers, advertising and displaying in a different language other than his own. The drone of thousands of footsteps surrounded him as he reached a particular scene that was something of a staple in the local culture. Shibuya Crossing. Way too many people. Even though he stood out, hair white and appearance foreign, how many people really noticed? How easy would it be to just blend into the crowd? Too easy. It was in part how people like Yumo and Irimi survived. They just melded in with the masses. Then, the people stopped. The crossing halted, attentions turned upwards to the screens playing overhead, near the apex of one of the towering buildings. Breaking news played loud enough for all to get an idea of what was being said. Dreaded words. A large area of the 20th ward has been cordoned off by the police. Access to the area is currently restricted, and civilian traffic is being diverted. The police have targeted a cafe within the ward, believed to be a den for ghouls. This marks the second mass mobilization of the CCG in several months. Ringing in his ears. Trevor was moving. Running. He didn't care how who or what saw him. He ran. Absolute terror filled him, the total panic and fear as every part of him screamed. How? How? Why? They had it wrong. The wrong people. Antioku. They weren't a threat. They weren't. Impossible. But that was wrong. The manager had been the one-eyed owl once. To protect his daughter, he'd adopted the name of the most feared ghoul in all of Japan. The horrendous sinking feeling grew, becoming a monstrous churning pit. His hand had pulled out his phone at some point. He called her. He was greeted by her voice, polite, but scripted. Voicemail. I'm coming, was all he said before hanging up. And then nothing else mattered but making do on his promise. It was war. Trevor moved as fast as he possibly could. The world had devolved into blurring images, fading away before his singular goal. People had seen him. They had to have, he completely foregone caution in his utter panic and terror, uncaring of the consequences. He had to get to them. He had to help them. There was nothing else that mattered. He heard it before he saw it. An endless stream of gunfire in the distance, punctuated by explosions and the other harsh sounds of conflict. It was like the assault on Aojirai Tree all those months ago, but across an entire ward. The 20th ward was still being evacuated, civilians steadily being escorted away by police. Once Trevor crested over a particularly tall building, he could see the ensuing battle. Doves, so many of them, armored and wielding vast arrays of quinqua against two armies. One group wore white, each one bearing the crimson mask of a snarling ape. The other group wore black, ominous Doberman masks staring down their foes with gleaming red eyes. Kuma and Irimi's old gangs had come out to protect Antioku. The demon ape and black Dober had finally taken to the field again. The fighting had exploded across the entire ward, streets and buildings caught in the conflagration. It was unlike anything Trevor had seen before, war on a scale that simply never happened in the cramped streets of Tokyo. He forced himself to take deep, steady breaths, trying not to panic over how Antioku was effectively lost. He would never go back to that coffee shop again to simply relax and feel peace. Trevor tightened the torn sleeve around his mouth. The mask was still ruined, so once more he had to make do with what he had. He hadn't used the rag of his namesake ever since Ryuko. In a way, it felt right, putting it on yet again to save friends from doves. Hopefully, they could salvage this somehow. He didn't see Yoshimura, Yumo, Nishiki, Toka, the latter two brought more relief than anything. They still had human lives that they couldn't afford to lose or get revealed. He prayed that they got out before they could be discovered. It's a bit of a mess out there, came the familiar voice of Nishiki from just behind Trevor. You sure you want to jump into that? Despite the dire situation, Nishiki was dressed casually, a can of coffee in his hand. He sipped at it, looking unfazed by the happenings around them. Trevor blinked, and looked back at his friend. He must have been too focused to notice his approach. You seem a lot more relaxed than how I feel, the foreigner observed. Yeah, well. I think I'm just coping. Not much I can do that wouldn't involve me kicking the bucket, and the manager told me to not come into work today. I don't think I'm supposed to be down there, so I'm just watching. No point in acting fussed, he said with a conversational tone, moving to stand beside Trevor and look down at the constantly shifting battlefield of a ward before them. The ghouls fought like a troop of primates. The CCG fought like an army. It was clear that the tactical and strategic advantages were with the CCG. Ape-masked ghouls of every Kagun variety fought off a squad of investigators, but only barely. The squad of 2 ghoul investigators supported by 3 bureau investigators and their Q weapons pulled back for the moment, but the apes had lost one of their own for it. What about you? Nishiki asked. I have to help them, Trevor answered, a fist clenching. They're good people. At the very least, I can help them pull out, keep as many people alive as possible. As good a plan as any. Listen, I'm not actually much of a fighter, not when it comes to stuff like this. I like to keep my head low, believe it or not. But I can tell that this is bad. It's in the air. Can you smell it? The scent of blood, but spoiled and unappetizing. The blood of ghouls. Trevor nodded. All the more reason to make it right. I have no doubt others are watching. Aojirai, other gangs, vultures. Most of them think the manager is the one-eyed owl. He shook his head. I'll figure it out. I can't leave Kaya and Kuma and their people like this. He turned to Nishiki. Where are the others? Where's Tuka? At home. Hopefully she stays there, she'd do something stupid, as is her usual tactic, Nishiki snorted, watching the battlefield from on high with lidded, uncaring eyes. They were a cover. It was how he operated. No clue where Yamo is, or Roma. That's the new girl, by the way. I think she wasn't working today, but I don't really know. Kuma and Irimi are in there, somewhere. The manager too. The original heart of Antioco was with those 3. It really wasn't unsurprising that they'd stand their ground. For the 2 former gang leaders, Antioco had been their peace and redemption, a way to make up for the brutal and apathetic life they lived before. And for the manager. Trevor took a long, deep breath. I was going to come back to Antioco, he said, both hands clenched now. Stay a while, relax a bit. But now. He shook his head. But now that's gone. Forever. But I can at least do something now. Trevor turned back to Nishiki. I hadn't gotten around to it yet, but in case I have to disappear for a while, tell Kimi the Kakuja process has finally begun. I'm changing. I'm becoming stronger now, hopefully it's enough. I will. She's been wondering about that, you know. Ever since you brought it up, it's all she had on her brain, really fucking annoying if you ask me. But hey, we all need our hobbies. Nishiki exhaled, shutting his eyes. Listen, it's not the end of the world. We can still rebuild, maybe somewhere else. Yet, Trevor said quietly. Yet. I've already lost everything once. What's another time? He reached up and gripped Nishiki's shoulder. I'll see you again soon, man. And, thanks. I never thought we'd end up being friends, with the way we met, but oh well. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. Nishiki returned the gesture, smiling honestly at Trevor. You're a good dude. Sorry about, you know, kicking a hole in you that time. But that's just how things be, with us bitch ghouls. Stay safe, Yet. You too, man. Trevor smiled back, patting him once more before pulling away. I'll be off now. Stay Gucci. Always. The fighting was at its worst at the station, so that was where Trevor headed. He avoided investigators as he moved hastily and stealthily through the alleys, wishing to stay in top shape. As he went, he overheard details about the fight, in particular how a special investigator Mugen was clashing with the suspected devil ape. Kuma. The area around the station was empty, but utterly trashed. The fighting had gone inward, deep into the station. A strange sound emanated from below, a whining that rose up and then discharged. A static choir, created by an odd weapon. Likely Mugen's quinqua, as Trevor was pretty sure Kuma's kagun was nothing like that. Quickly, Trevor descended. He'd have to see for himself. Bodies of apes lined the steps, their chests caved in, masks and faces crumpled by an immense force. Blood made the steps slick and uncertain, and the walls were equally as ruined as the bodies pressed up against them. Another whine. Briefer and with an audible thump to it. A splutter, and a tumble followed as the devil ape fell across the floor, clutching his chest and panting heavily. Shit. Kuma hissed, having difficulty getting back up. He eventually fell onto his front, alive but injured. Damn. Investigator. This is your mountain no longer, monkey, he declared proudly, looking down at his quarry. He reached up to his ear as something was said into it. Good work, Furaboy. If that's the case, then it's about time I wrapped up this Act 1. The special investigator, giant in build, his mustache raised in amusement, readied his weapon once more. Trevor moved. He didn't go for the investigator. Mugen wasn't the objective. Kuma was. Without any break in stride, Trevor leapt toward his friend, scooping the man up in his arms and sprinting as fast as he could away from the fight. Mugen barely had time to react, his Quinqua missing his target by but a hair. Well, that's ruddy unfortunate, isn't it? The dandy man said, tweaking his mustache. Kuma groaned, slipping off his fierce red mask slowly while in Trevor's arms. Ah. So, this is not a dream. I'd probably be someone better looking if it was, Trevor couldn't help but comment, his focus primarily on slipping away and avoiding clashes. Sorry I didn't get here sooner. Kuma let out a pained laugh, his eyes closing. Foolish. Utterly foolish. You were not supposed to be here in the first place, Trevor-kun, but I won't say you're unwelcome. I have a bad habit of sticking my nose where it doesn't belong, senpai, Trevor replied, his voice in a light chiding tone. You all should know that by now. Nonetheless, I did not expect your arms to be the devil ape's cradle. After such a poor showing, too. The rust has truly set in, Kuma grieved for his own inadequacy. There was a time when I could have won that fight. Maybe. But that was also a different you, right? So don't worry about it, Trevor said, eventually settling in what looked to be a hidey hole away from the conflict. What was your guys' plan, here? Hold the line until, what? The idea was to extract to Tunnel V14 once we had damaged their ability to pursue. Tire them out, as humans are prone to, then escape. But it seems they have. Kuma winced, flinching in Trevor's arms. Brought out the proverbial big guns. I would feel honored, were I not feeling pain. Try to use it to dull the pain, if nothing else, Trevor told him, his lips quirking up just slightly at Kuma's little bad joke. His expression was quick to sober. Do you know where Irimi is? And the manager? The manager is? I don't know. I know he's fighting the worst of their ilk, an entire squad of special investigators. As is only fitting, for a man of his strength, Kuma said, pondering the point before continuing. Irimi-san and I tried to divide their strength to give the manager as much time to deal with the special investigators as possible. She should be to the northwest of here, although where exactly, I do not know. I am sorry, Trevor. Trevor shook his head. It's okay man. I'll find her. He gently rested Kuma down, propping him up against a wall. Do you need me to bring you food, or are you gonna be okay for now? Trevor, go. You don't have time to worry about me. You're at an advantage because they can't respond to you as quickly as they'd like. Move, make use of it, Kuma instructed firmly, his usually kind gaze turning intense, a glare even. It was a brief glimpse into the man Kuma used to be. Okay. See you soon. Message received. Trevor was gone. Kuma slumped, breath escaping him. Good luck, my junior. More bodies, as Trevor moved. Humans and ghouls, in all manner of twisted shapes and destruction. So much death, all coating the ground in corpses and blood. He didn't look at it. He couldn't look at it. The fighting was close. Closer and closer, until he saw her. On the ground, investigators looking down at her and prepared to deal the killing blow. Moments away from death. He didn't even pause to take in the appearance of the investigators. He moved without thinking. Save her, his body screamed. Trevor ran to her, took her in his arms, and kept running without looking back. Quinqua steel shot through Trevor's calf. On pure instinct, his Kagun came out, catching him before he could fall and becoming new legs that carried him further. He skittered, all of his free six limbs committed entirely to move away. More and more, a stream of hot arrows pierced through Trevor, lodging deep into his back as he fled. All the while, someone yelled from behind him. Come back, dog. I'll never let you go, not after what you did to me. The special investigator yelled, eyes burning with hatred behind his circular glasses, the battle armor of the CCG absent from his body, only a long high-collared white coat protected him. Trevor didn't look back. His body was fucked up by the investigators' rage, but he got them away. That was all he cared about right then. He sprinted and dove through corridors and buildings, creating as much distance as possible, Kagun warping and pulling to assist with the unorthodox movements. Eventually, a forgotten alleyway. Undisturbed, save for the distant sounds of war. Irimi groaned, blood dribbling from the corner of her mouth. Her black coat was torn by what had to have been a true strike, catching her at a disadvantage and doing its intended damage. The red spilling from the black, although heavy and slow, all over Trevor's hands and torso spoke to that. Her hair was a matted mess. Should have disabled him first, Trevor. Irimi groaned, her eyes lidded and heavy. Yokaku Quinqua. Shush. You're out of there. That's all that matters, Trevor responded. Injuries were a temporary thing to him, pain more so. It'd given a warped view on his own health, but he didn't care anymore. Skin and limbs could be replaced. Irimi couldn't. And you're here too, she said with a shake of her head. Help me up, please, to the rooftop. Of course I am, Trevor said, complying as his four Kagun latched onto a wall and carried them upward. Came running the moment I heard. Very stupid. But I should have seen it coming, I admit. She shut her eyes, pressing her lips together. Damn it, Trevor. You really shouldn't be here. Kuma said that too. Yet here I am. There was that apathy again. Always, the apathy of the mature ghouls. It made him sick. Sorry, Kaya, but I like you a bit too much to stand and watch. You damn puppy, she complained, grunting once they had reached the top. She moved to stand on her own, but needed the support railing to do so. She looked out, regaining her composure even as blood continued to drip from her torn coat. She brought her fingers to her lips, blowing out a high-pitched whistle. But moments later, more of the black dobers showed up, tired and battle-worn. Some had retained their coats, others had abandoned them. Get ready to pull out. Rika, go spread the word. Rest of you, with me. The one named Rika gave a silent nod, hopping off the roof and breaking into a dead sprint, moving as fast as her ghoul legs would take her. Plan's a mess. They sent Hachi-kun, of all people. Figured he'd try and get in on this, if it involved getting rid of me, Irimi said, tapping her fingers against the railings. There's some real freaks down there, Trevor. It's a good thing you didn't stick around too long. Hachi's bad, but there was one guy there, real plain looking, who I just couldn't get a read on. Trevor hummed. Always the ones you least expect, I suppose. Besides, the objective was to get you out. I'm not looking for an extended fight, not with so many of them around. He looked out to the distance. All that's left is the manager. Irimi keeled a little, her breathing ragged. One of the masked gang members moved to help her stay upright. I can't go with you. I'm dead weight. I know. Just, please, get out and survive, Trevor told her quietly. It was almost like a pleading. I'll take it from here. You've done more than enough. She waved off the concern with a chuckle. Please, not nearly enough. You found Kuma. Trevor sighed. Yet. Got him away from another special investigator and left him to recover southeast of here. He directed me in your direction. Irimi rubbed her face. Guess I owe him, then. He'll never let it down, she groaned, smiling nonetheless. Good. Look, I'm not going to try and stop you from going to the manager, but just, don't rush in there like you did just now, alright? I don't know who he's fighting, but we've not heard from him yet. They've got to still be fighting. Trevor nodded. I'll be careful, I promise. It won't be easy, but... He shrugged. It has to be done. It's the least I can do, for you all have done for me. You don't owe us anything, Trevor, Irimi said, a firmness returning. It's not about expecting anything, or giving anything back. It's about making sure Kuma and I go out making sure we've done more good than bad. If you die because of us, then what's the damn point? He went quiet. Go out. To die knowing you did something right. Was that what they wanted? Repentance? Atonement? I'm not dying tonight. Trevor spoke flatly, his own voice growing hard and filling with conviction. There's still too much to do, people to come back to. To live for. I didn't come this far just to die here. And neither did you or Kuma. You both still have plenty of good to do before all is said and done. I'll hold you to that. If you run into anyone who's still alive, ape or dober, tell them to start pulling out. V14. You too. Leave as soon as things get too hot. Irimi ditched the support, standing upright despite her injuries. The manager'll be happy to see you. I sure hope so, I'm gonna be saving him after all, Trevor replied, a brief bit of levity in his tone that faded quickly. I should probably get going now, though. Right. Of course. Irimi paused, looking strangely uncertain for a moment. I suppose, we'll have to go to Kyoto at some point, after this. Might be a good call. Yet. The energy in the air was uncomfortable. Uncertain, feeling as though something was off. Irimi must have felt it too. Something was going to happen, something not good. So Trevor reached over and gently pulled her in, held her close, and said, it's a date, before kissing her on the lips. Irimi's arms wrapped around Trevor's shoulders, a certain desperation being carried through their closeness. The feeling of blood soaking through clothes was distracting, but she ignored it, pressing her lips to his without reservation. When she pulled back, she gave him a smile. Go get them, champ. You got it, Trevor responded, smiling back. See you soon, Kaya. Trevor ran. He avoided fights, no matter how many CCG members shouted or shot at him. He had no interest in dealing with unnecessary battles, as his only true goal was to extract Yoshimura. Irimi and Kuma were safe, their gangs pulling out. Secure in that knowledge, Trevor's focus became singular without any further haze of doubt. Of course, it just had to be the case that the CCG wasn't dumb. His presence was now firmly on their radar after he'd denied the executions of 2 major ghouls, and it showed. Despite his agility and unorthodox maneuvering, he was nearly constantly harried from afar. Q-bullets and Yokaku Quink were reminding him that he was being followed. It came to a head when he rounded the corner. He entered a major road, and it was packed with people. Men in uniform and in armor, floodlights glaring him down, all of their weapons aimed at him. The roofs were lined with soldiers as well, ready to shoot him at a moment's notice. A setup. All of it had been made to trap him, and him alone. Trevor looked around, body tensed. His clothes were a dirty wreck. He was in his casual wear, rather than the slick leather suit, since events happened without him being prepared. His torn sleeve, his rag, was the only thing covering his face, and just his mouth at that, so all could see his eyes. The Kagun were not out. Not yet. His gaze settled on the one man ahead of all the rest. A single investigator, the one that it always seemed to come back to. Aman Kotaru. The tall man stared forward at Trevor darkly, his quinqua a quarterstaff with a sizable, obsidian blade at one end of it, a glowing crimson eye on either side was held just behind him at his side. Even though he wore the standard operations armor of the CCG, there was something distinct about Aman. It was either in how he held himself, a man of both physical strength and strength of principle, or how intense he managed to look at any given moment. He was likely a stickler for rules, in the office. Turn back, Scorpion. A simple warning. Likely the only one Trevor would get. Trevor stared back, his expression blank. No longer ragboy, it seemed. He straightened his back, looking evenly at Amin. And shook his head. You have the wrong man, Trevor told him. I have to save him. We have identified him as the non-killing owl. He is still a threat, and he will be eliminated, Amin said firmly. Even if you make it through here, which you will not, there are others who will be ready to stop you. Turn back. Trevor took a long, deep breath. He was getting far more chances than any other ghoul would have been given. He recognized that. It was solely his unique, strange, but perhaps simple relationship with Amin that ensured he hadn't been shot down already. Amin didn't want to kill him, and he didn't want him to die. The feeling was mutual. Amin gave Trevor hope. He gave me shelter, when I first became a ghoul 9 months ago, and knew nothing at all, Trevor said. I was confused, delirious, and weak. But he gave me the open hand of kindness in this horrible, horrible place. He, and the others who ran this place. Devil Ape. SS Rate Ghoul. Notorious leader of a violent, savage gang who treated the 20th Ward as if it were a killing field, Amin started abruptly. A ghoul who challenged investigators by baiting them out with innocence. Black Dober. SS Rate Ghoul. Malicious killer. A hunter who eliminated any and all who looked in her and her gang's direction. She wounded various veteran investigators in her time. The Owl. Triple S Rate Ghoul. Although the theory of there being 2 owls is currently undergoing analysis, it is known that this ghoul partook in several raids of CCG holdings, ending the careers of no small number of personnel, crippling them for life. Amin's eyes hardened further. This is just, he declared, bringing his quarterstaff forward, the hefty blade facing the sky at an angle. Do not get in the way. Trevor had known that. All 3 of those people had admitted their crimes to him, and acknowledged the cruelty they indulged in. They also regretted it, heavily. But regret didn't bring justice. It didn't give back the lives they'd ruined. It was just another thing that further stoked the dissonance Trevor felt inside himself. They had been kind and good to him. They also had done terrible things in the past. Apathy was thick in them. He felt it, far more keenly when he'd saved them than ever before. After all, neither Kuma nor Irimi actually thanked him for saving them. Everything felt broken. The people, the place. No matter how they acted, deep down they were all broken by their mistakes, by the world that forced them to behave in such a way. Trevor felt similarly. This was a place that corroded at the soul. The Scorpion had screamed about that, in the throes of beasthood. There was no easy answer to Amin, or the problem that was the world. All Trevor knew was that nothing felt truly right. The Rakshasa couldn't see its own good anymore. Such was the man who was a foreigner 3 times over, to Tokyo, to ghouls, to this world he didn't belong in. That probably made him the insane one. I wish we could talk as peers for once, Trevor sighed, already knowing what was going to happen. Were I still human, that would have been easier to accomplish. Amin said nothing in return, as there was little to be said. There was a gulf between them that couldn't be bridged in an evening. The investigator stepped forward, spinning his bladed quarterstaff about until it came to rest across his shoulder. I really don't want to fight you. Trevor didn't want to fight at all. But he'd chosen the path of most resistance, simply by wanting to save people. Amin stood in his way. The CCG stood in his way, barricades and armored vehicles. Beyond all of them, Yoshimura was fighting for his life. He'd likely already decided he was going to die this night. Unacceptable. Trevor leapt forward, all 4 of his Kagun unfurling behind him, ready to meet the inevitable strike. Amin Kotaru was a strong man. It was something Trevor had learned in their initial duel, and it was something restated in how his Quinqua met Trevor, but did not balk as most humans would before the strength of a ghoul. There was a momentum and fervor behind the swing that almost made his painfully human state unimportant, as if he knew how to let the Quinqua itself do most of the work. It was enough to make him more than dangerous, with how the blade of the Quinqua was expressly made to cut through a ghoul. Kagun met Quinqua. Kagun didn't break, but it was a near thing. The strain was palpable, and a testament to how far both Trevor and Amin had come since their first fight. The 2 had grown immensely strong in their own ways, and now it showed. But Trevor had to keep going. No matter how he tried to bolt away, he'd be punished for it, either by Amin's hand or the many guns pointed at him. One had to be removed before he could escape. His posture changed, going from a sturdy defense to flowing water, twisting his body to avoid the coming blow. His tails became fluid momentarily, not resisting the Quinqua any longer but instead enveloping it. Then they yanked forward, using Amin's momentum against him, even as Trevor pivoted and sent a roundhouse kick to the man's head. Amin leaned into the movement, his expression set and stern. The Quinqua shifted beneath Trevor's crimson tails, its shape changing abruptly from one solid mass into 2, slimmer individual ones. Amin ducked into a crouch all the while, slipping one side of the quarterstaff free in the same instant, and running it upwards towards Trevor's mask. The quarterstaff had transformed into 2 blades. Trevor pulled back, disengaging his grip on Amin's other weapon. He rolled to the side, hunched over slightly and quickly assessing. He still had the advantage of reach, so he used that. 2 of his Kagun stabbed forward in rapid succession, each one aiming for spots that would cripple Amin's fighting capabilities. Testing, probing, while the other 2 Kagun hovered threateningly, scorpion tails seeking holes in the man's defenses. Trevor kept moving as well, refusing to stay in one spot and set the pace of the fight. Amon stared directly at Trevor's eyes as he moved defensively, a combination of his own brute strength and the harmful edge of his blades managing to ward off the impending strikes. He did not seem too interested in closing in, taking steps back, patient and observant. The investigator then leaned forward, posture lined up to make a throw, launching one of the blades directly towards Trevor, or at least where he would be if he kept moving. A feint? No, move. Trevor redirected, bounding at a diagonal upward into the wall of a nearby building. The moment his feet touched the structure, his legs pumped their full strength into a spinning charge directly at Amon. His Kagun became 4 spear tips surrounding his body, the full speed dash appearing more like a crimson drill. Recursion mode. Amon called out. The blade he had thrown then came back with the same force it was thrown with, connected by the thinnest strand of RC fluid muscle. The two sides slammed back together with a mechanical click, reforming the broad-bladed quarterstaff. Amon held it up like a shield, and Kagun met Quinqua once more. Amon grit his teeth, one foot back and the other forward as he pressed back against Trevor. To his credit, the Quinqua broke before he did. It snapped into several pieces from the punishment of Trevor's attack, exposing the man behind the weapon. Trevor collided with Amon. Without a weapon, he flew back with the force the half-ghoul carried with him, sending the investigator sprawling into a wounded coughing fit. The man bared his teeth as he breathed, steadily getting onto his knees with a hand supporting him. For a moment his focus was taken from Trevor, and to a voice in his ear. Understood, he rasped. A vehicle approached from behind the barricade, a simple unmarked black jeep. From it came a skinny man with a bowl cut, long enough to cover his eyes, and a white lab coat. He hurried to the barricade, and then launched 2 suitcases over it and impressively to Amon's side. Dr. Chijio? Amon asked, looking at the black and white suitcases. The white suitcase looked to be a sort of standard issue one given to CCG Ghoul investigators, while the black one looked higher quality. The leather shined under the street lights, and gold details covered the corners in spiraling, flower-like patterns. It's Dejima. The other one is a spare prototype I brought for the special investigators. But you use it. The skinny doctor called out to Amon. Before Amon could even reach to open the black suitcase, it sprung to life by itself, snapping open and emitting a simultaneously mechanical and fleshy drone. Obsidian mass leapt from it, rapidly crawling and growing over Amon's body. Metal plates formed into armor. It covered Amon's body entirely. From the white suitcase, a new Quinqua. A lance, its flared point joined with what looked to be muscle between the perfect black plates. A great, curved blade ran along the length and haft of the lance, making it 2 weapons at once. The helmet of the black armor formed an almost canine-like countenance, 4 slits glowing along it for eyes. The weapon Trevor had once damaged in their prior fight. Armor he had fought against on another investigator. Amon lowered into stance, the great lance pointed towards the ground. Trevor stared at Amon's massive upgrade, the immense weapon like a monstrous hornet stinger, the armor that, quite frankly, looked like it had been taken right out of Berserk. He hated the very idea of fighting it, but he had to admit. That looks dope, Trevor couldn't help but say aloud, even as he moved into his stance again. Priority 1, remove the lance from the equation. Amon didn't move. He was perfectly still, a menacing statue. There was a confidence in his refusal to move, as if he knew then that if Trevor did try and run, he could follow with ease. He felt no need to pressure the scorpion. Unfortunately, Trevor didn't have all day. So, he moved. Become water. Empty. React, adapt, strike. His entire body had to be devoted to the fight, up against a foe like this. In that moment, all that existed in the world was himself and Amon. The investigator met Trevor less than halfway, appearing within Trevor's personal space. The speed offered the armor was beyond immense. The Quinqua, drawn back, swung at Trevor like a brutish club, the blade threatening to slam into his side. Trevor bent backward to dodge the oncoming blow, curling at an angle that would break the spine of a human. Then he rolled to the left, using the Kagun to ease and hasten the motion before his hands darted out, one to grip Amon's weapon wrist and pull, the other to palm strike his elbow. Amon's foot came down on Trevor before the movement could be completed, a brief but powerful downwards kick straight into Trevor's chest. Were it simply Amon he was dealing with, it would have likely tickled at worst. The armor turned the stomp into a precise crushing force. Amon knew that Trevor would be looking to disarm him, and was prepared for it. The blow sent him crashing to the ground. Trevor ignored the pain. He twisted and spun, his legs shooting in a rapid series of kicks not unlike a break dancer's, while his Kagun pushed him upward so the angle was more favorable. Blows to the head, all while winding away from the incredible length of the lance. Something creeped out of Trevor's back, slowly, steadily. It wasn't an immediate concern, like it was in Kano's lab, but the nagging feeling in the back of his head, a chorus of his own whispers, made itself known. But it was not yet screaming at him, virtually blinding him. It was there, an awareness activated by the sudden adrenal surge brought on by Amon's upgrade. The Kagun crept and crept, until it steadily covered the top of Trevor's head, his forehead, and his eyes, and even his nose. It lined his jaw, like the strap of a helmet, with insect-like mandibles. Various other eyes opened across the Kagun mask, with one large central one, a brilliant orb of glowing red with no other sign of being an eye aside from its shape, granting Trevor vision he lacked before. Everything seemed clearer, open. His peripherals expanded until everything around him short for anything directly behind him was visible in the same way staring at a word on a piece of paper was visible. Mutters stirred up in the crowd of armed investigators behind them. The legend of Tawara Tauta, one of them was reminded of. Aman was willing to play the reach game with his lance in hand, inching forward and shooting his fierce weapon forward with air-distorting thrusts, each potential blow enough to punch a hole through man and steel alike. As Trevor retreated, Aman followed with a flurry of lethal jabs. There was another timer in Trevor's head now. The Kakuja was leaking out, manageable but ever-present. He couldn't lose control again. He had to master its power, otherwise he'd just turn into another frothing, stupid beast again. If he reached that point, it'd all be wasted. He saw his opportunity during one of Aman's thrusts. The lance threatened to utterly impale him, and would have if Trevor wasn't willing to push himself beyond his limits. He twisted, so much so that he heard his bones creak and groan. Perhaps they even broke. He didn't know, and he didn't care. His body became water. Formless. He bent along the lance, avoiding the parts that could destroy him. A rushing tide along the shaft. He snapped his body 180 degrees, and then his 2 feet smashed into Aman's face with all of his ghoulish strength. The tank of a man took the blow, and either due to his own raw resilience or the propping up of his armor, he merely bent back instead of being sent flying back. It was like kicking a reinforced door. It shuddered and made a noise, but it did not open. Only after the blow did Aman step back, spinning on a foot. The Dojima changed. The edge shifted like a switchblade, switching to the other end of the lance rather than running along it, protruding out like a curved stinger as opposed to the straight point of the lance. It was an utterly absurd weapon. One that could only work in the hands of a man like Aman. At the end of the twist, Aman swung the lengthy blade at an angle with all the might of the twist, armor, and his body combined. Too much length to pull back. It hit him if he tried to run away, so Trevor kept close. Using his momentum and positioning, the one-eye let himself be carried forward, his legs wrapping around Aman's angular helmet. He spun so that he was to the man's back, and then bent down to the ground. Fingers curled into concrete, and Trevor brought his lower body hurtling downward, his tightly wrapped legs still around Aman. Strength surged through Trevor, and with it he slammed Aman into the ground, cracking the concrete in an area around them. The shock did more damage than the impact itself, as Aman's recovery was staggered. There was no sign of a flaw on his armor. He wasn't impervious, just like the investigator that came before with his armor, although Aman's did look notably more complete. Aman hopped to his feet, the slits for eyes emitting a trail of blood-red neon with each movement. Trevor didn't allow him reprieve. While the man was recovering, the one eye focused on disarming. The lance had to go, and if Trevor had to break the man's arm to do it, he would. Closing the distance, his Kagun cut and slashed in bursts, seeking any and all chinks in the armor. It was like fighting a Kakuja, Trevor realized. The armor had to have been harvested from a Kakuja ghoul. The stun of the blow had a lasting effect, as Aman went onto the back foot. Although he moved to defend against Trevor, his armor was doing more than enough on its own to protect him. Every part of him looked to be defended in some form or another, with fluid muscle protecting the joints from opportunistic attacks and near-impenetrable plates protecting the mass of his body. Were it to be mass-produced, the armor would have signaled the end of an era, much in the same way the original Quinqua likely did. Nonetheless, Trevor had the initiative. He just had to remove. He blinked. He was in a different place. He was still in the 20th ward, but the street was different. He was still fighting Aman, but everyone else was gone. More of his Kagun had crawled outward, encompassing more of his body. It was also raining. Trevor had lost control. Terrified, he completely disengaged, bounding backward and away from Aman with a speed only panic could bring. What? What happened? Trevor shouted, looking around. Where? How long have we been fighting? No answer came from Aman's mouth, only pursuit. The blade of Dojima had returned to its prior place, turning the weapon back into a strange lance halberd. It thrust out at Trevor again and again. Aman paid no heed to the man's words, as it was far too late for that. For fucks, Trevor growled, dodging the blows as they came, weaving around Aman's strikes. Keep control, don't become a monster. Aman was more tired now, that much was obvious. Openings were present. So Trevor took advantage. So Trevor dodged another thrust from the unrelenting charge as usual. Then he grasped the weapon along the shaft tightly with his Kagun, not letting go no matter what, before he put all of his strength into the mightiest sidekick he could muster into Aman's face. It landed with a resounding crack, the pain of the blow felt by Trevor as much as it would have been felt by Aman. It sent the armored investigator to the side, thumping into a wall and creating a series of cracks along it. Trevor's mind went blank. He returned, and he was fighting still. They kept moving. Aman didn't stop, and he showed no signs of doing so. Kagun against Quinqua, limb to limb, they clashed again and again in a confusing haze of battle. Trevor's mind went blank. Outside of a convenience store. Aman emerged through broken glass after having been thrown in. Trevor's body felt longer. The investigator charged. Trevor's mind went blank. He was laying in the ruins of a car, caved in by his weight. Aman leapt down at him from above. Trevor's mind went blank. He opened his eyes, a red haze covering every. Trevor's mind went blank. He stared at the wet concrete beneath him. He was on his hands and knees. His body felt normal again, but he also felt a lightness in his chest and head. He could not hear Aman moving to battle him again. He shook, hands trembling as they pressed against the slick concrete. He looked around. Aman was on the ground. The Dojima was sticking to the ground, blood pooling around it. Twin strands of muscle, Kagun, idly swung about from the weapon. They were familiar. The Kagun of the Bin brothers, the former executives of Aojirai tree. But Trevor's eyes widened in horror when he saw Amon's arm off the side, removed from his body. He tried to move. Pain. Half of his abdomen was gone. A cross-like pattern ran up his pectoral and to his collar, across his waist, and down his hip and thigh. Trevor had been devastated. It wasn't healing. Too much too quickly, his body was going into shock. Blood ran freely. He could feel it. That terrible, horrible feeling of cold creeping into his body. He was dying. All the while, the Kakuja called to him. It wanted to keep going, it wanted more, to live. A warmth that could keep death away for just a bit longer. If he was found like this, by anyone, he would be dead. Tears fell down Trevor's eyes, the fear of death and the fear of becoming a monster warring inside the man who now felt utterly alone and weak. His lips quivered, looking at Amon, looking at himself. His vision was normal now. I'm sorry, he wept. He wasn't sure who he was apologizing to. Amon, Yashimura, Kaya, Tuka, Hinamai, all of them. He was a failure. At the corner of his vision, he saw a manhole cover. Without thinking, he crawled like a small, wretched thing. He couldn't be here anymore. He couldn't bear the failure, the temptation. He had to get away. I'm sorry, Trevor sobbed again, that time to Amon. Whether the man heard it or not, who knew? He barely managed to push the cover open. I'm sorry. And then, Trevor fell. He fell into the sewers of Tokyo. The drains were flooded due to the rain, so much so that if he crawled, he'd be underwater. Trevor barely had the strength to remain upright, and it was all he could do just to grasp at the walls and keep himself from drowning while still in near blinding pain. It was dark, wet, and loud. Trevor was disoriented and delirious as he fumbled around, the only things keeping him going being the fear of death and overwhelming guilt. Never before had he felt like such a wretch, a weak, pitiful creature crawling its way through the deep places of the world. All he could do was apologize over and over in his head, and curse himself, the world, whatever he could think of. Hey! It came from the waters, a clear voice, directly beneath him. Red eyes stared up at him from a shadow of a body. Let me in. Trevor looked down at it himself. No, he growled. You ruined it. The cast shadow shimmered beneath the moving, forceful waters. It moved, not in reflection of Trevor but of its own volition. It reached up, until its head peeked out of the water. It was not Trevor. It was a man in a hockey mask, his blonde hair slicked back with a maddening gaze. He wore a white suit. It almost struggled to emerge from the water, gripping onto Trevor's arm and staring up at him. A scorpion writhed within one of his eyes, like an egg holding newborn life. Another hand, from a different source, gripped his opposite shoulder. Purple hair pooled at the sides of Trevor's vision. Let me in, two voices said in unison. Trevor gritted his teeth, shaking. He was seeing things. They weren't real. Yamurai was dead. Riz was locked away by Yamo. The two ghouls that were the greatest part of him, manifesting in his mind because of the Kakuja. If I do, Trevor started, his voice weak and hoarse. You'll just hurt more people. That's all you ever do. No. Hurt people. That's all you ever do, the two voices said, clipped, as if mirroring the words of Trevor. Let me in. They pulled down, and it felt very real. As did the twitching and wriggling of the Kakuhao in Trevor's back. Trevor bit his lip. He'd stopped trying to walk, locked in place by the monsters around and inside him. How did it come to this? Why did trying to do the right thing come to this? Why was he all alone, accompanied solely by his own growing madness? Was it the world itself corroding at him, or was it all just on him? Trevor was shaking with rage, with despair, loathing. Everything that he had used to be was broken, torn apart. He'd been broken ever since he woke up in Tokyo, the process had just been slower until Yamurai. He used to be smarter. Kinder. Warmer. But now, he was this. The discord he felt and saw was toxic. Whenever he faced an enemy, or many of the people here, he felt it. That disconnect. He was already broken and cut off. Yamurai and Riz still held him, waiting, wanting. If he gave them what they wanted, he truly would be hopeless. He wouldn't be able to keep his promises. Trevor's hands curled into fists. His rage became fuel. I will not die a monster, he spat. Go away. They pulled themselves closer to Trevor, their bodies up against him, clamoring over him. The masked face of Yamurai pressed to Trevor's cheek, and the serpentine tongue of Riz drooled over his ear. Let us in. The Kakuha ruptured. Kagun pierced through, legs innumerable kicking about and splitting through Trevor's back. They moved like the limbs of an upturned bug, desperately thrashing about, sending an alien pain through their host body all the while. Something was living inside of him, something that wanted freedom. Trevor screamed, doubling over and clutching his skull. Stop it. I don't want this. I don't want this. He cried, fingers digging into his white hair. I'm sick of it. Please 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 stop. Let us in. Trevor's mind went blank. Corpse Orchid. Trevor was standing. He was somewhere else. A different part of the sewers. An exit of sorts, into a bright opening. He could hear the storm still raging above. His fatal wound had been healed over, but not by flesh. Black chitin had filled in the gaps, the hardened armor of the Kakuja keeping him together. He felt fine, no longer in pain. There was also a taste in his mouth, that of rotten fish. It was familiar. An acquired taste that wasn't so bad. In that moment, Trevor knew he'd eaten another ghoul. He didn't know who, and all he could do was pray it wasn't someone he cared about. His mind and body, they didn't belong to him anymore, he'd realized. There was a quiet, terrible horror to that, and one that made him sink to the absolute depths of depression. All he could do was look. The opening led to a chamber filled with bright white flowers, an impossible grove hidden in the disgusting underbelly of Tokyo. Amidst the flowers stood a man in a white coat. Like Trevor, his hair was stark white, but it was longer, framing an almost hauntingly handsome face. The man was wearing glasses and, absurdly, the one eye recalled that he used to wear glasses when he was a human. 9 months ago. It might as well have been 9 years, for how much it had aged and changed him. If the man even really noticed Trevor was a matter that was up for discussion. The vacant look about him suggested he was distracted, his mind elsewhere. The ground around him was not covered in flowers. They were hands, spread open in a final moment of desperation, limbs. Bodies. They spread out from around him, the crimson, black and white truth of the garden becoming known to Trevor. There was so many of them, all ghouls who had sworn their loyalty to Kaya and Kuma. More ghouls rested there, dead and piling, than the raw number of ghouls Trevor had seen in his time in Tokyo. Around him was an exorbitant amount of death. On one of the pillars, printed in blocky black text was the code. V14. The only sign of life was the man in the white coat, distant-eyed and apathetic. The moment Trevor realized where he was, realized who the corpses belonged to, his heart lumped into his throat. He was blinking rapidly, staring at the code V14 in horror and heartbreak as tears began to fall down his face. No. Trevor weakly, feebly croaked. No, please, please. He begged. He took a shaky step forward. Kaya, no, no, you have to be. The man who stood among death, who looked absent of life himself, turned his head slowly to regard Trevor. He then took a step towards him, making the first move to close the distance between the two remaining living creatures in the world. His boots made a slight sound each time they planted onto the ground, a mix between a click and a squelch. He made care to avoid stepping on the dead, moving into spots where they did not cover with their splayed out, slain forms. Trevor knew who he really was. The man ghouls called Death. In that moment, Trevor wasn't afraid. He was just heartbroken. Why? Trevor asked, his voice filled with pain. Why? Why did they have to die? What's the point? Why does everything have to be broken? The man in white stopped a length away from Trevor. At his sides in each hand, a suitcase. He watched the foreigner mumble to himself, blinking slowly all the while. It seemed he had no intention of stopping Trevor's moment of pain. We were supposed to visit Kyoto after this, Trevor continued pitifully. She'd never been out of Tokyo before. It would have been good for her. For me, too. Maybe she'd bring her keyboard with, and I could listen to her play. Maybe his breath hitched. Maybe I would have finally been brave enough to tell her that it broke again, and he could barely control his face contorting with pain. That I love her. Trevor broke down, his sobbing completely unrestrained and loud. He fell to his knees, clutching his face and sinking deeper and deeper. Why? Why did I come here? Trevor screamed. Why was I brought to the sick world? His eyes locked on Nerima, on death, all of the rage and pain being channeled on the only living thing he could see. Why am I here? The man called Nerima had no answers for Trevor. He simply stared. It was not a cold regard, but it was one without any true feeling. He saw Trevor, but Trevor's existence was simply nothing. It was air. The latch of his black and gold suitcase came undone, and swung open. A weapon formed from within. An odd rapier of sorts, its blade conical like a lance. It became slimmer in the middle, incongruous with the general shape of a lance, and then resumed its expected shape a bit later on. 2 rings of gold patterns lined the wider end, and the rest was as dark as the coats worn by Irimi's hounds. For the first time, Trevor saw an investigator calmly retrieve their weapon, not in the haste of battle. The suitcase became the weapon itself, as if the former form was a mere disguise to match their generally professional looks. It unfolded, stretched, and solidified in a mechanical manner, hints of RC glowing beneath the metallic shifting. The man called Nerima took his time. He raised his blade level with his chest, the end pointing out towards Trevor, and assessed the distance. He had no answer for Trevor. Trevor stared at the weapon pointed at him. Death loomed. A final end to all the pain. If he died, then it would have to stop, right? He wouldn't hurt anymore, he wouldn't feel anymore, he wouldn't have to be in this alien world anymore. He could just stop. He blinked. Dimly, he recalled a hand holding his. A little girl, who promised to be a writer with him. He recalled the handmade birthday wishes, words of kindness and warmth from people he'd met. People that had accepted him, for all his faults and mistakes and oddities. Friends. Family. Trevor sucked in a breath. I don't want to die, Trevor admitted. Even now, even though the pain was ripping him apart. I don't want to die. Not today. Let me in, came the silent voice in the back of Trevor's mind. Trevor looked at Death, one eye brown and the other red. Truly, he did not want to die. Come in, he told it, an odd sense of peace finally reaching him. Once again, the Kokuhou spasmed. It burst from his back like a boil, red pus spewing from it and beginning to garb and arm Trevor, surrounding him with the self-same thing he had earlier rejected. The ways of Yumurai, the body of Riz. Cruelty and hunger, he accepted them as part of himself. Trevor's mind went bl. So, you're the scorpion, came the calm, tired voice of Nerima. The transformation stopped. A piercing squelch filled Trevor's right ear, as if the sound were coming from within his head. He lost vision in his right eye. The man was no longer in front of him. Something poked against the back of his head and through it. Something poked through his eye socket, replacing his vision with a fractal and exponential agony. Psychedelic patterns filled what would have been the right side of his vision, the blinking light of severed nerves firing frantically filling the air with fireworks. Trevor's body screamed and begged for respite. His regeneration was frantic, seeming almost alive in its attempts to recover. But Nerima had hit the brain. The connection between mind and body was torn, weak. The Kakuja had stopped its transformation, locked by the sudden, visceral pain. In response, the serenity vanished. It was replaced by the whitest, purest, hottest rage Trevor had ever truly felt in his life. He'd killed her. Trevor had 6 limbs. They twitched. He's going to kill me. And so, in his final, manic death throes. He's going to keep me from seeing anyone else ever again. Trevor roared, his Kagun lashing out at Nerima with all the strength that remained in his body. Everything filled those clawed tendrils. The fleshy matter that bloomed from Trevor's back became larger and larger, until they were the tails of dragons, throwing themselves about destructively, slamming the supporting pillars of the passage in their fury. The man, Nerima, became lost in Trevor's dying wrath. It was blind and savage, the pure expression of a desire to kill something channeled through the Kagun of a ghoul. The man, Nerima, continued to stand once the fury had faded. Untouched, by some means or another. There was no point in trying to understand it, how a human had avoided the dragon's tails. He was without weapon, it still lodged in Trevor's head, but he did not look upset about it. He just looked on at Trevor, his dull grey eyes regarding the man with something amounting to pity. Either he was fast, or he was something else. A spirit, maybe. Walking among men and ghouls alike, unable to be harmed by things like claws and weapons. The Kagun almost exhaled, their momentary might leaving them and returning to a more recognizable size. They slinked behind Trevor, slithering in the air tiredly. Nerima stared at Trevor. It was all, utterly, pointless. Trevor couldn't even avenge Kaya or Kuma or all the others ghouls that had died. The mountains of ghouls, their corpses piling and piling, victims of their birth in a world that hated them. You're one of us, Trevor breathed. There was no other explanation. One of who? Nerima asked. He did not move aggressively in the slightest. There was no danger to him, outside of an existential sort, like the awareness of a possible death when standing at the edge of a sheer cliff. I am not a ghoul, he finally answered, looking at Trevor blankly. Trevor grunted, his body slumping forward. If you say so. But I don't know, anymore, he sighed. He looked at the flowers, stained with his blood, and the blood of so many others. I never knew anything. I never belonged here. He let out a breath, labored and exhausted. I don't think I belong anywhere. Not anymore. Do you wish to die? Nerima asked. No. I made a promise to look out for someone I love, Trevor murmured. I need to keep supporting her, like she's been supporting me. Nerima seemed to consider Trevor's words. He then glanced up at the ceiling of the vast storm drain. It vibrated with the storm outside. It's raining, he began simply. You can't tell the weather outside, when you're this far underground. You lose your sense of time, but, when it's raining, you can tell by the sound of the water. It'll stop raining soon. He lowered his head to look back at Trevor, the light reflecting off of his untouched, immaculate glasses. I predict that you have 2 actions left. If you wish to live, use them. However. Nerima's second suitcase unlatched. Another weapon entered Nerima's hands. It was no sword, but 4 lengthy silver panels shaped into a barrel with the handle of a blade. It had the guard of a rapier. The panels expanded, jutting out a little while retaining their overall shape. The air became ionized. This is V14. I cannot allow any ghoul to pass through here. Lightning crackled between the panels of Nerima's second quinqua. It then spread out into the air, as if coating him in the cloak of a thunder god. You will go no farther. A quad-headed arc of lightning shot out from the quinqua, creating jagged shapes in the air as each head made their way towards Trevor, converging on him like the heads of a crackling hydra. Trevor's body moved on reflex, rolling out the lightning's way. The rapier was still lodged in his skull, messing with his control, so he ripped it out. It was painful, but it worked. His perceptions were off, but his body was finally healing the way it wanted to. Nerima had said he had 2 actions left before he was done. The rolling was one such action. If he ran, he'd get shot down, and there was no real hope of killing Nerima. Remote mode. Return. The quinqua in Trevor's hand suddenly tugged at his grip, threatening to drag the ghoul right to Nerima. The man held his free hand out, a distinct glove covering it. The same Amun had? Trevor realized he only really had one choice, in light of Nerima's words. He let go of the quinqua, and then bolted back the way he came. Nerima had so no one could pass V14, so he wouldn't pass it. He'd just have to find another way. Nothing came. Not instantly. Trevor ran deeper into the caverns beneath Tokyo. With no sense of direction, the labyrinthine nature of the underground world became clear, oppressive even. Each step left a loud splash, and there were many. But it felt as if there was something at his back, something breathing into his ear. Chasing him, a hound from hell itself baying for his end. He glanced back, only to confirm his suspicions. Nothing followed. There was no hound. A second set of splashes came from ahead of Trevor. Nerima stood before him. He regarded Trevor once more. 2 actions, he reminded the half-ghoul, not even bothering to elaborate how he had cut Trevor off, or how he even knew his way around the underground to such an extent. He readied his lightning. Trevor had no choice but throw everything he had. The only way out was through. 2 Kagun lashed out to smash the lightning weapon to the side, while 2 more moved to grasp the rapier and push it away. All while he himself launched straight for Nerima, a vicious knife hand aimed for the investigator's throat. The lightning weapon was dashed to the side. Tendrils wrapped around Iza. Trevor flew towards his target. Nerima looked on, unjudgmental. Iza, mode change. A set of papillon-like wings spread out in front of him as a wall of iron between him and Trevor. The rapier became a shield, its violent and sudden transformation ripping the offending Kagun away. It slammed into Trevor, stopping his blow in its tracks. The shield did crack under Trevor's strength, but it did not yield. Nerima looked over the shield. His dead eyes were unto terror itself. 3 moves, he said with some mild surprise. Not bad. Trevor. Trevor's mind stopped. The wings twisted around themselves into lances, and ran through Trevor completely. It was no different from how Trevor's own Kagun worked, in that respect. They eventually retracted, dropping Trevor to the ground. There was no more strength to be found. Didn't think you'd do that, or that you'd be able to damage Iza's defensive barrier. He almost mumbled, stepping to look over Trevor. He raised Iza to hang over the half-ghoul, pointing down. There was a crack running up it. Yet. I could use a new quinqua. Trevor saw. Nothing. There is a room. It is a familiar room, one an ocean away in a city far different from Tokyo, with very different people. It sits at the middle of a house, the beating heart of a family. There's a television, and it's on. It plays something recognizable, but at the same time not, in the same way a child trying to comprehend politics on their father's car radio understands that words are being said, but not their meaning. It's visual information close to reality, but not quite there, a show which never existed. It's dark outside. The curtains are pulled, and there is no light to be found other than the television. There are 2 discrepancies. The also familiar white-black checkered floor is not one that belongs to the house, and neither is the other individual inside the room. Gazing out of a crack in the window coverings is a man. Tall with slicked back blonde hair and a squarish head, he stands with his hands in his white suit pockets, ignoring the television. Trevor blinked. Where was he? He had been in the sewers of Tokyo, death itself coming for him. No. It had come to him, claiming him. So why was he here, in this place that looked so much like his home and yet was so different? He looked around. Yamurai was the only one there with him. None of his family or friends that would typically be in that room, none of the people he hadn't seen in over 9 months now. He found it difficult to remember their faces and their voices. They truly felt as though from another world. Trevor turned away from the television in its confusing state. He stared directly at the large man, the one person in the world he hated almost as much as Kano. Where are we? Trevor asked Yamurai. Hell, why are you asking me that? Yamurai said, sounding just as Trevor remembered him. He glanced just out of the corner of his spread-out eyes, directing his attention to Trevor. This is your home, isn't it? He faced Trevor, hands still in his pockets. The man who had changed Trevor, alive and breathing. In more than one way too. As to why I'm here, that's something you should be asking yourself. He smiled in a casual, unfazed manner. Trevor narrowed his eyes at Yamurai. The unrealness of the situation was an ironically grounding one, something that, along with recent events, made him cross a threshold. He wasn't sure precisely what that threshold was, but the frothing rage and hate he always felt for Yamurai was not manifesting in violence as it usually did. A peaceful, cold, resigned feeling. Because you broke me, Trevor stated in a cold, flat voice. Because no matter what I do or say or think, you'll always be there in the background of my mind. Because I hate you, and I'll never forget you. A pause, and he nodded. I hate you so much that you've become a part of me. Yet. Not to mention the fact you kind of ate my ass, too, Yamurai said as if it weren't as big a deal as it sounded to be. But that sounds about right. I think there's more to it, though. More you're not willing to admit. I'll give you a guess, and if you get it wrong, I'll tell you what I think. Yamurai momentarily looked to the television. Whatever was happening on it, looked like life. Playing out, but strangely. Odd movements and the occasional off-color, stilted words and music. Trevor let out a breath, watching the television as well. It looked like nothing to him. Like what life was becoming to him. Just, noise. I can't say for sure, Trevor admitted. When had thinking become so tiresome to him? Feeling came even harder to him these days. You're the prime example of what I hate in this foreign world. Mindless cruelty, violence, hatred, evil, it's sickening, just like you are. He sighed again. And all of that's become a part of me, too. I've sunken into it, let it ruin me. You're so goddamn miserable, Trevor. Geez, Yamurai exhaled, shaking his head. No. Nothing that complex. I think you admire me, despite your best efforts. I think that I'm here, because you see me as something strong and free. You can't say I wasn't a pain in the ass to kill, and you can't say you've ever seen me as anything other than a wild beast. That's something you want to be, more than anything. Free of the bullshit, strong enough to pull it off. That's why I'm here. That's what I am. I'm all of that stuff you're whining about, and all of what I'm prattling on about. How does that sound? Free of the bullshit, Trevor echoed. When put like that, it was a tantalizing prospect. He just wanted to be strong enough to look out for him and his own, stop being toyed with by those who always had more power than him, more intelligence than him. He'd been given the runaround ever since he came to Tokyo. Like he had strings attached to him, puppeteers high above and in shadow. That does sound pretty nice, he had to admit. Glad we can agree. Anyway, come in. He gestured to the television, moving to sit on the sofa before it. Change the channel. I don't like this show, nonsensical plot. The situation was absolutely absurd and impossible. But then, so had been everything leading up to that point. So Trevor rolled with it. He went to sit on the couch on the other side from Yamurai, and grabbed the remote. Without any particular plan in mind, he started flipping channels. And all the moments. It goes through more nonsense. Familiar nonsense. Programming that didn't exist and rightfully shouldn't, it was all awful and just jarring. Conversations with awkward pauses and strange pacing, almost too real in that regard. And then it settled on a show that didn't seem strange. It was real, very much so, but it was a scene that looked like it belonged on a television for whatever reason. A young man sat in his room, alone. Sounds of people outside, enjoying themselves. But not him. It was just him. He had been reveling with them only minutes ago, without a care in the world. He'd been drinking and partying with his brother and his friends, having a great time to celebrate nothing in particular, as was the case for most college parties. There was no trouble, no conflict, nothing wrong with the situation. But then an uncomfortable, grey sort of feeling hit him out of nowhere. He suddenly felt out of place, alone in a crowd, an overwhelming dissonance in his chest. He didn't belong anymore. If he lingered, the others would feel it too, and he didn't want their night to be ruined on his account. So, he quietly left, no explanation or announcement given. No one had noticed. At least, so he thought. The door opened. In walked someone he had been friends with since elementary school. His best friend, a constant companion in his life. His name was Doug. Yo, Doug greeted, a slight sway to his step and slur to his words. Hey, Trevor greeted back in a tired voice. Doug sat down across from Trevor, becoming mirrors of each other in their posture. You Gucci? Doug asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Trevor answered. A lie, one that Trevor was good at telling. He'd been a good actor in social situations, changing hats and taking on personas depending on what was going on. He'd become good at hiding his emotions from people. But not to Doug. The lie was seen through clearly as though blared with sirens. Doug hummed, nodding once. Trev. Mind if I talk for a bit? Go ahead. It's kinda crazy, you know? How we ended up, Doug started, a small smile on his lips. You remember how we met? Not really, Trevor admitted. Well, I do. I'll never forget. I was a real asshole back in 2nd grade. Still am, Doug continued with a snort. But it was real shitty back then. I was a straight-up bully. And people just let me do it, because I was loud and big. But then I pushed you around, and you know what you did. Trevor shook his head. He couldn't remember. You glared at me, pointed your finger at me, and said, stop it. You're being mean, Doug said, as though it was some grand thing. No one ever told me that before. No one ever said I was doing something wrong. It made me stop and think. That. Yeah, that was when I decided I wanted to be your friend. You made me better, man, Doug kept going, barely pausing for breath. Helped me out even though you didn't know you were doing it. I don't know if you see it, but you don't just do it for me either. I see it in the other guys, he gestured outside. You make them happy. We all make each other happy. But I don't think it would have lasted this long, without you. Trevor took a long, shaky breath. I'm not sure, he said quietly. He looked down at his small hands. I don't know what to say most of the time. Sometimes I feel disconnected from the rest, even when I shouldn't. Doug shook his head. We're always connected, man. You're my best friend, and I love you. You got a lot more good going on than I ever could. You're the guy that tells the bully to stop it. Only a good guy can do that. He kept talking. He told Trevor what exactly he believed to be his good qualities. His kindness, his ability to adapt, his observation, his creative talents, a quiet sort of charisma that made others feel at peace, that got even strangers to feel comfortable telling him their worries and fears. Trevor listened, and steadily started to believe it. If someone else saw those things and believed them to be true, then there had to be merit to that, right? Because of that offered open hand, a gesture of pure, unconditional kindness, Trevor believed that it was okay for him to be here. Yamurai tapped his arm of the couch with a finger. He watched the scene quietly, still and respectful. When it ended, he spoke. So, that's who you used to be, hey? He asked. Yeah, Trevor answered with a croaking voice. At some point, tears had fallen down his face, though his expression hadn't changed. The old me. Right. Here's a secret, there's no such thing as an old you. There's just you. Creating some sort of distinction like that, it's just running from yourself, basically. The me before I got caught, and the me after exact same person. The fact that I changed just means I know for certain that I'm still me, it's what happens. Things happen, the internal reasoning Yamurai tapped the side of his head, gets to work, and because of our own strange logic, we end up with the changes we get. It was always there, always waiting, always a potential, just untapped. I'm no fucking guru, but trying to make it sound like you died and rose again as some new person is haughty as it gets. You just changed, but by changing, you didn't change at all. You get me? Trevor hummed. The Trevor he saw in the past was still him. They'd come from the same place, had the same views and ideals, the same values. If that Trevor was here now, would he be saying and doing everything that had led to this place? Yeah, I get you, Trevor answered. A lot has changed, but at the same time, it's still me doing what I want to do. What I think is right. That much hasn't changed. He'd forgotten what he was like before, and how the same beats repeated. Both his good and bad qualities had always been there, ever present, just shifting in prominence and put in new situations. Another way I like to think about it is, if there was an old me, would he like being called the old me? I don't think he would. He'd just like to be called me. But, hell, this is getting deeper than I'm used to, Yamurai grumbled, scratching his cheek. Find something else. Trevor did so. The channel was changed. Another memory. But this time, Trevor was in his apartment at college. He was actually content, simply minding his own business and wasting time online. Just the empty time alone that one usually had in the breaks between things. The peace was broken when he got a call. He recognized the name of the caller ID, a good friend of his that he'd traveled the world with, and answered. What's up, Aisha? He asked. He listened, and frowned. The voice on the other, that of a girl's, was frantic, sobbing, and raspy. She said terrible things about herself, and about how she'd been sitting in the shower for hours, and staring at a razor for that whole time. Trevor left his apartment in a rush, barely giving himself time to put his shoes on. Time passed in a blur. At some point, he'd gotten to her dorm, where she was curled in a ball on her bed. He sat down next to her and held her tightly. She let out everything, the twisted and awful effects of a bad depressive episode being laid utterly bare. She cried about abuses she'd had as a child, about how she couldn't ever seem to grow past it, how nothing was ever going right for her, about how she didn't see the point in it all. Trevor listened, rocking her gently and slowly. Tears soaked his chest, but he didn't mind. All of the negativity and the illness washed over him. No matter how horrible or raw her words got, he remained calm and patient. When it seemed she couldn't talk anymore, he started to speak. He talked about their shared adventures, about their friends, about what they enjoyed together, about what made them laugh. It slowly worked. The topics changed and drifted without much sense to them, but eventually Aisha was smiling and even laughing again. Because of that offered open hand, a gesture of pure, unconditional kindness, she believed that it was okay for her to be here. Trevor only belatedly realized that he'd saved her life that night. I'm seeing a pattern here, Yamurai said, frowning. It explains a lot about you. Trevor had an idea about what he was talking about. All the same, he asked, and what's the pattern? You're always offering the proverbial hand. It's why you're here, Yamurai stated as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. All the work, all the struggling, everything including me, it's all because you keep offering that damn hand. After a moment, Trevor nodded. Yet. Cruelty spreads more cruelty, but kindness spreads more kindness. It feels good to be kind, and to help people. If I have the strength and ability to do so, then I will. Ryuko, Tuka, Hinamai, Nishiki, all of those people and many more, helping them came as easily as breathing. Even though it brought me so much pain. I just kept doing it. Yamurai looked at Trevor, revelation in his eyes. Because you're crazy. Trevor blinked. Then an impossible upward quirk to his lips. Yet, I really am, Trevor realized in turn. Yamurai let out a repressed noise, and then failed to hold it for much longer than a second, throwing his head back into a hearty cackle. I didn't even need to goddamn touch you. You were already there, Trevor. That's fucking funny. You think you lived in a world without monsters, and then you woke up in one. You think it's all some goddamn different world, but it's not. You're here, with us, with real people, whether you like it or not, and you're still shoving out your palm to anyone who will take it, because. Yamurai paused, his laughter dying steadily. Because, you need to. Not because of kindness, but, because you need people to accept it. Right. Trevor opened his mouth, and then closed it upon the truth hitting home. Yes, Trevor breathed, eyes widening. Most people don't believe it when I do it. They're shocked, or apathetic, or refuse to accept that someone could even do that. But if they can just accept it. Yes. I need them to do that. Then, maybe, things will get better. An errant memory came to mind, and he actually chuckled lowly. The Rakshasa can only see its own good, and all that. Yamurai snorted. We're all selfish. It's just a matter of which selfishness is more helpful, he summarized. Really, I needed that. I don't even know if I'm real, some sort of leftover bits of Yakumo Umarai, the man you ate, or if I'm some sort of construct of your mind. Maybe both. But I know I needed that, to know that deep down you're just as fucked up as the rest of us. It's like a punchline, right? In the end, everyone's broken, Trevor said with a nod. It's just what you do with your broken bits that really makes you who you are. He looked to Yamurai. Speaking of. If you and I are here, talking like this, did I die? Am I alive? Yamurai got a contemplative look. He hummed, and then shrugged. Change the channel. That waylaid the answer, then. Trevor complied. A night sky. A dull, painful warmth surrounding him. The sound of raspy breathing. The weight of the heavens upon his body. He was dying. Looking to his side, a woman with purple hair. Atop her, lengths of red metal. Past her, nothing. It looked as if the world was turning to ash around them, dying bit by bit, falling away. But the sky remained. She remained. She reached up to the stars, trying to grab someone, with an expression of grief and betrayal upon her face. Above them, atop a tower that challenged God, blinking with the lights of modernity, was a man in a mask. A smirking clown. You. The woman rasped. He was seeing through her eyes, then and there. The TV blinked, and then displayed nothing. It was over. There was no light in the room. Come on, Yamurai said. The sound of him moving, and then an opening door. The light of the outside world flooded in, where once it had been pitch black. I think you already know the answer to that question. He waited by the door. Trevor stood up, the sight of the forgotten memory now stirring something inside him. Suda. Get the goddamn food. The man responsible for what ensued. Finally, Trevor felt like a puzzle piece was coming into place. He just had to keep going. Trevor walked to Yamurai, to the open door. He paused at the entrance, taking a deep breath. I still hate you, he said to the man beside him. But still, thank you. For what? Yamurai asked, raising a brow. All I did was sit around and kinda make fun of you. Trevor snorted. Maybe just a little more than that. Now I know that I'm just as fucked up as the rest of you. That maybe. He smiled slightly. I really do fit in with this crowd. Yamurai cackled again, throwing an arm around Trevor's shoulders. That you are. Come in, let's go for a walk around, Trev. We got a whole world to see, don't we? Yamurai said with all the friendliness of a hunting shark, his grin directed away from Trevor and instead to the image of a fading suburban landscape, breaking away into the ash of memory. Dying. The sun was rising. Awareness dawning. Trevor gazed in the same direction, and grinned widely. You're goddamn right we do, Trevor agreed. At that, he stepped forward. There is no difference between unconsciousness and awakening. Rather, the unconscious realm held far more within it, compared to the complete darkness he had awoken to. Sound, touch and smell were the major senses he had to rely on to determine that he was in fact alive. Beneath him, something soft. A bed. A bit on the uncomfortable side, the springs dug into him a little. The scent of metal and must, a stagnant sort of smell which as much told him that he wasn't in a hospital. The sound of vague activity, buzzers and slamming iron doors, feet walking on tiled floors, all muffled. He was in a room. A sealed room. A cell. Trevor couldn't see a thing. He was awake, but he might as well have had his eyes shut for all the good it did him. But with the way things had ended, it wasn't surprising that he'd awoken up in a prison cell. Nerima's last chilling words to him came to mind. About how he could use a new quinqua. A scary prospect, but if that was the case, would they have dumped in a cell? In what was, assumedly, cochlea? Why risk the chance of him waking up again? Weird. But then, so had been everything else. How long had it been since the attack on the 20th ward? Since he faced Nerima, since he failed to save. Trevor's body shivered, then went utterly still. Kaya. Kuma. Yashimura. He'd failed them. And now he was rotting in a cell for that failure, with his friends likely assuming he was dead along with them. He took several long breaths. Calm. He was in enemy territory. Alone. He could only rely on himself right now. When he returned to them and could breathe again, then he would cry. Until then, gather as much information as possible. Trevor cleared his throat. Hello. He called out experimentally. He didn't know where the door was, or if there even was one. There was no response, not for a few minutes. Finally the sound of a sliding metal scraped from the right of the bed, where to the left there was a cold wall. The door was closed, a few paces away. Nothing was said. The sliding noise happened again after a moment of silence. Better than nothing. With little else to go with, Trevor went to the door and opened. Oh. Locked. He huffed in bemusement. Figured. Is there someone out there? He called out, putting his hands in his pockets or would have, if he had pockets still. His clothes had been changed, probably into a Japanese prison uniform. Not that he could tell, blind as he was. Again, no response. He had been checked up on, but nothing more. Trevor was rapidly beginning to hate prison life after barely a minute. The thought of at least checking on his Kagun came to mind, but it was immediately shot down. If this was indeed cochlea, they probably had some kind of measure in place for detecting and punishing use of Kagun. So, for lack of literally anything else to do or even see, He fumbled his way back to the bed and sat there. He leaned against the cold wall, staring at nothing. He didn't want to think about anything in particular, so he distracted himself by trying to quote the entirety of The Lord of the Rings from memory. That should kill some time. Another metal sound, a flap of sorts, came several hours into his retelling of The Lord of the Rings, somewhere in the Two Towers range. Number 240. Feeding time. Something was slid into the room. It smelled like food. Ah, he had a number. Exciting. Trevor tentatively reached for where the sliding sound stopped and grasped the object he found. A metal plate bowl thing, going off the shape. After a moment, he sniffed its contents. It was like a soup, with chunks of presumably human meat in it. Whatever it was, it didn't smell good, but it did smell edible. Again, better than nothing. It might have had drugs in it, but he had no interest in starving himself if he actually wanted to get out at some point. So he ate, and continued telling the tale between mouthfuls. You keep nasty chips. So passed the days, which eventually became weeks. They barely fed him, enough to keep him on the edge of starvation, but enough to keep him aware. His cocoon couldn't even form properly, so tight were his jailers with their handling of food. It festered, much like his eyes had been doing, bubbled and then went dormant, not even making a tail, but a mere nub that pressed against his clothes and nothing more. Worse than Benjo's, really. Some days were easier than others. After food, Trevor felt relatively normal, but just before the allocated feeding time once every week it was as if he was on the edge of turning into that thing he had seen in a shipping container once. There was nothing to do. No liberty, no hours to walk about, no entertainment. Pure containment. It wore down on Trevor. He ran out of things to quote, distractions to conjure, games to play. He was left entirely alone without a sense of time, and his craving for social interaction was reaching a fever pitch. He would even try to chat with his jailers if he'd been given the chance. But no chance came. No human or ghoul contact, no words, no reprieve, no rescue. So, all Trevor could do was think. Think about his time in Tokyo, the people, the events. The decisions that he'd made that led him here. The warm memories gave him strength, but those associated with Irimi became keenly bittersweet. He'd finally cried over her. While he'd never seen her body, deep down he believed that was because Nerima had carved everyone up so badly that they were just masses of torn limbs and pieces. The weight of his failure crashed down on him, coming in waves. Sometimes, he would beg for forgiveness, apologize over and over, and other times he would tell himself he had made peace with her passing. Whether that was a lie or the truth, he didn't really know. All he knew was it hurt, and that he was alone. Feeding time, 2:40. It came around again. The schedule was unbroken and perfect. He droned, yet another feeble attempt at pretending they were having a conversation. He went and took it, robotically going through the motions. His spirit was drained, what vitality he once held now gone. There was a quiet conversation just outside of his door between two men, both keeping their voices down to a respectful level. It was the first conversation he had heard in weeks, but even it was brief and unintrusive, quickly moving on once some matter was discussed in brief, curt terms. And so it went, same as it ever was. Eventually, Trevor removed the blindfold that he'd realized had been put over his severely damaged eyes, not that it did much good. His vision was still terrible, his regeneration almost lethargic thanks to the slow trickle of food. They were healing, but too slowly to be helpful for some time. The flap at the bottom of the door opened after another few days. It wasn't the right time for it. He had received his food not 2 days prior. What came through was not the cold, metallic bowl of ambiguous red, but a hardcover white book. The kanji on the front spelled out a familiar tale. Trevor blinked rapidly at the book in his hands, his vision misting up when he saw the title. The Fellowship of the Ring. He gingerly held it to his chest, as though it were something truly precious to him. Thank you, he whispered to whoever had given him the first anything in so long. If this isn't enough, I'll be sure to bring more. At the window of the door was the side profile of a white-haired man facing away from the door, adjusting his glasses. Nerima. The man who had killed Irimi and Kuma. The man who had put him here. Trevor shook with conflicting, warring emotions. He didn't know what to think or feel in that moment, and so could only settle on one word. Why? It was more like begging than anything, not of any particular one matter. Just the sole question someone like him could have by that point. Nerima momentarily looked back at Trevor. His eyes were inexpressive. Why? He echoed back. Why? Trevor struggled. After going so long without conversation and craving them so much, more than even food, he found it more difficult than anything to remember how to have one. Why is nothing happening? Why? He clutched the book tightly. Why are you giving me this? Good behavior. And you seem to like the story, Nerima reasoned with a calm voice, unfazed by Trevor's state. Prisons are stagnant places, 240. Nothing will happen unless something from outside your cell dictates it. Trevor hummed in acknowledgement. But at the number that had become his name, he looked up. You know my real name, Trevor said, some life slowly returning to him. How did you learn it? I am an investigator. I investigate, Nerima said plainly. Trevor's expression was flat. Fine. A pause. How is Amin Kotaru? Missing in action. That made Trevor blink. Really? Missing? How the hell could someone miss the huge mess they'd made of the 20th ward and not track Amin down through it? More worrying, Did that mean an enemy had claimed Amun? It seemed more likely than the man just not reporting back if he could have. But now that Trevor could finally talk to someone, he was hungry for more. Even with the man who had killed her. What of the non-killing owl? He asked. Eyewitness reports state the non-killing owl was eaten by the one-eyed owl. Eat. Both Trevor's words and mine stuttered. That, no, that. Ito ate him. He could barely blubber out, such was his shock. His own daughter did, that. Control yourself, Nerima instructed. Although his voice was as cool as ever, there was a firmness to it. I will bring you more books, should you need them. With that, Nerima left Trevor to himself, his side profile moving away from the window on the door. Trevor sat down on his bed, though it was more of a fall than anything. With shaking hands, he set the Fellowship of the Ring to his side, and then clutched his hair. He hunched forward, eyes wide. He'd expected to hear Yoshimura had died. It was the safest assumption, that he had joined Keiya and Kuma, so Trevor had prepared himself for it. But upon hearing that Ito had shown up and devoured her own father. Her father, who had requested that Trevor save her, to help her in much the same way Yoshimura had helped Keiya and Kuma. Trevor didn't know what to think anymore. Damn it. Was all he could muster. The collection of books grew past the Fellowship of the Ring and the Lord of the Rings in general. After Return of the King, Nerima began slipping in his own personal tastes, which included anything from The Great Gatsby to works of political philosophy, which he seemed to enjoy in the forms of Leviathan and the Prince, just to name two of the more familiar names. There was a wealth of Japanese literature within it, with some of the stranger and contemporary choices being from one Haruki Murakami. There was no shortage of investigative fiction and Cold War spy thrillers either. All Trevor really had time to do was read, so a book didn't represent much time. There were lapses when he had nothing new to read, but Nerima would show up a few days later with a new edition. Any discussion was brief. And then, one day, the door opened. Nerima stood in the doorway. Trevor looked up, blinking dully. His brows furrowed. He didn't want to have hope only for it to be dashed aside, but... I can walk out? He asked anxiously. For now. If we are going to talk, it's best if we have chairs. The investigator beckoned Trevor with a tilt of his head. I have talked with the warden. We have some time. Trevor made a croaking noise in his throat, something between disbelief and relief. He had begun to wonder if he'd spend the rest of his life in that cell. Nervously, he stood, and put one foot in front of the other. Over and over, until he was out the door. Nerima was taller than Trevor by barely a few centimeters, but the way he held himself made him seem taller. There was a certainty with how he moved, an absolute lack of hesitation which spoke of a flawless connection between the mind and body. When the former instructed, the latter did without error or delay. He didn't wear the white coat Trevor had seen him in that day, simply looking to be a professional young office worker in his white button-up shirt, dark blue tie and black tailored pants. Tidy was a way to describe him. He led Trevor through the claustrophobic halls of the prison, away from what looked to be an entrance to the center of the prison, and into something of a break room. It was completely empty, but the number of tables and chairs indicated that it did see some use. White was the predominant color, and it was sparklingly clean too. Nerima took up a seat at a table, and gestured for Trevor to sit across from him. Trevor complied, and set his hands on the table. So, what are we talking about? He asked, unsure of how to proceed. Anything. I have a few topics to bring up, but I will allow you the first point, Nerima said, resting an arm on the table. Anything. When given the initiative, Trevor didn't even know where to start. Hundreds of questions shot through his head at once, too many to really count. He latched on to the first thing he could grab a solid hold on. So you like The Great Gatsby? Trevor asked. Of all the things. I like most of Fitzgerald's works, but The Great Gatsby is something of a standout for me, yes. It's a love story that expertly highlights the dangers of being a careless person, and pursuing an unworthy dream is what will lead to one's downfall. It's an important lesson, one more people need to internalize, Nerima explained concisely. And yourself? What are your favorites? You know about Lord of the Rings. It's been a story dear to me since childhood. The idea of a small, physically weak person being able to do great things always appealed to me, Trevor offered. I was never the biggest or brightest kid, so it was easy to sympathize with Frodo. Even when he failed at the very end. He blinked, recalling what brought him here. Perhaps especially, now, he added more quietly. The failure of Frodo was never something I saw as bad on the character's part. It was just something human, an unfortunate reality. Sometimes, one gets to the end of a mental journey and then buckles. But that is why you surround yourself with those who will support you, should that happen. It is the point of Samwise. Frodo is a purely practical character, he goes forward in spite of the absence of hope. Samwise is an emotional one, he acts as the hope. One without the other, they would not succeed. They did, in the end, Nerima said, crossing one leg over the other as he spoke. That's right, Trevor said in agreement with everything Nerima had said. Every Frodo needs his Sam, and every Sam needs his Frodo. He let out a long, tired breath. What about you? Are you the Frodo or the Sam? And do you have the other half? Gandalf. That is how others perceive me, at least. Maybe Elrond. I cannot say I am allowed the space to consider myself either Samwise or Frodo. Nerima's words had some meaning to them, but the precise nature of them was vague. Trevor nodded. I can see that. Nerima the White. Fitting. Tolkien used white to mean a purity of sorts, a divinity. But over here, it means death. Yet, I can see both applying to you easily enough. I cannot say I see the work of any god within myself, but death is how I am often characterized. It's a mantle I am made to wear. Finished with that particular line of thought, Nerima moved on to the next. I heard you recited the entirety of the films, several times. How many times did you watch them? Too many to count. With friends, with family, by myself. It was almost a tradition for me to watch it once a year, Trevor answered, a small shrug to his shoulders. Sometimes we would make a drinking game of it. But every time was always special, at least to me. It was something I shared with my loved ones back home. America. I did some digging in that regard, as I tend to. Would you go back, as you are? Not yet, Trevor answered. Before, there might have been hesitation, but in that moment there was none. There's still people I want to help here. I told you as much before, I think. I see, Nerima nodded, his eyes obscured by the particular reflection of light from his lenses. That is good. In that case, there is a matter I'd like to put forward to you. Nerima reached for his suitcase, a regular sword and not at all like the ones that contained his quinqua. He placed it on the table and opened it up with 2 simultaneous clicks. From it, he took a fairly dense file, placing it down on the table. Case number 1-185088, he began, taking the suitcase from the table to give room for the file to rest between them. Alias Ragboy, alias Scorpion. Status, half-Kakuja. Phone name, Trevor. Former employee at the Café Antiochu. He was not observed at his place of employment after Christmas, notably after dates roughly coinciding with the Aojirai extermination operation. After Christmas, a new group of ghouls was seen operating within the 6th ward. Among them, a white-haired ghoul who matched a description given by a client of Antiochu, whom Trevor had interacted with. This white-haired ghoul was known to be Ragboy. He was creating an image for Trevor, how he knew his name. He wasn't finished, clearly, but he left the rest to Trevor's imagination. He then continued. This is your case file. It has everything that can be known about you, as well as potential connections to other ghouls. He opened the file, and then flicked through the collated pieces of paper until he reached the very end. There was a document listing his status within Cochlea. Nerima guided Trevor's eyes to one line in particular, which read. Potential rehabilitation candidate. This is where you are currently. Here, and you are being considered for release under a particular article of the GCL due to your unique status. However, this release does not come without its requirements. Are you interested? Trevor stared at the words, and soaked in what Nerima was saying. The pieces clicked, his brain finally starting to work properly again due to the warm-up that was the conversation prior to this. Rehabilitation. Requirements. Did that mean they wanted to make him something like an investigator? Whatever his feelings were, he didn't have much else to go off of yet. But he did know one thing, he wanted to see the sky again. I am, Trevor told him. Nerima smiled. It was a slight thing, slow to emerge and gentle. It made him appear far less like the machine-like man he otherwise was. Good. What do you think it entails? What I think is that the CCG wants to employ me, Trevor started. If not to use me like an investigator, then something close to one. A1I is probably more likely to have sympathy for humans, and I would think my file here reflects my tendencies in that regard. Is that close? Nerima nodded once. That is the general principle of it, yes. A shift is occurring within the CCG regarding the study of ghouls, and the utilization of them. There are those more conservative who would call it empathy, but there are others who see it as the more practical and humane perspective to take. The most recent large-scale operation drove the latter side's point. Ghouls are getting stronger, and I will not always be present to defeat their owls for them, Nerima said, ending with something of a gentle huff. His version of a laugh, maybe. I am something of an anomaly. Therefore, the CCG must find ways to compensate in my potential absence. Trevor tapped his finger against the table, nodding along. It all made sense, after all. Not to mention, he realized. Aojirai tree now has Dr. Kano. They'll be using him to only make them stronger. A pause. To make more one-eyes to bolster their ranks, he added, eyes narrowing slightly. It's an arms race. That is an apt way of putting it. Naturally, should you take the CCG up on this, then this file goes away. You will be given a new name, one you can choose. The Scorpion becomes an archived case, solved as far as anyone outside of this discussion is concerned. You will have a handler as a precaution, and I will take the lead on your initial training. Due to your status, you will be medicated to control your RC levels, but not enough to cause you any physical detriment. Is this acceptable? Nerima asked. Trevor listened, and mulled it over. The answer was obvious, if he said no, it'd be back to that cell for the rest of his life, or being harvested for research. I only have one question, he said. He pointed at the file. My connections. What would be expected of me if I encountered them in the field? You will be expected to act without bias. However, you may act under Article 13 of the GCL. No more pain than necessary may be inflicted during the elimination or apprehension of ghoul kind. Apprehension is the key word for you to make note of, Nerima said, guiding Trevor along. Trevor nodded. He could work with that. Whatever happened in the moment, would happen. He'd grown used to trying to keep both sides from harm, to the confusion of almost all involved. Very well, he said. I accept your offer. Good. Keep in mind, you're expected to behave as if you are a new person. Your expertise in regards to the intricacies of ghoul kind is to be utilized, but you should put aside your connections. If anyone recognizes you, you are not the scorpion. If anyone approaches you, you are not the scorpion. You see the point? I do, Trevor said, not that he was happy about it. He knew the score. Whoever he ran into, be it Hinamai, Tuka, the twins, anyone from Antioku or Mithril Scorpion, he just had to pray that the worst could be avoided. For now, this was what he had to do if he wanted to truly be reunited with them in the future. I'm sorry, Hinamai. We'll compete for the bestseller list soon enough, okay? Nerima nodded again. Good. Then all that is left is for you to settle on a new name. Trevor's expression grew thoughtful, and then, he let out a small sort of bitter laugh. I have one in mind, he told Nerima. Though it's a bit of a bad joke, I think it fits with the situation. Nerima said nothing, watching Trevor with an expectant look. Giuliana. Something empty, and without value. What better name for a total blank slate? Then I'll write that as. There was an expectation of investigators, Giulio would come to learn very quickly. Looking the eternal professional was part of the culture, and shabbiness in general was not considered acceptable. The reasons for it were unclear, as it seemed to surpass the regular office culture of Japan. That is to say that Giulio needed a suit if he was going to be considered acceptable, and not just one bought from a store. It had to be tailored for his measurements, with backups in case of potential damage and changes in physique. He had barely been outside of Cochlea for more than 2 hours before he was brought before a rather healthy-looking elder woman who went through the process of taking in his measurements, all the while probing him with questions about his life. It was like a weird mirror to Yuta, in a way. Although it was far less odd, she didn't ask him anything out there as much as she was just trying to make conversation with him. Every now and then she'd look to Nerima and ask him questions as an old friend would. He answered, calm as ever, and asked in return. Talks of work and grandsons became the background music to Giulio's entire body being quantified for the sake of a bit of clothing. It ended, a perfectly normal transaction in the presence of Nerima. There wasn't much to be said. For the time being, Nerima allowed Giulio to borrow some of his clothes. They weren't too different in build and height, but Nerima did have a slight bit of length to him that made the trousers a touch too short. It was a navy blue get-up with a black tie that wouldn't draw any eyes, and a standard holty button-up shirt. It was all high quality but visually unimpressive. If one were to look at Giulio, he'd appear no different from any salaryman in Tokyo. How are your eyes? Nerima asked after Giulio had changed, waiting in the lounge of something he called a rest spot, although it was clearly a home of some description. Sparse, it looked as if nobody actually lived there in that moment. Furnished but with no personality to it, it wasn't a place Nerima stayed in for any length of time. Giulio would have pondered some sort of metaphor there, about how the one called death didn't really seem to have much of a life, but he was still in a bit of a daze. He felt more like he was floating about, still not quite believing he was out of that cell. That he was an investigator now, and that he was spending time with the man who had most likely kill. He shook his head, clearing his throat. Not awful, Giulio commented, adjusting his shirt. I can see fine at a distance, but when things get close. He shook his head. Gets all foggy. Complete opposite of how I was back as a human. Nerima nodded, contemplating something for a moment before disappearing up the stairs. He returned a few moments later with a small dark case in his hand. I'm nearsighted. Try these, he offered, holding out the case. All of this charity. Giulio took the case, tentatively opening it to reveal the contents. The glasses didn't have rims, and were shaped more like ovals. The frames were grey, almost silvery. He slowly took them out and played with the object in his hands. Back home, the glasses had always been a part of his look. Them and the beard, the two things that people had always associated with him. But no one in Tokyo had ever seen him in glasses since he never needed them. He was the beard guy. Giulio rubbed his bearded chin, humming to himself. He put the glasses on and looked in the mirror. Were it not for the white hair, he would have looked just like the Trevor before he came to Tokyo. I think I'm gonna shave, Giulio said almost idly, no longer rubbing his beard. Thanks for the glasses. It's nothing. I have a lot of spares, in case something breaks the frames while I'm working. It hasn't happened yet, though. Nerima said, pondering his own choice to keep so many spares. Whatever his conclusion was on the matter, he left it in his mind. You will be meeting the chairman and the bureau director tonight, to finalize the arrangement. If you want to shave, you've got some time. Okay. Would it be safe to assume that those two know everything about me? Giulio asked. The bureau director is diligent, and he'll research you. The chairman will be briefed by the bureau director. Everything they know will be no different than what is in your file. While it is a fairly comprehensive case, it likely does not contain everything. The CCG is far from omniscient, Nerima explained. Is there anything you wish to know? Yet. I'm most interested in what the CCG has on my connections to other ghouls, Giulio answered honestly. That, and, the final report of the Antioku raid. At the very least, it might bring some sense of closure when it came to Kaya and Kuma, whether they were confirmed Kia by Nerima. The Ragboy case is noted as being linked with cases Mother Moth, White Rabbit and Black Rabbit, as well as the incident in the 6th Ward, where the Neon Demon was supposedly killed, Nerima summarized with an ease. Gourmet, too. As for the report, you can read that yourself once you have your own desk. Giulio let out a breath. Ryuko, Tuka. Black Rabbit? Was that supposed to be a Yato? He hadn't seen that brat in over 8 months now, after he'd shoved him through a concrete floor. Juyo would be lying if he said the memory wasn't a sweet one. The neon demon was self-explanatory. And, naturally, Jukiyama. Less than he had been expecting. The file itself was probably more comprehensive, but he would have thought there'd be more mention of the Black Dober, the Devil Ape, and perhaps a few others. Not that he'd complain. The less they had on his friends, the better. Gotcha, Juyo replied. Guess I'll go shave and wait, then. I generally don't watch television, but there are channels on it. I find watching things on a computer to be far more efficient, Nerima offered as a means to hasten Juyo's wait. Bathroom is upstairs. Roger, Juyo said, moving to go upstairs. I'll make use of the computer then. Don't look at anything strange, Nerima instructed firmly. That gave Juyo pause. He stopped, and couldn't help but glance back and give Nerima a weird look. Strange? He echoed. You mean personal stuff? I don't have anything personal on them. But yes, strange, Nerima repeated, as if it was an intuitive instruction. Juyo blinked at him. Then it clicked. Oh. That kind of strange. It was almost amusing, hearing Nerima of all people warn him about looking up raunchy stuff. I don't do that with other people's computers. That's just rude. That's good. It was merely a precaution, as I cannot say I know you yet. It is best to set boundaries early. You'd think something like that would go without saying. Half the time, Juyo couldn't tell if Nerima was trying to set up an actual friendship, his version of one, anyway, or just be a co-worker. The acts of charity, the occasional bits of openness. Juyo didn't know. For now, he just had to keep rolling with it. What else could he do? I guess you're right, Juyo sighed. You don't need to worry about that kind of thing from me though. I've lived in an all-boys dorm back in college. I took a crash course on what is and isn't kosher when it comes to stuff like that. Excellent. That is all. Nerima was content with that, and left Juyo to his business. The investigator moved over to sit at the table of the lounge, reaching over to a pen and taking a black notebook from his jacket pocket. Juyo left at that, going for the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror again, glasses and beard. Slowly, he reached up and pressed a hand against his fuzzy cheek, as if to test if it was real. Juyo-jana. It was a name that he had made up years ago, when researching for a story. He'd always had an interest in the meaning of names, and how they could be used in storytelling. That name in particular had been a favorite of his, because of the different meanings that could define whichever character had been given it. So, when given a chance, Trevor hadn't hesitated too much when he chose that name for himself. It applied too well. He'd told Nerima it was a bad joke for a reason. Mainly, because it was a small act of rebellion against the CCG, the most he could do. After all, one way it could be interpreted as was, I am not Juyo. He liked to think it was a clever indicator to whichever of his friends that he was still Trevor, their friend, on the inside, regardless of what he did as an investigator. At the very least, Jukiyama seemed like someone who could pick up on that. He was a pretty clever guy, after all. Of course, there was the other meaning, nothing of worth, or more literally, not a prize. After all, he had failed. He'd rotted in a cell for 2 months, while people had died or went on with their lives. Everyone could be forgiven for thinking he had truly died that night, and the thought ate away at him. He didn't want to imagine the look on Hinami's face when she got the news. Or anyone's, for that matter. Juyo let out a breath, shaking his head. He stopped thinking, finding it too exhausting. Best to just keep going through the motions for now. First things first, stop being reminded of how Trevor used to look. The associations of the beard and glasses combined were too much. So, the beard went. The drive to the CCG headquarters was quiet. A radio played quietly with a classical station, Nerima's choice. It was a similar situation. Comparable to his excursions with Yumo, in a way. The difference was that Nerima drove with a sort of security, where Yumo moved as if he was trying to hide. The CCG head office was hard to miss. A skyscraper that gazed out over the first ward, acting as a sort of warning to any and all ghouls who would dare step into the first ward. Proudly carved into its front and near to the summit, the crest of the institution edged just behind it, were the letters CCG. They drove past it, and kept going for a minute until they arrived at a slope leading down to the underground parking. Nerima parked flawlessly. Nerima led Trevor to an elevator across the way, passing no small number of crisp and clean vehicles on the way. Although it was out of work hours, it seemed as if the CCG kept working, their investigations unending. The elevator took them up to the building actual, and then kept going up and up and up. It was a long ride. I would consider your responses carefully. The head of the Washiyu family is a serious man. He cares about results more so than means. Be honest, but not careless, Nerima advised as they went up, a generic sort of elevator music acting as their backdrop. Juyo nodded. He was familiar with the type, though the man he was about to meet would easily be the highest-ranking official he'd ever met in his life. Strangely enough, he didn't feel nervous or anxious about encountering the head of the Washiyu family, the ones pushing for the extermination of ghouls more than anyone else. What did he feel, anyway? I understand, he said aloud. Is there anything else I should keep in mind? The CCG, as an institution, does not want to do what it does, Nerima began after a moment. There are those who relish in the act of revenge, be it personal or on the basis of species, but that is not how the CCG itself believes it should be. That is all. That made sense. A government office had to look at things that way, particularly on paper. Hence why it's starting to let people like me join their ranks, Zhuyo hazarded, hands in his pockets. To a certain extent, yes. Before Quinqua, investigators utilized firearms and particular methods. We are reaching the point, I believe, where Quinqua will not solve every issue. A new method or tool is required to respond to changing times. The benefit of being an agency with an executive chairman is that it allows for the CCG to circumvent much of the bureaucratic swamp and adapt as it needs to. Ah, red tape, Zhuyo nodded, recalling the concept with an utter lack of fondness. I'm familiar with it, though I haven't had to deal with it for a very long time. Good to hear it'll have less of a presence than usual. For investigators there's still enough to keep you shuffling paper, do not worry, Nerima said, his voice completely neutral. Zhuyo blanched. I wasn't. He left it at that. The set of doors before Zhuyo were impressive. A wood that filled the lobby just before the chairman's office with an earthy scent, gold lining it, the dove heraldry of the organization split between the set of doors. Nerima opened the leftmost door. It was at least as tall as two of him. He made way for Zhuyo, allowing the half-ghoul to enter without him. Zhuyo took a breath, and then did so. Best to get it over with as soon as possible. The lighting in the room was moody. Spacious, it was meant to hold at least a couple of hundred people at a squeeze. The floor was reflective, white and black marble in diamond patterns, perfectly clean and without a single flaw. Directly across from the door on the other end of the room, the floor was broken up by a burgundy carpet mat, atop it a desk and high-backed chair. Behind that, a section of wall that broke up two large windows overlooking the Chiyoda Ward, the heart of Tokyo. On the wall, the emblem appeared once again, a clock beneath it. One man stood beside the desk, hands behind his back. Another sat in the chair, staring forward and directly at the foreigner. The youngest of the two, unfolding his hands from behind his back to clasp together in front of him, gave Zhuyo a slight smile as he entered. He had the shadow of facial hair kept short, and a slightly unkempt head of jaw-length hair, parted to one side of his face but nonetheless retaining a sort of casual feel to it. The eldest wore a veritable mane of aged, white hair. His beard was lengthy, the hair on his head even more so. It was neat and controlled, by no means a wild mess, indicating the old man's control over his appearance. Where the younger of the two dressed as an investigator would, suit white and his tie pink, the elder looked to be the patriarchal head of a family of samurai, his garb more traditional than his counterparts. There was a resemblance between them, hidden behind their differing expressions. Their respective auras battled each other, however. The younger of the two was immediately approachable in his posture and expression. The elder looked like he knew how to kill Zhuyo the second he walked in. Two very different kinds of people. Zhuyo felt like he was looking at someone who had stepped out of a historical film. He'd never met someone who so easily exuded the traditional samurai aura and had it feel natural. It was a bit unnerving, even after all of his experience with strange individuals. Zhuyo-jana, I believe it was? Nerima made mention of your new name. An interesting choice, the younger of the two started, taking a step forward and dipping his head to Zhuyo. Glad to make your acquaintance, Jana-san. I am Yoshitoki Washiyu, Bureau Director of the Commission of Counter Ghoul. This is Tsuneyoshi Washiyu, Chairman of the Commission of Counter Ghoul. My father too, in case that was not terribly obvious, he said amicably, gesturing to his father in time with his words. The elder did not respond, he just stared at Zhuyo, watching his response. Glad to make your acquaintance as well, Washiyu-san, Washiyu-dano, Zhuyo greeted, dipping his head to both men as he respectively referred to them. He elected to be more reactionary in this situation, uneager to test boundaries around these two particular people. Yoshitoki will do. I'm not too fussed about the formalities, personally. Do you know why you're here, Jana-san? Yoshitoki asked, his hands returning behind his back. Zhuyo put his hands behind his back, standing more at attention. To finalize the arrangement that I'll be officially joining the CCG, he answered. Correct. Naturally, there's going to be a degree of secrecy about this arrangement. It wouldn't make too many people happy if they learned that the Scorpion was poached to join the group, but there's also a lot of reason to justify why we're doing this. You were human once, correct? Yoshitoki probed, his expression gentle. Zhuyo nodded. Up until about 11 months ago, yes, he responded. And it was against your will. A slight clenching of the jaw. Yes, he answered. It certainly was. Yoshitoki looked to his father, nodding. Then I believe that creates some issue in regards to the application of the Ghoul countermeasures law, he said to both of them, turning back to Zhuyo. The law was drafted with ghouls in mind, not half-ghouls. There's an evident, even greater ethical issue present. Where the CGL tries to protect the dignity of a ghoul in the execution of its articles, to apply them to someone who was human and was then turned into something akin to a ghoul would require a whole new law unto itself, addressing those concerns and likely adding more steps in the execution of our duty. Jana-san, from your perspective, would you say that feels true? That we would not be able to tar you with the same brush, as it were. The bureau director was clearly building to something. Zhuyo was inclined to let him do that. From what you've described, I would say so, yes, Zhuyo agreed with a nod. And what do you believe is the solution to this? We do not apply the CGL, simply put. We treat you as a human, Yoshitoki said. If you were turned into what you are, then there is no reason to assume the process cannot be reversed. We lack the means currently, but this is one of the reasons we are here now, talking. We want your help to find the bridge between human. He raised one hand. And Ghoul. He brought the hands together into a flat surface. Dr. Kano's work is reprehensible, but that does not mean you are. With you as a basis, we can find that bridge. Zhuyo took in the man's words. To be turned back into a human. Yes, that was something he'd wanted dearly. Half the reason he'd wanted to find Kano was to demand a way to change him back. By now, he'd somewhat given up on the prospect. As for the talk of building a bridge between humans and ghouls, he was reminded of what Ito had told him, about the true intentions of the One-Eyed King. It was something Zhuyo genuinely wanted, but trusting that it was what others wanted, especially those with a great deal of power invested in the status quo, did not come easily. There was a chance he could do more work toward that goal in a more official capacity, but at the moment it was all words. Zhuyo was entirely at the mercy of the Washiyu. I see, Zhuyo said slowly. So to find this bridge, and bring us closer to resolving things, what do I have to do? We want you to work closely with the research division of the CCG. Knowledge on ghouls is kept at something of a premium by us precisely because of individuals like Kano. The less that is known by the wider populace, the better. But even we don't know every secret, not as much as Kano managed to figure out through his own efforts, but we still have many talented minds, Yoshitoki asserted with a nod. This won't entail anything inhumane or overly painful, but working backwards through the process that made you a half-ghoul may be key to resolving the issue before us. Additionally, Tsunyoshi finally spoke. You are to serve alongside the ghoul investigators. Kishao Irima has given you a recommendation, after your initial encounter. Kishao Irima was recommended by myself, years ago. I trust his judgment. Yes, that too. You will begin as a rank 3 investigator. It's something of a special rank, one not attained by those who go through the proper training. Rank 2 is the starting rank, while rank 3 is reserved for those inducted through particular circumstances. Zhuyo had expected as much on all counts. He was prime research material, as evidenced by a particular nuance of his friendship with Kimi. The CCG would be foolish to dismiss the opportunity of his unique circumstances. And he'd already known he'd end up an investigator, though starting to learn the details was interesting in its own right. I understand, Zhuyo replied. As for the basis of treating me as a human, what am I supposed to be publicly known as, or among my future colleagues? Your history, as it was, is still applicable. A human who was forcibly operated on and turned into a half-ghoul. There's no point in trying to hide your nature, it would come out eventually, Yoshitoki said. He then gestured to Zhuyo. Unless you take issue with that. It will come with some looks, but so long as you carry the approval of my father and Kishao Irima, none would move against you in our number. Zhuyo shook his head. No, I have no problem with that. I prefer it, actually. Makes things less complicated. That was my thinking too. If I may speak bluntly, all we really want to do is cover up your prior activities rather than what you are. If it was realistic, we would not even do that, but given your involvement with the White Rabbit case and the incident in Kano's lab, and your encounter with Kotaru Amon. Yoshitoki trailed off, allowing Zhuyo to put it together in his head. Kuromedo was a strange man, one of the few taken with revenge, but there were those who were fond of him as a colleague and friend, myself included. Kotaru Amon was a promising young investigator who few could fault, and his peers looked up to him. You see the problem there. Zhuyo was not particularly happy with his involvement in either case, though Amon more so than Medo. Yet again, he hoped the man was still alive, somewhere. I do, Zhuyo answered, his displeasure clear in his voice. It would be for the best if the Scorpion case became a closed one. Yoshitoki nodded in agreement. Precisely. Now, we seem to be on the same page. Are there any questions you have for us, Jana-san? Zhuyo thought it over. Eventually, one question did occur to him. Are there already, or will there be, others like me? He asked. Ghouls working for the CCG under similar circumstances. It's something that we're considering, he answered without hesitation, looking as if he was considering the point, glancing away from Zhuyo and up to the ceiling momentarily. In purely practical terms, I would see ideal hybrids inducted into our number. Those with Kakuhao, who are still human, Tsunyoshi said. No need for human flesh. Living quinqua. Living weapons. Being able to stay human would be ideal, yes, Zhuyo agreed on that point. But that's why I'm joining, right? To help that make that possible. Correct. I am sure that Kishao Irima would have hypothesized about a potential increase in your kind, aligned with malicious actors, Tsunyoshi pointed out. He had not moved for the entire encounter, a still pond of a man. While resolving the gap between human and ghoul carries evident social benefits, it would similarly benefit the ability for humanity to defend itself from those who would be called predators. All in all, it's a step forward that needs to be taken, Zhuyo said with a nod. One that I am very interested in playing a part of. I don't have any further questions for now. Very good, Jana-san. For now, Irima-san has agreed to let you stay at his residence for a few days, at least until we can find an appropriate apartment within the first ward. We will also assign you your handler and secondary trainer. Once Kishao Irima is content with your initial progress, they will take over so he can return to his assignments and cases. Food shall be provided to you by the CCG. I would not expect anything tasteful in that regard. Is that acceptable? Yoshitoki asked, smiling warmly. Considering that Zhuyo had tended to eat more ghouls than humans as time went on, the issue of taste was non-existent. Ghouls tasted like rotten fish, but it was preferred to the alternative. More than acceptable, and understandable, Zhuyo answered. Thank you. Then I believe that merely leaves the matter of your assignments as an investigator. While you will be trained by Nerima-san, ideally we would place you within his Zero Squad for some time. It is a rare opportunity, but it is challenging. An ideal trial by fire, taking part in the Whack-A-Mole assignment. It would also place you under my supervision, Yoshitoki informed him, inclining his head. Trial by fire. Zhuyo had to wonder just how much Yoshitoki actually knew about what he'd gone through up until this point. While he wasn't so haughty as to assume that absolutely nothing could be worse than what already happened, Zhuyo knew that his threshold of pain, for lack of a better term, was incredibly skewed and warped. Very well, Zhuyo said. Even if it will be challenging, I can accept that. I'm no stranger to trials at this point. Yoshitoki bowed, maintaining his eye contact with Zhuyo as was customary in office pleasantries. Then welcome, Zhuyo-jana, to the commission of Counter Ghoul. Your service will be invaluable. Zhuyo mirrored the bureau director in his bow. Thank you for the opportunity, sir. I look forward to working with you. The weapon left Zhuyo's hands, whacked out by a rod of solid metal. The Tsunagi Quinqua fell away to the side and landed on the floor, hitting the carpet with a dull sound. Better, Nerima said, drawing the metal rod back. We'll need to work on your timings. He had cleared the furniture in the living room to make a sort of training arena. It was still small by both their standards, but they didn't need a large space to learn the basics. You have a talent for learning. Did you practice martial arts when you were a human? He asked, leaning on the metal rod which he somehow used better than Zhuyo had an actual sword. This had been the new routine, for the last few days. After meeting the Washu men, Zhuyo had spent pretty much all of his time in Nerima's apartment. He had the days to himself, spent almost entirely alone as Nerima worked outside. Zhuyo was told that, if he did leave, he wasn't to wander far, which he had figured. Short leash for now. When Nerima came back, they had dinner and then training began. Naturally, Nerima trounced Zhuyo at any given moment. It was almost like a reprise of his early days training with Yumo. I did, yeah, Zhuyo answered, walking over to grab the new weapon he'd been given. Taekwondo, got black belt at age 13, I think. Learned how to use nunchucks well enough, and had some kendo shina training as well. He did some experimental vertical swings, old forms he hadn't used in many years. Something like that, though I dropped off before I could learn more. I see. That's a decent base to work from. Where would you say your speciality was? Nerima asked, leaning the rod against a chair and then walking over to the kitchen area. He got the coffee going, and went with a simple orange juice for himself. Weapon-wise, the nunchucks, if only because I used them so much, though I never really sparred with them, I just knew how to use them well, Zhuyo began, brows knitting as he thought back to days long gone by even before he came to Tokyo. Otherwise, I was notorious for kicks in the dahang. My old master even called me kangaroo more than my actual name, come to think of it, he recalled. That's a good name. I would usually recommend avoiding the unique kicks of Taekwondo, but given your own circumstances it may be worth incorporating some of the movements into how you combat ghouls. As for nunchucks, I believe that would be a most unusual quinqua to create, but... Nerima paused, tilting his head and leaning back against the kitchen counter. It is possible, I think. I see no reason to reinvent the wheel, as it were. You have a base. We will go forward with that in mind. Zhuyo nodded, looking over the tsunagi in his hands. A straighter katana with no crossguard, was the best way to describe it in his mind, though he was far from an expert when it came to swords. I'll be honest, the idea of using a weapon that's not literally a part of my body has become a strange one, Zhuyo told him, lowering the weapon again. My Kagun are so versatile, and I've enjoyed total freedom to do whatever I wanted with the rest of my body, that adding more equipment felt like cluttering what I already had. It would have been, yes. There will be an expectation of you to use a quinqua now, and given your new diet your Kagun will not have the same strength it had before. The food from Cochlea is designed to provide minimal sustenance, enough to keep one fed but not enough to break even. You can still utilize it although I do not recommend it if you are working with other investigators but you will need to be wiser with it, Nerima explained clinically, taking a mug of coffee over to Zhuyo. You need not worry. I will drill the imperfection of your form out of you. Zhuyo blanched, a sense of dread overcoming him. He was already displeased, to put it lightly, that he'd be mostly deprived of his Kagun, weapons that he truly enjoyed making full use of. It felt like he was being gimped, which was undoubtedly the case. If he were allowed better food, that gave the Kakuja more opportunities to come out. He had no idea if the strange understanding he'd had with the Yamurai in his head had been a threshold of sorts for the Kakuja, and he likely wouldn't know until it actually happened. Frustrating, to put it mildly. He'd accepted the monstrous part of himself, and wanted control. Gucci, Zhuyo drawled, taking the mug of coffee from Nerima. Time for a training from hell from death itself, apparently. You sound displeased, Nerima observed with an innocent blink. More like. Zhuyo had to think over how to phrase it correctly. I've had a lot of training at this point from some brutal teachers. I'm not complaining, mind. I've just developed, expectations from training these days. Especially considering it's coming from you, the man that no ghoul has ever defeated. I do not believe in the effectiveness of brutal education, Nerima said, his neutral tone carrying a hint of surprise. Not in the sense I believe you are talking about. Pain is valuable as an experience, and it is for that reason I do not rely on it. Especially in regards to yourself, you've likely faced it and overcome it many times. You are numb to it, I can tell. There's no point in utilizing it, he explained. The body follows the mind in all its subtle qualities. I want to teach you how to view the world of battle in the way an investigator should, taking into account the most precise details to come to an effective conclusion. I do not wish to teach you how to murder. The world is an effective enough mentor in that regard. Zhuyo didn't respond right away, suddenly keenly aware of his fingers, his toes, every part of his body that had been ripped and torn, and used to kill. That it is, Zhuyo agreed quietly. When he'd mentioned how Nerima had bested every ghoul he came across, he found himself unable to shake the thoughts he had tried to bury deep, perhaps because he was too scared to learn the truth. But he couldn't hold back, now that murder was mentioned. He took a deep breath. Before we keep going, Nerima. I need to know. Did you kill Black Dober and Devil Ape? It is hard to say. That was the issue with their respective gangs, if I recall correctly. Their uniformity made it difficult to tell which ghoul was which, aside from their Kagun, and there were enough of them that Kagun type was not a distinct enough difference, Nerima answered honestly. It is a maybe. There is an investigator who likely knows the fate of the Black Dober, due to his own vested interest, but all I can tell you is that the operation was a success. It figured that Nerima had picked upon who Zhuyo was the most concerned about. After all, it was a woman's name that he had cried out upon seeing that grisly, horrible sight. Zhuyo's lips pressed into a thin line, and let out a sharp exhale. Then perhaps I'll ask that investigator at some point, Zhuyo replied matter-of-factly, already figuring it was that Hachi that Nerima had mentioned and filled his back with spikes. He wasn't sure what good that would do, save for peace of mind, since it wasn't like he'd be allowed to go to Nerima, or act how he wanted if he saw her as of yet. Nerima nodded, content to leave it at that. I've decided who will be your handler and trainer, once we are done with the basics. Her name is Akira. She is fairly young, but she is a very talented investigator who attained rank 1 not too long after her initial assignment to investigations. I believe she will help greatly in developing the investigation mindset required in this job. Sounds good. I'll look forward to working with her then, Zhuyo answered. When do you think I'll be ready? At your current pace? 3 weeks, maximum. 2 weeks ideally. I would not have you assigned to a case at that point, but I would have you shadow Akira as she goes about her work before you join Squad 0 in our Whack-A-Mole assignment. That was the second time Zhuyo had heard that name, but he'd felt it would be inappropriate to ask while speaking with the bureau director. Now, not so much. Whack-A-Mole, Zhuyo echoed. Interesting name. Can I know the details of that yet? It is the nickname given to the semi-routine deep patrols of the unofficial 24th Ward. Due to the nature of the work, it feels as if you are playing the game Whack-A-Mole. I have not played it. It sounds silly, Nerima said with his usual blandness. Silly, yeah, but a pretty good test of your reaction skills, Zhuyo offered. Only played it as a kid, but I imagine you'd ace it. The thought of venturing into the 24th Ward brought Ryuko to mind, as it usually did, and also Kurona and Nashiro. Hopefully they were all doing okay, and keeping far away from Nerima and his Zero Squad. My reactions are somewhat decent, yes. I am still a student, however, Nerima said seriously. He was in fact suggesting that he could still get better. The 24th Ward is a mixed bag. On some days, there is nothing at all. On others you may encounter the very worst of ghoul-kind pure chthonic cannibals who cower at natural light. In a sense, it is a good way to hone one's instincts as an investigator. Of course you require the skill of criminal investigations and then some, but there is an additional danger to it. The ability to react to that danger is key. It defines us. Zhuyo nodded, taking in Nerima's advice. I've only barely traveled through the uppermost parts of the 24th Ward, but I've heard plenty of horror stories about the depths. I won't take it lightly. He wasn't afraid, but he wasn't dismissive of the danger, either. Few things genuinely scared Zhuyo these days. Excellent. The prospect of what is there does not concern you, that is ideal. They are ghouls, at the end of the day. That is what many forget, they place the creatures of the 24th Ward as above them, but the truth is they are no different from any other. The same struggles, just a different environment, Nerima mused, moving back over to the metal rod and throwing back his orange juice. He reached down to pick up the rod. Anyway. As I was saying before. We need to work on your timings. Your final parry was 0.4 seconds slow. That will not do. Right, Zhuyo slowly replied, going back into the starting stance he'd been instructed on previously. God, did he suck at math, and mental math was even worse. Easily the worst part of the entire experience. And take what stance feels familiar to you, Nerima instructed. Zhuyo paused, and then changed his stance. Right foot forward, while the left stayed toward his base, pointing diagonally to the left. He held the blade in both hands directly in front of him, the hilt near his stomach and the tip almost level with his eyes. The old Kendo Shina stance that his Taekwondo master had taught him over 10 years ago. It was the closest thing to familiar he had. The slightest hint of a smile crossed Nerima's face. 2 weeks ideally, Nerima had said. It was as if mentioning that he had decided that he would make it 2 weeks and not a day more. He was home more often, and more time was put towards showing Zhuyo how to use his tsunagi correctly, without the concern of possibly hurting himself or those around him. Day in, day out, Nerima was trying to make Zhuyo into a qualified practitioner in record time, and it was working. It was the difference between going to a martial arts club twice a week for an hour each, and spending the majority of each day living that martial art. The rate of improvement was notable. In the talks Juyo and Nerima had over the 2 weeks, the special class investigator informed Juyo that he should not grow overly attached to mastery of the tsunagi. While there were those who liked the more standard form of weaponry it offered, Quinqua were rarely so simple in their shapes and forms. He even cited Mado as an example, a jack of all trades who could pick up any sort of weapon and perform admirably due to his vast collection of Quinqua. Any Quinqua that Juyo could claim for himself from any of his cases would likely be superior to the tsunagi in its function and power, as the tsunagi itself was a mass-produced Quinqua, one of the few types that could be built not from the body of a ghoul itself but through infusing metal with RC cells to replicate a Quinqua. It was a step down from a standard Quinqua, but it served a similar function against enough foes that it was worth the investment. Eventually, Juyo suit's plural arrived. It was up to his request on the color and look, and so he took full advantage of suddenly having the means to do so. His first and favorite choice was navy blue, the same make of the single-fitted suit he had back in America. It was the suit he had bought in anticipation of his cousin's wedding, and now probably would miss entirely. The sobering thought aside, the others he requested were more standard, black, white, and a charcoal gray. Nothing too flashy or attention-grabbing, and could fit different situations depending on what was going on. Enough to cycle through. It was Nerima who brought up Juyo's hair, looking contemplative as he did. Maybe hair dye, he offered. Juyo pondered it, and then decided against it. As far as hair went, it was only mildly strange, and if he were honest with himself, that was a bit much of extra work on top of the near-constant shaving he had to do to keep his beard in check. Nerima had white hair as well, so it wasn't like it was without precedent. All suited up, glasses on and his tsunagi in its metal suitcase, Juyo was ready to begin his first day job shadowing an investigator. On the drive to the main office, Nerima offered reassuring statements, like a parent dropping their child off for their first day of college or a sibling trying to get the jitters out of their brother. Thanks, Juyo managed, unsure how to feel about that. It was like he was in the car with his mom again. But, I think I'll be Gucci for day one. New things can be scary, Nerima said in response. I am just making sure. Juyo took a long, deep breath. Has anyone ever told you that you'd probably make a good dad? He found himself asking, mostly rhetorically. It is not something that has ever come up. Nor do I plan on having children, he answered nonetheless. The car came to a street away from the CCG main office, the sidewalks bustling with activity. From their parked spot, Juyo could see staff arriving for the morning and some leaving from a long night of work. It was a 24-hour operation. Akira should be in the lobby. I did say 8:30, and she is good at following precise instructions. All right. Time to meet my new coworker. Despite his earlier words, Juyo did feel a small sort of nervous energy about him. Not just from a new job, but more so because he hadn't really spoken to anyone outside of Nerima in months. The Washiyu patriarch and his son didn't really count, but now he was about to be thrust among new people on the opposite side, as he had to view it in the past. It made him just want to see his ghoul friends all the more, if he were honest. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and moved to open the door. I'll see you around, then. Indeed. I've arranged for Akira to show you to your own apartment, as well. That should be at the end of the day. Nerima looked over at Juyo. We will be seeing each other less until you are ready to join the Zero Squad, however I will be available should support be required. Do not be afraid to ask. Juyo nodded. I won't be, he promised. Until then. Have a good day, Nerima said, offering Juyo a slight smile. You too, man. At that, he laughed. Marble was certainly something the CCG liked to decorate their offices with, if the chairman's office in the lobby was anything to go by. There was a pristine look about the entire place, with pillars intermittently. Black leather chairs were off to a section on the right for guests and investigators alike to use, and on the left were the receptionists behind a long desk. On the other end of the lobby was a glass door and an apparent metal detector of some sort, as well as a card reader attached to rotating glass doors. The doors beeped as staff members entered and left, keeping track of the number of people inside at any one time. A few glances were directed at Juyo as he entered, but it was nothing lasting or malicious, more curiosity than anything else. While some guests were evident, not as well dressed as the bureau and ghoul investigators of the CCG, there was still a sort of comfortably professional air about the place. Modern and cutting edge, combined with a traditional adherence to professional standards. Everyone there was reading from the same book, working towards the same end without business requirements driving them. It was duty. For so long, this had been essentially deep in enemy territory, where a ghoul had not even a flicker of hope of entering without being slaughtered. During his first year in Tokyo, Juyo hadn't dreamed of a chance like this. He'd been given more chances than most ghouls, in fact, meeting who he did and learning from Nerima. While he wouldn't say he was driven by the same exact duty as the CCG, he did have his own goals that hadn't changed much since the beginning. Learn everything he could about ghouls to make the situation better, and put down monsters. Similar to the CCG, minus the whole genocide aspect. It was safe to say he didn't really buy Washiyu's idealistic speech to him. More importantly, the job of an investigator gave him opportunities that being a hunted ghoul couldn't. He could gain that knowledge he and Kimi so desperately craved. For now, he just had to play his part and bide his time. He'd return to his friends eventually, when the time was right. Until then, find Akira. Excuse me, Juyo said to the receptionist. You wouldn't happen to know where Akira-san is, would you? I'm supposed to meet her here. The receptionist, a middle-aged kindly-looking woman with a certain sharpness to her eyes nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing over to the seats. She is currently waiting. Blonde hair, she advised Juyo with a smile, dipping her body somewhat in a half bow. Thank you, ma'am, Juyo replied, dipping his head in gratitude. Have a nice day. There was a canniness in the eyes of everyone there, from investigator to seemingly simple staff member. Not a single person appeared dull or unaware of their surroundings, clearly sharp to varying degrees. The CCG did not hire dopey people. That was one of the most stark differences to a standard office environment, especially for Juyo who had some experience in that regard. And so, he approached the blonde woman he'd been directed to. She clocked onto Juyo the moment he began approaching. Her hair, almost platinum in how blonde it was, framed her head with a singular braid running along the sides and back. She was certainly young, not older than Juyo if he had to guess, but she had an air of self-assuredness about her. She wore a deep blue almost purple suit with a mid-thigh length skirt to match and black tights beneath, a crimson shirt popping against the darkness of her suit. She stood with her hands behind her back, waiting for Juyo to get closer before speaking, her voice sounding like it belonged to a singer. Juyo-jana, is it? She asked with a smirk. That it is, Juyo answered, not expecting the smirk. Nice to meet you, Akira-san. You too, Jana-san. I believe this will be your first time in the main office, yes? She asked, looking up at Juyo. Yup, Juyo said, looking around before settling his gaze back on Akira. Awfully big, he found himself commenting. Would it be safe to assume I'll be getting a tour at some point? I would be an awful senior if I were to leave you completely ignorant, Jana-san. Before we get started, I'll give you a tour of the facilities and introduce you to a few teams, she said, inclining her head somewhat. It is a big site, but that's to be expected. Government administration on top of being a hub for investigations, it bloats the place out. It makes you glad for when you get assigned to a ward office. Makes sense. I've always been a bit weary of big buildings like this, but I'll make do, Juyo said. Was there anything you wanted to discuss before we got going? Not much at all. We'll inevitably become familiar with each other over the course of the coming days. I've never been one for small talk, but it does seem to naturally occur in these kinds of setups, she said with a gentle laugh, smiling more genuinely. I was in a similar situation to you, not too long ago. New to the CCG and placed under a rank 1 investigator. I was probably a far worse subordinate than you'll ever be, mind you. Anyway, on with the tour. We'll stop by the Division I Commander's office and get you acquainted with my boss. Funny how things tend to repeat like that, Juyo offered with some small amusement. It was an observation he'd been making himself of late, finding it hard not to compare Yumo and Nerima at times. Then lead the way, Akira-san. I'll be in your care. Let us go, then. She led Juyo through the revolving doors with a guest pass until he could acquire his own card. When she went through them herself, she placed her card on the reader in a way that her full name could be seen, if only briefly. Akira Mato. It absolutely figured that day one of the job would involve a run-in with someone whose life had been drastically, negatively affected by his actions. Juyo had only seen Mato twice, while saving Ryuko, and in a state that could best be described as red paste. While he hadn't been the one to kill her father, he most certainly was complicit. An unpleasant shade cast on their working relationship, one that she was mercifully unaware of. It really was for the best that barely a handful of people at the CCG knew who he really was. Akira Mato was nothing if not succinct and eloquent. Her tour consisted of Juyo knowing everything he needed to know about a particular location and nothing more. No dawdling, no discussion, just a brief injection of information before quickly moving on. Haoji-san is based out of the 5th Ward as the director of the local branch, but he also leads the abroad and foreign influences specialist teams here in the HQ. You won't see him too often, outside of when a meeting is called. A very busy man, she explained as they passed a section of the open plan office on the 2nd floor. It was quieter than the others, less desks and with a handful of people quietly focused on their work. Much like the fraud team, they're largely uninvolved with the day-to-day investigations. They're more of an instrument. We go to them if we suspect there's an international connection, and they assist us in that particular case. Different authorizations means they get to ask certain questions we don't have the permission to put forward. She walked at a pace just below brisk, moving effortlessly despite the heels. They eventually came to a wooden door with a window beside it, blinds covering them. The door had a plaque which read Kyoko Ora, Division I Commander. And this is Commander Ora's office. She handles the larger picture of our investigations, allocating cases and reviewing activities largely managerial. She is, however, a special class investigator. When you are at the stage where case closure becomes a possibility, you will review the case with her, and she will advise you on any additional steps that need to be made. Even Nerima-san has to go through it. Any questions? She asked, gesturing to Juyo with an open palm. Juyo hummed, then shook his head. None at the moment, thank you. There was so much information, so many names, that he was just doing his best to memorize it all. He was terrible at remembering names, especially when it was more a blur of data like this. Excellent. I believe she is in the middle of a call, so the introduction will have to wait. With that, she began to head back in the other direction. My desk is on the 1st floor. Does that mean ground floor to Americans? We call it both, but yet, Juyo answered. Took some getting used to, hearing people call our 2nd floor the 1st floor. One of those weird little cultural differences you'd never think about until you encountered it. She hummed in acknowledgement. And, forgive me for prying, do you have Japanese in your family? Given your family name, I would say yes. But you are evidently an American in all other respects. All male lineage, maybe? She asked, mostly to herself. Remember, you're not Trevor anymore. Yet. Side effect of the tossed salad of different groups that is America, Zhuyo answered, believing it to be true as he said it. Got me some confused looks back home, and, still does, come to think of it. He shrugged. I'm used to it. Akira chuckled. I suppose it is hard to say what is and is not American. Quite the unfortunate series of events for you to be on the other end of, too. Unfortunate and unusual. Given that you are the first of your kind, as well as in a foreign land, it must be lonely. Yet, it is, Zhuyo admitted, and that indeed was genuine. For now, it wasn't a topic he wished to pursue too deeply with her, as that way led to things best left unspoken. Now that you mention it, I'm actually curious. I was told to expect looks, as it were, being what I am. But I don't get that impression from you, Mado-san. It's appreciated. She took a moment before responding, walking towards their next destination with a sort of natural confidence. As they reached the stairs, she spoke. Something of a reoccurring theme among investigators is the fact that many of us were once victims. Although its manifestation is unique, you are among a similar sort nonetheless, Akira said, her hand gently placed upon the railing as she moved down the staircase. Maybe, once upon a time, I would not have been so open. But we all grow up in the end. At that, Zhuyo could only nod. That we do, he agreed. The thought does give me some hope. Ideally, I'd like others that were made like me be able to find a place like this that could accept them. They need support. Naturally, his thoughts went again to Kurona and Nashiro. Ideally, she said, moving on. Anyway, before we get started with work, it'd be best if you tell me how you learn. Are you an observer? A doer. Akira opened the door to the first floor, holding it open for Zhuyo. A doer, he answered as he stepped forward. Akira nodded, following him inside. She then took the lead, moving across the outskirts of the office. The sound of printers and phone calls. Then we'll get started right away. Mind you, most of the work is not as the movies and television shows like to portray. What you'll be doing is largely admin-based. You are competent with a computer. Been a long while since I had to use one, but... Yeah, I am, he answered, confident in his old nerd habits coming back into play. Good. And how would you rate your organizational skills? She asked as they approached a patch of low cubicles enough for privacy if one wanted it, but they could easily peek over and talk to others if needs be. It was almost nostalgic. Decent. Did plenty of office work back in America, Zhuyo told her as they continued. Then you'll fit right in. As much as I would like to tell you that we do plenty of outside work, that is just not true, not compared to the amount of time you'll spend in the office. Akira tapped on one of the dividers, drawing the attention of the people present. It was like meerkats standing up, a collection of curious faces peeking to spot what the ruckus was about. No familiar faces, and each of them seemed a bit more on the scholarly end of things. Everyone, this is Zhuyo Jana. He's the new rank 3 investigator, under recommendation of Nerima-san. He'll be finding his legs with us, she declared. A round of greetings went about. No names were given, but everyone regarded him with an optimistic sort of energy. It was sort of the opposite to Akira, who had a cynical amusement about her. Maybe they balanced her out, in that regard. She moved over to her desk, and gestured for Zhuyo to take up a vacant chair. They're rank 3, same as yourself, but they're bureau investigators. Aides for the most part. Zhuyo bobbed his head. Gotcha. So bureau investigators don't typically do field work? He hazarded, taking the offered seat. Typically no, she shook her head, moving to take her seat. She spun it around to face Zhuyo, one leg crossed over the other. In instances where quantity is more important than quality, they'll be utilized as a sort of infantry. Given that a degree of martial prowess is expected from anyone who graduates from training center, they're good enough to fill that role when required. Graduates from the academy, however, are noted as having a superior education to those who enter through the training center. The academy starts young, and builds a young person into an investigator. She spun back around to face her PC, switching it on. But mostly they'll just be doing paperwork for you, keeping an eye on emails and the likes. Even as a rank 2 investigator you'll have a bureau investigator assigned to help with your caseload. They're invaluable, truly. He nodded along, taking the information in. Starting people young, he remembered a distant conversation, or perhaps it was more an early thought on his part, regarding how the CCG recruited people. It would be incredibly easy to find children orphaned by ghouls, and even easier to mold them into prime weapons with no qualms fighting said ghouls. A problem that fed itself, really. That one boy he'd seen before, Suzuya, came to mind, even if Zhuyo didn't know his exact circumstances. The kid had been really young, and weirdly strong. Zhuyo wondered if he'd run into him here at some point. Either way, he mentally moved along. I don't doubt that, he told Akira. Paperwork is a formidable obstacle at the best of times. We're fairly lucky in that there is an air of urgency about our work, which has given us the legislative backing to hurry things along, if a case is in an important stage. There are people out there who would call it a breach of privacy laws, but they're woefully uneducated on the matter of their rights. It is a provisional privacy, you see, she explained, her computer taking a moment to boot up. She opened up a folder listed as electronic evidence, navigated a sea of folders with different names, and then landed on her own. Several folders were contained within, each with odd and unique names: Marlboro, Onion Head, Tiger Man, Blood Curdle, each with a date next to them, fairly recent ones too. None he recognized, which he was silently thankful for. Now, I've asked for a new case specifically for today. We'll work on the opening stages of a case, and then over the course of the next couple of weeks we'll build on it. Naturally there's not enough work to keep you occupied for an entire day with just one case, but we'll find other things for you to do. She opened the folder named Sword, and created a new Word document. She then turned to Jiyo again. What do you think we do first? Jiyo blinked. Right, he said he was a doer. Fill in basic information that we have, such as name, estimated height, weight, other details. He guessed. Correct. What else? Easiest to do appearance first, I figure, so. He mused on it, pulling up old habits. Mask, Kagun type, amount of reports and appearances, known spotting locations, potential connections. Things to start creating a trail and patterns we can identify. Akira nodded. She turned back around briefly, naming the document opening minute Sword before opening up a new program, an agency-specific service that looked a bit complex. It was evidently related to investigations, but there were a lot of tabs. She navigated her way to the page for Sword, went down to something listed as an activity called Referral. She clicked on it, and that opened up a new page. This is what we have to work off of. The referral contains everything that the case preparation team have managed to gather, from appearance to sightings. While it may seem like double handling that we then write this down ourselves, it's best if we record everything we view in some form or another. The opening minute is there to give us an idea of what we're looking at, and to help any interested investigators get a grasp for the case. She rolled out of the way of Jiyo. Give it a read, and give it a shot. Despite himself, Jiyo was now looking on with more interest. He wasn't entirely sure what specific part of him it appealed to. He enjoyed discovering plots and putting them together, as well as learning everything he could about fascinating creatures, but the prospect was tickling something in him. He'd always had an inquisitive mind, which was why he'd always end up spending so much time with Idari, and why he got to know Jukiyama in the first place. So perhaps it was a more natural fit than he would have first thought. He slid into position, and went to work. Sword, a cautious sort of ghoul with only 2 sightings in 1 year. Given the state of the remains, it's unclear if they're a malicious killer or a needy killer. Height uncertain, within the middle 5-foot range possibly. Slim build. Mask shape uncertain, but it has a reflective surface and appeared sharp. Along with the potential Kaukaku type Kagun, this resulted in the designation Sword. Active in Katsushika, the 22nd ward, although there are suspected connections to the 13th ward due to a similar referral coming from there. The first referral was anonymous, but the second has a name attached to it, a citizen's report. So, that's our first check. What we know right now isn't much, but it's enough to start. A citizen's report means that we can, if needs be, question them further. The connection to the 13th ward means that we can stop by the branch office and see if they've heard of a similar ghoul. As for Katsushika, Akira smiled knowingly, her brow quirked. The detention center is a good place to start, even if the report was anonymous. There's no small amount of surveillance in the area. I can imagine, Jiyo mused, tapping a finger against the desk. Do we act on the information we've received today, or is there something else we do first? There's some risk assessment we have to do. It's not difficult. For example, given what you've read, would you say there's any risk to your health or the health of the citizenry by pursuing these avenues of inquiry? She asked, leaning over Jiyo to tidy some things up with his opening minute without asking. It was just formatting changes. Jiyo pushed back to give her space. To my health? I'd say no, he started, rubbing his bare chin, though there was already a considerable stubble. Damn thing was hard to maintain. As for the citizenry, the last report was 2 months ago when I was put in prison. And that was the second time in a year. They seem like the reserve type. Unless there's something I'm missing, I don't think they'll be out hunting again so soon, so I'd say there's minimal risk for the citizenry at the moment. Akira nodded, brushing a strand of blonde hair away from her calm face. Good. Now make note of that in the opening minute, and write out an initial plan of action based on your first checks. He did so, writing down what he just said, and then mapping out a plan until new information was acquired. First report was 8 months prior, the second was 2, so the rough assumption was that Sword wouldn't show up again until about 4 months would pass. The barest semblance of a pattern, but it was what he had. Not urgent, he decided, but there certainly was a deadline, one that could be adjusted if need be. With that in mind, he picked rough dates to speak with the branch offices of the 22nd and 13th wards, as well as a note to review the reports provided both anonymously and not. All of the dates were on the closer end, not pushed back until the deadline. That way it'd allow for a quicker reaction time if something changed, and prevented a potential backlog. Akira studied what Jiyo wrote as he went, making no sign of approval. You may want to add in a phone call to the forensics team. They can tell you more about the scenes. Good point, thanks, Jiyo replied, already typing away. Anything else you think I'm missing? Nothing that isn't best pursued after this, she said, gesturing to Jiyo's plan. And I believe that takes us up to lunchtime. Time has flown by, but all Jiyo had done was fill out 2 pages of a Word document. He blinked, then checked the time. Oh. Wow. I can't believe I'd forgotten how time works in these situations, he couldn't help but comment. It won't last too long. Eventually you'll get to the point where the day drags, same as the rest of us. She reached out to open a drawer, taking out a black notepad and sliding it over to Giulio. Take note of when you go on lunch and when you get back. When the day's over, note the time you leave the office. Note the time you come in the next day. Roger that, Giulio replied, taking the notepad and doing as instructed. A thought occurred to him. So, how does lunch work for me, exactly? I don't know, she said honestly, looking unfazed by it too. I do not believe the cafeteria has anything of that sort. They've told me very little, despite being your supposed handler. If I were to apply my investigative skills to the matter though, I would assume that your new residence would be somewhat stocked, given your unique circumstances. It's either that, or... Akira paused, pondering. She then shook her head. No, that's silly. It might be best if we walk to your new residence. I can pick up something from a shop. Giulio thought to ask what the silly thought was, but figured it would be wise not to have her elaborate in the middle of the office. Tabled for the moment. Sounds Gucci to me, he replied, getting up from his seat. If that's all, we can get going. Akira nodded, rising from her chair. Took her jacket from the back of the chair, a blatant violation of health and safety codes, and threw it on. I suppose we can take that opportunity to talk some more, too. I believe my old superior would have some words for me, if I failed to make you feel welcome. All right, Giulio said as they moved along. Who was your old superior, if you don't mind me asking? Kotaru Aman. He's currently missing in action, before you ask any more. It's the polite way of saying that he's dead and the body couldn't be found because of obvious reasons, she said with an ease that did not belong to someone who had recently lost a colleague. A majority of the cases I'm working on currently are left over from his caseload, so a lot of it has been done already. Giulio kept walking, kept on his polite face. But inwardly, he was, charitably described as less than pleased. Nerima, did you know all this when you assigned me and Akira together? What the fuck? Are you trying to make this more painful than it has to be? Akira was clearly a professional, strong woman, with a good head on her shoulders. Certainly not someone to pity. All the same, Giulio wondered if the universe was deliberately being cruel to her, having her unknowingly paired with the scorpion. I see, Giulio eventually said. There was clearly no room for emotions for a multitude of reasons, but he wanted to at least offer something. I am sorry for your loss, he told her, and he did mean it. It's appreciated. Work hard, help me to close the last of Kotaru's cases and it'll be appreciated even more. With that she made her way towards the stairs, casting a look over her shoulder to Giulio, beckoning him with a flash of her head. Come on. I missed breakfast this morning, and that's a terrible state of affairs. Truly the worst, Giulio dryly replied, following after her. What a world. Here we are, Akira said between a mouthful of sandwich, nodding in the direction of a 4-story apartment complex. It was a brief 20-minute stroll from the HQ, and going by how harsh some commutes could be, that wasn't bad at all. I've not seen it myself. If you have any complaints, then I believe you'd be speaking with HR for that, she informed him as they approached. She fished into a pocket for something and then retrieved a white card with a brass-colored chip inside of it. She handed it over to Giulio. Door pass to get inside. It's a fairly new build, from what I understand. Swanky, Giulio commented, taking the card and playing with it briefly in his fingers. Does this work as a key for my apartment, too? You'll need a code and the pass. Frankly, I'm a bit jealous. My apartment isn't this secure in the slightest, but alas, she brushed off her shoulder as if disposing of her concern. I've been informed to tell you to check the fridge. I believe that's where your lunch will be waiting for you. Lunchables, courtesy of Cochlea. The problem came from the fact that Giulio was almost constantly hungry. Nerima had been right in his assessment of Cochlea's food, in that it barely did the job. It was enough to keep him from going mad and seeing every single human that walked by as a tempting meal, but it was a near thing, frightfully. Between the food provided by Antioco and his own, extracurricular endeavors devouring ghouls, Giulio had grown accustomed to going over a whole month without hunger pains. It was yet another layer of discomfort piled onto the entire new status quo. Something that itched at him. Well, let's check it out the new digs then, Giulio said, walking forward, door pass flipping in his hand. A small physical action to try and keep his mind off the hunger. Lunch hours burning. We can always just put it down as flexible working, Akira pointed out with a smirk that bordered on cheeky. The benefits of being an agency employee, you see. I'll have to get you to read the guidance in full. The complex did have its own reception area, but the receptionist did not pay them much mind outside of a glance and a brief hint of recognition in their eyes before returning to their work. The young man? Woman maybe? Pushed up their rounded glasses and typed away with one hand, idly spinning a pencil with the other. There was something very fresh about the whole place. Even the stairwell lacked the cramped and dingy feeling that usually went with them, and while they could have taken the elevator, Mado had insisted on the stairs. She and Giulio had to get their steps in for the day, after all. The building was inwards facing, an open square garden located in the middle of it all. If one were to leave in the morning, they'd be looking down on an almost contradictory scene, a peaceful collection of green shrubs and medium-sized trees, benches, and the like, surrounded by 4 sides of rising concrete and metal. Although cage-like in some regard, it was a very quiet location too. Something about the design of the building must have kept the metropolitan noise from getting too far inside. Giulio's apartment was number 44 on the 2nd floor. It wasn't special in the slightest, just another door among a row of them. A metallic post box was placed next to it for letters and the like, and the slit on the door was for smaller parcels. The interior was also remarkably noteless. Spacious by Japanese standards for sure, but it was as barren as a desert. The only thing that was there for Giulio to work with was a mattress on a bed frame, a sizable fridge, and some free soap. The rest was on his paycheck, apparently. Not much in the way of furnishings, is it? Akira asked, stepping inside with a neutral look on her face. It somehow expressed a great disappointment. She placed her hands on her hips, humming. Surely they don't expect you to buy everything yourself. Your first paycheck won't be until the end of the month. Giulio was keenly reminded of his prison cell. Might end up calling HR sooner than I thought, he drawled, unamused. Living like this for too long just sucks the soul out of you. He spoke from experience in that regard. At least a desk would have been nice. Akira considered Giulio for a moment, and then exhaled, arms crossed. It'll take 2 weeks before HR authorize any funds for something like this. I'll cover you until then, Jana. It's no good if the CCG leaves new employees in such a state, and we all have to do our part. He blinked, a touch surprised. Really? Thank you, I'll have to pay you back somehow later, he told her gratefully. I shouldn't need too much in the meantime, just a little bit more, life, here and there. He gestured vaguely at the sparse apartment. Enough to not feel like a cell, at least. Of course. I'd say I'm disappointed in whoever arranged this, but I cannot say I expected any less. Despite the areas where the CCG does look after its employees, there are areas where it is lacking. I simply did not know this was one of them, until now. She walked over to the fridge, opening it up. The hum of power was loud, indicating that it was running incredibly cold. She peered at the silvery, reflective packages inside with a curious eye. They looked like trays, wrapped in a perfectly smooth and sealed foil. Akira pulled one out, gave it a gentle jostle, and then set it out on a counter. Those cockly lot do a good job at making this whole eating people thing seem far more mundane than it actually is, she commented wryly. With a job like theirs, they probably have to, Giulio observed, grabbing the tray and peeling the cover off. Without knowing better, one could be forgiven for thinking it was just a redder tomato soup. Might have been good with bread, if he could eat without puking. He let out a sigh and grabbed the plastic spoon. I'd say it's times like these I miss regular food, I mean stuff humans eat, the most, but that's all the time anyway, he said as he began to dig in rather quickly. He just wanted it over with, finding no pleasure in the action save for the purely physical calming of his hunger. I can imagine. Food is something we often take for granted, especially the social element of it. Eating out with colleagues, family members, and whatnot. I doubt it can exist when your sole source of nourishment is people with their own lives. Very different from eating a cow that has lived a good life on a farm, Akira observed as he ate. She moved to the outwards-facing window, looking out across the city for a few moments. Not a bad view. I think I lived in a place similar to this, when I was a child. My father sold the house. Far too much space for a father and his young child. The context did not escape Giulio, even if he wasn't technically supposed to know about it. Idori had told him that Mado's wife had been a victim of the one-eyed owl during her rampages, which meant that Ito had killed Akira's mother. It was unpleasant, knowing so much yet so little at the same time. Doubly so when he couldn't be free to do and say as he pleased. Yamurai had been right. He just wanted to run free. Outwardly, Giulio exhaled. Your father, he was an accomplished investigator, right? You mind if I ask what kind of man he was? He was curious, to some degree. He barely knew the guy, and there wasn't exactly room for conversation at any point. Akira glanced over her shoulder to Giulio, the midday sunlight framing her. What a personal question, Jana. Bold, if I do say so myself. The ability to question in such a manner will come in handy, she said with an audible smirk on her voice, although it could not be seen due to the sunlight. Nonetheless, Kurio Mado. I cannot say he was ever anything if not an outstanding and supportive father, although there is awkwardness that comes with a single father raising his daughter, especially with a man like my father. It goes without saying that I am very fond of him. She stepped away from the window and back into the more even light of the apartment. As an investigator, he was considered an eccentric weirdo, as it were due to his fascination with the ghoul mentality and their Kagun. He had the most quinqua out of any investigator, most of which I've inherited. It earned him a reputation as a quinqua freak. She paused, tilting her head up. The people he mentored speak very highly of him, so does the generation of investigators who served alongside him. But strangely enough he never went past rank of first-class investigator, even if the likes of Shinohara considered him something of an equal. Funny that. Akira shrugged. You could likely learn more about him from others. I would suggest you talk to special class Shinohara, but it is unlikely he will ever talk again. Giulio blinked a few times. Shinohara. Images flashed in his head. An underground lab. Blood and corpses everywhere. A screaming scorpion, and a man in black armor standing defiant. Images that were repressed the moment they appeared. You are Giulio Jana. Not that. I've heard of him, too, Giulio said slowly, frowning. But I didn't know something was wrong. What happened to him? Was it something he, no, not him, the scorpion had done too? Akira moved to lean against the counter, hands behind her back. He was taking part in the owl suppression operation the Hoo-Ha in the 20th Ward, as most people will remember it when he indeed faced the one-eyed owl. He was placed into a vegetative state. Brain damage via blood loss, she explained clinically, the sharp and intelligent look to her eyes unfading. He's not dead, but it's unlikely he'll ever recover. Survived by his wife and child, and his student in Jozu Suzuya. Another familiar name. The pickpocket kid who was somehow able to fight on the front lines. I see, Juyo said, pushing aside his emptied tray. I'll try not to ask depressing questions too often. I have a bit of a habit of asking questions all the time. It's fine, don't feel sorry for asking questions. It's your job. Being able to question in a robust manner is a skill, so don't let something like etiquette get in the way of finding the answers you want, Akira advised him. But this does bring us nicely to something I was hoping to broach with you, Juyo-jana. Some might consider it ill-timing, or not very dramatic, but I'm not a dramatic person. She pushed herself off of the counter, the quality in her eyes changing. It was like she was peeling back his skin, watching for every twitch of a muscle. You're the scorpion, no? She asked as if it were the same as any other question. Juyo liked to think he had developed a good poker face over the years, even before the torture. Masking his emotions was something he was proud of, as the less tells you had, the harder you were to predict. But the question was like a twisting gut punch, something visceral and reminded him precisely of what he'd done, and of what brought him here, and more specifically how that had all affected the woman standing before him. Nerima had told him that no one outside himself, the chairman, and the bureau director were to know the truth. So then, why the fuck had he decided to pair him with Akira, of all the people in the CCG? A test? A cruel joke? Did he want Juyo's first days on the job to be as tense as possible? Akira probably already knew without even having to ask. If he didn't vocally confirm it, there would inevitably be something in his body language that probably screamed the truth in her face. He took a long, deep breath. This was exhausting. What led you to that conclusion? Juyo found himself asking, looking her in the eyes. Timing, mostly. Although, your first question in the future, Jana, should probably be like the bug, she pointed out with a truly smug-looking smirk on her face. Got him. Juyo squirmed, not unlike a bug. Seriously, though. It all just felt a bit too neat of a setup for me to accept. A half-ghoul, recovered by Nerima not some months after an operation which involved the scorpion who is noted as being the last ghoul Nerima faced before doubling back to defeat the one-eyed owl who also has the same build and hair as the half-Kakuja investigator Amin, Shinohara, and myself encountered in Dr. Kano's lab. She listed point after point, all the while looking at Juyo unflinchingly. He wiped his face, letting out a very long groan and removing his glasses to pinch his nose. It's almost like Nerima wanted you to find out, arranging for us to work together, he noted, feeling himself at a bit of a loss. I really don't know what to say, honestly. This wasn't a conversation I was expecting to have, but I really should have. She raised a hand, looking to silence him so she could speak. It is very likely that Nerima knew I would figure it out, one way or another. Believe it or not, Jana, but I am quite good at my job. Putting pieces together to form something of a complete picture, and all that. As to how I feel about this. She paused, her eyes not leaving Juyo's. Conflicted, for sure. I suspect that Nerima put us together so that this issue could be resolved in a timely manner and so that I could learn from the act of teaching. It's not a disagreeable arrangement when viewed in a purely pragmatic manner, and I am nothing if not an agent of pragmatism. However, even I can feel compromised at times. She shut her eyes for a second, nodding a few times. Juyo could almost feel her having a reasoned argument with herself. Akira opened her eyes again. I don't think you're a bad person. You seem incredibly meek, actually. Were it not for the evidence I had unknowingly collected, I'd have never placed you as the scorpion. That either means you're an incredibly good actor, or your own circumstances are more complex than being a ghoul who likes to harm investigators. She stepped forward, looking up at Juyo. Despite the evident height difference, she somehow managed to feel tall. I won't ask you to confess anything, to give up the locations of your friends. I don't even hate you for your part in the rabbit investigation you let investigator Amin live at that time, after all. But should I ever be tasked with closing the rabbit cases, I will not stop until they are closed cases. I hope you understand, Jana. She stepped back, giving him space to breathe his own air. That aside, I cannot detect malice in your actions. If you are truly intent on working with the CCG, then a man of your disposition is something I'd welcome as a partner. A little bit of history between us does nothing other than add some character to our relationship. To put it mildly. It was a strange feeling, to have both relief and guilt intermixed in such a way. Relief because he didn't have to constantly lie, and guilt because, well, everything. Everything she said made sense, of course. Why wouldn't she come to that conclusion? Why wouldn't she make her intentions regarding the rabbit cases clear? And why wouldn't she favor the pragmatic route over the emotional one? When push came to shove, if he found himself standing between Tuka and Akira, well, he knew his choice. And Akira likely did, too. Hopefully, it would never have to come to that. I understand, Juyo told her. And I appreciate your honesty. It really would be for the best that this is aired out now. I was genuinely starting to get more and more uncomfortable with the arrangement, and questioning Nerima's true intent behind this whole thing. I respect Nerima, but he's not the most personable person, and that's coming from me. He has his reasons, and I see the logic, but it's a very direct way of trying to resolve a few issues at once. If he wishes for us to work together, then he clearly believes there's more to be gained from our arrangement outside of having this conversation. If that is the case, then I am willing to go along with it. And yourself? I'd say so, Juyo said with a nod. Maybe there's something he sees that you and I don't. Lord knows I'm used to that feeling. If you're okay with it, then I am too. Excellent. I think we need some team building after all of that, though. Akira took out her phone, checking the time. It was coming up to 1 in the afternoon. How about we stop by the arcade? I'll write it off as a well-being activity on our timesheets. Yet again, caught on the back foot. A recurring theme when it came to Akira, it seemed. You know what? Yeah, I'm down, Giulio replied, grabbing the now empty tray. I'll just wash this real quick. He paused, brows furrowing. Am I supposed to hold on these, or do the invisible people that fill the fridge just collect them? He wondered aloud. She stared at him blankly, about as well informed as he was in that regard. Leave it for now, recycle it at the end of the week, maybe. She suggested. Either it'd get collected or it wouldn't. Giulio shrugged. Good a plan as any. It was days before Giulio got to leave the office to do anything that would be considered interesting in relation to the sword case. Akira had them drive out to Katsuhiko Ward and begin asking questions in the area Sword had been seen, going from store to store, door to door, all the while trying to play it low. Easier said than done, considering both Akira and Giulio were required by law to show their authorization cards, which were held in fairly blatant cop-like wallets with a large metallic circular emblem on the inside, right beside the card within. Their first stop was a little old lady who ran her own traditional sweet store from the front of her house, something that felt clear given the layout of it all. The kitchen area was the same as any other home, and the seating area had just been a converted living space. It was cramped, but it suited its purpose. Her store was next to the alley where Sword's victim was found, meaning that if anyone was going to see or hear anything unusual, it was going to be her. When she saw the emblems, alongside their well-dressed holders and their suitcases, the realization and panic became all too evident for Giulio to pick up on. Of course, she wasn't scared of them, she was all too willing to offer them a place to sit and free sweets, but it was a fear of their task and what it related to. They were there for no more than 30 minutes talking to her. Akira asked the questions, and Giulio was instructed to take notes. She recalled the day of the incident, and how the alley and nearby road had been closed off because of it, but she revealed that she had only been made aware after it all happened. It was in the dead of night, about 3 a.m. by her reckoning, when she thought she heard something outside, but could not be sure. Her hearing had been a problem for a few years now. It was then that Akira began to wrap it up in a neat and seamless manner. Despite her incredibly professional nature, most of the time she had a way with people that spoke of an educated understanding of them. There's nothing more to be gained there, Akira said once they were well outside. We already knew about the time, and given the fact she is poor of hearing, anything else would have been difficult to follow up on. There's a process used the world over called the 3x5x2 evaluation method for investigations, and part of it is to evaluate the reliability of a source. Given her condition, the time, and her being asleep beforehand, Akira allowed the conclusion to follow naturally from her words. They moved on, and there was much of the same. Late at night. Noise. Nothing. A young man living above a store was the one who reported the incident, having gone out of his way to check on the source of the commotion. He stumbled on what he described as the leftovers of a deer hunt, but it was a person. Parts were cleanly taken away, but not all of it. They finished up with him, and once they were outside, Akira turned to Giulio. It's rare that you encounter a ghoul who leaves much behind, outside of the expected mess of a kill. What's your take on that? Giulio hummed, rubbing his chin. The fact that there even were clean cuts, as it were, shows that Sword is at least somewhat of a forward thinker. Have a stockpile in case times get rough, it shows his cautious nature that we talked about earlier. But as for leaving remains. His bushy brows furrowed. A number of reasons come to mind. He might have been interrupted, either by another ghoul, or the fear of being discovered before he could finish the job. Comparing this with the first kill, Sword is methodical and careful, almost clinical in how he partitions his food. People like that, they like control, and easily get anxious when that seems to slip. Something was wrong this time. He paused, then shrugged. That's my take, anyway. A good conclusion. It's not unheard of for ghouls to fight over remains, if they were working together. But maybe there was a vulture, in this case, Akira considered as they walked. It'd be one way to go under the radar of the CCG. Interrupt another's feeding time, take what you can, then get out. Giulio nodded. He'd seen that kind of behavior before plenty of times over the last year, even during his Antioch days. It sounds like we've stumbled upon a second case, then. This scavenger likely targets ghouls like Sword, non-combative and worrying types, and uses them for easy kills. I've seen it before. Akira nodded. I'm not surprised. We should consider opening that case up with a tentative name, then. You can pick. Giulio hummed, bobbing his head from side to side. I like gyps. Part of the species name for most vultures. She tapped her chin with a finger, glancing upwards. MMH. That's a good one. Now, we shouldn't rush to prove the first hypothesis. We should do some more digging and then, well. If this gyps is a factor, and has been prolific for some time, then we can potentially look to be advised by other experts, she said with an audible and distasteful emphasis. But that's for the future. Right now we know that Sword has 2 known victims, half a year apart, and potentially has a mind for preparation. To me, that says they potentially pick their victims too. Giulio considered the 2 victims' backgrounds. Or rather, lack thereof. The first victim was a middle-aged man with a theft record. The second had yet to be determined. If there's a connection between the two victims, we can start narrowing down Sword's particular tastes, if he has any, Zhuyo offered, putting his free hand in his pocket. Someone like him probably wouldn't pick someone at total random, he'd target someone that would be safe, or had some other qualifier. Like if the second victim also had a criminal record, that'd be a big one. It'd give us an idea of where we should look, but keeping an eye on everyone with a conviction would be difficult, Akira pointed out with a wag of her finger. They were just walking through the street at that point, seemingly going nowhere. If we had more incidents to draw upon, we may be able to narrow it down some more, but the court is fairly happy to hand out convictions at the first sign of criminality. Right. And waiting for another incident just means someone else has to die, Zhuyo said, shaking his head. While the criminal record narrows it down, it's not enough. Gender and age should help, but middle-aged men with records. Talk about a wide net. I'll do some digging into some cold cases. It's not impossible that Sword has been active for some years, but has only recently encountered problems with their hunting. It wouldn't have been difficult for them to cover their tracks, but they didn't for one reason or another, she considered, leading Zhuyo towards a small cafe on the corner. Coffee. Sounds Gucci to me. A pause. On both counts, he added. And then came the book learning. Zhuyo needed the legal know-how to be an investigator, as well as an understanding of the internal guidance of the CCG. The only way to learn was to read, and then do some more reading. It occupied most of his time in the office, more than any investigations. Every now and then Zhuyo would get a telephone call from some organization or another he had made an inquiry with, breaking up the slog of learning some law, but it was rare enough that it was a surprise each time. Luckily he would get more cases over time. Enough to give him something to do every day of the week, eventually. Over the course of 2 weeks Zhuyo had learned a few things. There were cases in the 22nd ward similar to the Sword incidents, where the cleanup was seemingly flawless, but with some telltale signs of a ghoul attack enough to be assigned to the CCG at the very least. The timescale indicated a period of 3 months where Sword would not act, if the cases could be attributed to Sword. Which would line up with a few things Zhuyo knew about being a ghoul. 3 months made more sense than 6. A ghoul could get by after a good kill for 3 months, so long as they took care to maintain the meat and eat the remains on a schedule. 6 months pushed it pretty far, as one good meal couldn't last you that long. That was simply too long to be feasible. Akira had been the one to provide the cold cases, and, when they had a bit of privacy, Zhuyo offered his ghoul perspective to her, and how it led him to conclude that at least a couple of the cases were very likely Sword. Then we've got a pattern, she said, placing a few loose sheets of paper down on Zhuyo's desk. Each had a victim summary typed onto it, although some may call them a bit too thorough to be a summary. Some of them aren't convicted, but there are shady pasts involved. I think you've got something of a vigilante on your hands. Zhuyo couldn't help but find that a little darkly amusing, it reminded him of himself, or what he'd tried to be. Now that is interesting, he murmured, rubbing his beard. Maybe he's trying to justify his needs by targeting only people that deserve it, as he sees them. Harder to have a moral conflict if you believe you're cleaning up the streets, after all. Actually, it was very reminiscent of himself. Although he had elected to target problematic ghouls, as opposed to problematic humans. And look where that got him. The world has all sorts, I suppose. Moral ghouls are unusual cases, Akira said, although the fact that Sword may have been trying to clean up the sheets didn't impact her in the slightest. It's a cochlea case, I'd say. Those sorts usually have a good grip on how ghouls think, if they're able to control themselves enough to treat themselves as arbiters. Zhuyo's brows furrowed. He tapped a finger against the table. He was willing to bet no, he knew that he had been a cochlea case. Still was, probably. So what determines if a ghoul is a cochlea case? He asked. Personality traits. It's mostly down to how the investigator feels. They make the recommendation, their superior reviews it and then decides. There have been instances where an investigator's take on the situation will be considered inappropriate, but more often than not we're trusted enough to have a good read on the situation, she explained, crossing one leg over the other. She reclined back in her ergonomic chair, fingers steepling together. They all die eventually, but a ghoul can be in cochlea for years before their day. Right. Zhuyo did not look fondly on his days in cochlea. Solitary confinement was already a hellish prospect for someone like him, made only worse by his emotional state going into it. He'd been there for 2 months, and staying that way for years was something he'd only wish on a very select few individuals. He pondered the possibility of the rehabilitation initiative that had allowed him to become an investigator, but it wasn't something he'd seriously consider until he actually met Sword and understood him. Food for thought. In that case, are there other procedures or factors we need to consider if we're labeling this a cochlea case? He asked, moving along for now. Akira nodded. We have to consider if there's the potential for information relating to ghoul kind, the activities of notable elements, or any other area of interest. If it were up to me, I'd argue on the grounds of the psychological. Studying how ghouls reason out such an approach is interesting, she said clinically, as if dealing with a breed of wild animals. Leave it to the academics employed by the CCG to interview him. Figure out how he ticks, and record it. Makes sense. I should be able to provide some insight in the meantime, the type is familiar to me, Zhuyo said. He was supposed to apply his experience with ghouls to assist in cases like these and, so long as they were unrelated to the ones he actually cared about, he was fine with that. Everyone has their reasons, and thinking oneself the hero is a tempting one. He paused, then let out a breath. Well, I won't reach that far until we see a bit more. Heroism, she sighed, shaking her head. A bit of a misinformed way to act. Never ends well. She stood from her chair, making a beckoning gesture with her head. We're stopping by Cochlea. Got it, Julio replied as he stood up after her. Inwardly, her comment on heroism echoed in his head. After all, his attempts at heroism got his skull impaled twice over. Among a host of other bad things. They went down. And down. Further still. Then some more. The elevator ride didn't seem to end for a good few minutes. In that time, Akira was quiet. She waited for it to end with her hands behind her back, staring at the door blankly. Julio could see that they were heading straight to the very depths of Cochlea to the SS rate cells, of which there were few. I can only advise you to be careful with what you say, but not to be too guarded. If you look like you have something to protect, he'll begin to target that, Akira advised. Who are we going to see? Julio asked, brows knitting. Donato Porpora. He's the expert. Rarely ever incorrect in his assessment of cases. A very useful man, she said with some curtness, clearly not too pleased about going to see him. He was apparently useful enough that Akira was willing to overlook her own displeasure. Julio's eyes widened briefly in recognition. I've heard that name before, he murmured, struggling to think back. That was a name Amon had said, if he recalled correctly, down in the depths of Kano's lab. For some reason, Amon had made a connection between the scorpion and this Donato Porpora. He was starting to sound like a Hannibal Lecter type. He shook his head. I'll keep your advice in mind, then. If he sniffed out a connection between Julio and Amon, that would be big trouble. Already there was something he had to hide. Julio would have to rely on his poker face. The doors opened. The area was completely unguarded. There was just an open space with a few doors leading off to different areas. Akira moved for the area marked 009, Priest. She opened the door, and made way for Julio to enter. Julio told himself that Donato Porpora was just another monster. Somehow, it was a comforting thought. He stepped inside. It was cold and dark. The only light came from the space behind them, flooding in through the opened door. The door itself looked to be made from something incredibly tough, and it had scraped against the floor, allowing no light to enter whatsoever. It was only when Julio stepped in that the lights embedded in the ceiling turned on, a white and clear light. They illuminated the prisoner who stood at the window of the cell, the only wall between them and freedom. Julio could see that there were several layers to it, with a gap between the centralmost ones where a metal shutter could slam down if needed. He stood in a white prison uniform, his hands folded before him as he stood at the ready, the smile on his face causing the aged wrinkles to intensify. His head of white hair was short and a bit messy, the color a result of age rather than anything else, and his eyebrows distinct things which had not lost any hair over the years matched. Good morning, Investigator Mado. It has been some time. Have you been well? He asked, his voice deep and clear with the slightest hint of an accent to it. As well as can be, Priest. I won't bother asking how you have been, Akira said in response, regarding the kindly-looking ghoul with nothing less than a cold professionalism, her lips aligned and brows relaxed. Donato chuckled, nodding his head. Most wise. I would not have much to tell you anyway. He turned to Julio, inclining to the younger man. This is a new face. Is this my son's replacement, maybe? Julio deliberately didn't think about the implications of that. I'm Investigator Jenna, working with Investigator Mado on a new case that we would like to ask you about, Julio answered, very shallowly dipping his head in acknowledgement. Jenna, then. I am Donato, at your service. I do hope that Snide Merritt didn't send you to ask questions on his behalf, he said with an amused look about him. For future reference, I like real questions, not the sort written down on a piece of paper by a superior. Merritt was the head of Division 2, if Julio recalled correctly, that handled intelligence, logistics, and strategy. Julio had never met him, as he worked for Division 1, which dealt with on-the-ground operations. Don't worry, Merritt isn't involved, Julio said with a shrug. And I'll be sure to remember your advice going forward. Good man. Mado, if you'd be so kind. Akira exhaled through her nose. She then turned to leave. It was against policy for questioning to take place alone. The fact Akira was willing to go against policy. The door shut behind her with a scrape and a bang. She has some experience dealing with me, if only briefly. Knows I hate having voyeurs on a dialogue, Donato explained. Yes, very Hannibal Lecter, indeed. Whatever makes the process go more smoothly, I suppose, Julio answered. Be careful, but not too guarded, was Akira's advice. If he sees something you have to protect, he will target it. At any rate, we've encountered someone that styles themselves as something of a vigilante, targeting only people with criminal records. I was hoping you might be able to provide some insight on the matter, from a psychological perspective. That I can provide. But first, tell me about yourself, Jenna. I need to know who I'm working with, before I start handling anything of theirs. Your likes, dislikes. Where you're from just talk, Donato said. He moved away from the spot he was standing in to retrieve a simple and uncomfortable-looking chair, dragging it over and sitting himself down. He steepled his fingers on his lap, leaning forward. Julio figured it would start this way. He didn't overly mind, there was plenty for him to say that wasn't precious. I suppose I'll get the big one out of the way, I'm a one-eyed ghoul. Donato didn't look terribly surprised, but he did let out an ah. That's quite a unique place to be in. Which side of your family is the ghoul? Neither, I was born human to human parents, Zhuyo said with a shake of his head. I was artificially made into a ghoul. Artificial, you say? Donato said, raising a brow with evident interest. Now that is a game changer if there ever was one. How's the food situation? Same as any natural-born ghoul, with only a slightly higher tolerance for what humans eat, Zhuyo answered. Still tastes awful, though. That is very unfortunate. You seem to have come to terms with it, though. How did this come about, then? He asked, tapping his cheek in consideration. Both aspects of yourself, the ghoul and the investigator. Very contradictory, some would say. You're not wrong there, Zhuyo agreed on all counts. As for becoming a ghoul, frustratingly enough, I don't remember the exact incident that fatally wounded me, but somehow I ended up in Dr. Kano's hospital, and he transplanted a Kakuhao into me, which saved my life. From then on, I was a ghoul. After that, I encountered the CCG, and they captured me when it became clear my state was a confusing and strange one. A deal was struck, and for my freedom, I became an investigator. Quite the story you're living, from the sounds of it. And how did you find it, the world of ghouls? Fun? Dangerous? Passionless? All of the above. Zhuyo thought on that, humming. All of the above, he admitted. There's a lot you miss if you only stay on one side of the wall your whole life, he said, gesturing at the wall between them. And while I didn't ask for it, I've seen both sides now. Would you go back to it? Donato asked, sounding genuine in his quizzing. You've seen both, so you can tell which one you have a taste for, correct? There's things I like about both, and things I dislike about both, Zhuyo answered honestly. I'm a bit greedy, you see, I'd rather have the best of both, but for now I've decided to stay where I think I can help out the most. I see, I see. I can see the young Mado getting frustrated with such an outlook, given how she is, but she's good at hiding her frustrations. Anyway, that's enough of that, for the sake of your time. I believe it is my turn to answer questions. Zhuyo nodded. Very well. The case name is Sword. Like I told you before, he has a pattern of targeting people with convictions, all across the board in terms of crime and gender. Non-discriminatory, seemingly, save for the criminal aspect. He's also a careful sort, methodical, partitions his meat cleanly, and seems skittish at signs of trouble. What kind of person does that sound like, to you? The partitions. How do they partition? Donato asked, disregarding Zhuyo's question for his own. Like a deer hunter. Cutting the corpse up into multiple pieces and then taking it all back to their home, typically with minimal mess. They sound mercenary, Donato finally answered. The convictions are a cover. It's just a way to try and make themselves seem like something else, you see. Donato's smile widened somewhat. Like a vigilante. Like someone concerned with justice, maybe. I don't think that's the case. Zhuyo hummed, recalling that Akira had said Don Tao was rarely, if ever, wrong. If he was dismissing Zhuyo's own conclusion so easily, then he could swallow his pride and let the man talk. So you believe he's providing the meat for someone else? He hazarded. Possibly. Someone or something, it's difficult to say. What's the timeline like? 3-month intervals, over roughly 3 years. Donato paused, thumbing his lower lip. I see. That's a lot of meat, over 3 years. Tell me, did you ever hunt for yourself, Jenna? No, Zhuyo answered, the case being true when it came to humans. Then you must have been provided meat by another. What was that like? The priest seemed to be honing in on something within Zhuyo's experiences. It felt safer, Zhuyo concluded. There's less risk, when you're not the one going out to hunt. That's right. If you were hunting for yourself, how would you do it? How would you handle a body? Without having to look out for someone? There's not as much necessity for long-term planning, Zhuyo mused. I would probably eat a fair amount right there, then keep some remains stored away in case of an emergency. That's right. It's like humans when they go shopping. They shop week by week, throwing in things they think they'll make throughout the week. Maybe steak, right? They don't stock up for too long. The same goes for ghouls, I find. Ghouls hunt to eat, not to eat in a month's time. That's the domain of an organization, who has to think in such a way, to keep everyone fed and happy with the least risk possible. Talk of a ghoul organization always made Zhuyo think of Aojirai tree. But he didn't want to jump to that conclusion. Not yet. So Sword is working for a group, then, Zhuyo said. Either one entirely comprised of ghouls, or a mixed one. I've seen a few like that. Indeed. Tell me, did you see any marks at the scene itself, the telltale sign of a Kagun, something like that? Donato asked, getting into the mystery of the case with an eagerness. No signs of a Kagun being used save for on the corpse, Zhuyo answered. No extra damage to the scene to suggest an outbreak of violence. Something changed in Donato's eyes. He noticed something. He then let out a chuff. How interesting. Now, I don't want to take your enjoyment away from this case, but I will say this: you may not be dealing with a ghoul. Zhuyo paused. Then he dimly recalled a face and a name he hadn't thought of in a very, very long time. Demon Dance. A former investigator, working for ghouls, wielding a bladed quinqua. Even more damnedly, Zhuyo had seen for himself that the man carved humans up for the neon demon. A human wielding a quinqua, hunting on behalf of ghouls, Zhuyo breathed, pieces slotting together. Is that what you're suggesting? Maybe. A quinqua, to the untrained or unfamiliar eye, could be mistaken for a Kagun. Put on a mask, show some sign of being adept at killing, the average human would not know better. That is all for you to figure out, either way. I'm just a third-party contractor. Donato chuckled quietly. It's a fun game, this investigations business. It is, Julio couldn't help but to agree. He was actually enjoying this, he realized, this kind of hunting and digging. More than he expected to. Thank you, Donato, for your third-party perspective. The ghoul shut his eyes, his smile widening. He looked to be nothing more than a helpful older fellow. Stop by again, Jana. I do love answering good questions. Akira was the one driving. It was faultless, as was everything else she seemingly did. The radio quietly played some classical station alongside the hum of the business car. She avoided the busy roads, sticking to narrower side routes as they head towards the Adachi ward, far north of the HQ at the edge of what was considered Tokyo. It took longer than it should have, but Akira was certain that if they took the main roads, they would have been stuck in some form of traffic or another. The sun was setting as the evening grew closer, giving the neon city an orange hue, the sky purple against the sun's dying light. Some of the investigators are going out for drinks this Friday. I tend to show my face until about 10 or so. Interested? She asked, eyes on the road. She looked relaxed when in the driving seat. Julio had been gazing out the passenger seat window when she spoke, and blinked at the question. Sure, he answered, turning to look straight ahead. It'd be a nice change of pace. And that it would be. His days were almost entirely work, training, sleeping. He didn't even have to cook for himself anymore, another use of time gone. He didn't really have friends, the closest being Nerima and Akira. Not quite people he could feel comfortable being 100% himself around. I figured as much. You don't seem to have any hobbies, as far as I can tell. We need to work on that, she said with a teasing smirk. Ha, well, I used to write, Julio offered, leaning back a bit into his seat. Wrote a lot, in fact. But it kinda fell on the wayside ever since I came to Tokyo. Hard to focus on it after that. Understandable. But, you know, you should probably take it back up. I can't imagine you on a first date as you are. Oh hello, I'm Julio Jana, I like sweating, working, and I used to write. Also, I'm a half ghoul, she paused, gesturing a hand to Julio. Lots of things to talk about there, but it's hardly dinner talk. Such talk reminded him of Kaya. He buried it. Admittedly, I'm not exactly thinking about dating anytime soon, Julio replied, scratching his cheek. Hairs were already making their presence known, even though he'd shaved cleanly just that morning. Finding a nice lady that would be kosher with the whole half-ghoul thing in the first place is a bit of a hurdle, you know. I'm sure there's somebody out there who likes vampire books enough for them to consider it, she retorted. It was just an example either way, one social situation of many. The CCG believes in a work-life balance, believe it or not. I'd take advantage of it while it's still there. Julio nodded. I'll work on it. I kept myself plenty busy with things back home, though that was mostly to do with having a good variety of friends. He shrugged. Guess I'll just have to make new ones. Shouldn't be too hard. There had been a reason he wasn't all that outgoing right now like he used to be. He still felt, perhaps ephemeral was the right word. It was hard to set roots, or to even want to in the first place, when life had just been a series of great upheavals after the other. Things weren't as permanent as they used to be. He knew it wasn't healthy, to not try and reach out even when he knew he'd just lose things again, but it was becoming a learned response. Connect, but be careful about it. Be ready to lose it at a moment's notice. He wondered if he'd finally obtained the depressing mindset that seemed to hang over ghouls. He certainly wasn't happy. The only reason I'm pushing you to do something is because you don't want others in the office thinking you are some sort of sad savant. Trust me, they'll trust you a lot more if you do people things. It's a lesson I learned a bit late, I'll admit. Akira shrugged lightly. They were moving into a more residential area, the streets barely big enough for one car, let alone two. She was looking out of the window on her side, appraising the houses as they passed. Yeah, I get it, Julio sighed. Really, I do. I was better at that sort of thing, but I've been out of practice for a long while. Used to be one of the loudest at the party, believe it or not. His brown-eyed gaze drifted out to the passing homes, and he idly wondered about the people that lived there. Say Lavi, or something. Loudest? You. Akira could not believe it. Julio smiled fondly. Darn right. My 21st birthday was well, I don't remember all of it past a certain point, but I instigated a lot of singing. Made a lot of new friends that night. His voice was warmer, pure nostalgia filling him as he recalled happier days that had no strings attached. The hangover lasted until dinner the next day, but it had been worth it. Happiest days of my life, back then. Not terribly long ago, too. You were in America then? She asked. Her finger began to move on the steering wheel, matching the music coming from the radio. MHM. Studying at college for an English degree, Julio answered. I was in Iowa. You know anything about that place? Midwest. Lots of corn. That the place? Akira looked over at Julio, a brow raised. American geography isn't my strong point, I'll admit. Julio chuckled. Nailed it. Everything the light touched was corn. Endless fields of the stuff. He let out a breath, seeing it in his mind's eye. Thing about the Midwest, you get the best of both worlds, scalding summers and frigid winters. Worse by Chicago, when it felt damn near Arctic at points. But, it was home. Well, it was where my people were, so that made it home more than anything else. Then Tokyo weather must be something of the norm, not taking into account the humidity. Not fond of it myself. You might like the northern mainland prefectures, just beneath Hokkaido. Always need extra hands out there, Akira said. They eventually stopped just before a rather standard two-floor apartment building that looked similar to the place where Trevor first fought Amin. A bit run down, cheap and grimy looking. Here we are. Akira parked the car across from the apartments and then made to get out of the car. She opened the trunk and retrieved 2 suitcases from it. One looked plain, while the other had a bit more of a design to it. She handed Juyo the plain one. Always expect a fight, Juyo. Maybe even a chase. Ideally we can deal with this quickly and without much noise, but it's best not to expect the ideal, Akira advised. She crossed the road. Copy that, Juyo replied, following right behind her. A fight. His first real one in months, and without the free and total use of his Kagun that he always relied on. He was decent enough with the Tsunagi, though not nearly as strong as he used to be. Frustratingly, he felt about as strong as he had when he first became a ghoul. Significantly stronger than a human, but against a ghoul that had cultivated strength and was well fed? He'd be crushed. Up a set of metal stairs and across to a door labeled 204. Akira knocked on the door, her flawless yet impersonal smile in place. It opened after a few moments, revealing a tall young man with dark rings around his eyes. He blinked at the two. Juyo's nose twitched, very faintly. He could smell that the man before them was a ghoul. Oh. Hello. He said questioningly, unsure as to who they were. His eyes suddenly snapped down to the suitcases held in their hands, and although there was no visible change, some moisture did begin to gather at his hairline. Akira reached into her jacket pocket, retrieving her badge. She showed it to the tall man, her smile unwavering. Good evening. I'm CCG Investigator Mato. My colleague and I have some questions for a Mr. Ohaya, if he's in. Silence. The man visibly swallowed. Footsteps from within. Who is it? Came a woman's voice. Akira thumbed the handle of her suitcase. She was a twitch away from revealing her weapon. I thought we cleaned up. The ghoul said, his teeth gritting. Akira's eyes narrowed. Something in the man changed, as if his muscles tensed all at once. Doves. He called back into the apartment. Shit. He was already leaping back from the door when a plume of purple erupted from his shoulder, a fractal and glass-like appearance to it in the vein of a fly's wing. Akira almost tackled Juyo, pushing the both of them to the side of the door to avoid the sudden shower of crystalline razors that filled the doorway, shards bouncing off of the door frame and continuing across the cord of the apartment building. There's the yukaku, Akira said with an amused hint to her voice. Her suitcase opened, and from it came a crimson whip, glowing with the telltale life of a kagun. The Amatsu, a chimera quinqua. We'll get in close. I'll focus on keeping us covered, she instructed calmly, barely giving Juyo a chance to respond. She stepped forward, her whip at the ready. An eye glared right from the center of it. Juyo wordlessly clicked his suitcase, unveiling the far simpler sword from within. He crouched, ready to spring forward the moment he saw a chance. She stepped into the doorway, right in the path of the shards, and she moved her whip like a ribbon, creating a seamless flow of red in the air, as if enacting calligraphy with her weapon, redirecting and stopping the shards in their tracks, stepping forward all the while. Janna, she said, as if trying to draw his attention to something. The something being the woman with a glowing tail primed to pounce Akira from the corner of the relatively small apartment, her eyes black and red. Juyo moved, bounding forward with the tsunagi in one hand, his other free. Baikaku. Natural enemy to Rinkaku. But it was no shachi. That made this far easier. He rushed the woman, anticipating a reactionary strike from her tail. It came, and he easily dodged the obvious stab before bringing the tsunagi down in a vertical cut straight through the baikaku to chop it in half. The edge dug into the baikaku, a spurt of RC cells coming from the opening, but not quite cutting through it. The carve was deep, all it needed was a bit more force. The woman let out a yelp of pain, the tail retreating from Juyo. She turned her attention to him, teeth bared, before leaping at him from all fours like a beast, her tail waving behind her in an ambiguous manner. All the while, Akira seemed to toy with the yukaku ghoul, keeping him from helping his apparent partner in cannibalism. Juyo watched the woman's charge, sword tip pointed forward. His muscles tensed, and he waited for the right moment. The moment she was in range, his leg snapped out, foot crashing directly into her face to send her straight into the floor. His body was already moving for the follow-up, bringing the tsunagi down to stab and twist directly at the base of the baikaku, intent on tearing the flesh and ruining her ability to use it anymore. On her front, the ghoul let out a howl as the tsunagi twisted within the wound, strands of liquid muscle being severed with a sickening, moist sound akin to the shaking of a milk carton. She struggled, moments away from forcing herself back onto her feet. Juyo's foot came down on the back of her skull, hard and measured to knock her out of commission for the rest of the fight. It was a simple affair, given everything Juyo had gone through. They were just ghouls, not the freaks of nature he had been up against over and over, just people with a particular eating disorder that made them monsters. She went still, alive but out of it. Akira picked up on Juyo's success and decided that enough was enough. She span on the front of her heel shoes, something she also made look effortless, winding towards the yukaku ghoul. Her quinqua suddenly shifted, the whip retracting and folding in on itself, the color changing from red to charcoal with crimson veins, its shape warping into that of a short blade. She ran it through the Yukaka Ghoul, their eyes distracted by the winding movements of the Quinqua before it was finally shoved through their gut. Akira positioned a foot behind his, and in one movement both threw him to the ground and drew her blade back, sending a spray of blood away from her and avoiding any mess. She brought her heel down on the back of his neck, glancing back over to Juyo. All done, she said with the same businesslike calmness. Yup, Juyo answered, sparing Akira's easy disposal a glance before turning his focus back on the downed woman. She's alive, but out. Good. With that, she ran the blade through the ghoul's head. Quick, merciful. Isolated incidents. There's nothing to be gained by keeping them alive, and given their habits, it's best if we put a full stop to the end of their story. Juyo looked at the ghoul, the man, that Akira had just executed. She was right, of course. These two were just your average ghouls, going out and murdering humans. Their existence caused active harm to society. Even after everything, it still rankled him. But all the same, he took the action that would cause the least pain, in the moment and in the future. He was already a killer, anyway. The tsunagi went through the woman's head, quickly and cleanly. Knocked out as she was, she probably never even felt it. Akira stared at Juyo, making no sign of approval or otherwise. I'll call clean up. I think we'll interview the landlord under caution. Articles 88 and 119 of the countermeasures law need to be considered, after all. I doubt it was intentional, but we have to cover our bases. Juyo nodded, starting to wipe the woman's blood off his sword. Got it. Anything you need me to do right away? Look for any source of food. We can identify the dead, see if they've killed anyone we didn't know about, she said, stepping away from the growing pool of blood. They had a thing for younger sorts, Jenna. Just as a heads up. A brief grinding of his teeth, and he exhaled slowly. Akira's quick handling of this case made all the sense of the world. I'll keep that in mind, he replied, no longer looking at the dead ghouls on the floor and moving to the fridge, the most immediately obvious place for them to store their food. It wasn't a small fridge either. While the rest of the apartment was fairly cheap looking, the fridge was definitely expensive. The pleasant smell of raw flesh hit Juyo's nose as it opened, the internal white light revealing meat on plates, covered by cling film. There was nothing else, aside from what looked to be cold coffee. A weird way to go about it, but a ghoul only had so many ways they could consume things. Juyo felt disgust roll over him, not only from the knowledge that the food came from kids, but also that his body wanted him to consume it all right then and there. The food from Cochlea barely kept him going, and the predator in him was always demanding more. Aggravating. Found the food, he called out to Akira. Quite a bit of it, too. Not the most subtle couple, were they? She called back, stepping around to join Juyo. She looked into the fridge, her expression perfectly neutral. Keep it closed. I imagine they've disposed of the bones somewhere, but I doubt they did it locally. It's a common trend. That it is, Juyo replied, leaning back and closing the fridge. The contents was evidence now, more than anything else. He looked around the sparse apartment. Is this how it typically goes? He asked Akira, after some moments mulling it over. In what sense? A knock on the door, a fight in a mostly empty apartment or an alleyway, then an execution, Juyo explained, turning to give the dead ghouls another glance. This felt a bit cleaner than I expected. Akira gave it a few moments before responding. Generally yes. This was a fairly easy case. There had been enough evidence beforehand to confirm the suspicion, and authorization was readily given to apprehend and close the case. Usually it takes longer, but given the nature of the ghouls in question, a rapid response was required. She looked over at Juyo as she spoke, treating his question with the utmost seriousness. Cleanliness is the goal. We're not here to torture, and while there are those who have made a living in the system as such, that is not us. We just do our job, Jenna. We protect by any means necessary. Right. That's what I want, Juyo said, fingers, how many have I gone through now? Twitching. Numbers rang in his head. Avoiding torture at all costs. Akira watched him, her eyes momentarily drifting to his fingers before returning to his face. What happened to you, Jenna? Juyo blinked, head shaking slightly and breaking from his daze. He opened his mouth to question what she meant, but the answer was obvious. The topic of torture had come up and, as it always did, his body reacted instinctively to the memory. Are you familiar with the ghoul called Jason? He asked in reply. She raised a hand, indicating a pause in the line of thought. Actually, let's do this in the car. It's a bit of a weird spot to have a talk. We can drive around for a bit. Right, yeah, good call, Juyo sighed, running a hand through his white hair. She smiled, giving him a nod. Let me make the call, and clean up should be here in no time at all. It was a very professional affair, the execution of two ghouls and the follow-up. There was no inherent desire to see them harmed in how they went about it, nor any want to humiliate them in death. Once the cleanup crew had arrived, they had asked for a summary before going about their business in a quick and efficient manner. The last thing Juyo saw before heading to the car was the remains being taken away in bags, and their food going out with them. Akira shut the car door, adjusting her seat a little. She turned the key and the engine came to life, the music resuming. Right then, Jenna. If you're not comfortable telling me, I understand, but I ask for future reference. If there is something that does make you uncomfortable in a true and genuine manner, I would be a poor superior if I put you in a position where you would be uncomfortable, she explained, beginning to pull away from the apartment. It hadn't taken long to conclude their business. They had been there for no longer than 2 hours, long enough for the night to arrive. Giulio exhaled, looking out the window. Night had fallen over Tokyo. The chill of winter was beginning to make its presence known again. It had been reaching the point where it had been a year since he awoke in Kano's hospital, confused, delirious, hungry. You should know the context, at least, he started. Sometimes, it feels like years ago, but other times it felt like it was just yesterday. Aojirai Tree came for me one day, while I was just minding my own business. They wanted to recruit me, said some bullshit about potential. He shook his head. Idiots. I could never willingly work for them. But anyway, Jason, one of the executives, he caught me trying to escape. Took me, strapped me to a chair. Stabbed me with a syringe right here, he pointed at his left eye, and pumped me full of RC suppressant. And then. He trailed off, exhaustion hitting him like a freight train. He started cutting. 4 days. I lost count of how many fingers and toes I went through. Over and over and over. He was just stating facts, coldly, tiredly. He'd cried so much, raged so much. What good had that done him? My hair used to be brown, before that. Now it's white as snow. He shook his head. He just did it because he wanted to. I had no information to give, nothing of value, save for my body. Giulio took a breath, eyes glazed over. Tokyo passed by, the city he'd done so much in. Eventually, I broke out. Killed him for what he did to me. And now. I don't feel pain anymore. It takes a lot, to make me hurt these days. There was no pride in that statement. Just the results of something entirely beyond his control. He didn't say anything for a few moments, as though wondering if there was more to be said. Probably, but he'd said a lot, and he didn't like dumping things on people, even when they asked. So, there you go, he finished, a lame ending to the tragic tale. So that's why you were with Aojirai Tree, she said quietly, nodding along. That was something Amin wondered about, you know. It's good to know he was right, in the end. Giulio blinked, stirred by the man's name. He, the one I started haltingly. He. What was he right about? He asked nervously, unable to hide his anxiety when it came to Amin. That there was more to the story. He didn't believe you to be the sort to go along with a group like Aojirai Tree. It didn't fit the profile of Ragboy, she explained, her finger moving in time with the music again. I see. Giulio murmured, leaning into his seat a little more. Yet. He was right. I hated every second of it. All I cared about was wanting to get away from them, and stopping them from hurting more people. For all the good it did me. You're a very nervous man, you know that. She said suddenly, looking at him from the corner of her eyes with a smirk. Ai denial vanished before it could appear. Yet, I've been told that before, he admitted. Akira, for maybe the first time, laughed. We'll work on it, Jenna. You're still young, after all, said Akira, who was a few years Giulio's junior. He gave her a lidded look, though there was a small upward quirk to his lips in amusement. Quite rich, coming from you, he pointed out. I swear, the whole relaxing thing used to come way more easily. He grumbled. It's how we respond to trauma. One way or another, we usually end up distancing ourselves from others. The trick is learning how to close that gap. I learned that from watching my father and reflecting on myself more recently. I won't let you get away with pulling the distant move, Jenna. That's not how it works in our team, she said, almost tauntingly, daring him to try. She most certainly had plans in case such a thing did happen. Akira reminded him of Kaya again. He pushed it aside, again. If you're planning on dragging me out to karaoke bars, I won't be responsible for the damage to your poor ears as a result, Giulio retorted in a warning, raising a single finger to wag at her. Oh, I would never do such a thing. I cannot speak to the other investigators, however. There was a knowing edge to her voice. It was horrifying. Just who are you trying to set me up with? He asked suspiciously. Nobody special. Just fellow colleagues of ours who could also use some good-natured fun. It wasn't fading. She knew whatever she had planned was going to be a nightmare for at least one person. Was it revenge? Was this her revenge? Man was the real monster all along, it turned out. All right then, Giulio decided with a nod. Hit me with your best shot, Akira. I can take it. A blink. I think. Unless it's a mixer. Please don't make it a mixer. No mixer. But I do wonder if you've heard of one Josu Suzuya. Oh, yeah, actually, Giulio answered. He's the white-haired kid with the stitches, right? Giulio would go on to learn that he was, in fact, Josu Suzuya. Josu was simply too distinct an individual to forget. The sickly pale skin, red eyes, white hair, and unsettling stitching in his skin made him pop more than a sore thumb, and something else had changed which only made him that more unique. Josu Suzuya only had one leg. Nonetheless, he sat at the street vendor's stool without much of a care, spinning on it by using his good leg to rotate the seat against the floor. Whoa 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 whoa. He was going pretty fast, enough so that he didn't actually notice Akira and Giulio watching him spin like a crippled Beyblade. Akira looked up at Giulio, blinking slowly. There was a slight smile on her face, but it was more of a expect more of this kind of look. Juyo wasn't sure what to expect upon hearing he'd be meeting Jozu Suzuya properly. He'd had precisely 3 interactions with the kid prior to this, being pickpocketed, being uncomfortably stared at, and having knives thrown into his eyes. It painted a weird picture, but it was testament to the kind of life Juyo led that he didn't find it all that strange anymore. He'd become friends with people that had done far worse to him. So, he looked more amused than anything at Jozu's antics, giving Akira a light shrug. The kid looked like he was having a fair bit of fun, so he didn't want to stop it. He was also mildly curious to see just how long Jozu could keep himself entertained with that. A few minutes, was the answer. Oh, I'm gonna be sick. He said as he rotated, slowly coming to a dizzy halt. The owner of the vendor looked at Akira and Juyo, as if they'd be responsible if he was. Suzuya, Akira said, getting the young investigator's attention. The boy's eyes widened, brows raised as he turned to look over his shoulder at Akira, and then Juyo. The way he took in Juyo was almost animal-like, a tiger getting used to seeing something different. I see you've arrived early, for once. Not by choice. I need help getting around, so I kinda got dragged here without any delay, he said. It was honestly hard to tell if he really was a boy, given that he sounded more like a girl if a blunt one. White hair. Man, now I'm going to have to dye mine, he grumbled, playing with a strand of his hair. Red, maybe? Or black? This is Juyo. Juyo, Suzuya. I know him already, don't worry. We had that whole fight. Then the time in that cafe. Then the time Jozu cleared his throat, reaching into his ill-fitting jacket pocket, taking a wallet from it. He looked somewhat guilty. I think Shinohara would want me to give this back. Juyo blinked several times. It figured that he'd be recognized, but... He looked at the wallet, then at Jozu. Then, he let out a small snort, which grew into an actual laugh, the absurdity of the entire situation hitting him all at once. Not how I expected this to go, Juyo admitted, wiping his eyes and taking the offered wallet, inspecting the relic of a very, very different time that was only 8 or 9 months ago. Thanks for returning it. You at least get something decent with what little was in there. Got some sweets and I saw a movie. It was a good haul. Jozu declared unashamedly. Akira looked between the two with her eyes, otherwise remaining perfectly still. An admirable effort at hiding her confusion. Nice, nice, Juyo said with a nod, pocketing the wallet for now. He turned to Akira, figuring he should try to help her out. He pickpocketed me a long time ago, he explained with a shrug. But water under the bridge at this point. I see, Akira said with a calm nod. She then looked at Jozu. I believe you failed to mention this, first-class investigator Suzuya. That put him above Akira in the ranking, just beneath the beginnings of the special investigators. A huge deal for anyone, doubly so for someone who, by all appearances, was a frail-looking teenager. Jozu had to have been one of those special sorts of freaks that were perfectly suited for that kind of work, and likely had more going on than the average human. The way he looked at Juyo initially, it reminded him of how ghouls tended to size each other up. That suggested a certain kind of upbringing. He brought his hands up, waving them about defensively. I only remembered when I saw him. It wasn't a big deal at the time. Akira paused, exhaling quietly. You're ever the odd one, Suzuya. I had expected to surprise you with young Suzuya's antics, but it appears you already have some immunity, Jana. It was a hell of a first impression, Juyo replied lightly. Along with the other two. But we can talk about those times later if we have to. He offered his hand to the kid. Nice to meet you properly, man. Without, crimes involved. The young investigator Juyo Sr. took his hand with both of their own, shaking Juyo's hand eagerly. It's nice to meet you, Yo-Yo. It's nice that you're with us now. You were really damn strong, It was really exciting, Jozu said as if it were completely normal. Sit down. I'm not gonna be standing, after all. He patted his stump of a leg, his black pant leg tied off at it. Suppose I could hop. No need, Juyo assured him, taking the stool next to Jozu. The albino had had both legs last time they saw each other. He seemed pretty casual about the whole thing, so he figured it couldn't hurt to ask. Mind if I ask what happened there? He said, gesturing to the stump. Ow, he said with a shrug. He covered one eye with a hand, shaking his fist. Snipped me leg off, ARR. I'll have me revenge on that whale. Juyo chuckled. It was weirdly comforting, talking with someone with such a blasé opinion of grievous injury. A very ghoul mindset in a human. Best of luck with that, Ahab. You'll need a hell of a harpoon for that one. In the meantime, October's coming up. Easy Halloween costume for you. You're right, you're right. I'll probably have a replacement by then, I think. The research division guys promised me something good, so I can get back to work. I hate all the boring parts of my new rank, and it's all I can do. Hopefully I can start delegating it off to someone else, when I'm able to fight again. Delegation in the fob it off sense, clearly. He didn't make any attempt to hide the fact he wasn't down with the paperwork. And how is the team management aspect going for you, Suzuya? Akira asked, sitting beside Juyo and leaning forward to look across at the young investigator. As talented as you are, it's not quite the same as being in the first 3 ranks. It's fine. My team's alright. I got Nakara assigned to me, and he's pretty good at organizing things for me. I don't think I'd get far without that. He said, as if surprised by his own words, a revelation dawning. I need other people to handle the paperwork. I can't keep track. From Chief Aura's own squad, hey? That's quite the talent. And what are you specializing in? She asked, one leg crossed over the other. She ordered her own food and black coffee for Jiyo. Aojirai tree. Or, it's a big drive we're supposed to be setting up. There'll be an anti-Aojirai task force in a few months, and we're the start of it, Suzuya said, staring down at his cooled bowl of ramen. He didn't seem to mind, starting on the broth. He spoke with his mouth full, much to Akira's displeasure. It's actually really boring. Hearing of Aojirai tree, and the hunting of it, was a pretty quick way to pique Jiyo's interest. That's so. He wondered after thanking the vendor for the coffee. Not surprised to hear it's boring right now though. They like to dig their roots deep. Always were a pain to track down when they didn't want to be found, he said with a shake of his head. 6 months were spent trying to hone in on them, with little luck. Frustrating, to say the least. Oh, I suppose you'd know a bit about them. Were you working with them? I don't think I was ever told, but you were down in that lab, Josu said, looking at Jiyo with an arched brow, tilting his head. Jiyo shook his head. I was actually there to try and stop them that time, he explained. Back in December, I was technically with them, but really they just kidnapped me and tried to press gang me into joining. Didn't work out that way. Been fighting against them ever since. Oh, cool. How about that big 20th Ward operation? It did involve that place you worked at, right? Josu continued, genuinely curious. It was odd, as where he had first regarded Jiyo like a tiger with someone with their back turned, he had suddenly dropped all forms of predatory behavior. He was friendly in a pure manner, without the expected politeness of society and without ulterior motives. Those were times that Jiyo did not look back fondly on, for a number of reasons. It had been 3 months since and, while time had helped, sometimes it was still raw. But, it was the past, and Josu was not interrogating him. Or maybe he was, but Jiyo found himself not caring. He was very much starved for contact, at the end of the day. That it did, Jiyo eventually said, tapping a finger against the wooden countertop. I was there to defend my friends. He let out a sigh. Not that any of that went how I would have liked, he said, tapping a finger against his skull. Kakuja. Doesn't do good things to your reasoning. Oh, I've heard. My quinqua is from a half Kakuja, apparently, or what's left of one. It's pretty good because of it. At least you were strong. He asked himself, peering up at the ceiling of the small restaurant. I mean, before the whole owl stuff I'd say that, but now I don't really know. Jiyo sighed. Not strong enough. He shook his head, as if dismissing the bitterness associated with the words. Generally, most people would just go with a "that's rough buddy," he offered Josu. A bit blasé, but you don't particularly strike me as a bleeding heart right now, which is fine. Oh, I mean, it sucks, sure. But that's just how it goes. Take the good with the bad, although some of us have to really pick for the good. Me saying that's rough doesn't help you or change what happened. You're still here, right? That's good. Suzuya nodded, speaking bluntly and without much concern for the so-called appropriateness of them. Wise words, Jiyo replied, now looking at Josu Suzuya more clearly. I suppose I am still here, at the end of the day. The dream of Yomurai and his memories came back, the cackling monster pointing out that for all of his changes, Trevor was still Trevor. He brought the black coffee to his lips, the hot liquid warming his chest. It's been the worst year of my life, but there were certainly some good to it here and there, he told the kid honestly. And if this is the worst year, then it can't get much worse. More good things from here, right? That's how I see it, at least. I've had a lot of good years recently. I mean, sucks I haven't got my leg, but that's one thing. I still met Shinohara, got to be an investigator, ate a bunch of candy with my own money, traveled all around Tokyo, made friends with Akira, got my own team yet, lot of stuff. Josu pat his stump again. But you also gotta make the good things happen sometimes. Candy don't buy itself. That's the grind for you, Jiyo said, nodding his head. But I'm glad you've had good years, sounds like you've come real far. First class it, how old are you? He asked. I know, Josu said with a shrug. 19, we believe. Soon to be 20, Akira answered for him. Yeah, that. Never kept track, never had to. Gotcha. I don't know where you came from, but if it was someplace where you don't know your age, then you've really come a long way, Jiyo said. First class at 19, geez. Make us old farts look bad, he joked. I know, right. It's like most investigators don't actually know how to fight ghouls. Josu shook his head, by no means humble either. He recognized that others saw him as good at what he did, and could only ask, why aren't you as good as me? Then again, I still got a lot to learn. Owl beat me and everyone else, everyone other than Nerima. Dunno how he moves like that, but I think I can learn how. I'd like to learn how he does it too, Jiyo admitted. The man moved on a level that no ghoul could counter, outright defying logic and reason when it came to the differences between humans and ghouls. Privately, he suspected Nerima had more going on than he said, particularly of the ghoulish persuasion. Not surprising to hear about the owl, though. I've never fought her myself, just talked with her once, but I've heard plenty, he said with a wince, recalling Banjo's particular tale. Her? Josu asked, his head tilting again. You know Owl? Barely. Only spoke once, when I was captured by Aojirai Tree, Juyo explained. Tried to persuade me to join, but that was, almost 10 months ago, now. Haven't seen her since, despite my best efforts. Hey. I think that's a first, we didn't know Owl was a girl. Did we? Jozu looked over at Akira, blinking. She shook her head. That's new, yes. It's difficult to tell, especially given their most recent appearance, Akira said, nodding to Juyo. It sounds like you have something of a specialty in the field of Aojirai Tree, Juyo. Yeah, I suppose, Juyo replied, scratching his bare cheek and furrowing his bushy brows. But... appearance. Sure, she's all bandaged up and I've never seen her face, but she definitely looked like a girl. Was then it hit him. Oh, right, Kakuja, now I get it. Oh, the bandage girl. I met her in the lab. Jozu realized, eyes wide. Ah, I coulda got her then. Why didn't you tell me sooner, Yo-Yo? Juyo gave him a flat look. I was a little busy at the time, he replied dully. And I think we were still on fight-on-sight terms back then, unfortunately. I suppose, but you coulda told me. Jozu sighed, and then waved off the issue. Never mind. There's always next time. That's the spirit, Juyo snorted. But you met her then. Did you talk or fight? He asked, clearly curious. Ito was always someone he wanted to learn more about. Talk. Don't really remember about what, but she didn't want to fight me. I mean, she looked pretty scary, so I suppose it makes sense that she's the owl. I don't really get the feeling from most ghouls. You never made note of this in your report, First Class Suzuya, Akira pointed out, sipping from a glass of water. Jozu made a GNK noise with his throat, realizing he had been caught in his own words. It's in the small print. There is no small print, First Class Suzuya. Sure there is. I won't have to go and addendum some old report if it's already there. Right, Yo-Yo? He looked at Juyo for backup. That's a very good point, Juyo nodded sagely. You do not, in fact, have to add anything to an already complete report. Having seen the report, I think it needs a bit more than a single addendum, Akira said, resting her chin on her palm, a cat-like smugness about her. Dare I say, it was less than 100 words. That's below the standard expected of a team leader, First Class Suzuya. Jozu's eyes narrowed. He saw something, a glint of hope. I wasn't a team leader at the time, you know, he pointed out. And what I wrote backs up Shinohara's report, as well as your own. I don't need to write much more. You just wrote the words was good fun. In red ink. Juyo spat out his drink, coughing and laughing at the same time. I mean, wasn't it? Jozu almost whined, knowing he was well and truly caught. Shinohara may have been soft on you when it came to the process side of things, Suzuya, but the division chiefs won't be. It makes their lives easier if you could write full reports, Akira said, her smug tone fading into a gentle familial reprimand. Jozu sighed in that way only teenagers did, long and drawn out. Okay AI, fine. Guess I can, do less juggling when I'm in the office and write some. There you go. Also, since it sounds like I can provide some insight on Aojirai Tree, I can swing by sometime to tell you what I can, Juyo offered. Honestly, I thought you guys knew the owl was a she already, which was why I didn't say something earlier. It's hard to tell, with all the... Jozu did a gesture down his body. You know, stuff. I know Akira's a lady, but I can see her stuff. Kakuja doesn't show much stuff. My stuff. I see. How inappropriate, Akira noted blandly. It's true though. Your stuff isn't hidden by a whole shell of Kagun stuff. I don't think that's inappropriate. Jozu protested. Stop being so nitpicky, gosh. Akira was clearly holding back a chuckle. I'm simply holding you to the standard of your new position, Suzuya. The young investigator rubbed the top of his head, sighing again. I thought having a bigger rank meant I'd be able to fight more ghouls. This sucks. Bigger rank, bigger responsibility, Juyo told him, though he did lean in conspiratorially. Nice part about rising up is delegation, though. You'll still have to do some lame stuff, but you'll be able to make other people do most of it. I think you're already picking up on that, though. I am, but I still gotta do so much stuff with paper and writing. I can't even write. That's right, this is discrimination. Jozu declared, thumping a fist on the counter. I'll get someone to write my words for me. A scribbler. Scribe, is the word, Juyo corrected. One less syllable to worry about. Scribe, right. I think it'd be better if you attended your lessons, Suzuya. The issue is your ability to write, so maybe it could be worked on as was agreed when you were promoted. Akira not so subtly suggested, shaking her head somewhat. But I hate writing. Having lessons means I've got to write. Maybe you can learn to enjoy it. Akira said, keeping on the point. Jozu looked at Akira, and then to Juyo. Can you believe the nerve of this rank 1 investigator? Juyo spat out his drink for the second time in the past 5 minutes. There was a constant mechanical buzz about the research division as blocky white machines did their magic. It was difficult to tell what was happening, but there was the distinct, familiar yet slight smell of ghoul in the building. It was the location where Quinqua were created, so putting the two facts together yielded an answer to the smell. Men in white jackets went about their business here and there, moving at a casual pace. Theirs was not work that required any haste, as the research wasn't exactly going anywhere anytime soon. It was a different sort of energy to the offices which were strictly professional. It was almost like a university laboratory, with the young minds to match. Discussions were happening on the side and in the middle of work, even as one seemed to be soldering away at some device or another, with their talk ranging from somewhat relevant babble about RC yields to the latest episode of Precure. Juyo and Akira waited next to what appeared to be a moving belt, shifting small mangled metallic parts into the wall it was attached to, leading somewhere unknown. It was almost like an open-plan workshop, where every member of the research division did what they wanted in the space they had. It's been a while since I've been down here, Akira admitted, shaking her head. A shame. It's one of my favorite places, it's where you get new quinqua after all. Not surprising, you're a bit of a collector, Juyo commented, taking in the sights of the laboratory/foundry area. He idly scratched his bare cheek. How often do you usually get new quinqua? After each case with a notable catch. You remember the two ghouls from before? I wouldn't get one from either of them, weak scavengers, hardly good material, she explained without hesitation. If she had ever had to move past the point of regarding Juyo with blunt honesty, it was probably at second one. That's the majority of cases, I'm afraid. Unless they're one of those Jason sorts, who are too strong for their own good and draw too much attention, I generally have to go out of my way to find something of a challenge. Juyo nodded along, her words ringing true from his own experiences as a cannibal of ghouls, oddly enough. The more interesting the Kagun, the craftier the ghoul. Typically, anyway. Certainly in the case of Jukiyama and others like him. Yet, usually if a ghoul has eaten enough to develop beyond the base, that means they've eaten enough to fuel it, and are smart about it, he noted. Makes sense you'd need to work harder to find ones like that. I guess it doesn't happen super often. Nothing quite matches a hard day's work, so there's not much to complain about there. I should show you the collection sometime. I'll let you graduate from the training wheels with one of mine, when you're comfortable, Akira offered, hands behind her back. Oh, really? Thank you, I think I'd like that, Juyo said gratefully. The tsunagi is serviceable, but, it's just a sword. Swords are cool and all, but they've never really been my thing. Understandable. The culture on the matter is that you take your first big catch and make a quinqua out of it, replacing your tsunagi, but I find that's a pointless barrier to getting better weapons. Not all of us can be Suzuya, after all, although I believe you actually did the work for him, in that regard. Juyo blinked. Hey? He asked dumbly, looking at Akira. I helped him with a case. Unknowingly, yes. Jason's remains were the basis for his quinqua. Luckily, he was a half-Kakuja. Word Boy managed to sniff that out, and brought back a sample. They couldn't make something quite as bombastic as Suzuya himself is, but they did create a very unique form of quinqua with what they had. The 13th claw, he calls it. You practically gifted him a weapon. Akira snorted. Hey. And here I thought I left too little behind, Juyo shrugged, snorting. Well, it was Christmas time. Early present. A true Colonel Sanders, you are. But you're correct, there wasn't enough to make a full quinqua. It had to be supplemented with other samples, but Jason's cells managed to thrive nonetheless. It was a blessed conjoining of circumstances, the natural regenerative qualities of the Rinkaku with Jason's own apparently freakish nature. Speaks well of yourself, too. You find yourself capable of a lot when you don't feel pain anymore and can heal anything almost instantly, Juyo answered. He'd been stabbed in the brain twice and lived through it, something that was absolutely batshit as far as he was concerned. Sometimes he'd wonder if he had permanent brain damage from that, but that was a rabbit hole he didn't much want to dive into. But it's nice to hear some extra good came from Jason's death. As they talked, a man with bowl-cut hair approached, the length of the hair serving to completely obscure his eyes. There were hints of a shortened mustache on his upper lip, and he was lanky enough to stand a bit taller than Juyo. He waved over at the two with a carefree smile. Dr. Chigyu, good to see you, Akira said, shaking his hand. I think the last time was Dejima's upgrade, right? That was good work, he noted with a fond nod. He then looked to Juyo. And this is the understudy, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Koidasu. I run the lab division, which is just a fancy way of saying that I play with toys all day. I'm jealous, if that's the case, Juyo said lightly, smiling and offering his hand. Juyo-jana, nice to meet you. He recognized the doctor, along with the name Dejima. This was the man that had given Amin the armor and massive, ridiculous weapon during their last fight. If this was the mind behind such creations, Chigyo could only be a genius. It's partially true. Quinqua manufacturing is the bread and butter of my lot, so there's a lot of testing involved, he explained, shaking Juyo's hand eagerly. He moved them to his pockets, standing with a casual and intentional slouch. But you're here for our findings on your case. I'll get those typed up eventually, but I figured I'd just tell you first, save you waiting on me. Koidasu cleared his throat. So, we managed to identify what we call processed RC cells mixed in with the cells of the victim. As a result of the quinqua manufacturing process, the RC cells lose some of their fluidity in order to retain more feasible shapes in human hands, and this is reflected down to the cellular level. With the sample we were given, it took a while, but we found it eventually. We eventually matched the processed cell with a template we use frequently, the tsunagi. The doctor allowed that to sink in before continuing. This isn't terribly surprising either. Tsunagi are in no short supply due to how simple they are to make, and we decommission units frequently enough that, in the event of a potential security breach, someone could get their hands on one. With that in mind, we would appreciate it if you could find out how this weapon came to be out and about. Zhuyo nodded. Of course. Can't have more potential quinqua going out on the black market. I'll add that to our objectives and figure it out. Thanks for confirming all of that for us, it helps a lot. Though he didn't voice it aloud, it had to do with his past, and he could only talk about such things with Akira, Nerima, and Jozu. He recalled the demon dance's weapon. The more he thought about it, it had looked just like a tsunagi, even if Zhuyo wouldn't have known at the time. Definitely worth looking into. He'd bring it up with Akira once they were done here. Anytime, Jana. Oh, I'm also the one overseeing your case as it were, in regards to the biological study, I suppose. Would you happen to be free tomorrow? I'll need to examine the transplanted hunting organ to get an idea of how Kingu did it without killing you. Yeah, I got time. I won't really be able to answer many questions myself, I was fading in and out for most of it, Zhuyo answered with a shrug. Happy to help however I can. Oh, don't worry. You generally don't ask a subject that's being operated on any questions. Koidasu smiled. It was pleasant, and there was no reason to assume ill of it, even if his words had sounded a bit crazy. Akira tried her hardest to not look like she was about to stuff the yakisoba into her mouth like an animal, and for her part she looked fairly convincing, but there was a sort of restraint to how she ate. She didn't eat a lot, and when she did it was at set times with set amounts. It was a very controlled way to live, almost absent of the impulse most people let themselves be ruled by. But even she couldn't pull off eating yakisoba gracefully. She blinked at Zhuyo, sitting at the dining table in his apartment. She swallowed. So, what was it you wanted to talk about? The more we learn about this case, the more it reminds me of someone I encountered during my time as the Scorpion, Zhuyo answered, sipping his coffee. He'd already quickly consumed his meat broth, the picked clean plate off to the side. In particular, when I dealt with the Neon Demon and the Demon Dance. You familiar with them? Fairly. Organization of primarily humans run by a ghoul, based out of the 6th Ward. The ghoul in question was assassinated in what was assumed to be gang warfare, which was then confirmed by witnesses and a source within the Demon Dance, she explained. It was one of the more interesting things to happen that month, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I imagine the time immediately after the Aojirai raid was a bit dry, Zhuyo replied. Well, to make a long story short, I killed the Neon Demon since he was, frankly, vile and I didn't want him joining Aojirai tree. During that time, I met one of his lieutenants in the Demon Dance, a human by the name of Takemaru. Looked like an old-school samurai, and he fought with a tsunagi. He tapped a finger on the table in an idle motion. I thought he might have been an ex-investigator, the way he was confident about fighting ghouls by himself. Putting those facts together, some things do line up to me. Akira leaned back a little, processing the information for a few moments. Then we'll look at the details. Did this Takemaru wear a mask, and if so, what did it look like? Do the timelines add up? Where was he active? He had a mask, but it was more like your typical samurai get-up without the Kabuto helmet, Zhuyo answered, working to recall the finer details. Grimacing ONI mask. Had an open coat lined with fur, wore a sarashi belt. As for timelines, I saw him only twice, on New Year's Eve and just a couple days after. He was doing shakedown work, essentially filtering ghouls coming into his boss territory and intimidating them into compliance when I first saw him. Second time was right when I fought and killed the Neon Demon, he got there just seconds too late for the fight. He swore I'd rue my actions that day. Zhuyo shrugged. After that, never heard so much as a peep about him or his gang. Well, if I told you that the CCG received some information after the date which then informed the Antioch raid. She didn't outright say what she was implying, as she couldn't have been certain herself. Zhuyo stared. And then his gaze hardened, feeling an unpleasant rolling heat wash over his body. It was boiling, festering hate. Oh that bitch. He spat. Because of him. Because of what he did, because of how he acted, Antioch just had to pay the price. Of course Takemaru had found the absolutely worst way to make Trevor hurt for killing his boss. There's nothing definitive, but I'm not one who holds stock in coincidences in scenarios like these. But if I wanted to hurt someone, to make them pay, I would target friends and family. It's only natural, she assessed with a shrug. Assuming your case and this Takemaru are related, why is the perpetrator killing humans? Seemingly unrelated ones, at that. Zhuyo forced himself to take a breath and calm himself down. Just focus on the job. I'm not sure. Perhaps they found a new ghoul boss, or are working for a client. They seemed pretty organized and well supplied. Even had a decent stock of Q bullets, he offered. Concerning, Akira said, her eyes narrowing. Very concerning. Surely this would be noticed by someone along the line, Akira mused, lips pressed together. She set the yakisoba down onto her plate. While a rogue investigator is not impossible, I'd start by looking at distribution. Arming a group with Q weaponry would be difficult, and there has to be some sign of it somewhere. Sounds like they'd need help, considering how tight a grip the CCG keeps on RC research and weaponry, Zhuyo noted. Do you think someone on the inside might be behind the security breach? Possibly. Just off the top of my head, I know there are third parties involved in the production of some elements of Q weapons. Businesses. We'd need to look more into it, and it could take a while to put everything under a microscope. Akira rubbed her chin. It was the most interest she had ever shown towards anything. You'd know better than me. Sounds like this case might have just blown up a fair bit in scale, Zhuyo commented, folding his arms across his chest. I had a hunch ever since Donato offered his insight, but after Dr. Chichio's findings, the similarities stacked up a bit too high for my liking. It may not be that big. All it takes is one weak link in the line, some invested interested blackmail maybe, and then suddenly you've got a relatively minor gang being equipped with investigator-grade weaponry. You see it all the time with the Yakuza, Akira said, taking up the yakisoba once again. It's not a conspiracy, I think. Guess we'll find out after some poking, then, Giulio said with a shrug, taking off his glasses to wipe at them. So do we treat these as separate cases, since this is more going off my experiences than anything we've seen so far directly related to sword, or do we add this to the sword file? We'll need evidence, true. Make notes for now, but don't add it to the file. No audit trail if we just go off of an experience from your prior life. We'll use the notes as a guideline, she said, pausing and picking up on an earlier point. Sword's mask. It's different. It was different before you met Takemaru. Giulio quirked an eyebrow. That's so. He wondered. It wouldn't happen to have been of a more ONI persuasion before. You misunderstand. I'm considering the timeline, mostly. Sword has the reflective, angular mask. Takemaru, as you described, doesn't have that. While it's easy to change masks, it seems odd that a crook would operate in two different wards with two different masks but potentially use the same weapon, she pointed out, humming. The investigator's mind was at work. Just something to think about for now. I'll ponder it. Things also change, perhaps either Sword or Takemaru had to change their appearance for whatever reason, Giulio suggested. For now, I'll go with your suggestion on making notes as a guideline. Other than that, I don't really have much else to offer right now until we do more digging. Akira finished off her yakisoba, pointed at Giulio once she was done. How on earth did you have such a wild single year in this city? Giulio blinked, then considered the date. His eyes widened. Oh. Has it? It's really been a year since I came here, he realized. Just 1 year. Jesus. He set the glasses down and wiped his face. Don't even remember coming to Japan. I was home, and then I just, blinked, and I was here, turned into a ghoul. After that was just. He went quiet. I dunno. Like a fever dream. Brain damage, maybe. Akira assessed clinically, not even bothering to address the emotional part of Giulio's words. Hell if I know. Something about a construction site. Giulio trailed off, what little details he had coming back. In particular, what Yamurai had shown him in his mind. Suda. Focus came back in an instant. He looked back up at Akira. There is one thing I remember now. A man, a ghoul, in a smirking clown mask, looking down on me. His name, at least the one I know, was Suda. Do you know of him? I'm afraid not. We can look through the electronic evidence folders, but it's not a name that rings any bells, Akira said, leaning forward and steepling her fingers. Clown masks aren't uncommon, but there is a group called the Clowns. Small-time group, but a long-lived one. I've heard them mentioned a few times. Guess I'll see what I can find on them in the evidence folders, Giulio sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose before letting his hand flop down on the table. He looked around his apartment. Now that you mention it, this year really has been an insane one. I never once thought I'd get involved in all this, he gestured vaguely at everything, kind of life. Masks, killing, plots, investigations. Hunting and being hunted. Thought I'd live the quiet life, until, you know. It's an interesting life at the very least. And you still have many years left to find that quiet life, it's just not the right time for it. Investigators have good retirement plans, especially if you have a lasting injury on the job. The way she failed to be encouraging was either clueless or a joke, and given that it was Akira, it was hard to tell which she was going for. So you won't be getting the latter. The curse of being a half-ghoul. Right, that's the cursed part of it, Giulio snorted. The car was cold by necessity. When conducting surveillance, it was only natural to keep everything quiet, and turning on the heater would have made Giulio and Akira stand out like a sore thumb in the quiet, post-midnight streets of the northern 18th Ward. After being informed of Takemaru, Akira's first piece of advice to Giulio was to put out a bolo for both him and Sword. It only took a week for the first hit to come in from a source in the 18th Ward. Arakawa Ward, the territory of the ghoul known as Three Blades. Akira had parked them out of the light of the streets intentionally, casting a deep shadow inside the car. Between that and the tinted windows, they were effectively invisible. Honjoji was the least impressive of the temples in the Arakawa Ward, and it was frequently overlooked by visitors due to that fact. At night, it and the nearby area was effectively a dead zone due to there being relatively little to do in that patch of Tokyo. It was for that exact reason that the CCG was willing to expend manpower to watch the area, simply following the principle that hidden things are often where one was not looking. They would see if it paid off, although spending 4 hours in a cold car with no food and no light was not exactly a rewarding experience. Giulio found that surveillance sucked. Sitting and watching the exact same place for hours on end was mind-numbing in the extreme, even with being able to have at least some quiet conversation with Akira. This and that, casual talk, the usual. But it wasn't just professionalism that saw him through it. Ever since he caught the scent of Takemaru, and Akira's indication that he may very well have been the one to tip the CCG off about Antioku, something simmered in Giulio's chest. Was it his own actions that led to Antioku falling? The domino effect and vicious cycle of revenge, all because he simply wanted to lash back out at monsters? But more than anything, Giulio wanted Takemaru to die. The man became a focal point for his frustration and rage, becoming an object to blame all of the tragedy on. It was addicting. His only regret was that he hadn't killed him when he had the chance. Should have taken Gil's advice. With that thought, Akira leaned forward. One male, no mask, she observed quietly as someone made their way towards the temple. A bit too unhealthy looking to be this Takemaru of yours, Buyet. She quieted down as they passed the car, not even sparing them a glance. They stopped at the walkway to the entrance of the old temple and its walls, glanced around, and then moved towards the entrance. They scaled the wall with a single step, relatively minimal effort put into it. Well, it's something, Akira said, looking to Gio with a shrug. Next move, we can either inspect the disturbance, or we can see where he goes once he's done. Gio hummed, considering it. Chances of him going in there for food seems low, since it looks pretty empty, he mused, working through his thoughts. He's probably making contact with someone. Could provide another lead. It could. You just have to consider if we're going to scare anyone back into the ground if we barge in, Akira pointed out, looking to the gate of the temple. Right. A brief pause, then Gio nodded. We'll wait then. See where he goes, or if he leaves with something he didn't come with. Your case, your call. 3 minutes was all it took for the man to return. His arm was pressed up against his body, as if both holding and hiding something from view. Once he was past the wall of the temple, he moved past the car and back into the dark afforded by the cover of tree planters. That was brief. Seems like it was an exchange, or he had something hidden there. Food, probably. Akira considered aloud, shifting in the seat. She was getting ready to make a move. Probably, Gio agreed. Let's go after him. We can investigate the property itself afterward for anything left behind. On foot, then, she said, undoing her seatbelt. Her hand moved to the handle, waiting a few moments as if to give their target time to make more distance, and then opened the door. She gestured to the tops of nearby buildings. You take the high ground, I'll keep up from down here. Try to stay downwind. Despite everything that had happened to him, Gio still had some latent dorkiness within him, so it took a tremendous effort to not immediately regurgitate a line from a certain poorly acted movie. It didn't quite work, since he replied with a Roger before taking her advice. If she picked up on his particular brand of goonery, he was gone before she could say anything in return. From high, Gio watched as Akira kept a safe and consistent distance between herself and the target. Suitcase in hand, her stride somewhat and intentionally hurried, she looked less like an investigator and more like an office woman finishing incredibly late. From his time working with her, he knew all too well that the hasty step to her movements was an act meant to give off a disarming impression. It didn't make her look like she was following with any intent, but just trying to get to her next destination. It was the equivalent of intentionally leaving an opening in a guard to bait an attack, trying to lure out something to work with. Gio had seen it work, too. Akira's mental fortitude was something to be commended, going from victim to victor in all of 2 seconds. But it was not one of those nights. The mark simply continued on their way, giving only occasional glances to their surroundings, but not with nearly enough focus to spot the half-ghoul on the rooftops of nearby shops. At the end of his route was the entrance to a very old-looking store, the shutters looking to have been down for some time, with an equally old-looking second-floor apartment, done in the Makia style of home. It needed a touch of renovation, if the off-coloring of the once white exterior and faded wooden skeleton was anything to go by. Once he entered, door shutting behind him, Gio's phone began to vibrate. Moshi Mosh, he answered in deadpan after opening it. From the 20-minute brisk walk and the way he was acting, it's probably food, Akira's voice said through the phone, ignoring his blatant unprofessional manner. What do you want to do with that, Jenna? We've got more than enough cause to go in, I'd say, he replied. Catch him in the act, interrogate him. Feel free to take the lead. We could knock, or we could put your body to use. Gio hummed. The latter then. See you on the other side. Akira came to wait across from the house, checking her watch as Gio made his way down to her level. Once they were reunited, Akira nodded to the door, wasting no time. She strode over to the door, leaning against the wall beside it to give Gio room to open up the way. He raised his open palm, pressing it against the wooden door. His body prepared itself to charge, and to follow the scent of food to their target. It wouldn't be hard, he was always hungry, these days. So, he briefly retracted his palm. And then smashed it against the door, sending it crumbling backward as he immediately followed through it. His nostrils flared, searching for the scent. Hurried footfall from above. Muffled voices, too. And then, silence. It was the stillness of panic, the very same sort that would overcome any person when facing down a predator. Akira moved in with Gio, her short blade quinqua unfurling from its container. A set of stairs was directly ahead of them, leading to the source of the noise Gio had detected. The tsunagi clicked into being from Gio's own suitcase as he made his way to the stairs at a steady pace. The targets weren't moving, so there was no need for too much urgency. He walked up to the second floor, his senses peeled for anything out of the ordinary. The smell of fresh food was like a cloud over the sun, blocking out Gio's ability to smell anything else. It almost bled over into his other senses as his mind pictured the source of the smell, and what it'd feel like to eat. The 4 hours in the car were not kind to him without his allocated meal. Once atop of the wooden staircase, Gio could see the source of the noise. The same man, stocky with equal amounts of rotundness and natural strength about him, stared through the haze of the lightless indoors, his eyes flaring with the red intensity of a ghoul. A cancerous, Fleshy growth protruded from his back, enveloping his entire arm with neon purple lines of light running down it, gathering on the back of the giant clawed hand that now existed in place of a normal one, creating an eye-like effect with their accumulation. The long fingers doubled as serrated blades. It was stuck out to his side, the digits splayed out, trying to cover something behind them. Another form, a smaller one. Don't open your eyes. Just wait, he instructed softly to the one behind his weaponized hand, gaze not leaving the two investigators. Damn it. Juyo was weak when it came to parents and children. He saw Ryuko and Hinamai, Kotu, and his mother. And now he was the investigator, coming to rip a family apart. Who gave you the food? Juyo asked firmly, staring down the man. Akira spared Juyo a quick glance out of the corner of her eyes, but said nothing. She was aware of his issue. It was no secret, as they had talked about their work enough for it to come up a couple of times. In the instances where children were involved, he hadn't gone out with her, on Akira's request. The man tilted his head slightly, drawing his hand away from the child, a boy with a distinct birthmark on his cheek, to bring it into a more offensive position, leaning forward like a stalking tiger, his shoulder tense. Silly question to ask. You're just going to kill us anyway, why would I talk? He pointed out, glancing between the two investigators. Because you met with someone we're more interested in, Juyo answered. We don't have to kill you, or him. While we can't just let you go, we can take you both in. Talk. Work from there. I can't promise everything, but I can guarantee that he'll have a chance, he gestured at the boy, and I can guarantee that my partner and I are very good at what we do, if this comes to blows. What outcome would you prefer? Your people killed his mother. I think it's already a bit too late for you to start caring, Dove. I've seen what happens to ghouls who cooperate, he said with a notable calmness to his voice. A bad sign. He was resigned. You take my son in, and then what? He grows up in a cell until it's his day to die. No matter what Juyo went through, no matter how much shit he had to trudge through, why was it that every single time this matter came up, he couldn't help but take the most painful course of action? Because you're crazy. Because you always gotta offer your damn hand. Yamarai's assessment of him, followed by cackling laughter. It was amazing it'd taken this long for Juyo to be confronted with the more problematic matter of becoming an investigator. Akira had shielded him from it, somewhat, but that didn't really help anything. At the end of the day, an investigator had to kill ghoul children. Akira was right there, watching him, expecting, what? For him to do his job. Hinamai and Kota's faces were superimposed over the boy before him. He didn't know what to do. The lack of an answer was an answer in and of itself. The ghoul was upon them in the next moment. It was the first real tough ghoul Juyo had really encountered as an investigator. A Kaukako with enough raw physical strength to support his heavy Kagun was a rare thing. Even Jukiyama had issues with his, but he made up for it with skill and endurance. Compared to Jukiyama, the man was just a wrecking ball. Direct, heavy, and too blunt to really work on people like Akira and Juyo. Juyo's Tsunagi sank into the ghoul's chest cleanly, while Akira's own Chimera Quinkle ran through his gut from the back. It was a fight of all of 30 seconds. 30 long seconds where a man desperately tried to stop the two investigators, offering no alternative other than to finish him off. It was the definition of a cornered animal, completely willing to expend everything for the potential of survival. It had failed. Akira drew back, the arm of her suit jacket torn, her arm bleeding into the white fabric of the shirt beneath. She retained a steel-like composure, despite the painful-looking injury. Juyo pulled out the Tsunagi, his face forcefully blank while internally his frustration with himself and weight of failure smashing into him. Failure to negotiate. Failure to empathize. Failure to speak. His time among ghouls was working against him. His own morality was working against him. What the fuck did he think would happen, becoming an investigator? Only kill bad ghouls, let the good ones live, somehow? He knew that wasn't how it worked, how it wasn't allowed to work. And now there was just another corpse. No intel, nothing. Just a dead body, and a scared, orphaned child, alone with his killers. Juyo looked at the boy. He sat perfectly still, hands over his ears and his eyes squeezed shut. He was blocking out the world around him, following the last instruction of his parent. Juyo thought about killing him. Instantly, viscerally, a hand rushed to his mouth as a harsh gagging noise came from his throat, and he rushed out of the room, unable to contain his disgust and horror. In some ways, he really hadn't changed at all. Akira's hands came down on his shoulders, forcing him to look at her. She stared right into his eyes. Jenna. Stay with me here. What's the next course of action, rank 3? His breathing was shaky, chest rising and falling as he struggled to meet Akira's gaze. Juyo tried to say, trying to organize his chaotic thoughts and feelings. What was he supposed to do? What was an investigator supposed to do? What do you want to do? Akira asked, as if picking up on the conflict he was going through. It couldn't have been an unusual event. Ghoul children still looked like children, at the end of the day. There was no way that every investigator was just okay with it, surely. I don't want to do it, Juyo managed. I can't. Not to a child. Akira's insistent gaze did not leave Juyo. We leave the child. He grows up, knowing that investigators killed his parents. He goes on to kill himself. More people humans die. Is that something you accept, Jenna? Juyo grinned his teeth. No, I know that, I've seen it happen, all the fucking. He shook his head, cutting himself off. I'm not reprimanding you. I'm making sure you know what choice you're making. I won't get in the way, this is your case. Juyo went quiet. Leaving the kid would result in the path Akira described. There was no more Antioco to take wayward ghouls in. He might even join Aojirai Tree, after seeing the cruelty of investigators firsthand and seeking justifiable vengeance. Taking the kid in, his father was also right. He'd go to Cochlea, rot in a cell, and likely not be given the special treatment Juyo had been offered since he wasn't particularly unique. Even if the boy could be offered an arrangement like Juyo's, why would he take it? They killed his parents. An immediate death against a prolonged one. He looked back at the boy. Saw him more clearly, and not as Hinamai or Kotu. Taking those names from him did little to change how Juyo truly felt. He had crossed many lines since coming to Tokyo, several of which he never saw himself crossing, but when it came to this, Juyo, Trevor, could not bring himself to kill a child. Human or ghoul, it made no difference in his eyes. So, even if Juyo would be someone the kid hated for all the right reasons, he would at least be alive, and have the chance for something more. I'll take him into custody, Juyo eventually said, coming to a conclusion and entirely aware of the trouble it would bring. I'll take responsibility. Akira gave it a moment before nodding. She squeezed Juyo's shoulders, a rare sign of solidarity from her. Understood. Call HQ, get someone from the prisons to come get him. I'll look for a lead. Okay, Juyo said quietly, before going to do just that. It wouldn't be the last time Juyo would be forced to encounter the reality of being an investigator. Up until then, he had been able to retain a sense of virtue in his role, but was there any to be found in targeting children, even if they were ghouls? Akira's hypothetical scenario was logical. It was a common scenario, but it was one born from two awful situations colliding, the necessity to eat, and the imperative to survive. Nobody was really at fault. It wasn't Akira's fault, it wasn't the father's fault, and it wasn't the boy's fault. It wasn't Juyo's fault either. It was just the world, which seemed to resist attempts to make it better. Ghouls were right to hate investigators, but the doves had their struggles too. The light of the interview room was not harsh, contrary to what some pieces of media would have someone believe. The chairs were comfortable, and the table was just regular wood layered over with some sort of plastic, no different than any other table in any other office. There was no way to look into the room, no one-way glass, just a window looking out into the morning sky of the 12th ward. Corniculum. Ghoul Detention Center. It was the nicer of the two major detention centers, with Cochlea being reserved for more severe cases. Corniculum was for the human suspects primarily, but ghouls who were not expected to be trouble were placed there too. It was a small comfort allowed to particular ghouls. They'd be allowed to live their life behind bars, fed semi-regularly, and with some comforts depending on behavior. It was the smallest, most token form of understanding allowed to those unfortunate ghouls who hadn't really done anything wrong in their life, but who still violated the ghoul countermeasures law with their very existence. The boy sat across from Juyo and Akira, staring at the table with solid, unflinching eyes. It was as if he was somewhere else other than in the room with them. Juyo had to justify why he had captured the boy. He needed to question him about the sword case and its related suspects. It was essentially Juyo's trial by fire. This was his first interview with a suspect, and so he still lacked crucial experience to draw out the answers that would have made the case. However, Juyo did not expect the boy to say the correct things that would solve the entire case. What Juyo did want, however, was for the boy to provide at least one solid answer, at least one new tidbit that could breathe some life into the case. If the boy could do that much, his capture was justified, and he wouldn't have to be executed for being unnecessary. It was a life behind bars, but it was still life. Certainly not as terrible as Cochlea. Thankfully, Akira was there to help if need be. Juyo was still learning on the job, after all. What's your name? Juyo asked first, seeking some sort of common ground initially. Also to stop referring to the boy as the boy in his head all the time. Haishi, he said under his breath, his eyes flitting about the table. He was a pale thing, the birthmark on his face serving as a memorable note on him. Short brown hair, the sides shorter than the top. His eyes were a distinct light green, and there was an unsettling hardiness about him which was beyond his years. He couldn't have been older than 10, but it was clear that he had seen more than enough to give him a paradoxically firm yet shaky mental constitution. Poor kid. Ghoul children were far less likely to be shielded from the world's troubles than human children, forcing them to mature at a young age or become swept up in the violence of it all. It wasn't surprising, from all the ghoul kids he'd seen, they'd all had terrible circumstances, and he'd picked up from Tuka that she and Ayato had a rough time of it when they were much smaller. Even rougher for Haishi in particular was the birthmark on his face. A weak ghoul's greatest asset was anonymity, what allowed them to slip into crowds with ease after removing the mask. Unfortunately, a birthmark was incredibly conspicuous and hard to remove. Makeup was an option, though could be pricey for an average ghoul's budget. It could be cut off, but it would likely grow back the exact same. Haishi, Juyo echoed with a nod. Thank you. So, Haishi, did your father make mention of anyone he met with to provide you with food? He looked up at Juyo, squinting in a childlike yet critical manner. Akira leaned forward, a pleasant smile on her face. What he means is, did your dad leave you home often? She asked in a much gentler voice than she usually spoke with, her choice of words toned down for the sake of the child in front of her. Haishi still looked critical, but he seemed to pick up more on what Akira was saying. He glanced off to the side, lips pressing together as he swallowed. Sometimes. A few weeks, every now and then, I think. Would just come back with food. Juyo nodded, suppressing an internal wince at his flub. Just bounce back. Did your dad tell about his trips at all? He asked, keeping his voice gentle. Maybe about friends of his. Haishi shook his head. No friends. No such thing. Too dangerous. As though in understanding, Zhuyo nodded again. Right. Not friends, but maybe someone he talked with, or about with you. The boy exhaled through his nose, nostrils flaring somewhat. No. Too dangerous. For both us. Nobody can know about me. I can't know about that stuff, too, the boy tried to explain with a clipped tone and vocabulary, seeming frustrated by something. Akira wrote something down on her notepad, leaving room for Zhuyo to glance at it. Limited communication household. Minimizing presence, results in poor speech. An unfortunate but understandable situation. The boy's father clearly went to great lengths to shield Haishi from certain things, and wisely sought to not involve him with whoever was feeding them. Haishi likely never even left the house before the investigators came. If he had, it would have likely been under incredibly tense circumstances. It was going to make drawing out information difficult, especially considering Haishi's limited speech. While his father's methods did well to keep Haishi alive while they were free, those very same methods were now hampering Haishi's chances now that he was captured. It was not the father's fault, but just the way it was. Makes sense, Zhuyo said aloud, seeing the reason in Haishi's words and outwardly showing it. Did anyone ever come to the house that your dad didn't expect? Visitors would never have come by invitation, the kind of life he was describing. Haishi went to open his mouth, but hesitated. A croak came out, as if he lost the words. He shut his mouth again, rubbing his forehead with the palm of his hand. He blinked, looking at Akira and Zhuyo, and then ran his hand down his face in a meaningful manner. Masks. Like Dad's. What did your dad's mask look like? Zhuyo wondered. He did the same thing, opening his mouth to say something but losing his words before he could speak. It came out as a stammer, before dying off. He pressed his lips together, brow furrowed in frustration. He didn't say anything. Limited vocabulary. Right. Zhuyo placed his pen over his notepad, and pushed it across the table to Haishi. Can you draw it for us? He asked gently. He blinked again, eyes widening. It seemed that he could in fact draw. He reached out, taking the paper and pen, beginning to draw something. He moved to kneel on the chair so he could lean over the paper. Akira looked over at Zhuyo, giving him a slow and approving nod. Dad broke the mask. I was small. It was like, human underface, the boy began to say, as he drew, taking his time between words. The drawing seemed to allow him to draw on the ideas of what he wanted to say. Other mask, red, teeth. Human smell. A pause. He kept drawing. Spoke with angry words. Quiet, angry. He finally presented the finished product to the two investigators. Although childish in rendition, the three illustrated masks were familiar to Zhuyo. The underface was a skull, although deformed to appear more intimidating. The black circles in the eye sockets were supposed to be a glow of some sort. Aojirai. The second mask looked fairly nondescript, black and demon-like, although without the teeth. Demon dance. The third had teeth, and a set of horns to go with it. Take Maru. The CCG's sources had been correct, in one way or another. Take Maru had been operating in the area. Haishi began to point at them, starting with the Aojirai mask. Dad. Others had it too. He broke his. The finger moved to the mask of the demon dance's thugs. 1. Quiet. Still. Then to Takamaru's. Speaker. Human. Looks strong. Made me hungry. He set the paper down, exhaling from his mouth in a tired manner. He pushed the pen and paper back to Zhuyo, nodding at him. That's good. I get to live. It was more than Zhuyo could have hoped for. Of all things, he hadn't expected Aojirai tree to even be mentioned. Even if it sounded like his father left them. Yes, Zhuyo said, smiling and relieved. This is more than good, Haishi. Thank you. Haishi looked relieved. He understood the gravity of the situation. It seemed his father had taught him about life and death, and Haishi had managed to grasp that his own life was in danger. His survival instinct was compliance to make himself valuable to his would-be killers. It was successful, thankfully. Haishi had been found by someone who had been outright looking for reasons for him to live in the first place. Now, Zhuyo had something to go off. A connection to Aojirai tree, to take Maru. The thought of the man stirred something in Zhuyo, something he had been lacking ever since he'd been taken by Nerima. A feeling that had been awakened in him by his life as a ghoul. Hunt. The boy looked at the two investigators, and then suddenly snapped his hand out to grab the paper. Akira didn't flinch, but a hard quality did enter her eyes at the sudden movement. He ripped the page he had been drawing on free, stared at it, and then folded it up. Keeping it. Akira shut her eyes, sighing. Although she was playing nice, she was still an investigator at the end of the day. She was as ready to cut down Haishi as any other ghoul. Zhuyo blinked at Haishi, then chuckled a little bit. They didn't need the drawing to keep Haishi alive, it was all recorded. The boy's life was secured. Okay, you can keep it, he allowed, appearing placating. Haishi nodded curtly, as if he had just come out of the other end of some sort of business deal. Information in exchange for a drawing. It was a good enough deal, in the boy's eyes. Jozu lounged in a chair inside Zhuyo's apartment, watching something on the television. The door was in fact locked. Josu couldn't have reasonably got inside without breaking something, yet nothing was broken. Not the window, not the door, nothing. The young investigator just sat there, leg missing and all, and watched his late morning anime. He even waved at Juyo as he entered, but didn't move to look at him. Juyo had been up for a day and a night by that point, staking out an abandoned temple for hours on end, fighting a surprisingly tough ghoul, forced to confront an incredibly stressful moral situation, and then interviewed a child. To say he was tired by that point was a mild understatement. So to say he was utterly unsurprised that more was going on was a bit of an understatement. When it rained, it poured for Juyo. Make yourself at home, Juyo said by way of greeting, going right for the fridge after dropping his keys on the counter. God, was he hungry. Thanks. Josu called back. At that, he finally moved. He somehow managed to flip his body onto the back of the chair, squatting on it with one foot, his hands serving to secure him there. It was an almost inhuman movement. Busy night? I heard about some of it. Big man Nerima actually gave me a call, and asked me to check in with you. Mighty kind of you both, Juyo answered, pulling out his allocated cochlea brown sludge and setting it on the table. And yet, it was an eventful one. Figured you'd hear about it, actually, in light of the new Aojirai connection that just came up. Also why I'm here. Anti-Aojirai task force, and all that. I got one of my guys to read me your notes on the case. It sounds good. Has all the signs of something juicy, Josu said, leaping from the top of the chair like a cat, clearing the gap between it and the chair next to Juyo, managing to land on the back of it, but sending himself across the table after, to land securely in the chair opposite the one he initially landed on. So yeah, I can totally give you a hand now, if you want. But not a foot. The bit that really got me interested was the human part, the guy with the quinqua. I've got a bit of a personal investment there. Is that so? Juyo said with interest, for the most part ignoring Josu's Looney Tunes shenanigans but silently appreciating them. You and me both, in fact. What's your connection there? Josu leaned forward. There was something in his eyes, a frenzied intensity that was in stark contrast to his otherwise pleasant and youthful smile. Humans working for ghouls. I want to see if I can find people who are like me, you see. I want to talk with them, and then destroy them, he said as if it were the most normal thing. Scrappers, you know about them? Yes. Very, very much so, Juyo answered, vividly recalling just how exactly. Kano made many of them over the course of his experiments. My siblings, he seemed to call them. Hey? That's not a scrapper. That's just a failed half-ghoul, isn't it? Josu asked, a brow raised and his head tilted. People raised by ghouls to do something for them, Juyo. That's a scrapper. Hand-reared entertainment. Oh. He gave them to people at the ghoul restaurant to do the same things as scrappers, so I guess there was a mixing there, Juyo said with a shrug. But I didn't know you were a former scrapper, kind of figured something happened in the past, but wasn't sure on what. It does explain why you can do the things you can. Super scrappers, hey? I guess it's not that weird, but I was never experimented on. Pure human, yep. Josu nodded, bringing his leg up onto the seat of the chair. But I'm the only scrapper I know that got away from that whole business. I want to see if there are more like me, and if there are, what they're like. How strong they are. And if they're still working for ghouls, I want to kill them. You get where I'm coming from. Juyo could, after some stretches. Josu clearly had a massive chip on his shoulder beneath the chipper personality, something that was undoubtedly the product of a horrifically abusive childhood. Juyo would have rather tried to convert said scrappers away from their lifestyles like Josu had been, that was how Juyo had tried to be with Kurona and Nashiro, after all, but Josu was Josu. For now, Juyo really didn't have a good reason to dissuade him from that way of thinking, especially with limited information. I get you, Juyo said with a nod after taking some sips of his questionably human sludge. This case blew up a lot more than I was expecting. With the demon dance and now Aojirai tree involved in what could be a massive security breach of RC weapons, there's quite the rabbit hole here. Hell of a first case. It can happen. My first case became the raid on the 11th Ward Aojirai base. It was wild. I suppose it's good fortune, though. Better to have a big first case, so you learn as much as you can early. I didn't really appreciate it that much when I started. But after the 20th Ward. Josu paused, a rare moment of thoughtfulness coming over him. He then nodded. Make sure you learn as much as you can, Jana. And be humble. We're never as good as we think we are. Juyo went quiet, no longer eating. He took a breath. I learned that the hard way, he eventually replied tiredly. Probably around the same time as you, sounds like. He'd ridden an incredible high, feasting on monstrous ghouls and becoming a half-Kakuja. More than anything, he craved the power to do what he wanted, to save and kill who he pleased. But look where that got him. Maiming a good man who was still missing, failing to save those he cared about most, and getting slapped down by Nerima with contemptuous ease. You really never were as good as you thought you were. It was a tough time. Things getting better now, though. I'll have my new leg, soon. Then I can get back to the parts of the job I enjoy. Hey, you're being trained by Nerima, right? Josu suddenly asked, changing track. Not as much as I used to, Juyo told him. Nerima's out pretty much all the time these days, and I've got work with Akira. Why? I was just wondering, is all. It's pretty big talk in the offices, you know. The last person Nerima trained was Hirako, and he's really good. Boring guy, though, Jozu explained. When I'm back on 2 feet, you wanna fight? Sure, why not, Juyo said with a snort. Although I'm not really at full capabilities right now. He jostled the sludge tray. Diet's not conducive to the kind of fighting I'm best at. That's fine, I won't be in top shape either. One day, though, when we're both in top shape, let's go all out. Jozu said, looking visibly and innocently excited by the prospect, beaming at Juyo. The boy evidently liked Juyo in a more natural manner than most in the office. Go all out for Juyo probably meant full Kakuja. Something he wouldn't have for a long time, if things kept going on their current track. But, still, it was hard to fight Jozu's charm, and Juyo had developed a taste for the thrill of combat over the past year. Sounds Gucci to me, Juyo replied back, raising his glass of water as though in cheers. Whenever that happens, let's make sure we give each other a good time, yeah. Jozu gave Juyo a big, cheerful grin, his eyes shutting. You bet. Juyo's apartment had been spruced up a fair bit from the blank, depressing, glorified cell that it had been initially. While he was far less inclined toward too much decoration than he used to be, a result of the deep-seated feeling that every situation he was put in would be temporary, he still needed something to breathe life into the quiet moments when no one else was around. That meant a TV, some consoles, a bookshelf filled with the very same books Nerima had offered him in prison. Not much, but it at least made the place feel like somewhere someone actually lived. Juyo looked around the space that had become his. He still didn't think of it as home. It was where he'd ended up for the time being, not a place he had truly settled down in, nor could he. The CCG was just the latest place he'd visited on his journey in Tokyo, going from Antioku, to Aojirai Tree, to Mithril Scorpion. It had been little over a year now, since he woke up in Kano's hospital. It was dizzying even trying to compare the man he was prior to the man he was now. So, for now, he didn't. Instead, he walked over to one of the few standout pieces of decoration in his apartment, a Godzilla figure he'd bought on a whim. One of the few constants he'd always tried to put in the places he stayed at, a small part of his childhood he wanted to maintain. He picked it up, inspecting the creature and its snarling, terrible visage. Godzilla had always been his greatest childhood hero, even when the monster had been a vengeful destroyer of the world. That made Juyo wonder if that at all played a role in his sympathy for ghouls. An errant thought crossed his mind, and he put his thumb over Godzilla's right eye. Now he was a one-eyed king of the monsters. Just like Ito. Juyo snorted quietly to himself. A lame joke that would probably be amusing only to him. He let out a breath, setting Godzilla back down, and wished he could have another conversation with Ito. Or with anyone, really, from the world of ghouls he'd been forced to leave. Well, nothing lasts forever, he said aloud, putting his hands in his pockets and heading to bed. If there was one thing he'd learned since coming to Tokyo, it was that nothing lasted. The meeting room off to the side of Akira's floor of the office wasn't the largest thing in the world, obviously meant for smaller teams of investigators working on minor cases. Even with Juyo, Akira, a couple of bureau staff and a representative from Suzuya's team, it was getting a bit tight. There was a small circular table in the middle of the room, a computer just next to the door, and a whiteboard across from the door. A vertical slit ran down the door, allowing someone to check if the room was occupied with their own eyes. From the table, someone could get a good view of the dragon sculpture that resided in the middle of the office floor. The topic was, naturally, the sword case and what exactly they were going to be doing about it. Keijin Nakare, a young man just into his 20s with a slim look and a bob for hair, had been sent by Suzuya to speak on behalf of his new team. After being caught up to speed with the basics of the case, the conversation moved on to what exactly they were going to be doing about the ever-growing case that had been dropped on their newest investigator's lap. 2 suspects, similar fighting styles, similar aesthetics, same weapon type, different areas, different timelines. Keijin began, summarizing the most pertinent points while balancing his chair on its rearmost legs. Potential security breach in RC weaponry production, 2. What a hassle. It is what it is, Akira said, sorting through the documents which consisted of the case file. The most important part is the fact that we've discovered a source in the Ghoul Haishi, who has allowed us to, through the balance of probability, confirm that there are 2 swords, as it were. The initial sword, who has been active at 6-month intervals, and the Takemaru suspect, who used to be in line with the Neon Demon, and went underground before emerging in the service of Aojirai. Keijin pursed his lips, head moving from side to side as he considered the information. And given the similarities between the 2, you're assuming that the initial sword is connected to Aojirai too, he observed, finishing with a hum. I mean, I get it. 6 months is a very particular timescale, if it's the truth of the matter. Almost looks scheduled and organized, considering the average rate of hunting for a ghoul is anywhere between 1 and 3 months, depending on certain factors. If there's 2, there could be more, one of the bureau staff pointed out with a raised finger. 6 months is a long time, as you pointed out. They could be on a rota, with a few in different areas of Tokyo. While it's not something to be dismissed, we should avoid making this case bigger than it already is, Akira said firmly, appraising one sheet of paper, a printout of the messages they had been able to retrieve from Haishi's father's phone. But with the idea of timelines in mind. If Takemaru or the initial sword are providing food for ghouls, it can be assumed they're keeping themselves to certain timelines to keep them fed, Juyo picked up from where Akira trailed off. They'd discussed the matter prior to the meeting, so he knew where she was going with it. Haishi's father couldn't be the only ghoul they were providing for. It's far more likely they're feeding several ghouls in that area, to keep them happy and loyal. Like a lord and his vassals, he inwardly figured. A natural conclusion would be to track all of the known ghouls in the area to watch for signs of sword, or even Aojirai, but that's a tall order on a good day. Which leaves us in the dark. Still, Kajin muttered with a sigh, tilting his head back. Leave that to Suzui's squad. The captain's a bloodhound, give him some tracks and he'll figure something out. He's not exactly in the position to conduct an arrest, though. Akira and I can handle that part, Juyo offered him. Just let us know when. And the potential security breach? The bureau member asked, his colleague writing down what was being said in note form. Frankly, we haven't been able to make any headway there, Juyo answered. We're locked by several layers of authorization before we can even get our foot in the door. We'd need to go straight through the Division 1 commander for access. Bureaucracy. Yeah, you guys can handle that one. I'll take a stakeout over talking about that kind of stuff any day, Kajin said, blinking slowly. Suzui's squad must have been very direct in how they handled things. Agreeable. We'll provide all the evidence we've gathered so far, and leave the matter of finding one of the two suspects in first-class Suzui's hands, while my team handles the matter of broaching the loss of assets. Akira looked to Juyo, as if looking for his approval on the matter. She was fairly determined to keep him involved at all levels, considering it was his case. Juyo nodded. Sounds like a good use of our resources. We'll move forward with our respective tasks and reconvene as new developments occur. With their tasks set, everyone got up to leave. Just before leaving, Kajin muttered something to himself. Humans working with ghouls. What's the world coming to? It usually took some time to get an hour booked with the Division 1 commander, being a busy woman at the most quiet of times. That was precisely why it was a bit odd that she had accepted a meeting with Akira and Juyo within the same week as the request. Akira had apparently made the matter urgent, and it was easy to see why the higher-ups would want the matter resolved as quickly as possible. The commander's office was dark, with only her computer screen and the blocked light of sunlight through curtains lighting the room. It was comfortably cool, not enough to create a chill but enough to be noted. The woman herself was pale, her dark hair almost blue and its color tied back into a bun. Her steely silver eyes looked from the screen to the two investigators, the feeling from them going from deadly serious to polite and kind in under a second. She smiled softly, her lips accented by the beauty mark on the right of them. Mato, good to see you again. Jenna, this is our first time face-to-face, I believe. She stood, no more than 5'5", and extended a hand out to the junior investigator. I'm Kyoko, as I'm sure you're aware. I'm the one doing all the quality checking. Right. A pleasure to finally meet you, ma'am, Juyo offered, taking the extended hand and giving it a shake. She had a firm shake. As expected. Releasing Juyo's hand, she moved back to her seat and gestured for the two to sit at her desk, their chairs already prepared. Mato, you sent me the request, but I believe this is for one of your cases, Jenna. Sword, potential human offender in ghoul-related activity. Number of victims unknown, but 3 have been confirmed at a minimum, with an additional suspect being one Take Maru. And you believe there is something else at play, the provision of RC weaponry to an enemy of the CCG. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. Dr. Chijio and his team confirmed the murder weapon to be a Tsunagi, Juyo informed her. And with multiple suspects, it's likely that it's more than just someone looting the quinqua from a defeated investigator. We'd have record of that, if it were the case, the commander agreed, resting an elbow on her desk. But then that brings in the question of where they're coming from. If there's no record of weapons being lost in the field, then they must be getting them through other channels. The most reasonable assumption is to think that it is through a back channel within the system itself. From our providers. Commander Ora paused, looking at the two calmly. That'd be quite the scandal, if word got out. The ostensible CCG arming criminals who work for ghouls. Juyo nodded. It's safe to say that we've been discretionary about who knows about that particular aspect of the case. But you also haven't been able to do anything with it. You'd need the approval from the appropriate authorized officer before you reasonably could. One of the few restrictions in place for an investigator, she pointed out, tapping a finger against her jaw. I understand your reasoning for coming to me, but given the potential risk involved in this case, it must also be understood that this falls under the domain of an associate special class investigator's work. I should, by all rights, reallocate this case to another, Kyoko revealed, drawing her hand away from her face. This isn't to say I don't trust your work. Mato, you are well on the path to becoming a special investigator through your conduct and the quality of your work, Jenna. For someone so new, you have shown that you have what it takes to be considered a student of Nerima. But neither of you has the rank or experience to deal with internal inquiries of this nature. She left it in the air, waiting for either of the two to respond. Kyoko had good points, Juyo had to allow. It rankled him, feeling what might have been the sting of pride, at the idea of losing control of the case he'd worked so hard on. The sword case had ended up turning into a loose end of sorts from his past as the Scorpion, involving Take Maru and the Demon Dance, two unpleasant reminders of when he had sunk easily and eagerly into bloodshed. However, emotion didn't rule him as much as it used to. Only certain matters could make that happen, and being in the office in front of the Division 1 commander was not one of them. So, he sought to approach it more logically. I understand. If you believe that is the best course of action toward the breach being resolved, then I trust your judgment on the matter, Juyo said. Is there any way for either of us to have some involvement? This is connected to my ongoing case that is still developing. You're entirely correct. I should reallocate this case entirely, but that's using a hammer to fix a china plate, absent of any care for the situation itself, the commander said, taking a moment and considering something. Solution, I'll create a case for this particular matter, creating a divide between it and sword. I'll associate this case with both of you, but I'll be making the lead investigator an associate special class. You'll work with them in their inquiries, but they will be the one in charge. Is that agreeable, Jenna? An opportunity to learn from a high-ranking investigator for both himself and Akira, along with allowing for continued involvement? Very much so, Giulio answered with a nod. Thank you, ma'am. No thanks required. The rules are the rules, but there's ways to make them more accommodating to the human elements at play, she said with a smile. Who can we expect to be working with, if I may? Akira asked, speaking up for the first time. She looked pleased with the solution herself. Kojima. He could use some time off the more intensive cases, Kyoko said. Mado let out a hum. Kojima. An interesting choice, Commander. Kyoko chuckled, leaning back in her chair. Believe it or not, but he's actually very good when it comes to internal inquiries. If it were up to me, I'd have him on them all the time, but the man seems to be in an intimate relationship with the very idea of danger. Give him a chance, and you will be pleasantly surprised, Mado. Akira looked somewhat surprised, her brow raised. Catching her off guard was different. Well, I'm nothing if not curious to see how that will work. Shiki Kojima apparently was not fond of office spaces. Most of his work he did when he was out and about, doing his administrative work from a laptop whenever he had the chance. Every other time, he was taking a direct lead in cases that had grown too big for other investigators, or simply carrying out his own investigations. His hunches were supposedly very accurate. Word of warning, Akira began as she walked beside Giulio, moving towards the entrance of an izakaya in Shinjuku. Try not to stare too much. He knows what he looks like, and he won't mind, but it's still impolite. I've seen a lot of weird-looking people here, but thanks for the heads up, Giulio replied. Akira gave Giulio a look, smug in its nature, which said you don't get it yet. They entered the izakaya, the smell of fried and grilled snack foods wafting about the small restaurant. It was fairly busy, caught in the midst of the lunchtime rush, with a few square tables and bar occupied with one exception. A table, just one away from the corner, had all its seats free aside from one occupant. He was set to face the entrance, and looked up from under the trim of a black hat. Pure white eyes, mismatched in their size, locked onto the two of them, and a joyous toothy grin followed. With a wave, he beckoned the two of them over to his table. Oh wow. He's like a real-life Emil from Drakengard, Giulio realized. Akira had been right, he really hadn't gotten what she meant. A rotund figure in a black coat, with the right peg leg poking out from underneath, not unlike Josu's. The man's face, while expressing geniality, was undoubtedly the strangest face Giulio had ever laid eyes in America and Japan combined. Wide and round, incredibly pale save for a darkened patch of skin, quite literally a patch, as it had been clearly stitched on, around his smaller right eye. Nejima's nose had been melted at some point, though it had evidently healed enough so that the nostrils were able to function unimpeded. He was also short. Very short, barely 5 feet. Shorter even than Akira, which was no mean feat. Okay, you were right, Giulio admitted defeat quietly to Akira as they made their way to join him. Good afternoon, young Mado. It has been a while. Came the croaky, if positive, sounding voice of one Shiki Kojima. The short, wide, and scarred man waved Giulio and his partner over to his table, getting a few glances from the other patrons of the small food place. And this must be Jenna, correct? I'm Kojima, Associate Special Class. Nice to meet you, Kojima, Giulio greeted, taking a seat across from the Yoko Taro-looking man. It was still a bit surreal, seeing anyone looking like that even in the world of ghouls. The shock had faded, however, replaced by the easygoing, social atmosphere of the place around them. Giulio Jenna, rank 3. You're looking well, Kojima. It seems you've lost weight too, Akira said candidly, smiling at the short man as if he were family. New diet? Oh, no, of course not. Life's too short to not eat what I want to. I've just been working more to make up for it, Kojima replied, taking no issue with having been indirectly called a bit heavy. Can I get you two anything? A coffee for you, young Jenna. Sure, a black coffee would be nice, thank you. Giulio silently found it a little strange to hear Akira dig at someone like that, particularly with someone she didn't actually seem close with. Did she have actual issues with the man, or was it just a form of stress relief? Do they do fresh senbei? Akira asked. That they do. Back in a moment. Kojima hopped out of his chair, the distinct click of his peg leg following as he made his way to the bar top to get someone's attention. A very unusual, but seemingly harmless man. Told you, Akira said quietly, leaning back in her chair with a satisfied look on her face. You win this time, Giulio allowed, resting his elbows on the table. He seems nice. An entirely surface-level observation, he knew, one that was open for challenge. The first impression was hardly ever the correct one in this town. He is. The associate special class is a limitlessly polite man, Akira agreed. It's something of an art, when it comes to him. It's how he disarms the subjects of his inquiries, using his appearance and his mannerisms to create an odd image, but a harmless one. It works, Akira assessed coolly. It was something of a trend with Akira, to always find the darkest motivation for how someone behaved and then back it up with sound reasoning. The world through her eyes must have been a very bleak one, to say the least. Juyo breathed, nodding. There it was. Weighing between Akira's negative interpretation and his own had become something of a habit for him, trying to find the truth of the matter in the middle. For now, he mostly had her perspective. He wouldn't treat it as gospel, but he would still be careful. I can see how it'd be effective. A lot of people feel a strong pressure to stick to politeness, which gets tested by his appearance, putting them on the back foot, he observed, tapping a finger on the tabletop. Correct. The man's an expert interrogator, and absolutely fixated on the idea of ghoul psychology, and how it intersects with our own. He's the one I learned from, in that regard, Akira said. Before more could be said, the squad investigator returned with a toothy smile, setting a large, seaweed-coated rice cracker down before Akira, and a steaming hot cup of black coffee for Juyo. He hopped back onto his own seat, his gyoza already there from when he had ordered before their arrival. Now, I believe we have some business to discuss, but it does not seem like there is much of a rush. Lunch first and then work, yes. Kojima offered lightly, already taking to his selection of gyoza with chopsticks. Sounds fair, Juyo replied, watching him eat food that undoubtedly smelled delectable to a human, but was only vile to his ghoul nose. The entire restaurant stank to him, but he'd long grown used to putting up with such things. Considering what Akira had said about his fixation on ghoul psychology and how it intersects with humans, Juyo realized that he was likely something of a field day for Nerima. A conversation with a one-eye that had lived as both human and ghoul was a rarity, to put it mildly. Lunch passed them by uneventfully. Rather than talk, Kojima seemed content to polish off his gyoza and leave the other two investigators to their own food and drink respectively. It was only after he was done, with the lunch rush starting to die down, that he talked once more. With the food out of the way, Kojima moved immediately into work, quizzing the two about the sword cases to hear it from their own mouths. The man was a good listener, and he seemed to have an eye for questioning too unsurprising, given his apparent skill as an interrogator. It ultimately took longer for them to inform Kojima of the case than it did Suzui's representative, and that was in a far more formal setting than they were currently in. It said a lot about the level detail an associate special investigator was expected to operate with. In truth, Kojima actually said and revealed very little about himself. He just soaked in the answers. I see. So that's why Kyoko put me on this case. Kojima mused, his legs swinging from his chair in an almost youthful manner. Tell me, Jana, what do you know of Sphinx? Aside from mythology? Nothing, Juyo answered. MH. They're a contractor to the CCG, in a sense. Externally it looks that way, but they're functionally owned by the CCG in all but the purest technicalities. Come, you two. We'll walk and talk. Kojima abruptly changed the course of the conversation, hopping out of his chair once more and digging in a pocket. He left his yen on the table, and then hobbled on out of the restaurant. Akira looked to Jenna, giving him a smirk and a shrug. Sensitive details. He wants to know if anyone is listening, or following. My, how the plot thickens, Juyo drawled as he stood up. Fun stuff. This is new to me as well, so I'm as ignorant as you are in this regard, Akira admitted, standing to join Jenna as they moved to catch up with the shorter investigator. Kojima was already outside by the time they were out of their chairs, and moving to catch up with him required something of a stride. Despite his size and impairment, he was somehow managing to make it difficult to keep up with him without straining somewhat. Now, I'm not supposed to know this, but I am a curious person at heart, and I intend to continue my adventures even when I am technically not being paid for them. But I will tell you too, as you are both young and have potential and you need not dirty your hands with the unsavory questions that I asked, he began, moving along without a care in the world, smiling pleasantly at the world around him. People moved out of his way before he had even come close to them, a gut reaction to his appearance. The Sphinx Trading Company is fairly important when it comes to the creation of our weapons of choice, and this is a fact that few within the CCG really know outside of special class investigators and the directors. This is unfortunate for the former group, because this case likely involves Sphinx's lesser-known trade, and putting a special class investigator on the case would be disproportionate. So they chose me, the one who figured it out without being told, he explained, occasionally glancing about. If Akira's words were anything to go by, he was clearly looking out for anyone who could be tailing them. In this case, the Sphinx Trading Company is responsible for manufacturing the derivative form of quinqua steel that is then sent to the CCG to be made into the tsunagi that many young investigators use. If they assigned me to this case, then it's not a problem of missing tsunagi units, that would be a different line of inquiry. Rather, the issue lies with the resource rather than the end product. Juyo absorbed the man's words, already feeling his view on things expanding. Were there any ghouls that had the faintest idea about any of this? Aojirai Tree, or at least only the executives, maybe. He certainly had no clue about how any of that worked. So you believe that is where our attention is best placed? Juyo guessed. That I do. Now, I've had some time to think since Kyoko informed me of this case, and my current line of thought is this: if money goes missing from it, who is at fault? Kojima asked Juyo, glancing back at the man. Akira, for her part, seemed content to watch the two interact. The quirk of her lips spoke to her own answer on the matter, coming to a conclusion quickly. But it wasn't a question aimed at her, after all. The one at the till, Juyo said. At first glance, Kojima said quickly, raising a finger. The one at the till may be responsible for the money going missing, and they are guilty. But they are not the one at fault. That rests with the manager of the store, for it is their job to ensure that does not happen. If it keeps happening and goes unnoticed, then who is at fault? He reiterated. Juyo hummed, thinking on it a little more. Whoever's in charge of the books, I'd say, he responded. They handle the records, and would have the best vantage point to see all the moving pieces. Precisely. To put it simply, this is not a case of massive corruption. Rather, it is localized to a single person, not terribly high up on the chain, but high enough to be in some point of oversight. Does that make sense? Kojima asked. It does. A company pretty much run by the CCG wouldn't want to compromise a deal with the CCG on such a scale, Juyo nodded. That'd be suicidal of them. Very good, Jenna. And yourself, young Mado? I see that smirk of yours, he said, straight up calling out Mado on her smugness. It sounds like you're putting an optimistic tilt on this, Kojima. How do we know if it's neglect on the part of one administrator for not reporting the crime of a worker, or if it's the administrator following an order from higher up? Akira inquired, keeping pace with Juyo as they tried to keep up with the speedy peg-legged investigator. We don't know, of course. But this is merely my hypothesis, based on past experience and a working knowledge of Sphinx. I lack evidence to make it a theory, but that is why we do what we do. Whether I'm right or wrong, it doesn't particularly matter. It's just an idea to start with, is all. He said freely. He was a relaxed man, far more of a go-with-the-flow sort than Akira, who had to make a process out of everything. So if we have an idea to start with now, Juyo said, moving things along. How do we proceed from here? Start high, move down. We're heading to the Sphinx head office, of course. We'll ask a few questions, see if we can find any discrepancies in the records, and then go from there. Classic investigations. We don't get to do this that often, usually it's all blood and battle, Kojima said with an audible roll of the eye. Luckily, the good people of Sphinx are already aware of me, so we shouldn't have too much trouble when it comes to red tape. Or they'll put more red tape up, because it's you, Akira pointed out. Kojima let out a surprisingly gentle laugh, his head moving in an odd way to facilitate it. Oh please, young Mado. I'm not that much of a scary monster. The office that Kojima had sweet-talked them into was one that belonged to someone who was probably important. Not so important that they were the owner of Sphinx, but important enough that they had a coffee table and a desk separately in the office, with an array of comfortable chairs to accommodate the former. The woman at the desk, likely in her 40s, did not look terribly pleased to see Kojima, but she held her tongue as he entered with the two younger investigators. Associate Special Class. To what do I owe the pleasure? She said, the wrinkles around her eyes intensifying as she put on a half-smile. Oh, just the usual, my friend. Questions and more questions, although I have the approval of my superiors this time around, hee. He hobbled up to her desk, gesturing at the chair. May I? Not like I can stop you. Who are the pipsqueaks? She asked, her attention turning to Juyo and Akira. Goodness, why don't you ask them? Kojima asked in turn, sounding positively scandalized by her rudeness. The older woman sighed, shaking her head. She gave the two an inquiring look, letting her question go unspoken. Juyo Jenna, rank 3 investigator. And your name, miss? Sui Nikaido. I'm the branch manager of the Shibuya office, she introduced, nodding to Jenna. She then looked to Akira. And you're, Amado. Funny, you're the perfect mix of your mom and your dad. You've got his eyes, she said drily, getting a quirk of the brow from Akira. You knew them. I went to school with Kazueka, and I met your father through work. His quinqua hobby took him to weird places, Sui said, settling back in her chair. But that was then. What are you looking for, Kojima? Conspicuously absent product. Tsunagi Q steel. Small amounts, he listed, his legs swinging from the chair once again. Sui cringed as he spoke, as if foreseeing something. A breach, then. Couldn't have been something else, she muttered, rubbing her brow. She reached into the chest pocket of her well-fitted, professional jacket and took out a packet of cigarettes. She placed one between her lips, speaking as she lit up. Here's the breakdown, then. The Shibuya office oversees several manufacturing sites in Kanto, with the Yokohama office overseeing several more. Unless you can give me more detail, then. She took a drag, and then exhaled slowly and deliberately. You're going to be looking through Excel spreadsheets for the rest of your life. Of course, of course. Then, we'll narrow it down to the past 5 years of orders. Tell me, how often does an order have less than expected? Kojima asked. Not terribly often. Usually there's a reason for it, bad batch, or some such. If one unit is off, then it's likely the whole batch has its percentages out of whack, meaning it'd make for a terrible sword, Sui explained. Juyo's gaze wandered as the two went down to business, still listening while taking in the surroundings. A perfectly normal office, with the expected normal photos of family, but with none involving her. And his eyes widened with a start, then narrowed. He recognized that place. A dilapidated mansion. Walls of meat. The twins. The scorpion. Kano. The very same mansion that he had descended into with his gang, where so much had gone wrong, where he believed had once been the former home of Kurona and Nashiro. The reminder of his past was like a slap in the face. He'd been able to distance himself from it all thanks to his job, but right there was a host of visceral associations. Juyo's curiosity was overwhelming. He suddenly didn't care about the sword case, about finding out who was smuggling Tsunagi metal. His focus was elsewhere. He waited until his ears told him the conversation had hit a lull, after his current boss was done with his questions. It eventually came to an end, with Kojima's ability to ask questions taking him far once again. The sound of the short investigator sliding out off the chair served as the herald of the conversation's conclusion. A bit off topic, but I got curious while looking around, Juyo spoke up, looking to Nikaido and pointing a finger toward a photo of the mansion. Is that your home? He asked. It looks nice. MH? Oh, no. It's the home of the company's founder. You'll spot it in a few offices of ours. It's still around, but nobody lives there to my knowledge. Don't think anyone would want to, after what happened, she answered, blinking at Juyo. The question seemed out of left field to her, which as much spoke to her lack of involvement with what happened there. Juyo frowned, appearing concerned. He distantly recalled Jukiyama telling him a story. That's so? That's a shame. May I ask what happened? Kojima seemed curious himself, looking from Sui to Juyo, and then back again. It's nothing terribly strange. A ghoul broke in, killed MR and MRS Yasuisa. It was bad enough that it was all over the news for a few days. Left the kids alone, too. People tend not to be overtly superstitious these days, but a brutal and public double murder is enough to stop most people from even considering moving in. It's a shame it's in one of the rare quiet spots around here, Sui sighed, shaking her head. It seemed she knew the couple personally, given her shift in tone, having been somewhat confrontational and curt beforehand. The way she talked, she probably had no clue about the massive operation the CCG took there. But if she knew the couple personally... It really is. Juyo murmured, brows knitting. Do you know what happened with the kids? He asked. Not a strange question from him, even by those who knew him as an investigator. Not only were his issues with killing ghoul children hardly a secret, he didn't hide the fact that he still visited Haishi on occasion, giving him art books and regular books. The man clearly cared when it came to children. What do you think? CCG snatched them up, quietly enrolled them in those track investigator programs of yours. They could be investigators for all I know, but I wouldn't blame them for wanting a more anonymous life, after everything they went through, she answered, tapping the ash off of her cigarette and into the tray. How many had she gone through in their time talking? I wouldn't blame them either, Juyo agreed. Where are you two now? He let out a breath, shaking his head and standing up. Thanks for indulging my extra curiosity, ma'am. I didn't mean to bring up unpleasant subjects, I just thought the place looked nice. She shook her head again, shutting her eyes momentarily. It was years ago, don't worry about it. If that'll be all, I'll get those records sent to you as soon as is practicable. Juyo inclined his head. If Kojima is satisfied, then that'll be all, thank you. In that case, then I think we're done for today, Sui. Kojima said, turning to leave. He hobbled past Akira and Juyo, the former moving in step with him as he reached for the door handle, glancing over his shoulder at Sui with a wide, toothy grin. But I do think we'll be back eventually. Do keep up the good work. He opened the door, and exited. Sui let out another puff, sneering. I don't doubt it, Shiki. Juyo walked on, his thoughts working to piece together what he'd learned. Kurona and Nashiro's father used to run a major quinqua manufacturing company for the CCG, and then was murdered alongside his wife by a ghoul, who, for some reason, left the girls alive to be recruited by the CCG. A recruitment that had obviously failed, as they somehow ended up on Kano's doorstep and became One Eyes. There was something there, Juyo knew. More and more threads that needed pulling on, things that couldn't have been mere coincidence. That unseen weight upon the people, grinding and churning. Something he'd felt ever since he became a ghoul. Something he wanted to utterly destroy, ever since he felt it pressing down on him. An intensely boring week followed after visiting Sphinx. The branch manager hadn't been kidding, there were a lot of Excel spreadsheets to look at, even when the window was narrowed to 5 years. Juyo spent those days mostly glued to his desk, going about the mind-numbing task of searching for discrepancies in Tsunagi metal orders. Whenever he found something out of place, he would flag it and bring it before his contact at Sphinx to figure out the precise reasons for it. It was dull work, perhaps the dullest he'd ever had since coming to Tokyo. It wasn't mentally intensive, either, which meant his mind wandered. Something which came very easily in the wake of the further unraveling of the world around him. Sphinx, the CCG, Kano, the twins, more and more these things connected and led in directions that made Juyo wonder. Did other people see it, or feel it? It felt obvious to him, but then, he had been an outsider, and had now stood on both sides of the issue. His perspective was a peculiar one, it gave him too many factors all at once to account for. Conspiracies had never been his thing, but there was something there, he just didn't know what, or who to blame. Someone that was behind even Kano. He was tempted to blame Suda, but he knew nothing of the clown, not really, save for kicking off his Enris journey. Such were where his thoughts truly laid. That hunger for knowledge he'd always displayed, for understanding the strange world he lived in and to change it, had been redirected from the sword case. He did his job as expected, but only that much. Hard to go above and beyond when digging through Excel spreadsheets, anyway. Akira's face was right next to his, staring at his screen. How long had she been there? You're low-key way more of a goon than you let on, Juyo commented, unmoving. Goon? That's a very disrespectful way to speak to your superior, she pointed out with a tut. She finally moved away, leaning back. I just wanted to see how long it would take you to notice. You've been away with the fairies, Jenna, Akira pointed out, resting a hand on the top of Juyo's office chair, one leg folding behind the other. Is something on your mind? Juyo hummed, leaning back and wiping his eyes. No wonder she'd noticed. He weighed whether or not telling her would be wise. It could have all meant nothing, after all, or it could have meant the beginning of something far, far worse than hunting ghouls. It was more a question of if he trusted her, at the end of the day. Which he did. They'd talked a lot over the past couple months of their partnership, sharing stories and impressions. Akira was a good person, he'd decided, and was glad to have met her. He tapped a finger on his desk, and came to a decision. A fair bit, yet, he admitted, turning his head sideways to regard her. Over dinner. Pretty obvious code for scorpion things. Not exactly subject matter to be openly discussed in the office. There was a pause in the work around them as others suddenly turned to look at them, a collective gape of the mouth about them. One even popped their head up over one of the partitions to look at Juyo with scandalized shock. Akira raised an eyebrow, picking up what he was putting down but at the same time recognizing exactly what happened. She just shrugged and rolled with it, as was her way. Of course, Jenna. If you're feeling a bit too distracted, you can take a half day, if you want. You've got the hours built up to do it, to say the very least. Thank God she was the type to play it cool. Juyo hadn't reflected on how it might sound until he saw everyone's reactions. He and Akira got food, well, she did while he just sat there, all the time. It was nothing like that. That sounds good to me, he replied with a nod. I'll probably do that, thanks. Good man. We'll convene after work. Take it easy, would you? She asked rhetorically, smirking at the man. When do I not? He responded, entirely self-aware, as he saved his progress on the desktop and got ready to leave. It was midday by that point anyway. Utterly baseless workplace scandals. Some things never changed, they just took on different shapes. Juyo didn't take it easy. He went digging, for two particular cases, the Asuisa double murder, and the operation at the mansion. Those were the two biggest associations he had with the mansion and its former inhabitants, and if he was going to find more threads to pull on, it would be there. Closed and cold cases were kept in the same part of the building, and it was the former which Juyo was interested in. Due to the case having occurred before the absolute proliferation of the digital aspect of the CCG's work, it still existed in its entirety as a physical document with very little to be found on the digital system aside from the fact that it existed and that it was closed. There was never a shortage of investigators heading in and out of the case archive for obvious reasons, always doubling back and checking on possible connections to other cases, but Juyo knew exactly what he was looking for unlike many of the investigators who walked in. Oni Yamada. That was the ghoul the double murder was associated with, and it was no small set of folders. An infamous S-rate Baikaku, who was eventually apprehended by one Yukinori Shinohara roughly a decade ago, not too long after the murder itself took place. Reading further, Juyo learned that it was the death of the Asuisa couple which led to a more rigorous search for the ghoul due to their relationship with the CCG. It was effectively viewed as an attack on the organization itself. Further notes from two other investigators, one Fujishige Iba and another Kurio Mato, detailed the nature of Oni Yamada in past encounters, a beast which liked to challenge itself, and was also prone to killing without eating, if the prey wasn't up to his standard of strength. On one hand, it fit the MO. The Asuisa were just people who ran an important company, not investigators. Killing them, leaving the bodies as they were and the children alive was something that the ghoul would do were it to attack them. Kurio Mato, on the other hand, suspected potential foul play. It was hidden in the way he wrote his reports, but he did speak of pursuing all reasonable lines of inquiry, up to and including that Oni Yamada was set up to attack the Asuisa, or if it was even Oni Yamada at all. They had evidence to suggest it, but if it was to be put before a court, Kurio Mato did not believe that the balance of probability would fall on their side. Juyo was not alone in his thoughts. Unfortunately, the man who had shared his suspicion was dead. Kurio Mato never rose above first class, despite his incredible skills and having every reason to do so. The same applied to Shiki Kojima, the man who looked too deeply into Sphinx and so wasn't allowed to rise above associate special class for political reasons. What was the real reason for that? It was all laid out there, right in front of Juyo. The suspicious double murder, Sphinx, the mansion transformed into Kano's personal and massive laboratory. The CCG had a hand in all of that. Or rather, important and powerful members of the CCG did. Unfortunately, Mato was dead and Shinohara was in a coma. That left only one contact to speak with about the case, Fujishige Iba. Juyo had been doing the whole investigations thing long enough to figure out where Mr. Iba lived. It also helped that he hadn't moved address since retiring for medical reasons, meaning that the information which the CCG held was still technically up to date. He lived in a quiet bedroom community in the 20th ward, of all places. This also helped Juyo in identifying where the man lived, the 20th ward being the place with which he was most familiar with. Past the universities. Past the empty void where Antioco once was. Past his old apartment building. Juyo had never come back to Nerima ward since the disastrous destruction. He had attempted to apply logic to his avoiding of it, believing it was the best way to avoid being seen by those who knew him, but that was simply a lie. Too many painful memories. He walked on the same streets where he had gone on dates with Kaya, had chatted with Tuka, had strolled with Nishiki and Kuma. He walked past where they all had lived, apartments and dorms that they all had felt comfortable hanging out and doing the best they could to have normal lives. He walked past the alleyway where he had saved Ryuko, his first bloody encounter with investigators. With Aman and Kurio Mato. He walked past the bridge where Ryuko and Tuka had killed Kurio Mato. Those memories and more, he walked past them. From a different time. A time when his hair had been brown, when he understood so little and fumbled his way through a foreign world. And now, the 20th ward was a symbol of his failure. To keep control, to be good, to save those he loved. He'd told himself he'd accepted that, but Trevor had been broken. Until he could come back, Juyo had to take his place. Mr. Iba's house was a traditional one, something of a rarity in modern residential Tokyo, but the way it was positioned kept it relatively well hidden. A wall stopped someone from really seeing how archaic a design it was, with a strange amount of space allocated to him for a house in Tokyo. Where usually everything was cramped, Mr. Iba's home had a degree of freedom. A few moments after knocking, the traditional home's door opened to an aging but not quite old man who only had one arm. Square of face, neat grey hair, and still insisting on dressing in a manner similar to an investigator who was feeling casual, Fujishige Iba looked good for a man in his early 60s. He smiled warmly at Juyo, taking in his appearance for a moment before speaking. "Good afternoon, officer. Is this about all the people I've been robbing?" he asked cheekily, his smile turning into a grin. Juyo liked the man already. He smiled and shook his head. "Not this time, no," he answered, offering his left hand. "Juyo Jana, rank 3. Rank 3. Iba asked with a blink, then nodding a few times. "A special case, then. Come in, come in." He stepped away from the door, moving deeper into the house. "Remember, take your shoes off," he called as he turned a corner. "I just had the floors polished." "Of course," Juyo replied, following the man inside and doing as instructed. He did look like a foreigner, after all, so it made sense to be told about a basic Japanese custom. The heart of Iba's home was a spacious room with a kotetsu table at the heart of it, a television hung up on one wall, with the kitchen section on the opposite end of the room to it. A shutter to the garden was visible the moment Juyo walked in, directly across from the entrance to the hall. There were pictures of children, and family in general. His children were older, now. Probably the same age as Juyo, give or take. Iba moved with a certainty that one wouldn't have expected from an aging man with one arm. He pottered about the kitchen space without any issues, getting his tea ready. "Can I interest you in a beverage, young man?" "Just some water would be great, thank you," Juyo answered as he took a seat at the table, appraising the building. An unusual sight in the middle of Tokyo, to say the least. How many times had he walked past this place while walking around Nerima? "Got it. Just give me a section." "Not as quick at this as I used to be," Mr. Iba said, taking his time to carefully finish off his tea before getting Juyo his water. He used a tray to carry both over to the table, holding it securely with his one hand before settling it down on the table. He moved to sit across from Juyo, crossing his legs beneath the cover of the table. "Right. Juyo, was it? Pleasure to meet you. I'm Fujishige, but people just call me Iba, or Iba Senior." "When do you start, Juyo?" Incredibly familiar right off the bat, going straight for the first name. It reminded him of home. "About 3 months or so now," Juyo said, taking the glass of water and bringing it closer. "I've been working a lot with Akira Mato as she's showing me the ropes, if you know of her." "Do I ever? I'm like her grandfather," he said with a surprised look. "Kurio and Kashoka, her parents. I trained them both. Kurio mostly, after Kashoka got preoccupied with the whole pregnancy thing. I was there when Akira was born." Iba paused, shrugging. "Good to know she's getting along just fine, already with a subordinate and everything." "How is she?" "Pretty well. She's helped me a lot these past few months," Juyo said, scratching his cheek. "Does a pretty good job of keeping me from getting too serious," he admitted with a small chuckle. "She can have a bit of a teasing energy about her. MMH. She takes after both her father and her mother in equal measure." Before this, Iba raised his arm up. Before the owl, he used to be the same way. Never liked the tone getting too serious, even though he seemed pretty serious himself. Hell, even after he was a laugh to be around, if you could handle his mannerisms. Damn fine investigator, he was. "Thank you for keeping me in the loop, Juyo. Being retired feels like the world forgets about you, you know." "Ah, just shove the old man over there. He'll be fine." Juyo laughed, shaking his head. "It's no problem at all, Iba. I'll probably want the same whenever I retire. You seem to be doing pretty well for yourself in retirement, even if it's not quite as exciting." "I make do. Owe it to this experimental run of drugs I volunteered for when I was a greenhorn. Made me fit like an ox, but apparently the CCG called it off. Too much strain on the heart. Once I learned what it was like to live like that, I made sure to keep it up on my own, eating right, moving right, making sure my body got everything it needed," Iba said, nodding. "But really, there's not much to do for a retired investigator with one arm. Pottery classes don't work, and calligraphy feels weird. All I'm left with is, heavens, one-armed golf. I've somehow fallen into becoming the stereotype. We do tend to slip into clichés without realizing it," Juyo bemoaned. "More than I'd like to admit. Well, maybe I can give you something a little different to break the monotony. I was hoping I could pick your brain about an old case that had my curiosity." "Oh, really? I figured it wasn't just going to be a social call, but an old case." Iba hummed affirmatively, crossing his arm across his gut. "Go ahead. I'll help however I can." "Thank you. It's about Oni Yamada, and in particular his association with the Asuasa double murder. I take it you recall that?" "MMH, I do. Shinohara was proud of that one. Got a nice quinqua out of it, too. Better than the one I had, and I was his mentor. Iba griped with a good nature. I wonder who's using it now. I don't know, unfortunately, Julio offered apologetically. I can find out for you if you're that curious. It also happened to be the exact same quinqua Shinohara had used against the scorpion to devastating effect. No wonder it had hurt so damn much, it was made from a baikaku. Ah, it's no big deal. Oni Yamato was a real bastard, had some fixation on proving himself like some goddamn animal, trying to pull ahead of the pride. Took out quite a few investigators and civilians, doing what he did. Didn't even eat all of them, just the ones he thought would give him some value. What did you want to know? While working on an ongoing case, I ended up looking back at Oni Yamato's. The details of it were strange, so I got curious and kept reading, Julio said, leaning forward. What got me wondering were the facts of the Asuisa's murders, and the children being left alive. Mr. Mato had made particular note of how it didn't add up with what he knew of Oni Yamata, and believed it to be a setup. And yet, there was no follow-up. I was hoping you could provide more insight on Mato's thinking, and on the case itself that might have been missed in the report. Ah, that. I remember that. Iba brought his hand to his chin, rubbing it as his lips quirked off to the side. Well, from what I can remember, Kurio thought it was strange that Oni Yamato went after a family which clearly didn't have any value. While Shinohara and myself didn't disagree with the idea, there were instances of him doing similar, although sporadic compared to his usual MO, the man explained. Ultimately, Kurio's question was why the Asuisa, to which we had to say why any of his targets. There was something unusual about it, mostly in that it almost felt more pointless than his other killings, but he had done pointless things in the past. You see the problem there? Yet. Ghouls are just like humans in that they can still display out-of-character behavior from time to time, which can muddy up a profile, Julio nodded in agreement. But Mato would have known that, yet he still felt something was off compared to the rest. He did. But the problem with that is that it then has to be justified. I'm a supporter of going with your gut, but only if you know what to pursue. Humans, we've got gut instincts for a reason. We've developed them from God knows how many years of survival, and people like us, we've made them better through our work. But we've also got reason and accountability. Investigators have a lot of power, but we're not immune from any one of the committee-based suits in government. Ibar raised 3 fingers and then lowered one. We all had the instinct, we felt something was off with the case. That was all we had. There was no reason. He wiggled the middle of the 3, and there was no accountable action to be followed up with. He wiggled the last of the 3. There was evidence to say that Oni Yamato was in the area a day before, and that he was in an active phase. The manner of the murder, without obvious use of Kagun, fit him too. He was tactile, liked to use his hands. Kurio was probably onto something. But for his safety, and the safety of his ability to be a father to his daughter, I did not allow him to entertain that feeling. For his safety, Julio echoed. There it was, the reason Kurio never rose higher in the ranks, why the Oni Yamato case was completely closed. A threat. He tapped a finger against the table. I see. And if I told you I had a similar feeling, one that was steadily becoming more backed by reason and potential accountable action, what would you think of that, Iba? Then I'd think that you have a duty to the people of this nation to see it through to the end, Iba said with certainty, taking a sip from his cup of tea. Although specialized, investigators are an arm of justice. If you believe there is cause for suspicion, and you have material and intelligence which substantiates it, then there is no reason for you to not keep going. If we do assume that it was not Oni Yamata, then it simply brings in the question of how far are you willing to go to discover the truth. What does it mean to you, and what will it mean to those around you? The truth. A vague thing that Julio always kept trying and failing to grasp. Everyone gave him the runaround, from Kano to the Washuyu to Ito and more besides. Lies and half-truths, constantly obscuring his vision and running at odds with what he saw and felt. His journey had been a painful one, all to find some truth. His truth, the world's truth, it all got mixed up in the chaos and bloodshed. It got people killed. It got him tortured and maimed, broken and insane. And yet there you are, always offering your damn hand. Corona and Nashiro were victims of this. If Julio's hunch was right, they were all victims of this. To me, it means responsibility, Julio eventually said. A responsibility to find the truth, to bring justice, to protect those around me that it'll affect. I can't do everything, but... He let out a breath, his expression sober. Someone has to try. Ibar regarded Julio for a few moments, quietly nursing his tea. He then let out an affirmative hum. You're the real deal, it seems. Revenge polluted a lot of the investigators I met. It even got to Kurio. But you're not like that, I don't think. You just want the full and honest truth, Iba assessed, resting his elbow on the table, cup in hand still. Julio. Conspiracy and secret back rooms, hushed deals and cigar smoke, all those things have always existed, even when ghouls weren't involved. It's only natural that it exists when they're present. The challenge is in figuring out what is what, which is which. The murder of the Asuisas could be part of that, but if it is, you have to be careful. The CCG as you know it isn't the only thing in this country which handles the extermination of ghouls. We're just the more obvious face of it. The retired investigator stared at Julio with hard eyes, a warning from a genuine place. He spoke with certainty that there was something more to the world of the CCG than investigators and ghouls. A former special investigator, Iba had been at the summit of the CCG before his retirement. If anyone would know anything. Zhuyo took in the man's words, seeing them for what they were. To pursue this was to go down the most dangerous path. It was not so simple as humans fighting ghouls. It never was. A war that was enforced to keep going, to be stretched on and on forever with no true attempts at peace being made beyond genocide. A snake that fed on itself. He recalled something that Yoshimura had mentioned what felt like years ago, alone in Antioch on a stormy night. Of a group, called V, that had played a large role in the manager's life. Zhuyo was still for some time, and then slowly raised a hand. Does a group that goes by this, he raised two fingers, his index and middle, to form a V, mean anything to you? Iba considered the gesture for a moment before shaking his head. I'm afraid not. All I know is that, once upon a time, I saw men who were not investigators, doing the work of investigators. Black hats, I'll call them. Black hats, Zhuyo murmured. I'll run with that, then. He nodded. Thank you, Iba. I'll take your advice to heart going down this rabbit hole. It's a deep one. Make sure you take some rope, Iba advised, smiling. No good going down if you can't pull yourself back out. A lesson Zhuyo had learned the hard way. Words to live by, Zhuyo agreed. He reached into his coat pocket and produced a small slip of paper that he quickly scrawled an extra phone number onto. Here's my card, with my personal cell. In case you want to stay in the loop. A callback to Iba's earlier bemoaning, and something of an offer in case he wished to be involved. Even if Iba wouldn't risk joining Zhuyo in his plunge, the least Zhuyo could do was satiate a retired man's curiosity about how his old office was doing. Iba took the card, giving it a look over before stashing it away in his shirt pocket, grinning at the younger man. He was out of the game, but it was clear that he wanted back in. Despite himself, he was doing a good job at staying out of trouble. I'll be sure to keep it in mind, Zhuyo. Unfortunately, Zhuyo was a terrible influence. The CCG provided a routine to Zhuyo's life, and it was a more certain one than what Antioch had provided. Despite the nature of the work, he found himself in far less danger than when he lived in the 20th ward. Of course, that was because he was living as a ghoul then, surrounded by the problems of ghouls, of which there were many. As a member of the CCG, ghouls instead became the problem, and it was rare that it ever intruded on life outside of one's work hours. The period of coolness towards Zhuyo had worn off. Two people within the CCG HQ regarded him as they would any other colleague, greeting him in the morning and giving him some water cooler talk whenever they were free. Standard stuff. Normal stuff. It was surreal, going from the life or death rat race of a ghoul to the office-based, day-to-day wage slavery of an investigator. Even though Zhuyo was looking through the records of a company which had, unintentionally or no, been arming ghouls, he was still just looking at spreadsheets. The interesting subject matter didn't matter before the boring method behind engaging with that subject matter. Luckily, Kajin Nakare decided to show himself. The deputy of Suzuya squad approached Zhuyo and Akira's part of the office, hands in pockets and looking over the office, as if looking for familiar faces. He finally focused his attention on the two he had actually come looking for once he reached them, giving them a nod in greeting. Hey. The chief's got something, he said simply, as if that were all that needed to be said. Figured you'd want to know. Very much so, Zhuyo said, leaning back from his work and rubbing his eyes. All this staring at a screen is killing me. Tell me about it. But hey, better than getting covered in blood. Kajin shrugged, treating the matter of their work casually. The boss tracked one of these sword guys to the industrial side of Kawasaki. It's technically outside of Tokyo, but just barely. We might need to talk to the Kawasaki city office, but honestly, we'd probably just go for it anyway. If it was Suzuya squad's case, that is. We'll follow what you guys say, this time around. That's different, Akira said from her chair, spinning to face the two of them. If they were operating quietly from Kawasaki Aojirai tree, I mean then it would explain why we haven't heard anything locally. The investigators in the city probably know what to look for, but if they've gone underground then there's nothing to find. Nor do they have reason to believe that Aojirai tree would be running out of Kawasaki, she assessed, crossing one leg over the other. What else did you discover? Kajin paused, seeming a bit miffed at how Akira talked to him. She was very good at talking down to people. You're going to need more than just 2 investigators. It's probably going to be a whole operation, if what we saw was anything to go by. There were like 20 of these sword guys. Zhuyo blinked. Oh. So it's more of a uniform for these guys, as opposed to 1 or 2 taking on the mask, he mused, scratching his cheek. Might even be the whole demon dance itself, if there's that many. I mean, maybe. I don't know, Kajin said unhelpfully. It could be, but I'm not certain. If there are several of these individuals, then it would explain why there are potentially multiple instances of missing material. If these demon dance fellows are also the sword, then they would surely use their tsunagi. You observed that they only ever used firearms, Akira pointed out with an incline of her head. I believe that the ones with the tsunagi are the equivalent of human lieutenants. We're aware of one, who happens to be leading another group. It's one possibility, at least. That it is, Zhuyo replied, folding his arms across his chest. I doubted they'd trust their pilfered quinqua to every mook they hire, anyway. He turned to Kajin. So you said you'll be following our lead on this one? Kajin nodded. Not our case, you're the lead investigator, technically. Sure, my boss has rank over you, but it's just polite to let the guy with the case call the shots. Thanks. In that case, please forward everything your squad found to our office, and we'll come up with a plan quickly enough, Julio said, tapping a finger against his elbow. If it's as big as you say, it sounds like we'll have to make a few calls, too. Sounds good. Give me an hour, and it'll be coming your way. Kei-jun spun on his heel, and waved over his shoulder as he left Julio and Akira to their work, strolling casually back across the office and towards one of the elevator doors. Leave it to Suzuya to find something, I suppose. It probably would have taken anyone else twice as long, Akira said, letting out a sigh and a dramatic shrug. But that's the benefit of having someone who can only think outside of the box. If these swords are human agents of Aojirai, then I wouldn't be surprised if they had one of the organization's lieutenant's executives overseeing them. Julio hummed, his expression becoming muted. Ever since Aojirai tree had become a factor in the case, he'd been wrestling between anticipation and dread over what he saw as an inevitable encounter. With how things tended to go, one of the executives would probably be someone he'd met face to face in the past. Ito and Tatara he dismissed out of hand. He couldn't imagine those two personally overseeing a relatively small operation. That left the likes of Ayato, Noro, Shachi, Naki, and who knew who else they might have picked up since Trevor had left the organization. Those four would recognize him on sight. 3 of them had personal connections with him, after all, and Noro was too strange to consider lightly in any capacity. He was supposed to deny any connection to the Scorpion if anyone recognized him. He could trust his friends to figure out why he wouldn't operate openly like that anymore, but his enemies? What would they care? Hell, Ayato and Naki would probably bend over backwards to make things as terrible for Julio as possible. He'd just have to be smart about it. Somehow. Probably make sure that only Akira, at most, would be around if he personally confronted an executive. If that's the case, he started slowly as he drew out of his thoughts, then this operation will be getting a bit more attention from up above than it already has. Capturing an executive might even be made a higher priority than dismantling the sword group. I don't doubt it, Akira agreed, folding her arms beneath her chest. She was looking at Julio with that critical eye of hers. How odd that this all sort of unfolded before you. I imagine that this could have easily been considered a resolved case, had we simply caught one of these sword individuals. But were it not for your previous encounters, we likely wouldn't have considered the wider picture. One of the few perks of being able to walk on both sides, it seems. I get to see things those forced into one or the other wouldn't, Julio replied, letting his arms unfold as he blew out a breath. Of course, that didn't only apply to Aojirai tree anymore, but also his Eniba's side project. Thankfully, this time it works in our favor. He drummed a finger against his armrest. I might run into a familiar face or two, he murmured quietly. That'd be bad. It seems like you only ever encounter freaks of nature, Akira lamented, shaking her head. Most investigators will never deal with the sort of creatures you seem to encounter regularly. Those that do generally become special class investigators. Good for the career, bad for the health, Julio sighed, shaking his head. I've come to the conclusion that us freaks are drawn to each other, intentionally or not. If I don't seek trouble, trouble comes to me. He rolled his shoulder. I'll have to make sure I'm in top shape either way. Or as much as I can be, these days. He'd gotten used to it, but it was still frustrating to be reduced in strength after climbing so high. It was a workable handicap, but he missed being able to pull off many of the crazier stunts and techniques allowed by a more filling diet. He never outwardly complained about it, considering the whole Kakuja thing and how he still viewed himself as on a leash. God, I hope it's not Shachi. That would suck. That would be wise, yes. Anyway, we should get back to work. Until Suzuya squad sends over what they know, we're not going to be telling the commander anything. So, back to the riveting business of Excel documents, my protege. Roger, sensei. Back to the white-collar grind. Suzuya can figure it out. That was all Julio wrote on his will, and it was kind of depressing. As was both procedure and tradition within the CCG, before any operation where losses were to be expected, the involved investigators and bureau investigators had to complete a will. This was a more common occurrence for some than it was for others. He had gone to those he knew on a personal basis, and asked them what they usually put. Akira said she left her cat the regally named Maristella in the hands of someone she could trust, and her belongings and money would go to the scholarship for up-and-coming investigators. Suzuya, bless him, just wanted his things to go to charities for animals. And Nerima. Nerima wrote nothing. He had never completed a will. So he would leave it to Suzuya to determine what happened to his stuff if he died. The young man, as weird as he was a genuine sort. Despite being a cripple, Suzuya insisted on being present when the operation took place. He had something of a replacement leg, but it wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, shaped like a leg but evidently metallic, cybernetic even. Supposedly it was only a prototype, and he wouldn't be taking place in the coming conflict. The only reason Julio got to see it was because they were forced to change together in the cramped armored vehicle they were traveling in, along with several other investigators. The call had been sudden, right in the middle of the night, that the operation was going ahead. It was much shorter notice than anyone seemed to expect, given the groggy faces of everyone including a tired Suzuya, but everyone showed up. It was just part of the job. Sometimes things didn't happen when you wanted them to, and you had to be ready to act despite that. Right in front of Julio, Suzuya sat in his grey combat armor, his head dipping as he danced at the edge of sleep. Julio had downed his fair share of coffee and even ate a tray of the cochlea slurry beforehand, just to make sure he was as topped off as he could be. He was taking no chances if they were going to be fighting an executive, or even the likes of Take Maru. The man was no pushover, after all. That might be the night where he saw someone from his old life for the first time in over 5 months. He would have preferred Hinamai, or literally anyone besides an Aojirai executive, but there was nothing to be done about it. Tonight would be the first real test of dealing with his past, if all went as badly as he suspected it would. Your leg is cool, Zhuyo noted aloud, both to calm his nerves and to keep Zhuzu awake. How many blades does it have inside? Wha? Zhuzu spluttered, blinking rapidly as he looked about. His eyes eventually settled on Zhuyo. Oh. Right. Check this out. Zhuzu reached down to where the leg of his pants were rolled up, and tapped something in a sequence. The moment he completed it, the leg bloomed open like a painful robotic rose, several quinqua daggers held on outwards facing panels around his calf. 7, for now. We're working on it though. I want 13, personally. Think I can get a whole lot more out of it, if we can fit them in. Everyone else in the transport looked a mix of surprised and horrified. Zhuyo just chuckled. Oddly specific, but you know your knife work. You might end up having to use it tonight, depending on how things go. Yeah, maybe. I'm on back line, the boy groaned, his eyes rolling back. I hate back line. But whatever, Washiyu knows best. If I'm there, then there's a non-zero chance that I'm needed there for a reason. Him. Suzui reset his leg, the knives returning to their compartment within the leg. It's a bit heavy, so it'll throw me off my game until I'm used to it. The next version is meant to be way more natural feeling, though. Figured as much. The techs can work wonders, at the end of the day, Zhuyo said with a nod. It was downright miraculous, if equally morbid, how much they could pull off from the remains of ghouls. The mention of Yoshitoki Washiyu was yet another reminder that he, of all people, was in charge of the operation. The branch manager of the CCG had taken a personal interest in the case, apparently, and so had taken the reins from Itsuki Merid, the one who typically oversaw operations on this scale. It added another layer of tension to Zhuyo. His first case had blown up to the point of ridiculousness, with many eyes and tangling threads involved. A rabbit's hole of past associations and conspiracies that seemed to go on forever, a feeling stoked by Washiyu's presence. He was a nice man. Pleasant, even, and friendly. But Zhuyo couldn't bring himself to truly trust him, not in the slightest. Something stank, and Zhuyo was suspicious of those in power first and foremost. But what could he do, besides wait until he learned more? He was still their dog, on the grid and watched closely on a tight leash. Gilded cage though it may have been, he was under no illusions to the truth. Zhuyo was not free. The vehicle came to a sudden stop, causing all within it to lurch to the side. After a moment, ramp at the back opened to the dimly lit night air, which suddenly became brighter as the lights atop the transports burst to life, illuminating the surrounding area with stark white light. An industrial estate surrounded them, and at the heart of the light's focus was a manufacturing plant, an old one which had not quite entered a state of disrepair, but nonetheless had signs of weathering in which their quarry hid. The CCG emerged from their vehicles, suitcases in hand. Some wore helmets where others went without, Suzuya and Akira among them. Yoshitoki Washiyu stood before them, his back to them with his hands folded behind him. The white coat he wore was distinctly militaristic in style, buttoned to one side and flowing out around him, indicating that he was the one in charge. He raised his hand to his side, pointing upwards to the sky. He then closed it into a fist, and brought it around until the fist was directed towards the building itself. A number of the 50 or so CCG staff present burst into movement, jogging into position outside of the plant, covering entrances and windows with their quinqua slithering to life simultaneously. He brought the hand back, and then wagged a finger off to the side. More staff moved, the majority of them. Bureau investigators, armed with Q weapons, took up their own positions behind what cover they could find. That left only a small number of investigators, standing with the director of the CCG itself. He turned to face them, his serious expression turning softer when he saw them. Apologies for the short notice, he said, dipping his head slightly. But you know how it goes. Shiki. He called out to the diminutive, wide man. The associate special class, the highest ranking officer present aside from Yoshitoki himself, tipped his hat, foregoing the combat armor he was expected to wear and sticking with his business as usual look. I leave the vanguard to you. I will issue instructions as necessary. Organize your teams as you wish. Of course, of course. In that case. Shiki Kajima faced the group of investigators, his eyes falling on Zhuyo for a moment before moving on to the others. Mato, take 3 rank 2 investigators and as many bureau as you see necessary, and cover the north. There's a lot of cover there, enough to allow one to escape should they choose. Don't let them, he ordered in a pleasant tone, getting a salute out of her. She gave Zhuyo a nod that he returned before moving off, leaving him to it. The rest of you, are with me. We'll start high, then move down. He said, his voice pondering as he turned back to face the building, gesturing up to the towers and railings of the manufacturing plant. And avoid being jumped from above. Yes, that sounds about right. He's an instinctive guy, kinda like me, Suzuya whispered, leaning over to Zhuyo. I like it. It's a good mindset for dealing with ghouls, Zhuyo agreed with a nod. Mildly concerning with Akira on a different battlefront. He'd just have to be more careful. Shiki's momentary gaze on him had not gone unnoticed. Jenna, up front with me. We're moving now. Hurry, hurry, Shiki instructed, suddenly breaking into that familiar and unusually quick pace of his. He somehow looked casual about it, while everyone else had to jog to keep up with him. 50 doves, no more than 25 opponents. Statistically, things were supposed to go well for them. It was pretty clear that every investigator present knew far better than that. Clear. Move, Shiki instructed his team following the confirmation from one of the younger investigators. They moved into the room one at a time, their quinqua at the ready other than Shiki, who kept his own stored away. It looked to be a break room on the second floor of the manufacturing site, but one that had not been used in a good while. A layer of dust had built up on everything inside, and the cupboard doors were open, revealing empty space. As was discovered on their way down from the top railings, there was no power in the building. Shiki stood in the middle of the room, rubbing his rounded chin. Through there. He began, gesturing to a door on the other end of the room. I imagine there's a hall which leads out to the stairs. Maybe a few more cramped offices, too. He raised a finger to the earbud which was stuck into the hole in the side of his head. Plans for the space past the break room, he said to nobody in particular. 4 side rooms, alternating beginning from your right. 7 by 10, spoke an unfamiliar voice to each of the gathered investigators. Division 2 staff. Analysts. Shiki nodded, his thoughts confirmed. Hase, take point for the first room. Jenna, the second. We'll check the first 2 at the same time, then move on to the others. On it, Juyo replied, tsunagi in hand as he moved as instructed. He was just waiting, at that point, for the inevitable explosion of chaos. An Aojirai executive was supposedly there. Someone who might recognize him. He wasn't even sure how he'd react to them, or they to him. He'd just have to deal with it when the time came. For now, he had a job to do. In the dim light that was provided by the floodlights beaming into the building from all angles, Shiki raised his hand into a fist, and then opened it. Go. Juyo reached for the door. Instinct kicked in. He darted to the side, just as a storm of bullets tore through the door. Contact. Juyo shouted over the mic. As expected, Shiki said calmly, jovially even. Jenna, dispatch them. Bureau, support him. 3 members of the team, armed with Q weapons, moved up behind Jenna. They weren't armed with pistols, no. The bureau staff had come ready for a war, equipped with some variant of the HAWA 89. One of the team members came to stand beside Juyo, throwing something into the room before pulling back and calling out ears. Like clockwork, Juyo moved away from the door and covered his ears. Ghoul ears were durable, but not that tough. A bright flash and dull ringing sound later, and the bullets had stopped. And in Juyo went. A masked man, reeling from the flashbang. In one hand he held its tsunagi, with a Q weapon in the other. His clothes were remarkably normal, like anyone else on the street. But he had sword steel, plate-like mask. Juyo didn't bother with words or theatrics. He simply moved, and swung his blade across the man's neck. The man slumped, full of shock and blood leaking from his parted flesh, a sickening wheeze coming from the opening made by Juyo. More gunfire from outside the room. Shiki quickly issued orders, and the bureau staff returned fire, 2 moving into the room with Juyo and another in the room just across from him. I figured they'd put people up here, Shiki said with a disappointed sigh. Hase, put the yokaku to use. Sir. The investigator in question readied his quinqua, a crossbow of some size. He drew back the string, and electricity began to gather around a crystalline shard of a bolt. Ready. Lose. Hase poked out of his room, the sound of gathering energy growing louder and louder, and fired. The discharge of the shard resonated through the air in the hall, causing Juyo's hair to stand on edge. It left a streak of bright, blue light followed the shard as it screamed through the air, first lodging itself inside one of the assailants' masks before continuing on its way, detonating the rest of the attacker's head and sending the others to the ground in shock spasms, like a taser had just been unloaded into them. Hit, Hase called. Dispatch, Shiki instructed. Quinqua used on humans. Jesus. It was like butchering meat, how easy it was. Regular humans, armed with Q weapons or no, simply could not keep up with the sheer power of ghoul-based weaponry. It tore them to pieces just as easily as any Kagun, as if the sword organization were up against ghouls. Well, they were up against at least one. Juyo moved among the masked men, taking advantage of the disarray caused by Hase's yokaku quinqua to quickly and cleanly execute them. He only went for the rapid kill with these men, not wishing to protract a fight any longer than it needed to be. His time as the Scorpion gave him more experience in that specific regard, even if he didn't use his Kagun. 4 kills in less than a minute. Shiki nodded in approval. Good work, you two. Hase, reload and recharge. We're going to keep moving. A set of metal grate stairs lead down to a cold storage bay, which itself had a shutter door on the other end which lead to the main body of the factory. The team of investigators made their way down the stairs, a few steps between each of them each, Hase at the rear. Then Hase's head flew from his body. Blood sprayed off to the side, marking the floor beneath the stairs. Behind Hase was a familiar man, one in the mask of a demon, which took the place of where the investigator's head once was in Juyo's line of sight. As the man's body dropped, Takemaru moved to grab his quinqua, and aimed it down the line of investigators on the stairs. The others had been bait. He fired, and turned everyone else in the team apart from Juyo and Shiki, into a bloody electrified mist. Sloppy, Takemaru noted. He began to move down the steps towards Jenna and Shiki. The latter squinted his pure white eyes, teeth bore in something other than a grin. Juyo's eyes dilated upon laying eyes on the man. An ugly, unwelcome reminder of his past. A chain reaction that led to Antiocho's destruction. He charged with all of his ghoulish speed and power, closing the gap before Takemaru could recharge the quinqua. A two-handed vertical cut was raised and then lowered in an instant upon the Oni masked man. Jenna! Shiki called out. Takemaru moved before Juyo had really started his charge, vaulting off the side of the stairs, and in the same movement slicing through them with his own tsunagi, causing one side of them to slump with a loud creak. It toppled when Juyo landed, falling to the cold, concrete floor beneath. A motorized, ferocious roar filled the loading bay. Shiki, despite his evident physical flaws, moved as well as any special class, closing the space between himself and Takemaru in but a step, the weight of his quinqua carrying him. Hundreds of crimson glowing teeth moved, emitting an angry radiance, the body of the weapon growling as it was reviewed. Shiki Kajima's quinqua was a chainsaw. He swiped at the air with his weapon as Takemaru landed, only to carve through air and scratch the ground. The small investigator landed with a scrape of his peg leg beside Juyo, moving a hand up to his hat to hold it in place. This one appears troublesome, Jenna, Shiki noted calmly. Quite agile, if I do say so myself. Takemaru span his blade in hand, Yokaku quinqua in the other. As expected of Takemaru. Calm down. Calm down. Just focus on the fight. There's nothing else. Then this is the Takemaru I told you about, Juyo said, getting up to his feet and watching their foe warily for signs of movement. A cut above the rest. Can you handle him yourself? Shiki asked, eyes not leaving the man as he continued to rev his chainsaw quinqua. I have the distinct feeling that there are more beyond that shutter door, and if we get held up here, then I suspect we will have no chance of victory. Juyo's brown eyes stared into that of the empty eyes. Four tails writhed beneath Juyo's skin, waiting for their chance to finally be set loose. I'll handle it, he told Shiki, weapon raised. I'll follow up once I'm done here. Takemaru let out a scoff, shaking his head. You may go, cripple. Not that it matters. Ah. The executive is beyond there, then, Shiki concluded from Takemaru's comment. And some of your friends, too. How wonderful. The associate special investigator grinned, standing upright as best as he possibly could and adjusting his hat once more. Then I will go and greet them. Shiki stepped forward and passed Takemaru, who didn't move to stop the short man. He pulled open the shutter, and slid under it once he had enough room to do so. The roar of his quinqua began once more. You should have died. That would have been far less stressful for you, Scorpion, Takemaru said, beginning to pace from side to side, his steps light and careful. Ah. Of course. For some reason, that only made Juyo smile. It was not a pleasant smile, but a bitter and resigned one. Maybe, he allowed, pacing as well. But life's been stressful since day one. What difference does it make now? Takemaru scoffed again, his chest rising with emotion. None at all. Though you are the fool, for coming here tonight. So few in number, too. Tell me, who did you expect to find here, aside from my siblings and I? Siblings? Some executive. You seem to be enjoying knowing something I don't, Juyo replied back. I've been the fool for a long time, Takemaru. You want to tell me why I am at this specific time? No. Juyo huffed. Worth a shot. Speaking of shots, Takemaru raised the crossbow quinqua in his right hand for Juyo. The one eye darted to the right. A flat, wide empty space meant no cover to use, which meant he just had to keep moving until he could close the gap. Takemaru didn't shoot. He just kept training on Juyo, watching him carefully. The masked man didn't remain still either, he hopped back to create more space for him to work with. With the Yokaku, space worked in his favor. Which meant Juyo's goal was to deprive him of that space. The only deterrent was the Yokaku quinqua. Just be smart. Easier said than done. He ran straight for Takemaru, seeming to commit to a straight-on attack. The quinqua launched a crystallized shard of RC cells right at Juyo, energized air following in its wake. Good. Juyo went low, using his momentum to let him slide across the ground and beneath the shrill beam that screamed over him. A momentary blind spot, one he used to get right at Takemaru and chop at his legs. The quinqua came down on Juyo as he approached, the crossbow seeming to double as a pickaxe weapon. Takemaru was aware of his openings and moved according to how he could cover them, the sign of a man who had been well trained. The quinqua wasn't there to hit Juyo, but to get in the way of the blade mid-swing, barring its path. Takemaru slid a foot back, leaving the quinqua and taking his tsunagi in two hands, carving across the air and towards Juyo with a minimal movement, not allowing his arms to fly out of control and create another opening, a common weakness in how many ghouls fought, far too drunk on their own physical strength. He truly was a cut above the rest. A damn shame. Juyo had learned much from Nerima, pulling on his training with him to keep up. But he was no sword master, certainly not on the level of someone like Takemaru. In a contest of pure swordsmanship, he would be beaten. But he had 4 other weapons lying in wait. He knew that, and Takemaru knew it. For now, he would simply have to fight until he could find an opportunity to capitalize on. Not that he'd be pure defense, of course. They were on a timetable, after all, and Takemaru's words regarding the executive were too cryptic for him to not be curious. Red-tinged steel met briefly, creating jarring screeches as the two danced in the loading bay. Takemaru remained silent as he fought Juyo, his movements efficient and without any flair. He attacked to attack, and defended to defend, boiling the art of combat down to its most basic and unflattering form. Math in movement, almost. Precise. He would have been an outstanding investigator. What was clearly years of training and experience went up against Zhuyo's inherent strength and speed, allowing Takemaru to fight evenly with the half-ghoul. His eyes were almost prescient in their ability to discern Zhuyo's movements. A man who stuck to his word. He promised that Zhuyo would suffer for what he did, and he had seen it through. A hard worker, on the wrong side of a conflict. He needed to die. He had been responsible for Antioch's downfall. For the deaths of Yashimura, Kuma, Kaya. For the maiming and disappearance of Amin. For so much death and needless fighting between people that didn't need to be bitter enemies. He was responsible for Zhuyo being where he was now. A caged beast, going through the motions of what life was supposed to be. A dissonant existence that kept reminding Zhuyo of what he had lost, time and again. At that moment, in Zhuyo's eyes, Takemaru became something truly vile. A monster, a creature that would commit every fiber of its being to making Zhuyo suffer for long as either of them drew breath. All of Zhuyo's pent-up rage at his impotence, at his constant failures to himself and those around him. Every cell in Zhuyo's body screamed toward one purpose, kill Takemaru. It boiled down to a contest of stamina, one which a ghoul would always win. Takemaru was a mere human, after all, no matter how skilled he might have been. Zhuyo saw it. He smiled. Then he cracked his finger. 4 scorpion tails burst from his back, launching themselves at many different points and angles all at once. A crushing crimson embrace, with nowhere for his hated enemy to go. At the same time, Takemaru's blade swung up and from the side, committing everything to the one strike. The intensity behind the man's explosive movement almost lit up his eyes, allowing Zhuyo to momentarily see his dark eyes for himself as he put himself entirely behind the one attack. Blood ruptured forth, spraying the surrounding area. Takemaru had cut deep, carving into Zhuyo's gut and chest diagonally, managing to shred bone. But it wasn't enough. He missed Zhuyo's heart, and he would not get a second chance. Zhuyo's Kagun ran Takemaru through in 4 directions, creating 4 gaps in the man's being, from which he bled and died from. He let out a hacking noise behind his mask, his head lolling back. Zhuyo didn't react to the injury. He didn't feel it. Instead, he took off Takemaru's mask. Empty eyes stared up at Zhuyo, the gaze of a dead man, already gone. He was normal. Short black hair, somewhat weathered but youthful features, a pair of stress lines resting on the sides of his mouth and nose. Completely normal, no different from any number of people Zhuyo could have passed on the street. Compared to the freaks he so often found himself surrounded by, it was strange to see something so close to mundane. Zhuyo stared at the dead, normal man, feeling that foul, black pit in his stomach churn. He couldn't even bring himself to feel happy over avenging Antioch. A flash of ugly, absolute revulsion came across Zhuyo's features, and he dropped Takemaru. His grip on the Oni mask tightened, until it was crushed. He didn't want to be near this thing anymore. Zhuyo grabbed the Yukaka Quinqua, and then went on to follow Shiki. He left the dead eyes of Takemaru behind, feeling them bore into his back. Beyond the shutter into the main body of the manufacturing plant, chaos. Quiet, long dead and identical machines lined the room, once manned for one reason or another. No small number of them had been broken apart by the battle between Shiki and the remaining members of the sword group, bodies of the latter strewn about in mangled forms, some closer to mincemeat than people. Plenty of cover for Shiki to work with, it seemed. At the heart of the wide space, a red tail lashed about, striking at something. Shiki came into view past the machines as he hopped back defensively, his face in a grimace, his hat and jacket gone, and his Quinqua hurriedly being moved to hold the onslaught at bay. Relief. Zhuyo didn't recognize the red tail. Hopefully not someone he was familiar with. With a ranged weapon now in hand, Zhuyo kept low and moved to cover, heading toward a better position to line up a shot. Even if it wasn't a hit, it could serve as a distraction Shiki could make use of. As Zhuyo moved into position, he saw a long white coat, and red covering the face. Oh. Fuck. Crimson eyes, absent of the black sclera, looked at Zhuyo. Tatara's Kagun moved, slicing through the large machinery surrounding him, and heading straight for Zhuyo. There was no time for a thought. Zhuyo shot the Yukaku right at the Kagun as it lashed out. Red light surged through the tail before the shot could land, illuminating the entire area with an ill glow. The shot landed, and stayed there, suddenly losing all its energy, as if absorbed by the contact with Tatara's Kagun. All around Zhuyo, metal flew about, heralding the tail's coming. It then retreated. Tatara stood in front of Zhuyo. The length of the tail became clear. It was absurdly long, long enough to trick Zhuyo into thinking that the source of the attack hadn't moved. The white-haired ghoul slammed his palm into the side of Zhuyo's head, smashing it against the machinery around them. You again, he commented drly, holding Zhuyo in place, digits digging into the half-ghoul's cheek and scalp. How resilient. Janna. Shiki's Quinqua roared from beside Tatara, causing the Aojirai leader to drop Zhuyo and bound backwards, closer towards one of the walls. It looked effortless. The difference between them was evident. The tail reemerged, like a serpent slithering about a bend. It seemed to surround them. Kojima panted, reaching for his ear with the moment Zhuyo had managed to buy him. It's Tatara, Yoshitoki. He called down the radio. I see. 15 seconds. The leader of Aojirai Tree regarded them with an unimpressed look, as if he had better things to be doing than fighting 2 investigators. He stared at Zhuyo in particular, but said nothing. He did not call him the Scorpion or Trevor or anything. He kept Zhuyo's secret. Zhuyo's eyes narrowed at Tatara as he stood back up. Why? What are you getting out of it? 15 seconds, geez. Shiki muttered, getting his quinqua ready once more. Rotten fellow probably won't have enough juice for 10. He chortled, hunching over like a beast ready to fight for its corner. But we investigators will just have to make do. 15 seconds. Juyo had to hold out against Tatara for 15 seconds. The crimson tail surrounded Juyo and Shiki, a bloody dragon with Tatara as its head. Jump! Shiki called out, already pressing his one foot against then off the tiled floor of the factory's main hall. As the word left his mouth, the tail shifted, the hoop which surrounded Juyo and the complex machinery moving to his right, threatening to sweep the half-ghoul up in its unstoppable rampage. Juyo pumped his legs, leaping into the air after Shiki and reaching for a nearby grating. He moved to keep closer to the investigator, knowing that dividing up against such a massive weapon that controlled their environment would be disastrous. Cooperation and communication would let them survive the next few seconds. Shiki shot his hand out to Juyo as the white-haired investigator passed him, his chainsaw hanging from his other hand. Below them, old manufacturing machinery was torn apart with the roar of twisting metal, scattering it across the hall and sending scraps through the dust-covered windows, allowing more light to peek through them. The Kagun was already shifting, getting ready to strike again. The half-ghoul carried Shiki upward to the railings that lined the factory's ceiling, all while his eyes watched the writhing mass preparing to attack. God, why do all the most powerful ones have to be Baikakos? Complaints for later. Clock was ticking. Tatara simply stood there, unmoving, watching. He knew he had the advantage. That was fine. They just had to survive. I'll keep us mobile, Juyo told Shiki. It'd been a while since he fought a truly monstrous opponent, but it was easy to slide back into. It was familiar. I can do that and focus on defense, while you strike out with Rotten Fellow. When it runs out of juice, you can take my Tsunagi or the pickaxe. That work for you? It'll do. Shiki detached a section of the Rotten Fellow, which looked more organic than the rest of it, and then threw it towards the glowing blur approaching them. The section unfolded into a three-legged thing, which shot towards the Kagun, clasping it like a claw hand. Move. He commanded simply, giving no specific instruction. He trusted Juyo with the steering. And so Juyo did. Latching onto Shiki with his free hand, he leapt, ever mindful of the tail's undulations and of the ways it could respond to their movement. It was easier to put heavy focus on evasion, with Shiki handling the offense. The tail rammed through where they had been standing, collapsing the section of the metallic walkway and causing other parts to wrap as they took on the stress. The claw remained in place, a dense wire connecting it to Rotten Fellow. The benefits of having a two-in-one, I suppose. Shiki said, pressing into a section of the Rotten Fellow. The claw detonated, engulfing the end of Tatara's Kagun in flame, stopping it as it swept through the air towards them. The claw, now without its limbs and no more than a blob of flesh, returned with a whir of retracting wire. Tatara visibly adjusted, if only somewhat, as he brought the tail back and reared it in a scorpion-like manner. It was shorter from the blast, but it was already regrowing. Baikaku for Baikaku. It seems to work somewhat, the short investigator noted. Ground. Juyo bounced off a particularly tall piece of machinery, one of the few left standing, and used that to control their descent. They landed on the ground, but he kept a grip on Shiki just in case there needed to be another emergency jump. As they landed, it came down on them like a toppling pillar. Rotten Fellow growled to life, red teeth creating a perpetually glowing halo around the weapon so long as it roared. The Kagun and the Quinqua clashed, first for a prolonged and stressful moment as the force of Tatara's Kagun was pushed through Shiki and onto Juyo, and then repeatedly as it quickly retracted into a baffling blur of consecutive slashes and stabs, each met by the fangs of the Rotten Fellow, if only just. Move. He called out as the Kagun retracted for another powerful swipe. They did so, darting away before they could be struck down. Even reduced in power, Juyo still had the skills he'd honed after a year of constant battle and struggle. It made it easier to read the flow of things. He didn't have to overpower his enemies, simply outmaneuver them. Haha, so that is Tatara. Impressive, Shiki muttered. His hands were visibly shaking, sweat rolling down from his bald head. I see now why at least 4 special investigators is the recommendation. Although, I would put it at 6, myself. He cleared his throat, eyes not leaving the scene before them. Janna, my boy, can you still use your Kagun? Yet, but not long. Not a big concern with our timetable, though, Juyo answered. Put everything you can into them. Catch the next attack. Throw me. Understood. Roger Roger. Shiki grinned in that toothy, unsettling way of his. The Rotten Fellow cried out once more, the blade spinning. Tatara's Kagun whirled in the air, forming patterns out of its length. It jittered, and then reshaped into a swiping tail, going towards the two at a horizontal angle trying to make them jump, probably. Juyo's back burst open, and out sprung his 4 tails. They wrapped around each other, adding their defense and offense as one, forming a singular, larger hole that ended in their 4 tips blooming open like claws. The Kagun met Tatara's head on, clutching tightly to grip it in place. It was like gripping a superheated iron bat being swung at him, difficult and painful, the feedback going straight through the Kagun into his brain. At that moment, racked in agony and forcing himself through it, he threw Shiki just as instructed. The short man flew, a trail of red light following him as he raised the Rotten Fellow, closing the gap between himself and Tatara. Tatara flexed his tail somewhat, some of the length of it elevating to create a bump in the way of Shiki, which he hit. Rather than stopping the man, he managed to position himself so that it would send him into a spin, no different from when one left a car at high speed, but only with no road to bounce off of. Instead, he twirled towards Tatara, and brought the rotten fellow down in a cross on him. Tatara finally moved for what felt like the first time. He spun on his left heel, right leg striking out and slamming into Shiki once he was close enough. The muffling of rotten fellow's roar for a brief second spoke of success, at least in part. As Shiki flew back, a spurt of blood followed him, both his own and Tatara's. The red stained the side of the ghoul's white coat, torn by Shiki's attack. Tatara looked down at the wound, unfazed. What would have been a good blow on any other ghoul didn't seem to even bother Tatara. I see. Shiki landed paces away from Juyo, the side of his face already swollen, blood marking his formerly pristine white teeth. Tatara's Kagun moved once more, undulating and spiking Juyo into the ground. My own personal crater, Juyo thought through the haze of pain and hunger. How considerate. But more importantly, time was up. Daggers flew through the air from above, lodging themselves into Tatara's coat. The leader of Aojirai tree paused, looking up at the source, a grinning Suzuya, standing on the handrailing of one of the elevated walkways, his quinkwa knives in hand. Footsteps from beside Juyo in his crater. Yoshitoki Washiyu stood above him, extending a hand. 15 seconds. Good work, Jenna. Juyo coughed, then took the offered hand as his Kagun retracted into himself. Thanks. Glad you're punctual, he allowed as he was pulled up. When it concerns the lives of my colleagues, it helps to be, the director said, smiling gently at Juyo as he brushed off the younger man's shoulder. Shiki. You all right? He called over his shoulder. The white little man was already moving back onto his feet. Oh, yes. I am afraid I will need to see a dentist, though, my crown's broke, the odd-looking man said casually, hefting rotten fellow up once more. You made a risky choice, going for a counter. I figured it would baffle him for the few seconds we needed. It worked, did it not? Shiki responded. Yoshitoki nodded. He removed his white, military-fashioned coat and tossed it to the side, revealing the battle armor of an investigator. Fair enough, fair enough. Jenna, Kijima, pull back. Jozu and I will cover you. As if prompted by Yoshitoki's words, Tatara's Kagun struck out at them in a blur. Responding in kind, Yoshitoki stepped forward, his weapon unfolding in the blink of an eye, a large wing, held by a handle like a blade, the feathers a jagged and crystalline edge. A large eye opened at the center of the wing, pulsing with energy. The wing blade, roughly as long as Juyo was and as wide as Shiki and with the expected angular curve, met Tatara's Kagun. The director's movements were familiar. The ease with which he predicted Tatara's attacks, rather than countering like Shiki, and the way he was not shaken by the strength behind the blows put him at one step away from being a spitting image of Nerima, only older and more passionate. Juyo kept an eye on the man's movements, even as he went on to help Shiki and retreat as ordered. The similarities to Nerima's movements, the power and confidence behind them. It was in Juyo's nature now, to be suspicious of similarities. Almost nothing turned out to be coincidence anymore, especially when individuals like these were involved. He had the beginnings of ideas, of theories, but they had to remain seeds in the moment. He could nurture them later, investigate further when time allowed it. For now, he just had to not die. Usually not that difficult to achieve. Usually. You're no Kishao, Washiyu, Tatara said dispassionately, refusing to move from his spot. With his Kagun, he battled Yoshitoki. With his hands, he batted away Suzuya's attempts to pepper him with knives. They stuck from his arm, but they seemed to be doing nothing. The moment you lapse in judgment, I will kill everyone here. Yoshitoki seemed to smile, as if he were aware of the fact. On closer inspection, he was similar to Nerima, but there was something missing. He moved with certainty, but not the same sort as Nerima. Nerima, who had felt as if he had accepted death long ago. That is why. I do not intend to make the wrong call. Jenna. Full retreat once you're outside. We're leaving. Yoshitoki declared, stepping forward into one of Tatara's attacks, swinging his blade wide. Crystalline darts like that of Tuka and Ayato shot out from it with the swing, carving through the air towards Tatara. The ghoul moved back and away from them, causing them to lodge into their surrounding and then explode with static energy. Jozu, back. Ah, dang it. Suzuya whined. He followed the order nonetheless, retreating the way Juyo had entered the building. Yoshitoki moved back, facing Tatara and keeping his back to Juyo and Shiki as they escaped. They left through the main entrance. As they lost sight of Yoshitoki, the clashes seemed to grow more intense just from the sound, before Yoshitoki emerged beside them, sweat rolling from his brow. To the vehicles, go. I'm going to go and make sure that Akira and her team don't get cut off, he told Jenna, patting him on the shoulder again. Sounds good. See you on the other side, Juyo said with a nod, hefting Shiki and bounding onward with the rest of his ghoulish speed. He'd pushed himself too far, but he could do this last extra bit to keep them alive. Around them, investigators and bureau staff gave them confused looks. As the director moved off, they seemed to pick up the message, they were leaving. Team leaders called out, gathering their men, and they began to move back towards the rear line. Ooh, that was a lot of work in such a short span of time. Shiki said in Juyo's grip, the small man's limbs bouncing about. He managed to keep his quinkwa in hand, his grip unfaltering. The age is really starting to become a problem. Not dead yet, old man, Juyo replied casually with only some strain in his voice as they finally reached one of the armored carriers. He carefully set Shiki down in one of the seats, checking to make sure any injuries weren't agitated by the movement, before taking the spot next to him. That was good, though. You seem to have fun. The older gentleman let out a cackle of a laugh, nodding. His face was swollen, causing the discolored patches of skin to look strained. On top of that, blood was coming from his metallic peg leg, indicating that there was some sort of rip from the effort he had been putting into his movements. It was a good thrill, yes. I do not get them that often, with my reputation, he said, resting his head back and shutting his eyes. I just wanted to get one good hit in. Leave my mark. Julio hummed, thinking that perhaps he understood a little more about Shiki now. Seems like a waste, then. If you're able to do that much, you should have been able to rise higher by now. Before age could kick in, he added. Yes, of course, but it is what it is. You did well today, Jenna. Your ability to work in a team and in tandem with others is commendable. I do not doubt you will receive some praise for this, he said, sighing. Moments later, Josu joined them along with a number of other CCG staff, ushered in by the young pale man. In. Pedal to the metal, boys. He called out as he gestured for everyone to get inside. The door raised up, locking them inside. The engine came to life not long after, and Julio could feel them moving. Suzumiya stood, hanging onto one of the handlebars, looking full of life. A contrast to his sleepy mood earlier. Man, didn't get to do much. Was cool being close to Tatara, though. I even made him bleed a little. Shiki cackled again, nudging Jenna. The future is for youngsters like you too. I'm fine, being an associate special class. But if I can make sure that the next round get the experience and positions they deserve, then I think I'm happy, yes. Julio regarded the oddly shaped man for a moment. Then, a small smile found its way on his face. You're pretty cool, Shiki, he decided. Oh? Why, thank you Jenna. That is the first time anyone has told me that. Really? Suzumiya said, baffled. But you're all scarred and stuff. And you're always calm. And you have a chainsaw. That's like comp, what word am I thinking of? Compounded, Josu, Julio supplied. Right, thanks compounded cool. Suzumiya finished with Julio's help. I have never viewed it that way. It's just the result of the work, you see. Calm in the face of death, injuries from your mistakes, and a wonderful companion in a quinqua. I may be odd, but I am merely an investigator at the end of the day. The short man pet the rotten fellow as if it were his friend. But thank you, both of you. You have truly topped what has been an enjoyable eve. Happy to do our part, Julio replied, letting out a breath and leaning against his seat. Takemaru had barely been a footnote in the greater scheme of the battle, utterly swept aside and forgotten in the face of the much more important Tatara. The man who had sold out Antioku, all to utterly spite Trevor and make him hurt in the worst possible way, indirectly responsible for the deaths of people he loved. Now dead, little more than a mangled body in an abandoned factory. He had already hurt Trevor terribly, the damage done, unable to reversed. All that had left was some notion of vengeance, but it had rung hollow. Julio killed Takemaru, because it was something he was supposed to do. He realized he did not feel delight upon avenging Antioku. He didn't feel. What did he feel? In that vehicle, surrounded by investigators and going by a different name, Julio only felt tired. It was a sudden culmination, after the encounter with Tatara. Taking the workload out of the hands of Akira and Julio, Shiki narrowed down the orders which had been given to the sword group. After that he, along with Julio and Akira, went to confront the one who Shiki suspected had been cooperating with Aojirai Tree. It was a middle-aged man called Akihiro, somewhat overweight, with wrinkles and graying hair, but an otherwise friendly man. He was the one responsible for the site in Yokohama, just outside of Tokyo. After being invited into his office, Julio saw Shiki work as an interrogator. He lulled the man in with simple questions and reassurances. He checked the extent of the man's knowledge in regards to what it meant to support ghouls, and he checked how much he knew about the Aojirai Tree. After 20 minutes, the questions suddenly changed. He began to ask specifics, and present evidence. His tone never changed, he never became mean. There was no good cop or bad cop. There was just a cop, being perfectly reasonable and showing a suspect the results of their investigations. It was enough to break him down to the point of tears. He cracked, and admitted that he had helped them. His family had been under threat, supposedly, which was an understandable cause to supply Aojirai Tree, but the law was clear on the matter. His circumstances would spare him execution, but it would not save him from spending time in jail. Shiki, for his part, said he would make a recommendation for his case to be reviewed after 5 years. And that was that. Akihiro was arrested, feedback was given to Sphinx, and the three returned to the headquarters with a closed case. That's one under the belt, Akira said as they entered their section of the office. It's a lot of work, but you'll learn to juggle 10 of them at once by the end of the year. Hopefully. Maybe if they don't always explode into something crazy or go down rabbit holes like this one did, Julio noted, rolling his shoulder. Hiluva first case. It was unusual to say the least, but my first case wasn't particularly quiet either. Rabbit, and all that. It happens, and with Aojirai Tree being in the zeitgeist of ghouls, it's not terribly surprising either. Akira paused. Sat in one of the chairs in their party sign of the office was a tall, white-haired man, tapping away at his laptop keyboard. Nerima. Julio blinked in surprise. Hey, Nerima, he called out. Been a couple months. How've you been? He asked, caught a bit off guard by his sudden appearance and falling back on old habits to roll with it. The man called Death looked up at them, and smiled slightly yet pleasantly. He stood to greet them. Juyo, Akira. I apologize for visiting unannounced, but you were not present. I have been well, Juyo. Busy but well, he answered simply. What of yourselves? How have you been finding the work? Interesting, when spreadsheets aren't involved, Juyo admitted, scratching the back of his neck. To put it mildly. Just wrapped up my first case, thanks to Akira and Shiki's help. I heard. You encountered Tatara, he stated as a matter of fact. And you are unharmed. That is a feat. I'm not sure if it's luck or some sort of skill, but he managed to get both a terribly complex case, and one that involved a group answering directly to Tatara, Akira said with a sigh, lifting her hands up to shrug dramatically. I hope he doesn't drag me into any more troublesome things. Yes, well, I do not think that your hopes will be listened to. Juyo is a man of troublesome nature, Nerima said, his smile still in place. He was making a joke. The attempt alone was amusing enough. I really can't deny that, Juyo allowed. You said it yourself, Akira, I tend to attract the freaks and monsters. It's not a matter of if, but when, at this point. I suppose I will just have to live with it. Troublesome you may be, you're at least good company, Jana, Akira said, patting him on the arm with a smug look. We'll see to getting you your next case. I am afraid that will have to wait, Nerima interjected, his smile fading. I am not here without reason. The first order of business, there is to be a small award ceremony following the conclusion of Operation Workhorse. 2 promotions are to be given out, and commendations to those who took part, Nerima said, looking to Juyo. And after that, you will be assigned to my team. The rest of your training will take place with Squad 0. Oh. Juyo blinked. That was a bit to be hit with at once. Right, there was talk of putting me on whack-a-mole duty earlier, he recalled. Delving into the depths of Tokyo to fight the nastiest of the nasty. Fun times abound. So, who's getting the promotions, then? Shiki Kijima will be promoted to Special Class Investigator. Juyo Jana will be promoted to Rank 1 Investigator, Nerima answered plainly. Valor in the face of overwhelming odds, wounding the leader of Aojirai Tree, and exemplary teamwork. You should not have survived encountering Tatara with only 2 men. Again, Juyo went, oh. A promotion so quick? After only 1 case? It then occurred to Juyo that he actually hadn't thought too much about surviving Tatara. Things like that stopped being a big deal to him some time ago, having to deal with monster after monster. It had been routine for him, which was probably not a good thing by any stretch of the imagination. But from the perspective of the CCG, of regular people, it was a massive deal. Tatara was infamous for being able to wipe out dozens of investigators in an instant, and gave the special class a serious run for their money. Shiki himself had said they'd need 6 special classes to handle Tatara, which would normally be considered a gross allocation of such valuable assets. And yet Shiki, an associate special, and Juyo, a rank 3, held the line. Well, Juyo cheated a little by being a 1-eye, but the point still stood. Oh dear, we'll be equals. I'll have to work on that, Akira noted with a tut. It would be a poor display if I were to be outpaced by my student. How cold, Nerima said. I am not without my pride, Special Class Kishao. Nerima huffed quietly, amused. There is no cause for concern. I do not doubt you will be an associate special class sooner rather than later, Akira. As reassuring as that is to hear from Nerima Kishao himself, you're not on the board which determines promotions. Nerima paused, and then brought a hand to his chin. Yes. That is true. Maybe you won't become an associate special class. I didn't think I'd witness a murder in our own office. Juyo wondered. Nerima blinked a few times, unsure of Juyo's meaning. It was weird to see Nerima look surprised. What do you mean? Akira squinted at Nerima. So this is why you don't go out much. The man called Death blinked again. I don't understand. The changing rooms, as they were called, were located in the Edogawa ward of Tokyo, the furthest eastern part of the immense city. More commonly called the 23rd ward by investigators and ghouls alike, it was an insignificant ward in terms of ghoul-related activity. Such was the reason why Squad 0 Nerima Squad based themselves out of there for their whack-a-mole operations. The ward served a staging ground away from the more obvious first ward, giving them a better entry point into the so-called 24th ward. It had one of the smallest CCG offices Juyo had ever seen. Only consisting of 2 floors, it resembled an office in a business park more so than the multi-floor complexes the CCG offices usually were. It was even tucked away into a quiet part of the city, out of sight and out of mind. To one side of the office was an alley that led to a backlit, and to the other side a traditional sweet shop ran out of someone's front room. He would have missed it entirely, were it not for Google Maps insisting that it was in fact his destination. The inside wasn't any more indicative of it being a CCG office, either. From his time in the First Ward HQ, Juyo had been exposed to marble flooring, pillars, grand coats of arms and a general sense of archaic pride, like a house of ancient and powerful nobility from the old world, but in the 23rd ward all he found was a general sense of comfort over pride. Soft floors, even softer looking chairs, the smell of coffee mixed in with the generally repugnant smell of human food, and above all else music. Gotta keep the devil down in the hole. There was nobody manning the front desk, but there was the sound of conversation happening further inside. With nobody to tell him otherwise, Juyo did his job and investigated. He stepped into the hallway leading out of the lobby and tracked the sound to the back of the first floor to a break room in the very back of the building. The Zero Squad sat around a rounded table, various forms of food before them. Some bento, and some microwaved meals, not exactly the meals one would expect of Erima's subordinates, from Juyo's first-hand experience of the man, but they seemed relaxed. Each of them wore a long white coat, identical to the one their squad leader would wear, only with hoods attached to the collars. Above all else, they were all young. Incredibly so, maybe even younger than Akira in some cases. Numbering 6 in total, their conversations came to a halt as Juyo peered into the room. There was a shared look between them, before one of them blinked and snapped his fingers, remembering something. He stood to greet Juyo, stepping over to the taller man. Sleek black hair cut into a bob, a slight darker hint to his skin, the young man smiled up at Juyo politely, extending a hand. You're Juyo Jana, correct? Kori Ui, assistant squad leader. Captain Nerima has spoken fondly of your company, he said, sounding fairly easygoing in his tone. That was a good sign. Comforting to hear, Juyo replied easily enough, taking Ui's hand and giving it a shake. Nice to meet you, Ui. Looking forward to working with you guys. Come, take a seat, Kori said, urging Juyo to join them at the table as he pulled a chair over from one of the unused spaces of the break room. He placed it between a pink-haired girl and a neutral-looking boy with lavender hair who was likely around Suzuya's age. You'll have to forgive their lack of formality. It's still something fairly fresh to them. Everyone, introduce yourselves, Kori said with a clap. So young. These have to be children orphaned by ghouls at a really young age, Juyo wondered. The absolute youngest of them, a short boy with white hair and green eyes, puffed out his cheeks momentarily. We know how to be polite, Ui. You're just too bossy. And Nerima is not? Kori asked with a raised brow and an entertained smile. I think I'm pretty lax compared to him. On the field you are, but when we're working you're a real. The boy stopped, trying to think of an appropriate descriptor. Stalin. Juyo quirked an eyebrow, amused by the banter. Less amusing was that the boy looked like he was Hinami's age, putting him at around 14. The history lessons are sticking. My methods are working, Kori said, satisfied with the boy's comparison, if only for the historicity of it. Introduce yourself to Mr. Jana, Shio. The boy blinked a few times, as if noticing his blunder. He then stood hurriedly and bowed deeply to Juyo. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Jana. I'm Shio Uhei. I like flowers and swords. The pink-haired girl raised her hand to Juyo. Haru Uhei, Shio's sister, she said with a very, very relaxed tone, almost a casual drawl. I'm looking forward to working with you, Juyo. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or Kori. Kori will give you the by-the-book answer, I'll give you the actual answer. Oi. Kori said, brows furrowing. I'm not that much of a stickler. I'm the opposite, in fact. You guys just take it too easy. It's all relative, Kori. Kori pressed his lips together. That doesn't mean anything. Rather than allowing the exchange to continue, the boy with lavender hair spoke. Rikai Suzu. He pointed to a boy with black hair and very odd eyes. They were dark, but it was like they were also just empty. Yusa Nerima. He doesn't talk much, and he's shy around strangers. Give it a bit of time. The boy in question, the younger Nerima, nodded in agreement with Rikai's words. Adopted. Juyo wondered. The sixth sat with their hood up, face obscured by shadow. They sucked on the straw of a juice box with unseen lips. To know, they said simply, before going back to their juice box. Slow you erp. We're just waiting for the captain to show up, and then we'll be getting to work. We'll be down there for about a week, I reckon. It's more of a training session for this lot, Kori said, gesturing to the young group. To know, go get Juyo the PPE and one of our coats. The hooded one stood. Got it. A week is fairly short, for reference. Haru said, leaning back on her chair and rocking on the back two legs. Captain Nerima has spent months in the 24th ward before, apparently. Overblown, I assure you. It's an inefficient use of time. We're rarely down there for more than a month, and even then we make sure to come up for breaks and the likes, Kori reassured Juyo. The darkness of the 24th ward isn't something one should be exposed to for too long. I can imagine. Never been that much of a night owl anyway, Juyo replied, scratching his bare cheek. They were a strange group, but not nearly as strange as any number of things he'd witnessed. Easy to roll with. So this mission is meant to train not just me, then? Thought I'd be the only rookie here. Kori chuckled at that. Oh, no. I'm afraid not. Of us, I would be the most experienced aside from Nerima himself. Squad 0 operates on a rotating roster of investigators, with varying levels of experience between them. Due to Captain Nerima's skill, the CCG is always trying to get him to teach others, and as such there will be less experienced members of Zero Squad for him to educate. This is the youngest batch of them. I believe you've met Akira Mado. She was one of our number 2, and could be recalled should Nerima see the need for it. Zero Squad is just whoever Nerima feels like he needs for any particular bit of work. It's pretty selfish, really, Rikai said, closing his eyes and folding his arms. That's one way of looking at it, Juyo noted from his seat, lips quirking up slightly. But it makes sense. Share the load, and all that. Can't imagine being exclusively on dungeon diving duty helps the mind, unless you're Nerima, I guess. Kori offered a shrug, smiling nonetheless. I don't know how he does it myself, and I've arguably been around the man the second longest outside of Hiriko. He's a mystery man. And while the majority of our duties involves the 24th Ward, the Zero Squad generally serves as a specialist force in any large-scale operation. If we were to take the recent owl suppression operation, we were the ones who were in place to try and flush out and capture the real one-eyed owl. Although I wasn't technically part of Zero Squad, for that one, Corey admitted, scratching his cheek. You did pretty well, to fight it for as long as you did, Haru said, her smile wide. You were all dinged up when we got there, though. MMH. Unfortunately, even with several special investigators and myself, the one-eyed owl yet again proved to be something only Captain Nerima can contest. It's almost frustrating, Corey sighed, tilting his head back. But it is what it is. All we can do is try and bring ourselves up to his level. So they had been present for the Antioch raid, or at least some of them had been. Juyo hadn't recognized any of them from back then, he'd only ever encountered Nerima. That was for the best, though, as that meant less people that recognized them. And Corey had evidently faced Ito and survived to tell the tale, he had to have been stronger than most. Juyo had looked into what the CCG had on record regarding the one-eyed owl. For all of his experiences, he had never actually seen Ito in combat, nor did he even know what kind of Kagun she had, other than that she was a Kakuja. When he finally laid eyes on photos of her during the Antioch raid, all he could do was stare. A screaming cyclopean beast unlike any ghoul Juyo had ever seen. Something straight out of a nightmare, something one didn't fight so much as survive. Truly, Ito looked the part as the king of monsters. And if she were the king of monsters, then what did that make Nerima? The man himself entered not long after, regarding the group with his usual dull stare. He identified Juyo among them, and nodded. Rank 1 Jenna. It's good to see you again. Have you acquainted yourself with the others? He asked, not taking a seat. The white-haired man had his suitcase in hand, and a backpack over his shoulders. He was ready to go. Likewise, and I have, Juyo answered, gesturing to them. They seem like a cool bunch. Haru gave Nerima a thumbs up and a dopey smile. We didn't scare him off, Captain. You haven't tried hard enough, Rikai said, moving to stand. I do not think much will scare rank 1 Jenna. He is here because he faced the leader of Aojirai Tree, and survived. He is owed seniority over you, Haru. Please respect that, Nerima said, gently chastising not just Haru but all of them, aside from Corey. A flash of realization went over the youngest members of the group, and they looked to Juyo with eyes of shock and awe, with varying degrees of both between them. Corey joined Rikai and Nerima, clapping his hands together to get their attention. Let's get a move on, everyone. Tidy up, grab your plus tsunagi and your backpacks, and then we'll get to work. At the mention of it, Tano wandered over to Juyo like a wraith in white. He held out a backpack and a Quinqua suitcase. You use a regular tsunagi. Won't be good enough. Plus tsunagi for when we're down there. Thanks. Plus tsunagi, hey. Juyo echoed, taking the offered items. Is it just like the regular kind, but stronger? It's much closer to an actual Quinqua, Corey answered. He stepped up behind Juyo, and began putting a white coat on him without so much as asking for permission. Much harder to come across because of that. It removes the mass-produced quality away from the mass-produced weapon. Where a regular tsunagi likely wouldn't cut it against, say, an S-rate, the plus tsunagi is meant to be used in those exact situations. The kids use them because they haven't got their own Quinqua yet, and it also helps with some team-building exercises if everyone's working off of the same base. Juyo nodded along, adjusting his posture so that Corey could get the coat on more easily. Between the coat, his glasses, clean-shaven face, and white hair, he probably looked a lot like a Caucasian Nerima now. A weird thought. Swords were never really my thing, Juyo commented, hefting the briefcase. It was lighter than the regular tsunagi case. He'd have to adjust how he fought accordingly. But I'm never one to sniff at an upgrade. Learning different weapons is fun, anyway. If you wish for your own Quinqua, then now is the time to apply yourself, Nerima said. He walked past the group towards a door leading to the lot at the back of the building. There will be no shortage of dangerous ghouls in the 24th Ward, and you have the right to any you pacify or kill. He opened the door and stepped out, holding it open for the others to join him one by one. Luckily, you are already aware of how I teach. We will work, and I will give feedback when I am able. Roger Roger, Juyo replied, heading off to join him. Guess we'll see what we find down there. For once, he hoped he didn't run into Ryuko. Once they were gathered outside, Nerima shut and locked the door. He stepped over to a maintenance cover at the center of the lot, and opened it up. The smell of the underground followed, along with an uncomfortable humid gust. Just how Juyo remembered it from the last time he was down there, and the times before with Hinamai. Nerima went first. He climbed down the ladder leading into the first layer of Tokyo's depths, where a near uncharted world of ghouls awaited them. Juyo descended with them. It was not the monsters down there that he feared, or whatever horrible things they may witness. All he had was the same low, nearly ever-present dread of running into someone from his old life while out ghoul hunting. He had no way of knowing where Ryuko truly was, if she was still alive, or if Kurona and Nashiro had still been taking shelter down there, or if anyone else he cared about would be in those tunnels. And when did he start considering that his old life? When had that replaced his dreamlike time in America as a human? He didn't know. He just had to keep going. If he kept looking back, he'd just be lost again. Julio went too slowly, and Haru's foot hit his shoulder accidentally. Several hours into his time with Zero Squad, and Nerima had already taken Julio to areas that he had never seen before. The world beneath Tokyo was more than just tight tunnels, but it had a geography and an entire ecosystem unto itself. Chasms of man-made walls, with metal walkways leading around giant pipes, the sound of rushing water in the distance like waterfalls in nature. The occasional sound, like footsteps or beasts at night, unseen but always far too close for comfort. Down and down they went. The infrastructure, which seemed to be more of a colossal undertaking than the entirety of Tokyo itself, was the result of 20 years of work on the part of the Japanese government, a means of counteracting both earthquakes and floods, but it had unintentionally become the home of ghouls at some point along the way. They say. Cory began, stood next to Julio. That there's another city down here. We haven't found it yet, but that's apparently where true residents of the 24th Ward hide. The ones we encounter are just misfits from the surface, or the ones who could never find their way to the city. So they say, but you must take what 24th Ward ghouls say with a grain of salt. They're a bit different. Living their lives in the dark can mess with their minds just as much as it would a human, Julio agreed, peering around as they walked. But I've never encountered one myself. How would you say they're different from surface dwellers? They almost speak a different language altogether. Naturally, powerful cannibalism between rival tribes is common and frankly, far less willing to hunt us. Hiding's in their cultural DNA, I believe. Cory proposed, glancing over the edge at the unending dark leading downwards. The only lights they had were dim, and attached to the walls beside them. Everything else was in shadow. But we're generally not here for them. The ones who live on these layers are more often than not ghouls we've targeted while they were on the surface. While it's a controversial opinion, we have no reason to hunt the true residents of the 24th Ward. We leave them be. Julio hummed, seeing the logic of it. Best to focus on the ones more involved with our investigations, I get it. Not to mention, I feel like poking the true residents too much might cause more problems than it'd solve. Making them unify against a common threat, declarations of war. He trailed off, shrugging. Well, the usual issues of antagonizing a mostly neutral state, if we can call them that. We believe that Aojirai Tree has made avenues into recruiting ghouls from the 24th Ward, Nerima said from ahead, his eyes forward. The Bin brothers were likely from here, as is another Aojirai executive. Three Blades and their tribe are notably powerful among the ranks of Aojirai. That was a new name. If Julio recalled correctly, Yoshimura had sent Ito to the 24th Ward with a trusted confidant of his when she was just a baby. He'd meant well, but it couldn't have gone worse. Have you run into Aojirai much while down here? Julio asked. No. Only once, Nerima answered briefly. Oof, was all Julio had to say to that. Nerima would have been fine against Noro, but he'd heard more than enough about the freaky ghoul to know a fight with him was an unpleasant affair at the best of times. Something a lot of investigators don't realize, even the special classes, that there's a lot of dangerous ghouls outside of Aojirai Tree, even these days. They're just better at hiding than most, because they are willing to abandon life up there. Cory pointed upwards. To embrace life down here. In a way, I'd say the ghouls we meet down here are more ghoul than anyone who makes a life for themselves on the surface. Steinhen's theory of ghoul parasitic adaptivity, Tano said suddenly from behind the group. Ghouls can and will adapt adversarially, rather than socially. The tougher the environment, the tougher and more driven the ghoul. Unfortunately, Julio had the experience to back that theory up. Sounds about right, he replied with a sigh. Given what you've said about the prevalence of cannibalism here, I imagine that only means a surplus of Kakujas prowling about. Half Kakuja are not uncommon, but one rarely retains enough sense of self to become a full Kakuja, Nerima explained. One could perceive it as a natural barrier on how many regular ghouls can become Kakuja ghouls. The mental instability makes them more predatory, which in turn makes them more obvious targets for other ghouls, which in turn makes for a food source. Yet by eating that food source, there is a chance in them becoming mentally unstable. And so the wheel keeps turning and turning, Julio sighed, making a circular motion with his finger. It makes sense, in that brutal law of the jungle sort of way. Though even I'd prefer it down here before going back to the actual jungle, he commented with a shake of his head. We're all just animals. Ghouls tend to be more honest about it, Tano added, their hooded visage taking stock of the area around them. Nerima nodded. That they are. There's a flood hall coming up. We'll rest there for a few hours, and then continue. Dibs on first watch, Rikai said. I wanted first watch. Shio moped, letting out a huff. Nerima looked back at the boy briefly, smiling somewhat. You can have it next time. Everyone has to do their time on the later watches, Shio. I know. It's just really tough, Shio said, letting out a sigh. Probably because whoever had later watch would have to be up for longer than the others when it came time to keep going. Just another facet to the whack-a-mole operations Julio had to learn. So far, it had been an utterly calm experience. For once, Julio was away from the city without having to resort to literal asylum to do so. Naturally, that was not destined to last. Julio remained quiet. He didn't particularly mind whichever watch he ended up with. The flood hall was well lit, in contrast to the rest of the underground. It was an open space, almost exactly the same as the place where Julio had trained in the past, and the smell wasn't as pungent. It allowed them to see if anything was coming, even if it was a bit difficult to rest with bright lights. Either way, they'd take what they could get. They set up at the side of one pillar, using their backpacks stuffed with preserved food and other useful things as pillows. Tano chose to rest his back against a pillar to sleep. Yet somehow, Julio ended up with an unconscious Shio slumped against his arm, sleeping quietly. He glanced down at the boy, a bit surprised by that but choosing not to comment outwardly. Instead, he delicately removed his coat and placed it over Shio as a sort of ad hoc blanket so that he was marginally more comfortable. That done, Julio simply leaned his head back, staring out into the pitch-black depths beyond camp. Sleep only came when it wanted to for him. He was never in a rush for it, the less he dreamt, the better. Nerima, even when he slept, seemed to be aware. There was a stillness to him which didn't seem right, like he was a squeezed spring ready to release at the first threat which approached him. He was asleep, certainly, but even still. He would kill anyone who tried to kill him. That was a certainty. Rikai kept his watch dutifully, stood leaning against the pillar and watching the large open space around them for any sign of movement. His quinquo was but a press away from being in his hands. Aside from the sounds of the 24th Ward's wildlife, it was quiet in the hall. Warm and quiet, away from the troubles of the world by indulging in the reality of an entirely different one. Julio was deep in a man-made wilderness. For some reason, Julio found that comforting. He hated cities. He had never been one for the claustrophobic pressing of too many bodies, too many noises, but it was something he tolerated out of necessity. For better or worse, Tokyo was his home now. But at least down here, he could pretend it did not exist. He could pretend that all of the good and bad that had happened to him was gone, or that it had happened to someone else entirely. He could pretend he was indeed Julio Jana, a half-ghoul investigator with barely a past and without a life beyond the CCG. He could pretend that there was nothing wrong. Yes, that was precisely what was comforting about the 24th Ward. A throat-shredding scream deafened the investigators, the confines of the tunnels doing no favors for the raw intensity of the monstrous sound. Then and there, Julio got to experience what it was like to be on the other end of a half-kakuja. After days of wandering the depths of Tokyo, they had finally encountered their first ghoul, feeding on what could only really be described as a bloody, beaten pile of flesh and blood, with no real recognizable features to it. The ghoul in question gave no hint of even being vaguely sane, or even capable of complex thought. Eating in a most unique manner, it slurped on the bloody slurry it had created out of its prey through a mosquito-like mouth, protruding outwards to a deadly point, the rest of its head covered by its kakuja shell. It bore no eyes, which was unusual. Julio had grown more eyes, in his time as a half-kakuja. It moved on freakishly long limbs, evidently a mutant of some sort, and a number of similarly long and unsettling limbs lined its back in the same way Julio's tails did, only far more complex and complete in their structure. They were not vague, deadly tails but solid, dense arms colored a Kagun red, not even glowing in the same way as Kagun usually did. It wasted no time in abandoning its last prey to fixate upon new prey. With barely any room to maneuver in the space of the dark tunnel, their fight began. Jana, Nerima said from beside Julio, wielding the lance rapier called Ixa, the weapon he had used to effectively kill Julio. Up front, with me. Everyone else, support. Engage only if there is an opening in our movements. It was an invitation from Nerima to learn, and to display what he had learned. On it, Julio replied, using the oncoming beast as a distraction to avoid thinking too hard about the weapon that had quite literally stabbed through his brain twice. His new sword, the Tsunagi Plus, flicked into being in his hand. It was lighter than his old Tsunagi, he noted, so it'd be easier to be precise with. The creature didn't make a direct charge, it had the instincts to do that much at least, instead bounding from wall to wall, its number of arms clinging to the tunnel surfaces as it landed at strange angles, a flea, hopping from place to place. It moved to the ceiling of the tunnel, some distance away, and then pounced downwards towards Julio and Nerima. The latter, as was expected of him, moved out of the way of the incoming long, swiping arms, each seemingly able to rotate on their joints. The first blow went to Ixa, lancing into the creature's side and drawing blood. Julio mirrored Nerima's sidestep, avoiding the oncoming attack on the side opposite the pale investigator. In a brief instant, he saw openings, many, in fact, and so chopped quickly and precisely at both of its human limbs to chip away at its mobility. The cuts drew blood from skin that had likely never seen daylight, the rest visible beneath the near-translucent skin before it burst free as a result of Julio's blade carving deep. The flesh was easy to cut, but the bone proved difficult to sever from the body. It nonetheless faltered briefly. Kori Ui struck from a distance, a bladed whip cracking against the creature's mask as it stumbled, forcing it backwards somewhat. Two of its additional, long arms grabbed for Julio with spindly and disproportionate fingers, disregarding any attempt to actually strike him. They were wild swings, as though it were groping about blindly, and so Julio was able to avoid the hands and punish them for getting too close with yet more cuts. Kori's blow had damaged the mask, but not enough, the killing blow wasn't ready yet. While the creature reeled, Julio continued to harass it, forcing it to twist its body in response to his actions by constantly applying pressure. If Kori or one of the others could land another hit, that'd be all he needed to kill it. As if able to read Julio's intent, Nerima acted with the change of Ixa's shape, turning into the multi-sectioned, clover-like shield that had warded off Julio's attacks. Rather than causing the creature to bleed further, Nerima bludgeoned the thing with his shield, relying on his own reactions to avoid the odd angles of the arms, and the width of the shield to effectively corner the creature between himself, Julio and Kori. Picking up on the fact it was in imminent danger, the ghoul attempted to swivel around to escape, looking as if it were building up energy in its legs to leap away. Nerima clubbed it with Ixa, right across the back of the neck, the resounding crack sound filling the tunnel. A momentary stun. Kori arched his arm back, and then struck out. The whip snapped through the air, sections clinking together as they corrected right at the apex of the attack, becoming an incredibly long blade for all of half a second long enough for Corey to carve deeper and truer. He put his shoulder into the downward attack, and split the mask down the front along the right side, exposing a bald head, one blind eye and pasty blue veined skin. Zhuyo surged, his legs pumped with all of the speed his ghoulish abilities could muster, and drove his sword straight through the ghoul's eye. The weakest part of a ghoul. A lesson from Yamurai. The scream that followed, and the writhing struggle, were strangely familiar to Zhuyo, as if he had been in that position before. The sensations grinned against Zhuyo, threatening to drag him back into the dark places he had so forcefully pushed away after all of this time. It didn't die immediately. With what freakish strength and energy it could muster, it tried to survive, to thrash and throw Zhuyo away from it. Zhuyo's own strength came into play, allowing him to hold his blade in place, and inch it in deeper and deeper. And then, like a switch, it stopped. The half-Kakuja ceased moving, its Kagun starting to curl inwards towards its back, like a dead spider. Nerima swapped Ixa's form once more, and moved to stand over the creature. He rammed his pointed weapon into the back of the ghoul's neck, piercing the natural armor, its flesh, and the bone beneath. He was making sure. Developing Kakuja. Type by Kaku. No chimerism, Nerima said clinically, noting it to himself. Lacking in mental faculty, it was most likely born into that state. He drew Ixa back, and waved off the fluid from it. He then nodded, looking at Zhuyo with those empty eyes of his. Good work. That was quick and as painless as it could be. Zhuyo nodded back, waving off the ghoul's brain fluid from his own weapon. Thanks, that was the idea. Drawing that fight out would have carried too many risks and prolonged its suffering. Best to end it as quickly as possible. If it had more of its faculties, that would have been much more difficult. There's probably a few like this, in the area, Corey pointed out. He and the younger investigators approached. Shio, the smallest of them, looked as if he were in awe of what just took place, glancing between Corey, Nerima, and Zhuyo as if they were suddenly the coolest things on the planet. This is Section BV-12, I believe. We should focus our efforts here for the next 2 days, sir, the second captain suggested, bowing his head to Nerima. The captain nodded. That is agreeable. Shio, Harry, remove the Kagun. Everyone else, take watch until they're done. We'll backtrack and find somewhere safer to set up, and continue tomorrow and the day after. Yes, Captain. The younger investigators said, aside from Hera who just gave him a lazy salute. Corey's whip reorganized itself entirely, taking on the shape of a halberd twice his height. The dark-haired young man approached Zhuyo, nodding approvingly. Well handled, Jenna. You've got good fight sense. Thank you, I'd figured you'd pick up what I was going for there, Zhuyo replied, letting the Tsunagi Plus hang at his side. Half-Kakuja can be nasty, but handled easily enough when you've got some tactical sense. Something we seem to have in spades. In that way, it's not terrible down here. So long as you have the numbers and the wits, you can survive well enough. It's a reprieve from the whole Aojirai business that seems to be everywhere these days, Corey said with a sigh, shutting his eyes momentarily and allowing his body to relax. Simple work. See Ghoul, fight Ghoul. The difference between beast hunting and fighting a war against people, Zhuyo said in agreement with a nod. The former is much easier, even if the beasts in question have too many limbs and can crush concrete. He let out a breath, looking over at the remains of the mosquito ghoul as Shio and Hera went about removing its Kagun. For a moment, he imagined himself in its place. It's not happier work, but it is simpler. Not much happy about what we do, Jenna. It's grim work from the outset, Corey said, leaning on his halberd as he waited for the 2 younger investigators to finish up. We're in a job that flies in the face of the values commonly held by people, and they accept it because they're rightfully scared. Judge, jury, and executioner. So long as it's the other guy, right? Yeah, Zhuyo said quietly. All while the other guy is just as scared, but can't do anything about it just because of the way they were born. He shook his head, trying not to think about the many people he knew that were victims of it, damn near everyone, really. Yet I can't bring myself to feel sorry, at this point. No matter how scared they get, when they get hungry enough, we humans are the ones who get hurt. Meanwhile, we've got to sort of just bumble our way to defending ourselves, Corey said, sounding slightly amused. Whatever. I doubt it's going to change anytime soon, so we'll just do what we can until things do change. Change is coming, Nerima said, looking to the 2 of them. Remain optimistic, Corey. You're still young. Yeah, but I've done enough work to act jaded, haven't I? You're asking the wrong person. I've done more work than anyone in the CCG, yet I am still optimistic, Nerima pointed out, not quite smiling but closer to it than he usually was. That's because you're an anomaly, Captain. The rest of us mere mortals have to cope with varying degrees of mediocrity. However will you go on? Haru. Nerima turned to look at the pink-haired young woman, who hefted up a bloody pouch the size of a chair pillow. Got it. This is going to Zhuyo, is it? She asked, looking at the foreigner and then back to Nerima. Correct. Store it and carry it, please, Nerima instructed. We're heading back to a safer location. Jenna, Ui, take point. I'll cover the back. Please take good care of my new toy, Haru, Zhuyo replied lightly to the woman holding the blood-soaked sack as he moved on as instructed. I'll get you something nice from my next kill as thanks. Spending so much time among these people had lowered some of his walls, at least, even in the state he was, a part of him still always wanted to be a social creature, stunted or not. Besides, he was likely going to be working with all of them quite a bit for the foreseeable future. A rapport could only help. What a gentleman. Why can't you be like that, Corey? Haru asked. Juyo had opened a can of worms. Because Corey paused, glanced at Juyo for a moment, and then looked back to Haru. I've got no excuse, but I like to think I'm nice enough as a superior. You're adequate. Don't worry, I still love you, she said sweetly, smiling in that almost sleepy manner of hers. Thanks. I think. Juyo patted the man's shoulder, giving him an apologetic look. A backhanded compliment is still a compliment. He offered, more as a question than anything else. Corey sighed. I suppose. I'm fairly used to it, by this point. Put me anywhere else in the CCG, and I'm respected. Put me with these brats, and suddenly I'm the skinny older brother. He shook his head and rested his halberd against his shoulder. He began the march back to safer ground. The burden of being responsible around children. Don't I know it, Juyo said in agreement. I've been the skinny older brother my whole life, so I feel you. Corey looked at Juyo once more, not seeming terribly impressed with him. Indeed, Juyo may have been skinny once upon a time, but he also wasn't 5'5". Your solidarity is noted, Jana. I try. Yoshitoki Washuyu regarded Juyo fondly, paternally even. He gave out that particular feeling about him, like he did care about those who worked under him. The fact he was willing to face the leader of Aojirai Tree himself to ensure that 2 investigators could retreat was proof of that. Yet even still, being called to the office of the director at the summit of the CCG headquarters was rarely ever a casual thing, even if Yoshitoki was less cool professional and more friendly boss. The scale of the room, and how it looked out over Tokyo, made it difficult to not feel the pressure of the meeting. 2 months underground, hunting ghouls alongside Nerima and his squad was actually much more relaxing than an office environment, once someone was able to get into it. Calming, somehow, without the stress that the upper world brought with it. Easy to lose oneself in that kind of grind, and hone your skills against the more monstrous creatures the world could throw at him. He had learned a lot from Nerima in that time. How he moved, how he fought, the rhythm to his actions that produced such incredible results. Even with such talent, it felt attainable, if distant. Juyo felt himself becoming a better fighter once more, overcoming the weaknesses of his diet and working toward reaching a place that could make the most of both human and ghoul fighting styles. If he could eat normally, Juyo knew that he would have catapulted beyond the peak he had reached as a half-Kakuja. Good morning, Juyo-jana. I hope the morning sunlight isn't uncomfortable for you, the director of the CCG said calmly, gently. The chair where the man's father sat was empty, and Yoshitoki did not take it up. Instead he stood beside the desk, hands behind his back. Long whack-a-mole shifts can do that. I've learned to appreciate sunglasses more, that's for certain, Juyo replied. He did miss the sunlight, he had to admit, even if it became more uncomfortable lately. But otherwise, it's good to be back on the surface. Yoshitoki nodded, smiling. He gestured for Juyo to join him by the window as he turned to look out at Tokyo, letting out a contented sigh. Content was a good word to describe Yoshitoki. He felt like he had everything in order. It's good to have you back. While I'm not one to disrupt Nerima when he is educating an understudy of his, I am afraid I have called you here to reassign you. There is a position coming up that I believe you are uniquely suited for, if you are willing to hear me out on it. The man had a habit of making an order sound like a suggestion, like he didn't want to burden his subordinates with something they were going to have to do anyway. It was a kinder way of going about leadership, one that Juyo didn't disagree with up to a point. Of course, sir, Juyo answered, dipping his head to the director as he moved to join him at the window. Happy to help however I can. Excellent. As you're more than aware, we've been using you as the basis for research into the nature of human-ghoul hybrids, peeling through the work of Dr. Kanu, and trying to understand it. Progress has been made on that front, and we're ready to begin a trial of the CCG's first hybrids, he stated, not couching the fact of the matter in gentle phrasing. The CCG were using Juyo's body as the blueprint for their own variant of half-ghouls. These individuals will be different from yourself, greatly so. Where you are what we believe to be something of a near-perfect synthesis, the hybrids we intend to commission will be more human than ghoul. Think. Investigators and their quinqua, but the quinqua is built into the body. Still human, just with a particularly powerful weapon and some notable benefits. Juyo furrowed his bushy brows as he considered the words. He'd known the CCG's intentions ever since he agreed to sign on, it was part of their agreement, in fact, but to hear that they had finally cleared the research aspect and were ready for the creation of half-ghouls was a milestone. By more human, do you mean they'll be able to eat regular food, without the need for ingesting RC cells? He asked probingly. That was undoubtedly the worst part of being a ghoul, the absolute need for human, or ghoul, flesh to survive, and the root of the conflict. Creating more people that had that need would be irresponsible. Correct. The current working theory is that an installed Kakuhou can be placed within a series of limiters, much in the same way a Kagun is contained within the frame of a quinqua. It potentially creates for a less adaptable form of half-ghoul, their Kagun weaker, but one that remains distinctly human. Naturally, these limiters may be turned off, should it be found appropriate. Increments of 20% are the current model, he explained casually. He had been following the work closely, it seemed. They would be similar to you, as you currently are. Your strength, however, is only limited by your diet and not an installed mechanism. I see, Julio replied, letting out a relieved breath. Whoever these people were, at least they wouldn't be deprived of a choice like he was. It made him envious, slightly, but what was there to do about it? Kano wanted his perfect one-eye ghoul, not something in between, and that was what he made. As for the people themselves, do you already have candidates in mind? Yoshitoki nodded, quietly tapping a foot to some tune in his head. The research team figured fairly early on that we wouldn't just be able to choose anyone. There's a mix of factors pre-existing RC levels, physical condition, mental aptitude, just to name a few which we're taking into account. The first round of aptitude tests produced 4 promising candidates, although 2 of them are total greenhorns. The other 2 have attended CCG-based education in the past, which gives them a basis to work from. With that in mind, I intend to form a squad out of them, and they will need a leader and mentor. Julio let out an ah, nodding once. And you'd like the only other half-ghoul working for the CCG to fill that role, he surmised. That would be ideal. There are still those who do not agree with this path, that we should not employ half-ghouls as part of the CCG. I do not believe that is the correct perspective, and I would see those we do employ be both protected and respected by the CCG itself. However, before we can truly work on that, we must first distinguish them. I believe that by putting you at the head, one of Nerima's direct students, that will come sooner rather than later, he explained, glancing to Julio. It goes without saying that we are always looking for the next Nerima. I am hoping that this squad will allow us to nurture a group of individuals who can come close to being his legacy. As you have spent plenty of time with him, you are also in a good position to follow through on that. My only reservation was the concern that half-ghouls made by the CCG would be deprived of the same choice I was and forced to eat humans in order to survive, Julio told him. His feelings on the subject were more complicated than that, for many reasons, but he wasn't going to divulge that much to Yoshitoki, his superior and one of the Washiyu patriarchs. With that gone, I'll be more than happy to give these people my full support. At the very least, I can offer them a better understanding of their new bodies, and not have to learn as they went along like I had to. Most excellent. If that is the case, then I believe a promotion will be in order for Mato. I'll be making her your supervisor, you see, Yoshitoki added, looking especially pleased with Julio's acceptance. It will allow you to focus on the team, having her as your superior. She can handle the nitty-gritty, as it were, while you handle the investigations among your team. That sounds like an ideal setup to me, Julio agreed. The prospect of working again with Akira was an endearing one, she was a friend, and an incredibly capable woman, not to mention they both already had a good understanding of how the other worked. Although he would have to apologize in advance for the amount of paperwork a band of half-ghouls would undoubtedly produce. When will we be getting started? As soon as possible, ideally. However, you are owed some leave, as you have just returned from a fairly intensive assignment. You can take that before we begin, if you should want it. Yoshitoki offered. I'll have to figure out a way to spend it, Julio admitted after a moment. But I think some leave would probably be good. It sounds like I'll be having my hands full for the foreseeable future, so I might as well enjoy the reprieve while I can. That is agreeable. I believe your Quinqua will be ready around that time, too. Form is different, I am told. I did not know that was in your particular skill set, but do not let me be the one to turn away something useful. One of the few ways I actually knew how to fight before becoming a half-ghoul, Julio told him, smiling slightly with a tinge of nostalgia. I was more surprised to hear that nunchaku were outright unheard of as far as Quinqua go, considering how varied and unorthodox they can get. Much for the same reason one rarely hears of meteor hammers, or rope darts. They require a certain care in their use, when compared to the more common forms of Quinqua. They can work, but it's a fighting style unto itself. Now, I have heard of more unusual forms, just not this particular form of unusual, he pointed out, letting out a gentle, paternal chuckle. But if you already have the ability, then I have faith in you to use them appropriately. You're a prudent young man, Jenna. Thank you, sir, I'll do my best to live up to your expectations. After a moment, Julio's expression sobered. As for the candidates, when will they be undergoing the operation? Very soon. There will be a recovery time, of course. We're looking at 3 months, before they're ready to begin. In the meanwhile, we will upskill you for your management role, and find a location for you all to live in. It will also give you time to get familiar with their backgrounds. But that is all for when you come back from your leave, so for now, relax, he said, spreading his arms out and gesturing to the city. Claim the moment, as it were. While I understand you cannot partake of food, there's still plenty to do. If you told young Suzuya you were taking a break, I'm sure he'd arrange some leave of his own. That sounds like a plan to me, Julio said with a nod. It'd certainly be better than sitting in his apartment all the time. He was also considering paying Iba a visit, touch base, and keep the retired veteran appraised of what was going on. I'll have to mention it to him then. Thank you, sir, for the suggestion and for putting your trust in me. Yoshitoki waved his words off. No thanks required. You were the natural choice, both for your condition and your attitude. If anything, I would thank Special Investigator Kojima. Were it not for him, I likely would not have been able to consider you for the position. But unless you have any other questions, you are free to go. Julio supposed he would have to thank Shiki, then. None for the time being, he replied, once more dipping his head to Yoshitoki. I'll be taking my leave then. Until next time, sir. Yoshitoki smiled at the young man, the corners of his eyes crinkling fondly. Indeed, until next time. Zhuyo's leave was around the time of his birthday, as luck would have it. So, as a small sort of reward to himself for the promotions and not having his own choices lead to dramatic, terrible upheavals for longer than a couple months, he tried to go a bit beyond the disgusting sludge he always had to eat. Namely, attempting to turn into some form of quiche so it was at least vaguely shaped like a normal food. He couldn't attempt eating anything else, so he had to make do. Of course, he'd never actually made quiche before, even when his options were significantly broadened, so there was a bit of a learning curve on top of the limiting factor of blood and semi-liquid chunks of meat. And so, Zhuyo was in his apartment wearing a red apron and beholding the total of his great works in the kitchen. Well, that was a wash. At least it kinda looked like a quiche. More of a red sack that had been flopped onto the plate than anything else. He had to acknowledge that his longing for regular food was only growing, being surrounded by humans all the time. That was probably why he'd tried to do something that ultimately ended in a messy failure. Surely this had been tried before, right? It was a shame that the blood cake recipe he found online still required flour and other such ingredients. He let out a dramatic sigh to the empty apartment, and picked up a spoon to make sure it all hadn't been a total waste. At that precise moment, his phone rang. He blinked, then hastily scrambled to wipe off his blood-caked hands before answering. Zhuyo's phone, Zhuyo speaking. Zhuyo, came the voice of Nerima. Have you been looking up blood-related foods, recently? Of course they were watching his search history. Yeah, why? He asked. Oh, okay. It's nothing. We have a team based in Osaka who look out for particular phrases and patterns in search engines and the likes. Something set them off, coming from your apartment. I was just wondering if it was someone else in the building, as unlikely as that would be, Nerima explained. Disregard this. I'll let them know it's okay. Oh. Alright. Guess it wasn't that targeted after all. Big brother looming as ever. I was trying to figure out how to make myself something different with the stuff I had. Birthday present for myself. But, he looked at the quiche before him. Mission failed. I would offer advice, but I have no experience with that particular culinary genre. Would you like anything for your birthday, Zhuyo? Nerima asked, taking the chance to learn what he could. Zhuyo looked around his apartment, figuring out what on earth he could actually want. His needs were few, and mostly covered in the form of books and game consoles he'd bought with his own paychecks. He hummed, then looked around his kitchen. Then, something clicked. Oh. Actually, yes, cookbooks. Regular cookbooks. It sounds like my upcoming fellow One-Eyes will be able to eat normally, and that we'll be living together. If that's the case, I'd like to be prepared. Understood. I'll try to cover a range. Have a good day, Zhuyo. You too, Nerima. See you around. At that, he hung up and picked up the spoon again. Zhuyo paused, and looked around his living space once more. For a moment, he saw a certain misspelled banner wishing him a happy birthday, along with a small pile of gifts from people that were no longer there. The longing, again. For a thing he couldn't have anymore. Zhuyo let out a breath, and turned back to the disgusting blood quiche. Happy birthday, Trevor, he wished to the other person, and then went on to eat. Zhuyo squatted before the animal enclosure, sketchpad on his lap. With his tongue poking out the side of his mouth and into the cold air, he happily sketched the sight before him, a pair of pandas, rolling about in the layer of snow within their enclosure. Every now and then, he would pause to refresh his reference of them, and then go right back to it. He wasn't a good artist, but he was trying. Zhuyo had elected to spend his leave at least somewhat socially. Akira had been constantly encouraging him to get out more and make more friends, and he'd be lying if he denied he was a more social animal by nature. As Yoshitoki had suggested, Zhuyo was quick to take leave upon hearing Zhuyo was as well, and a couple calls later, some of Zero's squad had tagged along as well. He'd been making an effort to actually get to know them and be friendly, after spending so much time together in the depths. They were a strange lot, but then, Zhuyo had long ago joined their ranks. Normal had become a very relative thing. I don't get these things, Shiohei said, looking befuddled at the existence of the panda. How do they survive? They're not like the sun bears at all. It's what happens, when you live in a relatively comfortable environment for too long, Haru said, her hands folded behind her back and standing beside her adopted brother. It could happen to you. Nope. They're also not carnivores, Zhuyo explained, hands in his pockets. Bamboo makes up like 99% of their diet, and the closest thing they'd eat that's meat would be carrion, and that's a huge maybe. Doesn't exactly result in a great clawed beast. Yusa nodded in agreement. The quiet junior Nerima had tagged along with their outing to the zoo, despite being, well, near enough mute. Yin and yang, the polar bear and the panda opposites but the same, Josu said as he drew, squinting at the paper. Polar bears are cooler, though. Literally and figuratively. Actually, polar bears are pretty warm, Haru corrected, her dozy smile in place. SSH. It was funny, Josu insisted. He had dyed his hair black at some point, and it did a lot to make him seem more normal. He hadn't changed the way he behaved, though, so that image fell apart in about half of a second. I don't even like bears that much, anyway. Giraffes are better. You ever seen them fight? They just keep smacking each other with their necks, Zhuyo said, making a swing motion with his hand for emphasis. You'd think they'd snap like twigs, but I guess all that muscle they got just to stay upright counts for something. No. But I've heard about how they do it. It sounds awesome, Josu said, nodding. They also just look weird, which I like. Luong horse. Wait until you see an okapi. They're like an even more awkward giraffe. I think they got those here, actually, Juyo offered. He took out the map of the zoo, inspecting it. On the complete other side of the zoo. Were there any animals you guys wanted to hit up while we're here? He asked of the 3 members of Zero Squad present. The shoebill might be fun. I've never seen one in person before, Haru said, tapping her chin with a finger. They're a very unique animal, you know. Shoebill? That's a silly name, Shio said. What kind of animal is called bill? That's an American name. It's because they quite literally have bills shaped like shoes for mouths, Juyo said, demonstrating by forming the object of the discussion over his mouth. Big nasty things with points at the end. They're pretty rad. I see, I see. Shio muttered, nodding in understanding. Could they beat a tiger? Juyo opened his mouth, and then closed it upon reconsidering his answer. I once saw a goose keep 3 tigers at bay when it landed in their enclosure, and a shoebill is basically a longer goose with a meaner bill. Maybe it could. Let's go see it. Any animal that can challenge a tiger is pretty interesting. Gimme a couple more minutes. I'm almost done. Josu said, waving his pencil in their direction. Around them, families and other visitors gave them space, as if they could feel that they were collectively a fairly dangerous group of people. I used to come here with Shinohara. Never got the chance to finish drawing every animal here, but I figure I can do a few, while he's out of it. Juyo nodded, the mention of Shinohara being a sobering one. The man had been put into a vegetative state by Ito, and was also a painful reminder of one of the times Juyo had completely lost control of himself. Which was a shame, as by all accounts Shinohara sounded like he had been an incredibly pleasant man. Take all the time you need, man, he encouraged. There's no rush, and the day's young. I intend to, don't worry. They were a strange group, one with nothing that would otherwise indicate that they should be a group. No shared age, no shared features, just several vastly different individuals, stood around appreciating animals. Despite that, it had been an incredibly normal day. Shio and Yusa were very much kids, and Josu was basically still a kid at heart. That left Haru and Juyo to act as the adults, directing the day and buying the food even if Juyo could not partake in any of it. I was quite surprised when you called us of all people, Jenna. It's rare that we receive invitations from anyone outside of our own circle, Haru said as the 2 teenagers moved in to look over Josu's shoulder and watch him as he put the finishing touches on his panda sketches. I don't point it out to be rude or anything. I'm just pleasantly surprised. Well, I'm glad it was a pleasant surprise then, Juyo said, scratching the side of his cheek. You all seem like a fun group, and I wanted to get to know you better outside of work for once. Simple as that, I suppose. MMH. I was always curious about you. Captain Nerima mentioned you briefly, about half a year ago. That he had taken on a new understudy. The last one he really took on was either Kori or Hirako, depending on who you ask. You're different enough from them that I can see why he took you on. What led to that assessment? Juyo wondered curiously, putting his hands back in his pockets and continuing to watch over the kids. Hirako is a robot. He will do anything he is told, and he will not complain about it. If Nerima instructed him to do something with a precise timing, he would do it with a precise timing. If he failed to do so, he would adapt in time for the next attempt. He'll never be the next Nerima, as the upper brass are so fond of saying, but he'll nonetheless act as a reliable pillar for the CCG. Kori is passionate. I like him for it, but despite what you've seen of him, it can get to his head. It makes him stronger sometimes, but at other times it makes him less. While you are somewhere between them, I think. Neither too mechanical, nor too emotive, and with a body that's able to keep up with Captain Nerima's intent and instruction, she explained, looking out at the panda enclosure, her smile in place. I don't mean to be rude in my analysis, Juyo, but this is a question that many hold. Do you feel sorry for ghouls, at all? A sudden question he hadn't quite been expecting. But it was one he did have an answer for. Yes, I do, Juyo answered honestly. They didn't have a choice in how they were born. It's how they respond to that lack of choice that I judge them on. I used to hate them as a species, but not anymore. And you're honest, too, she said, her question just a means of gauging him. If I didn't know any better, Captain Nerima might be trying to turn you into the CCG's poster boy. She joked gently, letting out a titter of a laugh. Not that we exactly have one, right now. Nerima is not exactly the media sort, you see. So I've gathered, Juyo noted with a slight tilt of his lips. I suppose it's a romantic notion, a man-made one working toward the greater good. Whatever that might mean to some people. He shrugged. Being a poster boy sounds like quite a bit of spotlight for me. You sure they don't want someone more visually appealing like you? He offered lightly with some amusement. Haru cupped her cheek, letting out an amused huff, her smile widening. Oh, that would be nice. The flattery is noted and appreciated, but I'm not nearly as suited to it as you think. I'm what they call a messy worker, as it were. It doesn't make for a charming look, when the work is done. Messy put it mildly. Haru had a habit of absolutely destroying any and everything that came her way. Her fighting style was best exemplified by her quinqua of choice, a straight-up machete, named Aus. Not the most heroic of appearances. Maybe not, Juyo chuckled, shaking his head. Well, it is what it is. I appreciate the outside look, we all have our blind spots. He paused, considering something. Actually, now that you've asked me, what about you? Do you feel sorry for ghouls, at all? I don't feel much at all, really, she admitted, smiling nonetheless. It's not that I hate them, or even dislike them. I just simply cannot bring myself to truly care when I am working. It's no different than if one of the tigers here was loosed on one of the lions. It's pure competition. Nothing more, nothing less. Zhuyo hummed, nodding once. That was a different perspective from what he usually heard. Strong opinions were all too common regarding ghouls, but it was one he could understand. It was actually a bit of a relief, since he couldn't stand the more fanatical types in the world. Then what do you care about? He asked her. Not to be rude, just wondering, he added, deliberately echoing her previous statements of the same. My family, of course. Captain Nerima, Shio, Yusa, Cory. I don't like to overcomplicate things. Things like justice, I can't really understand them in the same way Cory does. I just know that if I work hard, I'll be praised. If I work hard, I can protect them. It's all I need, she said honestly, nodding. I'm not a terribly complex person, Zhuyo. I leave that to Nerima and Cory. As someone who has had enough complexity to last several lifetimes, it's a bit of a relief to hear, Zhuyo admitted. I understand the desire to protect your family all too well. Why else had he nearly killed himself, just to save Keiya, Kuma, and Yashimura? I'm glad you decided to come along, Haru. It sounds like we both had some curiosity that needed to be sated. So it would seem. I am glad you invited me, Zhuyo. It's done. Panda Giraffe. Josu declared proudly, displaying his cartoonish drawing to Zhuyo. It was indeed a panda. It was fat like one, harmless looking like one. The only exception was that it had an incredibly long neck, and was in battle with another long-necked panda. He had even drawn auras of power around them, like it was an anime battle. It was so absurd. Zhuyo made an admirable attempt at suppressing his laughter for all of a second, before the dam was opened. He laughed loudly, so thrown off by the sudden ridiculousness of Josu that he couldn't help himself. Haru leaned forward to look at the picture, blinking a few times. You're not bad at this, Sosuya. It's very stylish. I've had a lot of time to practice. You know, crippled and all, he said, a prideful glint to his eyes. It shows. I'm pretty fond of drawing too. We should exchange pieces, sometime. Josu nodded enthusiastically, storing his panda giraffe drawing away beneath his arm. I want to draw the shoe bill before we go. I can't wait to see what it'll inspire you to make, Zhuyo replied, wiping his face. We'll make our way to it now, maybe take a peek at the elephants on the way down. The absolute domesticity of the situation was a strange, but not unwelcome feeling. He'd been lacking something of that nature for a long time, he'd known, but feeling it even a little bit again was enough for him. It certainly helped that these people seemed good, no matter how strange they might have been. At least with Haru, he might have actually made a new friend. The woman turned out to be quite pleasant once you actually talked with her. The group moved on to the shoe bill enclosure, passing several others on the way which caused Yusa and Shio to stop and gape, as if they had never been in a zoo before. In fact, they probably had not. It was Zhuyo's offer which allowed them that experience. Once there, Josu began on his next piece. The result was a shoe bill with giant muscly arms. All in all, thus far the leave had been spent contently with his new co-workers and working to expand his social circle. Zhuyo had been with the CCG for long enough that he was beginning to feel comfortable at least attempting at making connections, even if he never could quite shake that looming feeling that it would not last. Nothing really did, for him. The more he thought about it, the less sure he felt about Haru's observation that Nerima was setting him up to be a poster boy. He also recalled the look Yoshi Toki had given him when discussing the next Nerima. They might indeed be setting him up for that. The new squad of One Eyes he would soon lead were another step toward that, if that was indeed the case. Zhuyo himself did not trust the CCG enough to truly want to represent them in such a way. Just because he was meeting good people that worked within the institution did not mean the institution itself was good. No matter what, his mind kept going back to his more private investigation, relating to Sphinx, the Yasuisas, the Black Hats, and whatever else had turned up as a result. It stank of the same stench he felt when he thought of the greater war between humanity and ghouls. Something he'd always believed was pushed onward by unseen hands, deliberately inciting more bitter conflict with systems that demanded it. So, Zhuyo decided to spend the last day of his leave for one more social call to another new friend of his, the retired CCG veteran by the name of Fujishige Iba and his fellow seeker of the truth. Perhaps this path would eventually lead him to the one that had apparently been there since the beginning of Trevor's descent into the world of ghouls. The one whose smirking face always hung in the back of his mind, mocking him. Suda.